Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If Guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Dragon God Issei got Harem. Now before starting, please give this video a like, and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In the great battle that took place with the great beast of the apocalypse, the leaders of all the factions united to seal the Trihexa in the dimension where it was previously sealed. But there was a problem. They had to be sealed alongside the beast in order to keep the seal active. A few months have passed since the leaders left, and the supernatural world is barely standing firm since. Without them, the factions are unstable. After all, peace had been achieved, at least for almost everyone, since Issei and Ajika Beelzebub were in communication with the leaders who were sealed thanks to an Azazel invention that allows them to communicate between dimensions. The leaders informed them that the battle was not going very well, as the beast was too powerful and they could barely survive. Issei was desperate. He couldn't do anything anymore, so he asked Ajika if there wasn't a way he could help them, to which Ajika said yes, but the price was too high. Issei didn't care about that because he wanted to help them. He couldn't let them die. Ajika told him that he can send someone to where they were, but he has to stay in his place. That he has to be someone extremely strong since he had to fight the beast and give power to the seal so that it remains activated, and that he had to leave something in this dimension. Issei, without hesitation, offered since with the boosted gear he could keep the seal active and with his balance breaker he could face the beast. Ajika thought for a moment and accepted since he did not have much time and the circumstances implied that he was the best option. With the decision made, Ajika Beelzebub called all the leaders of the factions to a meeting. He also added all the people close to the CHST tree since they had the right to know what was happening and what would happen to the CHST tree. Ajika, once everyone was gathered, explained the situation of the leaders, and it should be said that many were worried about them since there were their brothers, sisters, and even their parents fighting. Ajika told them that he had a way to save them. Everyone was happy, but when he heard the way, many were scared since one had to be alone with that beast and fight with it. None of them wanted to offer themselves, but he already knew that. Then Issei stepped forward and told them that he would do it since, with his boosted gear, he could make the seal active, and also that, with his current strength, he could at least fight with the beast even if he could not defeat it. Upon hearing this, many were surprised. Others could not even speak in the face of such a surprise. The Gremory group and other girls present, when he came out of shock, immediately refused, but Issei always told them that he cannot stand idly by when there are people who are dying to keep the peace, and also that without the leaders of the supernatural world, it would be a great blow if they died. Even with those words, they did not accept them, so Issei approached them and told them that he was sorry, but it is something that he has to do. Besides that, he told Riaz and Sona, who flatly denied that he cannot see Surzich Lucifer and Seraphal Leviathan die helplessly. Faced with this statement, they said nothing. After the meeting, Ajika prepared to send Issei to the dimension of the Trihexa. Once ready, Issei prepared and left to help him, but before Ajika gave him some magic circles and told him that he had to use them on a person only after that person would teleport here with his entire race. Issei, hearing this, nodded and turned to where certain women were who were crying. Issei saw them and told them not to worry, that he would be fine and to wait for him since he would return. Leave 8 pawn pieces. Once Issei is in the dimension, he gets serious and into action, as every road remembers the last time Azazel communicated with them. What he saw was Seraphal the Mahu, Gabriel the Seraphim, and Penemy crying when she learned that they would die at any moment. Seeing this, a strong pain in his heart gives way. He no longer wanted to see them that way, he just wanted to see them smile like they always did. Once he located the battle, he set out to save them by sending everyone back to Issei's dimension, leaving only the great beast of the apocalypse, ready to fight and train with the Trihexa. Meanwhile, the dimension of Issei could be seen. The leaders gathered already recovered, but none said anything and some were crying for the loss of someone very valuable. Until Odin stands up, breaks the silence and saying, from now on the Sekiryute, Issei is named as hero of Asgard, surprising all those present. After a few seconds everyone understands that he does it to honor the boy who sacrificed himself for them. Then everyone begins to say the same thing. From now on the Sekiryute, Issei is named as hero of Olympus. From now on the Sekiryute, Issei is named as hero of heaven. From now on the Sekiryute, Issei is named as the hero of the underworld. So said all the factions present. In the supernatural world, everyone knew the name of Issei as well as his achievements. After 10 years, Issei manages to get out of that dimension, but he realizes that many things have already changed since he was there. Now Issei is going to face really powerful beings that threaten peace and his loved ones. He will demonstrate the power and experience he has gained in these 10 years of fighting and training with the great dragon of the apocalypse, a power that will temper the world. In the great battle that took place with the great beast of the apocalypse, the leaders of all the factions united to seal the Trihexa in the dimension where it was previously sealed. But there was a problem. They had to be sealed alongside the beast in order to keep the seal active. A few months have passed since the leaders left, and the supernatural world is barely standing firm since. Without them, the factions are unstable. After all, peace had been achieved, at least for almost everyone, since Hyodo Issei and Ajuka Beelzebub were in communication with the leaders who were sealed thanks to an Azazel invention that allows them to communicate between dimensions. The leaders informed them that the battle was not going very well, as the beast was too powerful and they could barely survive. Issei was desperate. He couldn't do anything anymore, so he asked Ajuka if there wasn't a way he could help them, to which Ajuka said yes, but the price was too high. Issei didn't care about that because he wanted to help them. He couldn't let them die. Ajuka told him that he can send someone to where they were, but he has to stay in his place. That he has to be someone extremely strong since he had to fight the beast and give power to the seal so that it remains activated, and that he had to leave something in this dimension. Issei, without hesitation, offered since with the boosted gear he could keep the seal active and with his balance breaker he could face the beast. Ajuka thought for a moment and accepted since he did not have much time and the circumstances implied that he was the best option. With the decision made, Ajuka Beelzebub called all the leaders of the factions to a meeting. He also added all the people close to the CHSD tree since they had the right to know what was happening and what would happen to the CHSD tree. Ajuka, once everyone was gathered, explained the situation of the leaders, and it should be said that many were worried about them since there were their brothers, sisters, and even their parents fighting. Ajuka told them that he had a way to save them. Everyone was happy, but when he heard the way, many were scared since one had to be alone with that beast and fight with it. None of them wanted to offer themselves, but he already knew that. Then Issei stepped forward and told them that he would do it since, with his boosted gear, he could make the seal active, and also that, with his current strength, he could at least fight with the beast even if he could not defeat it. Upon hearing this, many were surprised. Others could not even speak in the face of such a surprise. The Gremory group and other girls present, when he came out of shock, immediately refused, but Issei always told them that he cannot stand idly by when there are people who are dying to keep the peace, and also that without the leaders of the supernatural world, it would be a great blow if they died. Even with those words, they did not accept them, so Issei approached them and told them that he was sorry, but it is something that he has to do. Besides that, he told Riaz and Sona, who flatly denied that he cannot see Surzich Lucifer and Seraphal Leviathan die helplessly. Faced with this statement, they said nothing. After the meeting, Ajuka prepared to send Issei to the dimension of the Trihexa. Once ready, Issei prepared and left to help him, but before Ajuka gave him some magic circles and told him that he had to use them on a person only after that person would teleport here with his entire race. Issei, hearing this, nodded and turned to where certain women were who were crying. Issei saw them and told them not to worry, that he would be fine and to wait for him since he would return. Leave 8 pawn pieces. Once Issei is in the dimension, he gets serious and into action, as every road remembers the last time Azazel communicated with them. What he saw was Seraphal the Mau, Gabriel the Seraphim, and Penemy crying when she learned that they would die at any moment. Seeing this, a strong pain in his heart gives way. He no longer wanted to see them that way, he just wanted to see them smile like they always did. Once he located the battle, he set out to save them by sending everyone back to Issei's dimension, leaving only the great beast of the apocalypse, ready to fight and train with the Trihexa. Meanwhile, the dimension of Issei could be seen. The leaders gathered already recovered, but none said anything, and some were crying for the loss of someone very valuable. Until Odin stands up, breaks the silence, and saying, "From now on the Sekyurite, Hyodo Issei is named as hero of Asgard," surprising all those present. After a few seconds, everyone understands that he does it to honor the boy who sacrificed himself for them. Then everyone begins to say the same thing. From now on the Sekyurite, Hyodo Issei is named as hero of Olympus. From now on the Sekyurite, Hyodo Issei is named as hero of heaven. From now on the Sekyurite, Hyodo Issei is named as the hero of the underworld. So said all the factions present. In the supernatural world, everyone knew the name of Hyodo Issei as well as his achievements. After 10 years, Hyodo Issei manages to get out of that dimension, but he realizes that many things have already changed since he was there. Now Issei is going to face really powerful beings that threaten peace and his loved ones. He will demonstrate the power and experience he has gained in these 10 years of fighting and training with the great dragon of the apocalypse, a power that will temper the world. "Partner, why did you sacrifice yourself for all of them?" the dragon asks, although he already has an idea of why. "You know me, Dreg, I can't sit and watch them cry." "Well, although that's something that has always defined you, to give everything for your loved ones, even if it's your life," the dragon said calmly, since he knew what his companion was like. The brown-haired man commented with a bit of sadness in his words. "I hope that because, to be honest, I have no idea how long we can be here." The dragon commented somewhat worried. "You know something, Dreg, I don't feel regret for what I did, rather, I feel happy that I was able to help with this problem," said the brown-haired man in a happy and calm tone. "You know better than anyone that you helped not only them but also many more. Besides that, you have done more in almost 2 years that I have been with you than a whole life with the other bearers," said the dragon, making the brown man smile. "Dreg, friend, sorry for everything I've put you through," says the brunette repentantly. "What's it apology for?" asks the dragon, confused. "Well, I just wanted you to know that if at some point I can't leave this place and I die here, at least I want to tell you that you're my best friend," the brown-haired man replied in a calm tone. "Aha, I can't really win with you, partner, despite everything. I'm glad you were my bearer, although the Oppi dragon left me a scar," said the dragon, happy but also depressed. said the brown-haired man happily and amused. Despite everything he has lived through since he became a demon, Dreg was always there with him to support him and make him really happy to see him known. Please, if you continue like this, I'm going to die of so much depression, I comment on the dragon, already very depressed, said the brown-haired man, encouraging his friend. I'm satisfied with you leaving that insane obsession to the breasts, said the dragon, already calmer, said the brown-haired man very excitedly. That sounds appealing, said the dragon with tears in his eyes, while Issei just smiled. The brown-haired man commented excited at the idea of becoming strong. To be honest, I don't know if you can control 100% of Off-Ice power, not the body of the Big Red, but at least you can reach a really acceptable level since you need a teacher to be able to control it properly. The dragon said it seriously, but not to discourage the brown-haired one. Well, at least I won't be useless in the field, said the brown-haired man, without losing his enthusiasm. Then I recommend that you start at once, although we are not in a hurry, it is better to do something in this place so as not to die of boredom, commented the dragon. Okay, Dreg, let's get serious, said the brown-haired man with a big smile. Oh, you're going to train for the first time seriously and eagerly. I want to see how this ends, the dragon shouted very excitedly. The good thing is that in this place you won't feel hungry or sleepy, so let's go, partner. Let's show the world the true power of the strongest Sekiryute in history. Of course, my friend, shouted the brown-haired man excitedly. I promise I'll come back, thought the brown-haired man. Human world, Hyoto residence. You can see all the leaders and their teams who were in the alternate dimension. They were all lying on the ground being treated by the DXD team and some other people of different races after seeing it come out. Some with SCS, others with normal wounds, and most with serious injuries, either broken bones or damaged organs. Besides that, almost all of them were bathed in their own BLD. Although some were also crying over the price of seeing their loved ones. The price was the hero for some, the friend for others, and the person they loved the most for others. Among them could be seen the Gremory group crying while treating the wounds of the Maus and other members, Volley's group treating Azazel and Penemu as well as other members, although Lefei and Kuroka were with tears in their eyes, and Arena and Uriel with other angels treating Miguel, Raphael, and Gabriel as well as other members. There were also members of other factions treating their leaders like Olympus, who was treating Zeus. But among all of them were some conscious and others unconscious, but there were 3 women who seemed very affected. Among them was Gabrielle, who was leaning against the wall, but she had her hands gripping her CH tightly because she felt that she had lost something too precious for her, while light tears came out of her appealing eyes. Another person was the Mao Seraphal Leviathan, who was unconscious, but before she was unconscious, tears ran down her cheeks, saying in whispers, "Why you?" And so he falls unconscious at the arrival of Sona Citri, who, upon seeing her, immediately throws herself to hug her and cry with her in her arms. She could not explain how happy she felt to see her alive again. Penemy was another one who, although she was not better, at least stood with certain tears wanting to get out. There they were left resting and recovering, at least until they could go to their respective fractions and recover in their entirety, since they also had to think of something. And that something was nothing more than the person who sacrificed himself for them and prepared to give the news to the supernatural world. So after a few days that passed, the girls of the Gremory group were very depressed, more so Ria since the love of her life, who gave so much for her, was no longer by her side. The days continued to pass, those days and weeks, the weeks and months, and the months and years. Some people still had hope of seeing the brown-haired man again, while others continued their lives normally, forgetting about him. Sometimes they felt that they lacked something. In this way, the years went by, and out of nowhere, 10 years had already passed. In Fermundo, Castillo's Citri, 10 years have passed since the incident with the Trihexa. A certain girl could be seen on the bed who seemed to be having a nightmare, as her expression reflected pain as tears ran down her cheeks. Dream, go to your sister, she's waiting for you, the man said calmly as he wiped her tears and caressed her cheek. What will you do? I asked, worried. Don't worry, I'll be fine, I'll stay to protect you, so go calmly, he told me while a magic circle appeared below me. Nuo, hold on, please, wait, I said, very scared. Please come with me, I need you, I said while crying, since for the first time she felt her heart beat strongly for someone who had protected her with her life and did not want to let him go. He was shaking his head in denial. I was about to disappear, but I could hear the last thing he was saying to me. I'll come back for you, Sierra-chan, and with that last sentence, he left, as well as his last memory that you see of him. End of sleep. When the appealing woman got up from her bed and touched her cheeks, there was a tear of sadness for not seeing him again. That dream again. Really mind how I miss you, said Seraphal Citri. At that moment, there is a knock on the door. Wait a minute, Seraphal replies as she wipes away her tears and dresses. Once ready, she opens the door. She is surprised, since the one who knocked on the door was her better sister, Sona Citri, with her typical emotionless expression. Good morning, One-sama, I have brought you a letter from Surzet-sama, the younger Citri informed her sister. Good morning, Sotan, says the elder Citri as she throws herself on her sister to embrace her with her typical cheerful way of being. One-sama, I already told you to stop saying my name with so, the younger Citri complained, her cheeks flushed with shame. Because Sotan does sound very cute. Besides, just because you have a boyfriend before your sister doesn't mean I can't call my pretty little sister that. Sona Citri has a boyfriend. She got together with Saji more than 2 years ago, but before they left, she had married Momo and Maruko 5 years ago. Saji now has 2 appealing wives, but he wants Sona Citri as his next wife, who is the one he spends the most time making his 2 wives very jealous. This happened when they were at Sona's school. She saw him playing and smiling with the children, and after a few moments, he approached her and said while the 2 looked at the school, "Sona-sama, I really thank you for allowing me to reincarnate into a demon. If it were not for you, I would not know where I would be." Those words surprised the black-haired woman since she never thought he would digest them. "I really thank you since I can be with a person as wonderful and appealing as you," said Pon Citri. Sona was going to scold him because she thought he was flirting with her, but then she saw his eyes, which reflected happiness, gratitude, and sincerity. From there, they got closer and closer until Saji proposed to be his girlfriend, which she accepted. "One sama now, please," said Citri, handing him the letter and running away from embarrassment. "Come back, Sotan," shouted the elder Citri. Serafal only smiles when she sees her sister like that. She enters the room again and closes the door. At that moment, while she sees the letter in her hands, tears fall down her cheeks, remembering that scene where she saved her. Flashback. "I'm going to die. This will be my end," thought the Mao Serafal Leviathan as she cried while on the ground on her knees without strength. "Sorry, Sotan, I couldn't see your dream come true," thought the Mao as she lowered her head, waiting for her death. But in the last moment of her death, she only whispered, "Please help, I don't want to die." She said this in the hope that her hero and prince would arrive, for whom she had waited so long for years to come. She was calling for help as, in front of her, came a gigantic fire that had launched the Trihexa to kill her. She only waited for her death by lowering her head and squinting her eyes, but it never came. She opened her eyes very slowly as she was afraid of finding something in front of her that could kill her. But she was surprised to open them since in front of her was the person she never expected, since it was none other than Sekiryute himself, Hyoto Issei. Serafal was so shocked that she couldn't speak for a few moments because he was protecting her with his body, receiving the fire from the front. Once he stopped the fire, he turned around and carried Serafal like a princess to get away from the Trihexa while protecting her with his life from the multiple attacks that the Trihexa sent at him. Serafal, seeing this, could not even say or do anything since the one who was carrying her in her arms is a man who is protecting her with his own life so that nothing happens to her. At that moment, when he was carrying her, she felt calm. She didn't know how to express it, but for the first time in her life, she felt protected by someone. Those feelings that invaded her, she did not know what to do, and she felt happy, calm, protected, and most of all, warm. For the first time in her long life, she felt her heart warm. She felt that no matter where or who she faced, she would feel protected as long as he was by her side. "What is this that I feel? This warmth, this tranquility, is this what humans call love?" asked the Mao as she gradually lost awareness of how tired her body is. When she regains consciousness after a few minutes, she is surprised because he is still protecting her from anything happening to her. "Dragon-chan, what are you doing here? You shouldn't be here," she said when she was able to regain some strength. "Well, what can I tell you, Serafal-sama? I've come to help you," replied the brown-haired man with a sincere smile that made the Mao blush slightly. "And if you ask how Ajuka-sama got here, after his departure, I investigated how to help them by inventing a magic circle of exchange," said the brown-haired man, taking out the paper with the magic circle. "Wait a minute," the Mao asked, to which the brown-haired man only nodded his head. "If so, a person has to stay, and if I leave, that means that." With a face of surprise and amazement, he sees the brown-haired man who is smiling at him. "That's right, Serafal-sama, I'll stay so you can return home. You've already fought strong and you deserve a break. There are people who need you, not to mention the supernatural world. Besides, Sona misses you. She's not the same if her big and wonderful one-sama isn't by her side," said the brown-haired man slowly and calmly. At that moment, tears ran down her cheeks because of those words, since it was not a secret that she missed her sister very much, but she knew that she could not see her anymore. Until now, they have been telling her that she can see her dear sister again, listen to her, talk to her, hug her, and tell her how much she loves her and how important she is to her. But at the last moment, he realized something. "But you will be left alone with that beast. No, I cannot allow it as Mao. It is my duty to fight until the last moment to protect everyone," said the Mao in a firm and authoritarian tone. Hearing that the brown-haired man was a little surprised, he thought she could react like this. He placed his hand on the Mao's head and gave her a small caress while looking into her eyes and saying, "You have already fought a lot, Serafal-sama, it is time for you to rest. Besides, as I told you, there are people who need you," said the brown-haired man, trying to convince the Mao, but she refused. "You know something, Serafal-sama, I heard from Sona that because of the way you are, she is embarrassed, although she also told me that that is a part of you and I would not change it for anything in the world. Besides, Serafal-sama, I don't want to get into her private life, but I also know that you have never gotten a boyfriend because of your cheerful and spoiled way. And those who approach you are the men who only see you as a trophy or an achievement for having the Mao as a girlfriend," said the brown-haired man calmly. Serafal is so surprised by how well informed she is, but she also blushes a lot to know what she is like and what has happened to her. Issei just looks at her and smiles as she thinks about how cute she looks that way. "You know what I think? I think you are a wonderful woman with your way of being so active, cheerful, and pampered. I think any man would love to have a woman like that so he can pamper her as much as he wants while he observes how appealing you are when you see those appealing violet eyes, the brown-haired Mao said while caressing her cheek affectionately. Serafal didn't know why, but he had blushed for those words. Even though they always told him compliments, they simply ignored them, and he knew that they came with other intentions. But he didn't know because hearing those words from him made his heart go crazy. Maybe it's because in that look there is only sincerity, since she has always seen her as a trophy and not as a woman. But when she sees him, that look reflects that he really sees her as a woman. Serafal-sama, it's time for me to go home to rest. You've deserved it, and please, even once, allow this man to protect you, since you've sacrificed so much in your life. The brown-haired man said this while giving her a smile that made her blush. Serafal's heart was beating so fast that it wanted to come out of his ch, and he never expected those words to come to him. Don't call me like that, said the Mao in a whisper. Sorry, he will be Serafal-sama, don't listen to her, said the brunette, confused. I don't like you to call me that, Wood, he said, this time a little louder. Issei is surprised when he hears her, but after a moment, he smiles at her while caressing her cheek. Then what do you think? Sira-chan, said the brown-haired man, surprising the Mao, but only for a moment, because then a nice smile forms on his face. She didn't know why, but it gave her immense happiness to hear her call her that way. Although she had already dealt with him and heard about him from Sona, this was the first time she had felt this way in front of a man. Thank you, he said in a low voice, with a big blush on his cheeks and tears wanting to come out of his eyes. The brown-haired man sees her and smiles at how appealing she is, then he tells her again. Well, it's time for you to go with your sister, who is waiting for you, the man said calmly as he wiped her tears and caressed her cheek. What will you do? I asked, worried. Don't worry, I'll be fine, I'll stay to protect you, so go calmly, he told me while a magic circle appeared under me. Nuo. Hold on, please, wait, I said, very scared. Please come with me, I need you, I said while crying, since for the first time she felt her heart beat strongly for someone who had protected her with his life and did not want to let her go. He was shaking his head in denial. I was about to disappear. I could hear the last thing he was saying to me. I'll come back for you, Sira-chan, and with that last sentence, he left, as well as his last memory that you see of him. End of the flashback. Eyes, Serafal said in a whisper. Underworld, City of Lilith, Citri Academy. Naya, you can retire now and remember the work that Naya left you, spoke the Sessi Nekomata yokai of the Citri Academy, with her appealing amber eyes, long black hair like the night itself, and the sculptural body of a masterpiece that every young man dreams about having. When everyone leaves the class, the Sessi Nekomata turns to the sale and says, Naya, who brings you here? Volley, said the black movie. And to think that you would end up this way, Kuroka would never have imagined, he said with a mocking smile to the albino. Don't bother, Volley, you've always known that even though I like to fight, I always wanted a quiet life, Naya, said the black-haired woman with slight annoyance. Well, what's going to be done, and tell me how you're doing in your work, the albino asked. Last time I talked to Biku, he told me that Sun Wukong has him helping the yokai, and Arthur told me that he's doing well with Odin. Naya, and to think that we would all end up like this and you married 5 women, Naya, haha, said the black-haired mind, amusing the albino to blush a little. The Fae told me that they want to marry her to someone, but I'm sure she will find a way to cancel it, commented the black-haired woman, remembering something that made her a little sad. Tell me something, Kuroka, you don't have a man out there, the albino asked. No, Naya, replied the black-haired woman. You are still a Kuroka virgin, the albino asked curiously. Of course, if you were an idiot, I wouldn't give that to anyone, said the angry but sad black-haired woman. I would only give it to him, she said in a low voice, but Volley could hear her. You're still waiting for it? Asked the albino interested. I'm always going to wait for him, Naya, I just want to be Naya with him, said the depressed black-haired woman. Do you think we'll see him again someday? The albino asked. Yes, Naya, something tells me that we will see him again, and maybe I will know very soon, replied the black-haired woman. By the way, Abel told me that your sister wants to see you, the albino informed the Nekomata. What a pity because I don't, replied the angry black-haired woman, remembering what her sister did. You're still angry about changing Hyoto Issei, the albino asked. For a Nekomata Naya and even more so for a Nekashu, once we choose a partner, we stay with her Naya, the black-haired woman replied to the albino. Kuroka is like this since her sister swore eternal love to Issei, but when Issei sacrificed himself for everyone, she forgot about him after 3 years and formed a relationship with a yokai who already had an engagement to Kanu, Yasaka's daughter. It's something natural since she wanted to go on with her life, said the albino calmly. Then let him continue with her, Naya. I, for my part, will continue to wait for him as long as it takes, Naya, since I am sure that I will see him again, said the black-haired woman in a serious tone. Kuroka, despite her playful and mischievous personality, also has a sentimental side. Once Issei sacrificed herself, she was in shock and very depressed because she had lost the person she had fallen in love with, that person who accepted her as she was, that person who always made her smile with his madness, that person who always cared about her, that she was always well, and that she lacked nothing, and that person who, no matter who she faced, always looked out for her and her. Protected. That feeling of loneliness never went away. It has been torturing her and waiting for him all this time. Kuroka, do you really think he'll come back? The albino asked with interest. Yes, there is no doubt about that, Naya. He will return, and I don't know why, but something tells me that we will see him again, Naya, the Nekomata answers as she looks at the sky through the window with a deep look. I hope so, said the albino who was repeating Kuroka's action. Eyes Dijo lane tres susurros la Nekomata. Heaven, first heaven. They were walking hand in hand with Uriel's ace, Nero Rayamundi, and Miguel's ace, Irina Shidu. Since they had been a couple for some time, they were going to a place where they were waiting for them. When they arrived, you could see a slightly spacious place with white armchairs. In them, he met Asia Argento and Zenobia Quarta, who had become reincarnated angels after asking Miguel and having permission from Riaz and Surzurch. They were turned into angels, reincarnated Asia with the 2 of Pica and Zenobia on the 3 of Pica. They were with their respective partners. The 1 of Asia was the ace of Raphael, D. Thelmwald Siemler, and the 1 of Zenobia was the ace of Raziel, Louis Binken. At the age of 3, they forgot about Issei, and 2 years later, they fell in love with the aces of Uriel, Raphael, and Raziel, an act that same year they asked to be reincarnated. Although some were disappointed in them since they swore eternal love to Hayato Issei, now that she is not there, they forgot about him and continued their lives as if nothing had happened. Heaven, sixth heaven. The seraphim were in a meeting, discussing some matters that he had to attend to. In that same place was the strongest and most appealing woman in heaven, the great seraphim Gabriel, who had a somewhat serious expression, but you could see a great sadness that has invaded her for 10 years now. Since the last time she saw her, since the last time she saw those eyes that reflected fear but also courage and sincerity, since the last time she lost it, she no longer felt like smiling. Once the meeting was over, Miguel saw her and asked her, "Gabriel, you're fine? I've noticed that you're not the same," said the leader of heaven with great concern for his sister. "Don't worry, Miguel, I'm fine, just a little tired," said the seraph with a fake smile that everyone could see. That smile reflected pain and great sadness. Once she answered Miguel, she stood up and left the room, where the other seraphim remained with worried faces since they had not seen her smile sincerely for 10 years. Although everyone knows why, no one can do anything. "Miguel, we have to do something. I can't go on like this," Uriel said with concern. "But what can we do? It's been 10 years since Gabriel has been like this," said a worried Raphael. "We can't do anything, brothers. You already knew that Gabriel, before the incident with the Trihexa, already showed feelings for him. For a long time, he showed that he had the noblest heart that has ever been seen because he always gave everything for the general good without asking for anything in return," said Miguel with concern and sadness in his words. "And to know that, from that moment when he saved her, those feelings that had her dismayed awakened," Miguel said, informing everyone as he watched Gabriel leave the 6th floor. Once Gabriel left the living room, he went to his room and sat on his bed, thinking about what had happened 10 years ago since that brown-haired man saved her. The one who had caught her attention because of who she was and who she was, that kind and loving person, that person who strives for her loved ones, and above all, that person who gave her life for them. And to think that at first it was just curiosity about what his personality was like and nothing more, but to know that over time, that I was with him. I was more and more curious to see how he gave everything and fought with beings much stronger than him to protect his loved ones. At that moment, I realized that the more I saw him, the more I wanted to be with him." Gabriel had a blank look as tears welled up in his eyes, running down his cheeks as he remembered that event. Flashback. She didn't know how long it had been since she was in this dimension, since she was only fighting with all her strength with the great beast of the apocalypse, along with her brothers. Next to her, a few meters away, was Miguel, who was breathing very agitatedly since he had been fighting for a long time. "Brother, you are well?" asked the great seraphim. "Yes, I'm just a little tired," Miguel replied with difficulty. After confirming, Gabriel and Miguel are sent into battle again, but what they did not expect was that they were separated by a gust of air, causing Miguel to shoot out and crash into the ground. The Trihexa, seeing this, begins to attack Gabriel, who is also distracted, and connects a blow that leaves her on the ground, almost unconscious from the strong blow. Gabriel tries to stand up but cannot. The Trihexa sends him a flame when he sees her that way. When he saw the flame heading towards her, a thought crossed his head. "I'm going to die," thought the seraphim. "No, Gabriel," Miguel shouted when he saw that his sister was going to die, an act that Gabriel only closed his eyes to and said in a whisper. "Father, I will be with you very soon," said the seraph as tears ran down her cheeks. The flame reaches Gabriel, causing Miguel to be horrified. "No, Gabriel, the leader of heaven, shouted, crying, when he saw the death of his sister. Inside the flare could be seen an intact Gabriel without any scratches. "Why are you crying?" one voice said to Gabriel. "You don't know that you look prettier with a smile on your face than with tears on it," said the voice as she felt how she wiped away the tears that ran down her face. That hand, because it feels so quality, because I feel so calm when it touches me. Who is that person who makes me calm down?" Gabriel gradually opens her eyes to see the person who protected her from the flame by covering her with his wings. "Sekryute," she said, surprised. "Tell me, why are you crying?" the brown-haired man asked as he continued to caress her cheek with a smile. Gabriel didn't know what to say. He was speechless because that feeling he felt when he caressed her so delicately made her feel happy. "You don't know that you look prettier with a smile on your face than with tears on it?" The brown-haired man repeated the question again with a smile. Gabrielle didn't know why, but those words made her cheeks blush. When the flames are extinguished, Michael can see that Gabrielle is alive, instantly filled with immense happiness. Trihexa throws a flame again. Issei, seeing this, carries Gabrielle in his arms and dodges him. Gabrielle didn't know what to do, and now that he was carrying her in his arms, she became redder, but she didn't know why since she knew him and had talked to him before. This was the first time she felt that he would give his life to protect her. Gabrielle continued to think about him because Issei had dedicated himself to dodging the attacks of the Trihexa. Gabrielle didn't realize anything until a fire hit Issei from behind, causing him to start bleeding in the impact part and in the head. He then returned to reality. "Let go of me. If you continue like this, you will die," said the seraph, worried. "No" was the only thing the brown-haired man answered. "Let go of me. You don't understand that you're going to die if you go on like this," said the seraph with tears, since she thought he was going to die. "No," but the brown-haired man kept saying the same answer. "Reason. If you go on, you're going to die," said the seraph in desperation, looking for an answer. "I won't. I'm not going to die. I still have to protect you," which would be heaven without the most appealing and strong woman of all. The brown-haired man replied with a smile as he looked into her eyes because, although he was wearing the armor, he didn't have his helmet on. Gabrielle was in shock because he didn't know why those words affected him so much, despite the fact that countless times she has been called like that. For her, it was nothing, but then she thought, why, when he says it, do I want to continue listening to him? Why do I want to look good to him? Miguel, who was watching from afar, saw how Issei sacrificed himself to save his sister and take her to where he was. Once she reaches Miguel's side, Issei slowly lowers Gabrielle, putting her next to her brother. "Miguel-sama, I'm going to send you back to our dimension," said the brown-haired man, surprising the two seraphim. "There is no way to do it. Besides, we cannot leave. If we leave here, the Trihexa will be free," said the leader of heaven, very worried and confused. "I don't know how to worry. I will stay so that the seal is maintained. Thanks to my boost gear, and thanks to Akuja-sama, I managed to find a way of exchanging. In exchange for staying and keeping the seal, you can leave," said the brown-haired man in a calm but at the same time serious way. Gabrielle, upon hearing that, is horrified by the words spoken by the brown-haired man, since he will be left alone with that fearsome beast. EP, but you will be alone with that beast. I can't let that happen," said the seraph, frightened and upset as she clung tightly to the CHST nut tree's arm. Miguel and Issei were surprised by what the seraph said, but even more so Miguel since he had never seen her act that way. Issei, on the other hand, sees that only smiles while caressing him on the cheek, an act that Gabrielle looks at him in the eyes again. "Don't worry, I'll be fine. Someday I'll come back," the brown-haired man said as he activated the magic circle that appears under all the angels, and they began to disappear one by one. Gabrielle sees that and clings more to the CHST nut tree, not wanting to move away from him. Issei sees Gabrielle and hugs her while he reaches out to her ear and tells her, "Don't worry, I'm not going to die yet because there's one thing I want to do, and one of those is to see you smile," said the brown-haired man to the seraph, who was still clinging to him tighter while tears ran down his cheeks. "You have already fought a lot for us. Now it is my turn to fight for you, so please let me protect you," said the brown-haired man to the seraph as he disappeared almost entirely into the magic circle. "No, please, don't stop. I'll stay with you too," said the seraph, scared of losing him. Although she didn't know why she felt that way, a part of her wanted him and not leave him. Issei, seeing her like this, hugs her tightly, making the seraphim surprised, but for some reason she did not want to move away from him. Issei sees Miguel and tells him, "Please take care of her," he said with a serious and pleading tone to the leader of heaven. "Leave it to me, and thank you for everything you are doing for us and for saving my sister from death," said the leader of heaven with a tone of shame but also of respect and admiration. And with those last words, Miguel disappears from that dimension. Even before Gabrielle also disappeared, he embraced her on the cheek, surprising and telling her, "A memory so that you don't forget me and so that I am well and calm, because one day I will return," said the brown-haired man with a smile on his face. Gabrielle simply touches the cheek she was embraced on as her heart races and remembers the last words before disappearing. End of the flashback. Gabrielle can be seen lying in her bed, almost asleep, while she whispers, "I'm going to wait for you, Issei," and so she falls asleep thinking about him. Alternate dimension, 8 years ago. "Hey, larva, what are you doing?" a very somber voice asked. "Oh, so you've woken up? It's training a little," the brown-haired man replied to the dragon at the end in his human form. "Why do you train if you can't get out of this place?" "You're trapped," said the Trihexa. "Maybe it's true, but I don't plan to stay here forever. Besides that, there are people who are waiting for my return, and I need to be strong to be able to protect them," said the brown-haired man as he continued training. "Ha ha ha, you are an interesting larva. What do you think if I train you a little to kill time?" said the dragon of the end to a brown-haired man, very surprised by what he had just heard. "What is the reason for such a tempting offer?" asked the brown-haired man with great interest. "Well, I don't have anything better to do. Besides, I don't know what you did, but I can feel the presence of red and off-eyes in you," replied the dragon of the end. "Yes, I died a long time ago. I was saved by them. The big red made me a body while off-eyes had the energy to live," said the brown-haired man as he saw the smiling dragon. "Ha ha ha, interesting, very interesting," he said while smiling even more at that fact. "And well, do you think if I train you a little, it would be very fun to see how far you can go with a dragon body that has the strongest body?" In addition to the energy of the Infinity Dragon and the training of the End Dragon, not you, but for me, it doesn't sound bad at all, said the End Dragon, tempting the brown-haired man even more. The brown-haired man said it, still with some doubt. I don't know, partner, said the dragon thoughtfully. The CHST Nut Man asked. I don't feel malice in his words, and I'd be lying if I said I'm not interested. The dragon said to see and analyze a little. The brown-haired man asked doubtfully. It's as he says, you've had contact with the 3 dragon gods, but not only that, your body is made of the BLD and flesh of the Big Red. In other words, you have the best body a dragon can have. If you train it well, I can't imagine how far it can go. The dragon said with great interest, said the brown-haired man analyzing the situation. That's right, partner. If you train well, you will reach a new level, but you will never be able to MSDR completely due to your lack of experience and information. But if someone trains you who has those 2 characteristics, you can become completely MSDR, said the dragon, more and more excited. Commented the brown-haired one. We don't lose anything by trying, plus I'm getting excited to think about how far you can go. I think this is a unique opportunity, partner, said the dragon, advising the CHST Nut Tree. Issei sees the Trihexa standing in front of him again, waiting for the answer. I see that you have finished talking to D-Drag, so you decided? Asked the dragon of the End. It's okay, Trihexa. I accept. So from now on I'm in your care, said the brown-haired man calmly but also seriously. Good decision, larva. Although I don't know if you can die, although you have a high possibility since you have a fairly resistant body and almost infinite energy, this will get good. Let's go, larva. Let's start to see how far you can go. Thus Issei began the infernal training of the great beast of the apocalypse, the dragon of the End, the Trihexa. Tokyo, the capital of Kyoto. Kanu-san, Kaneko-san, your liege are here. I shout a yokai. Sir, they meet Miss Yasaka in the courtyard, said a guard. Okay, could you do me the favor of letting them know that I'm here? The yokai said politely to the guard. At once, my lord, said the guard, going to fetch them. In the garden of Yasaka Castle, they were and yokai were conversing normally. Excuse me, ladies, young Yasuko has just arrived and asks if you can attend to him, the guard informed Wings and yokai. Thank you, let's go right away, replied a young woman of about 21 years old with blonde hair, fox ears, and tails. She had a very attractive body, large breasts, wide hips, and a thin waist, and an appealing face for her age. She was the current leader of the Yokai Kanu. I'm glad she came. There are still some things to arrange for the wedding, and this will be a great opportunity to finish the preparations, said an albino woman of about 25 years old, with cat's ears and tail, a body almost like her sister's. Nothing more, a little less than this. She was the tower of the Gremory Kaneko Taojo group. Tell me something, girls, you really want to marry him? I mean, he is a good man, and I have no problem with him, but it wasn't that they had sworn eternal love to someone else, said the former leader of the Yokai Yasaka, saying that despite the years, you are still just as appealing. Rather, it seems that every year she becomes even more appealing than she already was. Hearing what the older Kitsune told them caused both of them to freeze and not be able to say anything. After the brown-haired man sacrificed himself to help them get out of that dimension and stayed inside, both Kaneko and Kanu suffered from the departure of the person they had fallen in love with. After a year at a reunion, Kaneko and Kanu became very close friends, so much so that after another year, they had become like sisters. And 3 years after the departure of the CHST Nut Tree, they forgot about the person who had always loved them and protected them from all evil, in addition to seeing them saved on multiple occasions, making the CHST Nut Tree on the verge of death to protect them. After seeing the man they swore eternal love had forgotten, they fell in love with Yasuko, a young yokai, the son of an army general, getting engaged to him 3 years after seeing him meet in 3 years of dating. I know this is your decision, but I'd like to know if you're very sure, because if Issei comes back, you won't be able to be by his side anymore, the older Kitsune said to the young yokai. That one left them thoughtful. What happens if Issei comes back for them and they find them married to someone else? As Issei is, he would not do anything, but they would lose him, and they could never be by his side again. That idea was terrifying to them. Yasaka, seeing the expression of both, was surprised since she thought that they had already made a decision, but from what can be seen, they are still not 100% sure if the decision they are making is the right one. I don't think he'll come back. It's been 10 years, and there's not even a chance that he's alive, said the younger Kitsune, surprising her mother with the harsh words she had just said. Besides, we have to go on with our lives, and also, besides, I don't want to think about this possibility, but maybe it's already dead, said the albino, surprising Yasaka even more with the albino's cold response. They stand up and go to look for their fiancé while Yasaka watches them leave and shakes her head because she knows what Issei is like. He will not die so easily, and even less when she knows that he has women waiting for his return. I hope you don't regret the decision that girls are making later on, the older Kitsune said as she watched the 2 young yokai leave. Come back soon, Issei, I'm waiting for you to come for me, Yasaka said as she looked at the wide sky, and tears ran down her cheeks. Underworld, Castle Gremory. 4 young girls could be seen in an appealing garden talking calmly without any problems or worries. They were the heiresses of the Citri and Gremory clans with their respective queens, Ria's Gremory, Haimjima Akino, Sona Citri, and Tsubaki Shinra. Tell me, Sona, how you are doing with Saji-kun? Asked the redhead. You can say that more or less since there are some problems, and adding that lately he only spends his time with Momo and Haruko, replied the heiress Citri, surprising the Rias and their queen. I'm surprised to hear that, since I thought I had everything under control, said Queen Gremory. They're not easy. Besides, Saji has been foolish to sleep with him, said the heiress Citri with fatigue and little patience in her words. And why don't you do it, and that's it? Besides, he's supposed to be your boyfriend. I don't see what's wrong with that since you know he really loves you, said the redhead to the heiress Citri. I know the feelings that Saji has for me. On most occasions, I don't feel like I am with him. Besides, the other issue is really bad since Saji is part dragon and the only thing he really wants is to mark me. As he already has Momo and Haruko marked, he says that it is so that no one approaches me. In other words, he wants to control me, an act that does not seem to me in the least, the heiress Citri replied angrily in her words. That comment left Rias and her queen in doubt, as they did not understand what she was talking about. Tsubaki made a comment to clarify. Remember that a male dragon marks his females when they have sex. This mark allows no other male to approach it because it is already marked as the property of the dragon who owns the mark, and if the female is unfaithful to him, this mark will be responsible for killing her since it contains a large amount of dragon power, said Queen Citri, finishing the explanation. This surprised Rias and Akino since they were unaware of this detail. Sona, seeing that, raises an eyebrow, as does Tsubaki, in doubt. From the looks of it, you didn't know that information. I'm surprised that you, who lived so long with a dragon like Aiz-kun, didn't know that, said the heiress Citri with quite a bit of intrigue. A silence lasted as the name of the CHST nut tree brought back memories of everything they have lived by his sides. Sona, seeing this wonders if Rias and her entourage have already forgotten the CHST nut tree. Let's see if you really forgot Aiz-kun already, Sona Citri thought. Now on that subject, are you sure you want to marry Razor? Tsubaki asked this time. That question surprised the Gremories a little since they did not expect it, but after a few seconds of getting out of their surprise, they answered. If I already made my decision, Razor has changed a lot. He is not the same as before thanks to everything we have been through, and he has really supported me a lot after Aiz left, and not to lie to you, I really like that part of him, so much so that I fell in love with him. The redhead replied to the citrus. And what happens if Aiz-kun returns and, when he looks for you, finds herself married to the person who once sacrificed himself to save you? Asks the heiress Citri. Rias, hearing that, is shocked since she hadn't really thought about it. She already had the idea that the CHST nut tree was dead and would never come back. Not only to her but also to you. Akina, let her come and find out that you are already married, Queen Citri continued. Akino hearing that, I know that she was in shock too since she did not expect to be asked that. She always gave up on the CHST nut tree after a few years and began to rebuild her life. She met someone, and after getting to know him more, she married him. The silence lasted for a few minutes, and when she saw that the conversation was coming to nothing, the heiress Citri changed the subject. Changing the subject, Tsubaki, how are you doing with Kiba Yuudo? The heiress Citri asked her queen since she didn't know how her relationship with the Night Gremory was, but when she saw that her queen lowered her head, she realized that it was a bad idea to ask. Really bad, even though demons have a polygamy system. Yuudo-kun says that he is not interested in having more than one wife, and between his childhood friend Tasuka-san and me, he chose his Tasuka-san. Queen Citri said that she is sad and depressed since she can't be with the person she fell in love with. It's a shame since he was one of the 3 men with whom you have interacted and you have been able to talk and deal with your really being, said the heiress Citri sadly since it was a somewhat delicate subject. Who were the other 2 people? Asked the redhead, having come out of shock because of the previous question that her friend asked her. One was Saji, and the other was Hayato-kun, Queen Citri answered. If you want to be with someone of those 3, let's discount Yuudo-kun for the previous information, and Saji too, since you know him very well and you know how he is. That's why you should just stay with Aiz-kun, Citri commented, surprising everyone. When her queen was going to say something, Sona continued talking. You always enjoyed time with him despite how perverted he was. He had his good points, and one of those is that he always made you laugh, said the heiress Citri with a malicious smile, as she saw her queen turn red at the comment since it was true. She always enjoyed spending time with the CHST nut tree since with him she could be herself. The Gremories did not know what to say since they did not know that information. Queen Citri sees her king and, with the same malicious smile, answers. But I wasn't the only one, if I remember correctly, Sona, whenever you spent time with Hayato-kun. You could see him with a smile of being very happy to share moments with him, said Queen Citri, making her king blush so much that she couldn't control him. Tsubaki sees her with a triumphant smile. She sees the 2 Gremories who were there, who didn't believe anything they had just heard. Well, that cannot be avoided because, despite being a pervert, he has his good sides, such as being someone who is kind, attentive, protective, and always looks out for the well-being of his loved ones, commented Queen Citri. Oh, Sona looks at her with a smile and says, that can be taken as a confession in an indirect way, saying that you like Aiz-kun, heiress Citri finished saying. Tsubaki blushes so much that she says it with difficulty. Well, I can't say. that I didn't like it, and experience all those feelings and feel important for a man like him, said Queen Citri, blushing as much as she could. Hearing that, Riaz and her queen, who were down until now, banged on the table in anger as she stood up. No, you can't. I don't allow it, Heiress Gremory shouted with authority. The heiress Citri and her queen see each other's eyes, and then she sees the Gremories, who were expressing annoyance and anger. Riaz, let me remind you that soon you are going to marry. Besides, you have no right to say who Kun can be with, and you too, Aquino, since you are already married, you don't have the slightest right to say anything. I answer them seriously and claim the heiress Citri as she stands next to her queen. It doesn't matter, the redhead shouted again. He is still my dear pawn. He can only be with me and with no one else, the redhead finished saying. Laughs. An altered Sona shouted. React. You are about to marry Ryasur, you are abandoning him. Besides, he is no longer your pawn, no more. He had to leave something here when he went to the alternate dimension, and you know that he left the 8 pawn pieces. You know that better than anyone, and finally, you know that there are women who are still waiting for him faithfully for his return, and you know that as much as Kuroka, like my one Sama, are 2 of them who dream of his return and will continue to wait for him until the end of time if necessary, said the heiress. Citri is a vein on her friend's already very annoyed and irritated forehead. Besides, if he hadn't left, I'm sure I would have already fallen in love with a person like him, added the heiress Citri while the other girls looked at her with their eyes wide open in surprise. Come on, Tsubaki, said the heiress Citri, preparing to leave. See you soon, Riaz, he said, saying goodbye to walk away from the place. Tsubaki leans in to say goodbye, but before that, he says, I really would have liked to have been able to have a relationship with him since he is one of the few men who knows how to make a woman feel loved and important. With his permission, we are leaving, said Queen Citri to say goodbye and reach her king. Riaz and Aquino were frozen by everything that just happened and everything said by Sona. She was absolutely right and could not deny any of that whole truth. And if he comes back and if we really don't wait long enough, said the redhead, making her friend think when she heard her. If he comes back and finds me married, will I be able to face the man who swears eternal love to him, knowing that I am no longer his and I can no longer be by his side? Thought the black-haired woman, terrified by the last thing she mentioned. Alternate dimension. Who would have thought it? You've reached a really high level, larva, said the dragon at the end of a certain chestnut tree lying on the ground without a shirt and with torn breath. That is, thank you too. You, replied the brown-haired man with difficulty since he was short of breath. Partner, it's really incredible the power you have, even I can feel it running through my whole body, said the red dragon excitedly. And you have the transformation sealed, although you can activate it whenever you want, only the seal by the aura is very powerful. I add the dragon of the end to D-Drag's comment. I already want to see Albion's face when he washes the ground with him, the red dragon commented. Well, with that, you're ready to go. If you finish MSTR the transformation, you will have a power that could put us, the 3 dragon gods, in trouble. With this power, I will be able to protect my loved ones. Wait for me, very soon, I will return to you, said the brown-haired man with a look of determination. Alternate dimension. Hey Trihexa, how am I going to come back if this dimension is sealed? The brown-haired man asked doubtfully. It's easy, despite being sealed, that seal is only for me, the seal has nothing to do with you. Besides, when you changed for those people, you reactivated the seal of the God of the Bible as a backup if the first one failed. Really, I didn't know there was a second seal, said the brown-haired man, totally confused by such a revelation. I didn't really know, that guy always liked to exaggerate things, the Trihexa replied with disgust. Ha, good, and now how do I get out of here? Asked the brown-haired man, interested and happy to be able to get out of here. With the help of the other 2 dragons that are in the dimension gap, the Trihexa replied to a confused chestnut tree. Right, because you didn't tell me before that I could get out of here. Because I need enough energy to open the portal on this side, which with the seal makes it difficult for me since it suppresses my powers, replied the Trihexa, annoyed to know that the seal suppresses him so much. I'm going to communicate with them, so shut up, he warned the brown-haired act. He moved away and shut up so as not to interrupt him. At that moment, it is seen how a black aura is surrounding the body of the Trihexa, and after a few minutes, the body shrinks, taking the form of a black-haired human in a black suit. After a few minutes of having acquired the human form, he expels a little more aura, causing a gap to open in front of him where great red and off-eyes can be seen in his face. Dimensional gap, minutes before. Hey off-eyes, because he was so decaying, it must be because you missed that larva, asked the great red, annoying the off-eyes. Shut up, you don't care, replied an angry and blushing off-eyes. You know, I'm surprised you have feelings, as far as I knew. You were known for not having feelings for anyone or anything, Great Red said, intrigued since Off-Eyes had shown a side of her that no one knew, all thanks to the chestnut tree. That was before, since I was with Eyes, I have discovered a little about human feelings, so to speak, although there are some things I still don't understand. Off-Eyes replied seriously and sadly when she remembered that she had not seen the brown-haired man since he sacrificed himself for the well-being of this world. Great Red kept quiet, thinking about what he said. It was really a shame to lose him, he had great potential to become a new dragon god. At that moment, when the Great Red was about to say something, he felt an energy very familiar to him, just like Off-Eyes. In front of them, a portal opened where a man in a black suit could be seen looking at them with a smile. Trihexa was what the dragons said when they saw him and put themselves in a fighting position. "How are old friends? How long have you not seen them? How have you been?" asked the Trihexa cheerfully. "What are you doing here? You should be sealed," Great Red said with annoyance. "And I am. This is just a means of communicating with you," the Trihexa said calmly. "What do you want?" This time, an annoyed Off-Eyes asked. "Not really much, I just need your help for a summoning circle," replied the Trihexa to the two dragons. "You're crazy, we're not going to help you come to this dimension," the Great Red said with hostility. "Oh no, I think they are wrong. The circle is not for me but for this larva, that is. Hey, come here and say hello." I shout the last to the bewilderment of both dragons. At that moment, the person they least thought they saw appears. Although they have changed physically and their presence is much stronger than before, their aura remains the same. "Eyes, Issei," said the dragons in surprise at the same time. "Hello, Great Red, as long as you have been, I have missed you," commented the brown-haired man in a relaxed way. "Eyes, you shouldn't be dead?" Off-Eyes asked, impressed, although inside she was really filled with great happiness to see that he was alive. "Well, many things happened, and one of them is that Rays of him had the Trihexa under control. Since his body and mind were separated, that was not so difficult, and when we were fighting, I was able to destroy the device that controlled him, which gave him freedom." Hearing that, neither of the two dragons could believe it, but upon seeing Issei, they confirmed that he wasn't lying. "Hold on, Trihexa, because you didn't kill him, and while I know how you're killing him, wouldn't be a problem for you?" the Great Red asked suspiciously. Well, the reason for that observation and answering your question is because the boy is very interesting. He talks to me as if I were one of his friends, and he was never afraid of me. Rather, he always had a certain look. He really reminded me of me in my young days," the Trihexa said in a funny way, surprising the two dragons since those words had no bad intentions. "We'll help you. Well, what do you want us to do?" Off-Eyes asked, somewhat unsure but happy to know that she can see the brown-haired man again. "Oh, I didn't think the goddess of infinity could fall in love," Trihexa commented in disbelief, while a brown-haired man blushed at such a revelation, although he was happy since he always felt something for Off-Eyes. "It's easy what you have to do. Bring a human into the dimensional gap who has knowledge of advanced magic and special summoning circles. Then tell him to draw my circle in great detail while the larva draws it on this side to connect the dimensions. Then Off-Eyes and the human add a small amount of magic. The human is to connect the dimensions, and Off-Eyes for the portal to open. Now finally, it has to be in the dimensional gap," said the Trihexa with total seriousness that surprised everyone. "Because it has to be here and not in the human world?" asked the Great Red doubtfully. "Because out of gratitude for allowing me to leave mind control, I have been training this larva. Its aura, even though it has not changed, is much denser and stronger than before. If it reaches the human world like this with just its presence, it can exterminate them. Since I train with me, it does not know how strong it is, therefore it does not know how powerful its aura is." I finish explaining the Trihexa while smiling when I see the expression of surprise of the two dragons. "It needs about 2 weeks, if not before, to stabilize its aura. In that time, it cannot get out of that dimension," I finished saying the Trihexa. It should be said that the dragons were still in shock at such a revelation since the brown-haired man trained with the great beast of the apocalypse and survived. Don't be so surprised. After all, he has the BLD and flesh of Red and the power and energy of Off-Eyes, and now that he also has my training, this boy is still on track to become the next dragon god," said the Trihexa with a big smile as he saw the two dragons fainting from the impact. After a few minutes of fainting, they are now a little calmer and are now analyzing the information they just said. This really was a good thing. As Great Red, even though he doesn't do anything for the human world, he really wishes for dragons to be feared and respected. In Off-Eye's case, her heart beat very fast, and she was extremely red and happy since the person who took personal interest in her, that person who always cares about her, now had what she always wanted, the power to protect her loved ones. But in addition to being like this, Off-Eyes was getting excited because for dragons that show authority and respect are the most coveted by females, and being able to see the male that she has been having feelings for so powerful was turning her on. "Well, Red, I'll take care of the human. You create a field for summoning," said a red Off-Eyes after that shock had come out. "Okay, but who are you going to bring?" Great Red asked doubtfully, causing Off-Eyes to think. "Off-Eyes, why don't you bring the face since she is the best magician we know?" suggested the brown-haired man, an act to which Off-Eyes nodded since she knows her. At that moment, she disappears in a gap to go look for a certain magician. "Well, I'm going to prepare the circle on this side. When you're ready, summon the larva, since I think we're going to finish before you," said the Trihexa, returning to his dimension. Once the portal closed, he looked at the CHST nut tree and said, "Listen, larva, when it's controlled, I could feel how one of those so-called gods took away a lot of my power. Be careful from here on out and train a lot since I think that very soon you are going to fight with that person," said the Trihexa very seriously, making Issei nod very seriously. 10 minutes later, the magic circle was finished, and Issei sat in the very center, waiting to be summoned from the other side. Human world, Castello Pendragon. She already told you that I don't think, nor do I want to get married, said a woman with blonde hair down to her waist, white skin that makes her look appealing, long legs, wide hips, perfect breasts that make her look too attractive, and a face that expresses pure beauty. She was the daughter of the great Pendragon family, Lefay Pendragon. We have already discussed this, daughter. You are going to marry young William of the Devereux family, Lady Pendragon said authoritatively. But mother, I don't even know him, I've never seen him. Besides, I already have someone I like, and it is the person I want to marry because I am deeply in love with him, said the magician with determination. If you talk about the Secretary, he has been dead for years. Now you have to look after your future, Lord Pendragon said. By marrying a person I have never seen or met in my life, replied the magician, already very upset. At that moment, when the magician's parents were going to answer, a gap opened in the room, and from it came a Gothic lowly. Issei-sama, what are you doing here? Asked the magician, very surprised as she approached the goddess. The parents knew that the magician was very pale in the face of such a presence, so they were only silent while they observed and listened to the conversation. Lefay, we need your help, Issei said without any emotion as he surprised the magician. We've found a way to bring eyes back to this dimension, Issei said naturally, but inside he was really very happy to see the brown-haired man. Lefay, hearing that great news, could not react, and out of nowhere tears began to run down her cheek because of the happiness she felt at that moment. Since the tears only came out without stopping, knowing that she can see again the person she admires and respects so much, that person she has not been able to see for 10 long years, that person who did not have the courage to confess his love for him for fear of rejection and who all this time has been regretting not having said anything to him. But now he has the opportunity to see him, to hug him, to be able to be with him by his side, to be with the person he loves, and with that last thought he comes out of the shock he was in, he wipes away his tears and says to Issei-sama, please tell me how I can help you to the impossible if necessary, said the magician with a great sense of completion. Issei covers her with his power so that it protects and tells her to keep entering the breach again, an action that the magician does not hesitate for an instant and also enters the gap, leaving some parents very surprised and with only one thought. The world is going to change with the return of the Secretary. Brecha Dimensional. It looks like they've arrived, said Great Red as he saw Issei and Lefay emerge from the breach that was created in the protected camp. Lefay, I need you to draw this circle with high-level summoning magic, the size of a person, and then help me add a little magic to it since it needs to connect with the other dimension while I activate it, Issei said, handing him a sheet where the circle that is needed is. Lefay nods determinedly and immediately starts creating the circle, which takes him about 15 minutes to create since it is very complex and detailed. Once finished, she stands next to Issei, and they prepare to start it and bring the man they are in love with. Both women put magic power in a circle, making it activate, and a few seconds later, a tall man with long brown hair down to the waist, a messy, very well-defined body, shirtless, only with torn breath, caught the attention of the trio that saw him. He had green right eyes and purple left, with a look that showed seriousness but at the same time tranquility. Warmth. Hello, I'm counting the time without seeing. Issei couldn't finish. Issei and Lefay threw themselves on top of him to hug him tightly, causing him to fall to the floor, where he hears the two girls say their names repeatedly. It's really you, it's really Issei-sama, Lefay said with tears in her eyes, hugging him very tightly since she was afraid that it was all a dream and that he was not here. Of course it's me, but who are you? The brown-haired man asked, confused when he saw the appealing blonde who had him hugging him, since she had appealing blonde hair down to her waist, appealing blue eyes, a heart-attack body, and that she had perfect breasts, wide hips, and long legs. But after a few minutes of looking at her in more detail and seeing that cloak and wizard's hat she was wearing, she opened her eyes in surprise to know who that appealing girl was. Wait a minute, Lefay, the CHST nut tree shouted when he recognized her. Lefay, upon hearing that he recognizes her, only raises her head and looks into his eyes. When she sees them, she blushes fiercely since the brown-haired man has become very handsome, and seeing those appealing eyes that reflect maturity but also tranquility did not help her at all. Then she nods in an act of confirmation that it is her. Woo, but what happened to you? Issei, you see. Appealing, said a blushing brown man when he saw how appealing she looked, since she was very appealing before, but now he had no words to say how appealing she looked. Lefay couldn't take it anymore, and tears began to come out of his eyes and down his red cheeks because of what the brown-haired man said. He felt extremely happy, and finally, after so long, he could see him again and hug the person he loves. To be able to feel that warmth that he gives off in his body, that calm aura that he gives off from him, and that sensation that his presence alone gives off is something he never wants to stop feeling. On the other hand, Issei didn't say anything, but his expression of happiness and joy that he had said many things since she had him tightly gripped, inhaling the smell, feeling his aura in her body, and the feeling of warmth and tranquility that she felt when she had him so close, was a sensation that she had not felt for years. Issei, seeing that neither of the two girls wanted to let go, simply hugged them affectionately, making sure that they would hold him tighter, as if he never wanted to let go, since they had settled on each side of the CHST nut and stayed like this for a few hours. After a few hours, they were releasing him little by little until the brown-haired man could stand up and he could see a Lefay and an Issei who had his hands tightly grasped. Lefei, even though she was embarrassed, did not want to let go of him yet. She just wanted to be like this a little longer, except for Offeyes, who, no matter what, was not going to let go. Issei, seeing this, just smiles, and after a day that passed, you can see the two girls a little calmer. I'm glad you're okay, the brown-haired man commented as he caressed their heads with a smile, making them blush to see him smile like that. Issei-sama, I'm glad you're okay, said the mage while trying to control her blush. So long without seeing you, Lefei. Look at you, you have become an appealing woman. How long has it been? The brunette asked the blonde. 10 years, Issei-sama, replied the magician, happy but also sad to know how much has changed in this time. 10 years. I was there so long there, said the brown-haired man, very surprised since he was not able to say how much time had passed. Well, nothing can be done. I was really surprised to see how appealing you look, Lefei, said the brown-haired man, making the magician blush as much as she could for the compliment. Offeyes, for some reason, didn't like that comment but didn't know why. I'm really dying to see everyone, so come on, girls, let's all visit, said the brown-haired man very enthusiastically. You can't, at least not yet, said a man of about 35, handsome with red hair and a white suit with red parts. Great red in that appearance, it's the first time I've seen you like this, also because I can't go, asked the brown-haired man, confused. First, your aura is very strong. If you go out here and arrive in the human world, with just your presence, you will kill everyone, said the Great Red calmly, making the brown-haired man remember what the Trihexa told him. Second, you need a little training to be able to properly control your aura, to which I will give it to you, I finished saying, Great Red. Finally, you better stay here while that girl tells you everything that has happened, and while you're at it, she fixes your hair since it's a mess and you can't walk like this, since you're a nominee to become the 4th dragon god, so you need to command respect with your presence and the way you are. You're disgusting, said the Great Red without mincing words, but he also surprised the brown-haired man and the magician very much since they knew nothing about that subject. After a few minutes, the magician began to tell him everything that had happened and what was happening, in addition to telling him that Riaz and the others made their lives without him, making him feel really sad and depressed but also happy since at least they are happy. So all that happened. Wow, I'm really surprised, but I'm also happy for them, said the brown-haired man with a sincere smile, but a tear ran down his cheek. The magician, seeing this, hugs him and tells him that he will always be there for her, making the brown-haired man calm down a little. He also told him that all this time they have been at peace, although once in a while a group attacks, causing problems. Also, Asia and Zenobia were angelized since they fell in love with angels like Irina. Aquino married a fallen man who was a friend of his father. It should be said that he was a year older than Aquino, and Bracial saw him as a son. Rasuizer married an upper-class demon named Ryu, who is a professor at Citri Academy and is friends with Sona and Rias. Kaneko and Kanu became close friends and became engaged to the son of a general of the Yaokai, whom they soon married. Vali got married and has 5 wives. It should be said that when the magician said that to the brown-haired man, he was shocked since he never imagined that the fight addict would be interested in women and even less in getting married. His wife is Maya, an upper-class demon off the anti-Maoist faction who is silver-haired and well-bodied, with a somewhat serious personality. Levany, a mage and former member of Kao's bride show, was saved by Vali, Hauho was brainwashed to control her. Lavinia, another upper-class mage, a green-eyed blonde with an appealing body, has a very jealous personality as she was the first of his wives, and she claims Vali as her own as she says it is her right. Riken is another upper-class demon of House Belphegor, with black hair, brown eyes, and a unique beauty. Avilia is a Yaokai who is Yasaka's personal lady and close friend. She has light blue eyes. His eyes is blonde, and has a voluptuous body. Arthur is the bodyguard of the Norse god Odin, along with Beku. Ravel forcibly committed her to her family since she does not want to marry. She also told him that she and Ravel are very close friends. In fact, it can even be said that they are sisters. Tiba is dating her friend from the Sacred Swords Project, Tasuka, and has left Tsubaki alone, leaving her very hurt and depressed. Gaspar has a very strong relationship with Valeria, saying that he wants to follow in the footsteps of his senpai and create a harem. Sona got together with Sanji even though they only have a dating relationship, and Sanji is married to Momo and Raruko. Then he told him that there were girls who were waiting for him for his return and were not with anyone, as in the case of Kuroka, Serafal, and Yasaka. An act that surprised the brown-haired mainly Serafal, who had no idea why she was in love with him, until Didrag told him that it was surely because of everything he told him when he took his life. She must have fallen in love, and after thinking about it for a few moments, she agreed with him. And finally, he told her that Riaz is engaged to Razor again since he had changed a lot and more than helped Riaz a lot when he left. Hearing that, he became very depressed, but he was happy since she was happy with him and that he loved and respected her. Issei kept quiet as he took it all in, while Lefei cut his hair and Offeyes was by his side, as he didn't want to stray far from the brown-haired man. No, in a few weeks I'm getting married, commented the magician, taking the brown-haired man out of her thoughts with a sad tone. Do you love him? asked the brown-haired man, who was quite interested. Not at all. I don't even know him. It was my parents' idea, and since my brother is with Odin Dono, he doesn't know anything about this subject. The magician answered, as she lowered her head and treacherous tears ran down her cheeks. I consider myself quite good at breaking commitments, said the brown-haired man to the magician, who was surprised by such an answer. You would really do that to the best of the world. For me, the magician asked the brown-haired man with tears coming out of his appealing eyes. Issei looks her in the eye as he gently caresses her cheeks while calmly telling her, of course, I would do that for you, and much more. You have always been by my side in good and bad times, helping me in any way possible. Besides, well, I don't want to let an imbecile take away something as precious as you are to me, he said, blushing with great embarrassment at the statement he had just made. The mage didn't believe what she had just heard. Issei considered her something precious to him, and she was so precious that she didn't want to lose him for anything. But Issei-sama is. If you interfere, that continues. It means that you will be engaged to me, said the magician very nervously. Well, if you don't, it bothers you to have someone with you, like me, as a fiancé, said the brown-haired man, looking away from the embarrassment he had. Lefei could not believe it. That the brown-haired man had just declared directly that he loved her as his wife, something he had never imagined. Her heart began to beat like crazy when she saw that the brown-haired man loved her, which caused her to start crying from so much happiness she had at that moment. Chu saw that she began to cry and thought that she did not want to have him as a husband, and it really saddened him because, despite being enraged in the other dimension, he spent his time thinking about his loved ones, and she was one of those people who thought, since before he was sealed with the Trihexa, he had feelings for the magician, but he did not know how to tell her since she was a very appealing woman and I had always supported him. Well, if you don't want to relax, we can bus. But when Issei was speaking, he was interrupted by Lefei. No, said the magician very hurriedly. Please don't. If it's okay for you, I'll be delighted to accept, said the magician, very agitated and happy. Issei was surprised at this action. She really accepted to be his wife, which had made him extremely happy. Sure, I don't want to force you to do anything. Of course I would be happy to have you as my wife, since it would make me extremely happy, said the brown-haired man, very embarrassed but also firm. Yes, please, make me your wife, said the magician, very happy since what I have been waiting for so many years is now happening. And I was always in love with you, Issei-sama, but for fear of rejection, I kept quiet, and when you left, I felt very alone, and I regretted so many times not being able to tell you anything, but now that you are here, I want to tell you that. I like you, so please allow me to be by your side, said the magician, very embarrassed but with a determined look. Issei was shocked at such a revelation. He didn't expect her to have such strong feelings for him after 10 traits. Companion, what the magician says is true. I can see the sincerity and love in her words. I comment on the D-drag in the CHST nut man's mind. Issei was even more surprised by his friend's confirmation. Then he got closer to her, caressed her cheek, making her blush, and looked into his eyes, those eyes that made her blush even more since they reflected love and affection in them. Lefei, I want to tell you that I like you too. I've been in love with you for more than 10 years, but I had never realized it, and when I was locked in the dimension, that's when I realized, but it was too late to tell you what I felt. But now that I'm here, I want to ask you to become my girlfriend and fiancé. But I also want to tell you that if you could share me, since I also have feelings for other people who are waiting for me. I asked the brown-haired man with fear since he thinks he is going to say no, and really that idea terrified him. He did not want to lose it. Yes, the magician replied. Yes, I don't mind sharing with you as long as you have me in your heart and love me the same as the others. The only thing I ask is that you allow me to always be by your side, said a very happy Lefei, since the person who had fallen in love is reciprocating her love. In addition to sharing, it did not bother her since she knew who the others who had feelings for the brown tree were. Then, at one point, the brown-haired man begins to cut distance, an action that the magician copies, gradually approaching the CHST nut tree's lips, and then, embrace. Lip contact ensued, and both were lost at the time. Issei, when he feels Lefei's lips, is invaded by a feeling of love that fills him completely, erasing absolutely everything in his mind, only that moment he is living. In an instant to deepen the embrace, Issei delicately takes her by the waist, bringing her closer to him. On the other hand, Lefei felt that no moment in her life can surpass the one she is living. Few things in life are as appealing as the pleasure of embrace the person you love. When she felt that the brunette took her by the waist, bringing her closer, they passed their embers around her neck to also deepen the embrace. The embrace lasted for several minutes. LeFay felt how her heart left her soon because of how fast it was beating, but she didn't care. The only thing that mattered to her was to continue, until they both separated, leaving a thin thread of saliva. Thank you for being here, said the brown-haired man while she shook her head. Thank you for allowing me to be by your side, said the magician with a very blushing face but with an expression of joy and happiness. After they continued the conversation, it should be said that LeFay was with an expression of happiness that she had not had in years. At that moment, Great Red arrived and went to check the area to see if it was safe and if they could train here. The brown-haired man already had his hair arranged and cut, although he was still there. Well, larva, let's train. In 1 or 2 weeks, you may already control your aura, and there is no danger that you will go to the human world. Great Red commented seriously. LeFay, go to your house. Tell your parents that I'm going to talk to them very soon, he said to the blonde. Take off eyes with you too, and I want you to wait for me. There will be you very soon, said the brown-haired man calmly. It's okay, Issei-sama, let's go, said the magician, but Off Eyes didn't want to solar Issei, who had him tightly on her arm. Off Eyes, go with LeFay. Very soon I will be with you, and I promise you that I will never leave you alone again. I will always be there with you, said the brown-haired man while embraced the forehead of the gothic loli, to which he blushes for the embrace and goes with the magician to the brown pendragon. Well, Great Red, let's get started, said the brown-haired man enthusiastically. After returning, it was not all bad news. There was also good news, as in the case of love for LeFay, and also to see if what Off Eyes feels for him is love, since he does feel affection for her. This will be fun, said the dragon when he saw the brown-haired man so animated. Underworld, Phoenix Castle. 3 days after Issei's return. Mother, father, I'm going out, said the 4th daughter of the Phoenix clan, who over the years has become one of the most coveted young women in the underworld. She has only 25, blonde hair with 2 pigtails of large curls almost to the waist, dark blue eyes, large and firm breasts, wide hips, and long, white-skinned legs that make her look appealing. It's all right, daughter, but don't delay many days, as you have to continue with the preparations for the wedding, Lady Phoenix said. Mother, I really have to marry him. You know who I'm in love with, said the blonde, depressed and sad since her family is forcing her to marry the young man of the Barbados clan. Of course, daughter, we have to make the clan prosper, and the union with them would benefit us all a lot, said Lord Phoenix, happy for the engagement. But parents, you know that I already have a fiancé, and it's him that I want to marry, the blonde commented with frustration and sadness. If you mean the secretary, forget it, that boy must be dead by now, and if he is still alive, he will be sealed forever, Lord Phoenix said seriously and harshly. Ravel, when he hears those words, feels a great pain in his heart because for 10 years she has been in pain for having lost the person she admired and also the person she loved. And she loves because even after 10 years she is still deeply in love with him. There is not a day that she does not think of him and a night that she thinks of him, and she has never lost hope of seeing him again and being by his side again. But with the forced marriage, she will lose her freedom and with it the right and hope of being able to be by her side. With your permission, father, mother, I am retiring, said the blonde Phoenix, since arguing about the subject would not get her anywhere and would only make her feel more pain. Where are you going, daughter? Asked Lord Phoenix. To Castle Gremory SR, and from there to the human world at Ku Academy, the blonde confirmed to leave. Human world, Ku Academy, and an occult club building. 5 days after Issei's arrival, Irina, Asia, and Zenobia can be seen sitting in one armchair, Kaneko, Akino, and Ravel in another armchair, and Rasuizer in a single armchair, while Riaz is at the desk, where she always sits. Although they no longer go to school, the school is under their care, as ISIS the entire city, which remains a zone of the 3 fractions. Thank you for coming everyone, I know you have to be very busy, plus Ravel and Kaneko, who are going to get married very soon, Riaz commented to the group. Don't worry, Riaz-sama, I'll always be there for you, the albino answered. Don't even remind me, please, Riaz-sama, since that wedding is without my consent, added the blonde Phoenix, somewhat angry and sad. It happens to the Ravel, asked the former nun. Sigh, I had an argument with my parents before leaving, since I don't want to marry the young man of the Barbados clan. Bland replied, sad and frustrated at not being able to do anything. Why not Ravel? If that young man is very polite and kind. Besides, he likes you a lot, commented the black-haired woman with her typical giggle. Because I don't love him, replied the blonde with tears in her eyes. Excuse me for this, but I'm not like you, the blonde commented as tears ran down her cheeks. That simple comment surprised everyone in the room. They no longer expected that answer. I only love one person, and it is the only person I want to marry and be by their side, said Ravel while crying in frustration and sadness. 2. I only love Issei-sama. He is the only person in this world that I can love and want to love, since he is the only person who cares about others without caring about himself, who smiles sincerely even when things are bad, who protects his loved ones with his life, who sacrifices himself for the people who are important to him even when it kills him, Ravel said, crying nonstop. Everyone present was in the room, and they were in shock. I don't know how you forgot about him just like that, as if he were nobody, although I don't judge you for that, but don't you remember everything he did for all of us? In almost 2 years that we were with him, he did so much for us that not even the whole life of a demon or angel is enough to repay him. Ravel finished saying with his head down, and tears ran down his cheeks while he was remembering. 2. Can't forget the person who spoke to me sincerely. Hello, my name is Hayato Issei. Issei, the person who welcomes you with a smile. Welcome, Ravel, to our home. The one who made me smile even if I didn't want to. Come on, Ravel, a smile, so you look prettier. The person who was saving me when I was kidnapped. Ravel, you're fine, I've come to save you. You. The person who protected me with his life from an evil dragon. Don't worry, Ravel, I'll protect you. You. The person who sacrificed himself for me so that I am well. I won't let anything bad happen to you, even if it leads to my death. The person who saw me as a woman and not as an object or prize. Ooh, well, you're very pretty, Ravel. How? Tell me how. How can you not fall in love with a person like that? Ravel said as tears ran down his cheeks without stopping. All the people in the club were shocked by the reality of these words, and for many minutes, no one answered or said anything. Ravel calmed down, wiped away tears, and broke the silence. I'm sorry to everyone, but I don't feel well, so I'm going to retire, said the blonde as she disappeared in a magic circle. Some time after Ravel left, the club remained dead until he spoke like that. Issei is really great. He always took care to protect me, Asia said. I will protect you, Asia. I was the only person who accepted me as I was, Akino said. I don't care what you are, forever, Akino is Akino. Akino, the only person who supported me when I needed it, Kaneko said. I will always be there for you, Kaneko-chan. The only one who understood me, said Zenobia. Don't carry everything by yourself, I'm with you 2.2. I was the only one who cared about my well-being, said Irina. You're fine, Irina, I'm so glad you didn't hurt yourself. I was the only one who saw me when no one was looking, Rossweiser said. You are a wonderful and very beautiful woman. I was the only one who loved me as a woman and not for titles or riches, Ria said. I love you for who you are, not for what you have. But none of that matters anymore, right? Said a voice that was heard from the door. Sona, they all said at the same time, and in fact, it was Sona Citri and her queen, Tsubaki Shinra, who had arrived, and they sat down in 2 armchairs that were free. None of those thoughts matter to see anymore, even if Issei returns, the Citri commented aloud for all to hear. What do you mean, Sona? Riaz asked, a little annoyed by the comment. That even if Issei returns, nothing will change for you. Akino and Rossweiser-san are married. Asia-san, Irina-san, and Zenobia-san have been dating for almost 8 years. I imagine they are too much in love to break up with them, and both Kaneko and Urias are going home very soon, Citri replied calmly and serenely. They were all silent, as they couldn't say anything because those words were the pure and hard reality. Even so, Issei only loves me. He will come to my side since he is mine, Rias said, breaking the silence with words of great pride. Sai, tell me something, Rias. How do you think Issei will react when she realizes that the women she loves and who gave her life for them are married or with boyfriends? Sona, already married, said that Rias does not understand. But only we can be his girlfriends and wives, Asia said. Asia-san, tell me something. If Issei-san comes back, you will leave Waldseemüller-san to be Issei-san's bride, Queen Citri asked. Asia froze at that question because she didn't know what to do since she loved Issei but didn't want her to leave her boyfriend because she was in love with him. I'm going to tell you something as a friend. If Issei comes back, do him a favor, forget about him, and do as you have done until now, that he doesn't exist, said Citri, shocking everything. And mainly let him fall in love because there are really women who are really waiting for him, like One-sama and Kuroka, that they are waiting for him and not like you who say waiting for him, but there are other men, Citri commented angrily. Then she got up and walked to the door with her queen to leave. I hope you will follow the advice I gave you, said the Citri before leaving through the door with her queen by her side. Everyone in the room was in shock, as those harsh and cold words that the heiress Citri said to them were the plain truth. Then a thought ran through the minds of all those present. Maybe we don't wait long enough. Brecha Dimensional. 1 week after the arrival of Issei. It looks like you're ready. Look, controlling all that aura like that is awesome, Larva, Great Red said while washing the CHST nut tree. Thank you, Great Red, for your help, the CHST nut tree thanked him. No way, since that's a small gift for being the next dragon god, the Great Red confirmed. D-Drag, who heard that, was so excited that he cried with happiness. Since he was not the Oppi dragon, now he has a nickname for his height, and even more than that, now he is going to be respected and feared as he should be. What's wrong, D-Drag? The brown-haired man asked when he heard that his friend was crying. I'm happy, nothing more since no more Oppi dragons. Now I have a nickname worthy of me. I'm so happy that I can't stop crying, said the D-Drag with mixed feelings. Already, calm down, my friend. I'm sorry for everything I've put you through, but now I'll form a reputation worthy of you, my friend, said the brown-haired man with determination. Issei turned to where Great Red was and said it in a serious tone. Please, Great Red, don't tell anyone about what happened here, please, said the brown-haired man when he remembered the first days he spent crying in pain when he saw that his loved ones had changed him so easily. Don't worry, Larva, no one is going to know anything. For now, you better go clean up all that dirt you have in the lake. I order the Great Red to the CHST nut tree, an act that the CHST nut tree obeys, and after a few minutes, he returns already clean but with the worn clothes he had before. Well, I'm retiring, I'm going to see Offeyes and LaFay, said the brown-haired man. Wait, how are you going to go dressed that way to your females? Said the Great Red, confusing the brown-haired man. He no longer understood what he meant. You are now the one who bears the title of the next dragon god. You need to make them respect you wherever you go, and with those clothes, you are only going to make them laugh at you and make fun of us. I comment on the Great Red in a very serious way. I saw hearing that and was shocked, but then I remembered that the Great Red and Trihexa dress very well in their human forms, even Offeyes dresses like this. Then a magic circle appeared on the CHST nut tree's head as it passed over his body, changing his clothing to a more appropriate one. Now the brown-haired man was wearing sneakers and black body-hugging pants, a white long-sleeved shirt, and a red vest that adapted perfectly to the CHST nut's torso, revealing his well-worked body. His hair was the same in front, but at the back it reached his waist, and he had it tied in a thin ponytail that slid down his left shoulder, making him look even more attractive than he already was. The Great Red smiled at the new look of the CHST nut tree. Well, Larva is better now. Now go to your females that are waiting for you, and if you need anything, just tell me, said the Great Red with a satisfactory smile. Issei was surprised by his flexible attitude, and after a few moments, he came to the conclusion that it was his power and being of the same race that treated him that way. He nodded his head, created a gap, and then disappeared into it. Human world, Pendragon Castle. So this is the home. LaFay hasn't changed much. It's still a beautiful place, the CHST nut tree commented to himself as he admired the garden. Once at the door, he knocks, and the door opens at the moment, showing a young man in servant clothes. In April, the housekeeper's door becomes so red that she can see such a handsome young man. Excuse me, young lady, I'm looking for young LaFay Pendragon. I would be so kind as to inform you that I'm looking for her, said the brown-haired man in a very elegant way, making the poor servant blush even more. But before she can answer, a gothic loli comes out with the intention of hugging him, but when she ices a few centimeters away from him, she freezes while a big blush runs down her cheeks when she sees how good the brown tree looks. She didn't know why he acted that way, but she let them pass. She still didn't understand well what was meant by feelings. Seconds later, the magician comes out to greet him, but when she sees him, she is petrified to see how handsome and sassy he looks. His heart begins to beat as if there were no tomorrow. I see that seeing his girlfriend that way, he thinks she really looks adorable and thinks about playing a little joke on her. He approaches the magician slowly, making her blush intensify. She just gets 100 where her boyfriend hugs her by the waist with delicacy and love, making the beautiful magician blow smoke from her head because of how embarrassed she is to have him so close. At that moment, Issei is in her ear, says softly, you look extremely beautiful when you are embarrassed, and kisses her tenderly, making the magician lose herself in her mind. Since the contact is simply carried away by that moment, your heart does not stop beating like crazy. After a few moments, they separate, leaving a thin thread of sap. I know why we shouldn't go in, Offei said, pulling the couple out of his thoughts. True, my parents are waiting for you, said the magician with a big smile. They all passed, walking down a long corridor until they reached a very large room where there was a couple waiting for them, who, when the brown-haired man saw them, chose a serious attitude. Have a very good afternoon, Lord and Lady Pendragon, said the brown-haired man when he reached the front of them, bowing his head a little in respect. Have a very good afternoon, young Hyodo, Lord Pendragon said in a calm manner. In Brown, I waited for a female voice to digest something similar, but it never came, and when I looked at Lady Pendragon, I was surprised. Although really not only Lord Pendragon and Lefay were, and this was because Lady was totally red with her eyes open because of how handsome and sassy the brown man looked. In addition to the fact that when she saw those eyes, they made her shudder. The right eye showed her tranquility. But at the same time it was full of tranquility and respect, while the left was warm and deep but also transmitted maturity and wisdom. "Mother is fine," asked a worried Lefay when she saw her mother in that way. Hey, ha, if I'm sorry, have a very good afternoon, young Hyodo, Lady replied a little calmer while everyone took their seats. Issei sat in a long armchair with off-eyes on his right and a very nervous Lefay on the left. Issei, seeing her like this, takes her hand to reassure her. Lord and Lady Pendragon, who were sitting in another armchair in front of them, saw the action and showed them that he really loves her, although they still don't know to what extent. Lord and Lady Pendragon, I will go straight to the spot. I am in your presence for 2 reasons, said the brown-haired man, attracting everyone's attention. First, I am here before you to ask you to cancel the engagement with the Deverut house, the brown-haired man asked in a serious tone. Second, I came for your daughter's hand, said the brown-haired man with a determined look while a certain magician turned red at such words, although they really made her very happy. Lefay's parents were surprised at what Castano said. They knew that she had feelings for the Securiute, but what they did not know is that the Securiute also had feelings for their daughter, and there were so many that he was in front of them, asking for her hand. They were really glad that, although William Deverut was not a saint, at least he would have his daughter safe if they tried something against her. But if she was with the Securiute, who would dare to lay a hand on the wife of one of the strongest men in the world? But before they can say anything, the door bursts open, revealing a high-status man with black hair and formal attire and a thin face. I have come for my fiancée, where my beautiful princess is, said the young man with a lascivious face, but he changed her anger and displeasure when he saw his fiancée so close and holding the hand of another man. What are you doing here, William, stop calling me that. I'm not going to marry you, the magician complained with anger in her eyes. William, on the way to where she was. Stop playing. You know that only with me are you safe, so come with me at once, said young William angrily, but when he was about to grab his hand, the brown-haired man stopped him. What are you doing, dirty commoner? Let me go. You're going to contaminate me with your dirt, William complained to the brown-haired man that he simply ignored. Issei gets up from the couch while squeezing the black-haired man's hand harder until he breaks it. In a second, the screams of pain coming from the black-haired man were heard. Issei lets go of her hand and falls to the floor in pain. At that moment, everything in the room becomes cold and the air heavy. This is because Issei released a minimum part of her aura, making everyone begin to breathe with difficulty. The brown-haired man, seeing that, concentrates so that all his aura is directed only at young William. Lefay's parents were surprised by the powerful aura that the CHST tree had. I'll only tell you 2 things, said the brown-haired man to the black-haired man, who was on the ground almost unconscious because of the powerful aura he felt. The first is to show respect when you are in my presence, said the brown-haired man in a serious tone. The second, absolutely no one touches my wife, understand? Asked the brown-haired man, receiving a yes, nothing more from the black-haired man before falling unconscious. Issei puts her aura back away, sits down again next to Off-Eyes, and grabs him by the brunette's arm again. Lefay was blushing to see how he defended her and more for having called her his wife, making her feel extremely happy. Well then, where did we stay, Lord and Lady Pendragon? Said the brown-haired man calmly. The Lord and Lady saw the unconscious William under the CHST man's feet, and they did not know what to say. Truly, it is true that saying, Dodo not touch the things of a dragon, you have made yourself a good man, daughter, said the Lord happily as they took away an unconscious William. The brown-haired man was surprised and touched the back of his neck with his hand as a sign of embarrassment while blushing a little on the part of Lefay, who had his face covered with his hands by embarrassment, although he had a big smile knowing that the man who loves him reciprocates his feelings. Well, young Hyodo, how about you get married in 3 weeks? Said the lady to the young man who was surprised. Since I see that my daughter loves you very much and you reciprocate, besides that we had everything prepared for the wedding with William, we can take advantage and marry my daughter at once. Lady said with a big smile since she knew that her daughter was not going to do the only one but at least she was going to make her first thick. Issei froze at the proposal, and Lefay was fuming with embarrassment. Although she must have admitted it, the idea fascinated her, since she can marry the person she loves so much and fulfill that dream she had always had since the brown-haired man left to start a family by her side. And although she knew that she was not going to be the only one, at least she was going to be with the person she loves and who earned her unconditional love. After a few minutes of silence, the CHST tree stands up and disappears into a gap, surprising everyone present. Lefay is sad, thinking that perhaps the CHST tree did not love her enough to marry her. While I was thinking about that, another gap opened up again, which came out Toto Bebe Brown, but everyone was surprised to see that in his hand he had a piece of charcoal that was extremely black. Issei approaches Lefei, kneeling on one leg in front of her, who looks at her with surprise and doubt. Then he gently takes her hand while looking into her eyes. She looks him in the eyes and blushes because those beautiful eyes reflect immense love and affection. He puts the coal between the two of them and says it in a calm and loving tone. Eli Fei Pendragon, in the short time we have been together, you have shown me a love that I had not felt in years. You have made me feel like a lucky man to be able to spend even a few moments by your side, since you are a wonderful person and a very beautiful woman. That is why I am here to ask you if you would do me the great honor of making this dragon the happiest in the world by becoming his wife," said the CHST net as the piece of coal shone into a beautiful gold ring with a beautiful diamond encrusted in yellow. Everyone present was surprised, except Issei, of course, who had the same expression. Lord and Lady had their eyes wide open at such a scene, and even more so at the power that the ring had since, despite being beautiful, it had a dragonian aura. But Fei did not know how to respond, since in front of her was the only man she has always respected and loved from all over the world, with whom she had always wanted to be and always dreamed of marrying. She was asking him to be his wife. Tears ran down her cheeks, but these were not of sadness but rather of happiness, since there was the man she loves kneeling in front of her with a ring on his hand, asking to be his wife, fulfilling the little dream she had longed for the most. She could not believe the words did not come out of her mouth, while tears continued to run down her cheeks without stopping. They could only move their heads as a sign of confirmation while saying a deaf yes. Yes. The brown-haired man smiled at her, took her hand that was trembling, and placed the ring on one of her fingers. She saw this and threw herself into the arms of her beloved fiancé, giving him a big kiss. When they separated, they looked at each other, and each one told the other they loved each other. Lord and Lady Pendragon, it would be an honor for me to marry your daughter, Lefei Pendragon, said the brown-haired man as he turned to see them with Lefei in his arms, who did not want to let go. They simply nodded and said that in 3 weeks the wedding would be. They also asked him if he wanted to invite someone either from heaven or the underworld. There are no problems. But he only said that he wanted his parents to be present and that the wedding be private, since no one in the supernatural world knows that I am alive and would like to stay like this even if it is for a few more weeks. To which Lefei's parents nodded as they understood why. And so time passed. Issei and Lefei spent time together deepening their love. It is not necessary to say that the magician was so very happy. Also, Issei spent a lot of time with Issei, teaching her about feelings and being able to speak and act in her own way without being influenced by others. In that time she spent with the brown-haired tree, she developed a great attachment to him and was also able to understand what she felt. 3 days before they got married, she went to visit her parents to pick them up and also be able to talk a little with them, since she had not seen them for a long time, and to introduce them to her fiancé. Human World, Ku City, Hyoto Residence. 3 people could be seen in front of a more or less large house. It was no longer the same mansion as before, now it was a 3-story single-minded house. It's going to change a lot, said the brown-haired man, surprised. After they all graduated from Ku University, they each took their own path, although they still get along well and see each other very often. They don't live here anymore, so it was decided to make a house comfortable enough for your parents to live the time of their lives in peace and quiet. And with that, the leaders made this house comfortable enough for a couple, explained the somewhat nervous magician. When I see them, I'll thank them, said the brown-haired man, coming over to ring the bell. Immediately, a slightly older woman comes out, but when she sees the brown-haired man, she begins to shed tears. Hello Aka-san, how have you been? Asked the brown-haired man, happy to see his mother. It's really you. When my son asked the mother for tears, the father, hearing what his wife said, ran to the door to start shedding tears of happiness when he saw his son again. Hello, Adu-san, how have you been? Said the brown-haired man calmly, but the parents still couldn't say anything about the joy they had at seeing their son alive. Adu-sa, Aka-san, I'm back, said the brown-haired man as he held his arms while smiling happily while tears of happiness ran down his cheeks. Human World, Ku, Hyoto Residence. They all went to the house. Issei told them everything that had happened to her and how she lived. Then her parents told her everything they had gone through, and now they live peacefully. Son, tell me something, Riaz and the girls know you're alive, the mother asked curiously. No, Aka-san, in fact, no one knows, said the brown-haired man, calmly lowering his head with a touch of sadness in his eyes, because even if he is happy, they are happy. He lowers his head with a touch of sadness in his eyes, because even if he is happy, they are happy. Remember that they all forgot about him very quickly. The mother saw his reaction and thought it had to be tough. What are you going to do then? What will you tell them? This time? The father asked. I won't do anything, Adu-san, they've already made their lives, and I'm trying mine, the brown-haired man replied when he felt the hand of Lefei and Off-Ice. And as for whether to tell them if I'll do it but not yet, it's too early. Besides, I've come to tell you something very important, says the brown-haired man, looking at Lefei, who turns red, making her look very beautiful in the eyes of the brown-haired man, while the parents wondered what it would be. I want to introduce you to Lefei Pendragon, my fiancée and future wife, said the brown-haired man in a happy way. The aforementioned stood up, bowed, and told them how they had been, since she already knew them as they had her. The parents, when they heard the news, were quite surprised since they did not expect it. Hold on, son, are you serious? Are you going to marry her? The parents asked, confused and surprised. He nodded, and Lefei was a little sad because he thought that they did not want her to be his wife, until he felt that they took his hands. When he saw who they were, he was surprised since they were the parents of his beloved, with tears in his eyes and a big smile. We entrusted you with our son, dear Fei-chan. I hope he is enough for me to make you happy, the mother commented with great happiness. God, our grandchildren will be precious to have such a beautiful mother, the father finished. Don't worry, Mrs. Hayato, since I-sama is the person who makes me immensely happy, and about your grandchildren, Mr. Hayato, and I will strive to give them some nice grandchildren, said the magician, sword and red and about to collapse from embarrassment, while Issei only smiled because she loved to see her beloved in such a beautiful way. Tell me, Haka-san, said the happy mother. And me, Arusa, dear, said the father. Welcome to our family, they both said at the same time, making the magician very happy but also so embarrassed that she couldn't stand it anymore if she fainted. Issei held her softly, laid her down on the couch while putting her head on her legs, and gently caressed her cheek with a lot of love and affection. Parents, when they see such a scene, smile calmly since their son, despite everything remaining the same. Then they got ready to talk. The brown-haired man told them to get married very soon and that he would like them to attend, an act that they accepted without hesitation. Then he asked them if Riaz and the girls had come. He had that doubt since he came. They told them very little, a few times a year to see how they were. Also, the brown-haired man told them that he could extend their lives a little to see if they wanted. An act that they accepted since they wanted to see how many grandchildren they were going to have and how many women their son was going to marry, since they knew that Lefei was not the only one who really loved him and that there were more than I expected. The brown-haired man inserted a minimal fraction of power into their bodies, extending their lives, so they spent the afternoon talking and laughing with Off-Ice, who talks to them a little since the brown-haired man recommended that they socialize a little so that they get used to people. Later, when Lefei woke up, the CHST Nut Tree's parents were no longer there, only the CHST Nut Tree and Off-Ice, who was lying on the other lap with her eyes closed, relaxing with the caresses that the CHST Nut Tree was giving her on her head and face. Good afternoon, my sleeping beauty, you slept well, asked the brown-haired man with a smile, making the magician's heart race a lot while her cheeks were dyed red, and it didn't help at all that he was caressing her hair, relaxing her more. She could only put her hands on her face, hiding her blush. Don't worry, you look very beautiful when you're like this, and even more so when you sleep, said the brown-haired man, blushing more at the blonde, but she felt like it was a dream to be able to be with him like this. Once she sat up, they stayed in the room talking quietly. Off-Ice also commented from time to time since she was less and less rigid in the way she expressed herself. In the evening, they have dinner with the parents of the CHST Nut Tree, and after a bath, each one goes to sleep, of course, with the parents in their room and the CHST Nut Tree with his two companions in another, with Issei in the center and Lefei and Off-Ice on each side. Lefei wore two-piece pajamas to sleep, long plain pants that fit her body perfectly, making her voluptuous hips and sexy legs noticeable. A plain pink blouse that matched her sexy figure with a bust that looked irresistible. Issei had to admit that Lefei was a woman, but thanks to that, she had problems, because although she has been sleeping with her for a while, the temptation to see her like this and devour her was many. But thanks to D-Drag, she controlled herself, since sometimes he touched her breasts and buttocks, an act that she let out a few slight mons, making the brown-haired man very excited. She also slept with Off-Ice, and although the feeling she had continued to grow, it did not provoke much since she still had the appearance of a child. Time passed very quickly. It was time for the wedding, where only the Pendragon family and the Hayato family were present since it was a private wedding, and Off-Ice, who was with the parents of the CHST Nut Tree, since she has a certain feeling of attachment or gratitude towards them, and they always treated her well. In front of the altar, you could see a man dying of nerves. Don't worry, mate, everything is going to be fine. I know that the feelings of love she feels for you are true, said the dragon, trying to reassure his friend. I know, D-Drag, but I feel nervous. Don't you think all this is very fast? I mean, just a few weeks we came back and we're getting tired, said the brown-haired man nervously. Of course not. Yao have had very deep feelings for her since long before we were sealed, and she is just like you. The dragon said, trying to get that idea out of his head, but when he sees his partner, he realizes that he is not succeeding since the brown-haired man is trembling. Seriously, mate, you have fought with demons, fallen angels, gods, mystical beasts, and evil dragons. You even fought against the Trihexa hand in hand and without any fear, and you are here trembling at the thought of getting married. But the dragon suppressed his friend since he could not believe it. Besides, look how happy she looks, said the dragon, making the brown-haired man shocked by how beautiful his bride looks dressed as a bride. Issei, when she saw her like this, stopped trembling. She was amazed at such beautiful other art. Lefei arrives next to him, and what he sees in his eyes makes the brown-haired man blush, thinking, how can there be such a beautiful and adorable person? The brown-haired man returns his gaze and says, you look beautiful. Making the magician blush for the aforementioned and seeing how handsome he looks did not help her to control her blush either, but even so, he smiled, and he was happy because he was finally fulfilling his long-awaited and greatest dream, to be with the person he loves with all his heart. Good luck, mate. It's time for you to become a man. I'll go to sleep. The dragon said with a smile that his partner was happy, then went to sleep without first hearing them say thank you. The wedding continues normally, followed by a small party to congratulate them for 1 to 2 hours. With the commitments finished, the couple went to their hotel somewhere in England to spend their honeymoon, while Offeyes went with the parents of the CHSD nut tree so that she was not alone. Human world, somewhere in England, hotel. The couple arrived with a magic circle to their room that they had booked. El Catano carries her like a princess to the bedroom, where he gently puts her on the bed. They begin to kiss quietly, and little by little they change from calm to passionate. Issei sees each other and tells her eyes that they look at him with passion and desire. Fei-chan, if we continue with this, you will be marked by me, and no one else besides me can touch you. You will be only mine forever, the brunette explained with concern to the blonde. I don't care, Issei-sama, I just want to be yours and no one else's. I just want you to be the one to touch me and kiss me. I also want you to be the only one to make love to me, the blonde said that last with a seductive voice, making the brunette can't take it anymore and begin to kiss her again, but this time more passionate, making the blonde leave, getting more and more excited from the blonde way that kisses her. At one point, the brunette slides down until he reaches the neck, as the blonde begins to breathe excitedly while letting out small moans. Without realizing it, the brunette was already taking off her dress little by little and enjoying the view that his now wife gives him. When she finished, she could appreciate those beautiful, firm breasts and her pink S, that firm and round butt, and that white skin that makes her look more beautiful and seductive. Issei-sama, don't look at me so much that I'm embarrassed, the blonde complained with a completely red face. I see, seeing her like this can't take it anymore and begin to kiss and LCK her S, making the blonde give small moans of pleasure. The blonde moaned as she felt how the brunette devoured her breasts. The brunette bit one of those S that was standing, making the blonde moan harder. Issei-sama, please, yes. Keep it up, I turn. I'll go crazy, said the blonde, already very excited, and even if she digested that she didn't want her to stop for anything in the world, the pleasure she felt at that moment cannot be compared to anything she has experienced. Issei, hearing her, begins to take small bites at the blonde's 2S, making her moan louder. Issei-sama, if it continues like this, I will go. I'm not going to be able to take it anymore. Was the scream that the blonde gave when she reached her first orgasm. Issei stops and looks at her, looking at her with a smile as she hashes a full look as she breathes excitedly. Then the blonde lays him down on the bed and takes off his shirt, showing his very well-shaped body, making him LCK his lips unconsciously while passing his hands, all his muscles exciting her more and more. Then she takes off his pants and boxers that he was showing his member in the sight of the blonde being very impressed by the size he had, making his lips LCK a second time, and wondering if all that fits in her and also what she will know. Then the blonde brings the blonde's member to the lips, giving him small kisses and small lips, making the brunette feel pleasure. Once she felt the taste of the member, she didn't know why, but know that now that she didn't want to let go. She opened her mouth, stretching her member while making movements up and down, making the brunette let out small moans. The blonde continued with the movement faster and faster. She didn't know why, but she loved the taste of her husband's penis if she could spend the whole day sucking it. But at that moment, a thought came to her, what does she know about her essence? And with that thought, she began to accelerate the movement of her mouth faster and faster. The blonde begins to get more and more excited when she hears the mons of the brunette, making her lower her hand and give herself pleasure. Fei-chan, I'm about to come, said the brunette, while the blonde just wanted him to release it in her mouth to taste it, and so it was. Issei couldn't take it anymore and came in the blonde's mouth, making her inflate the cheeks of the amount she released while she swallowed it all without wasting a drop. The flavor that had charmed it more than you imagined was thick and hot but had a really rich flavor. Issei throws her on the bed while heading to her intimacy. The brunette begins to kiss the lips of the blondes, making her mon with pleasure over and over again. Issei-sama it feels fantastic, the blonde commented while the brunette seeked her intimacy, which was crowned by blonde locks that made her look very sassy. They see me. I'm coming, Issei-sama. That was what the blonde said while she communed in the brunette's mouth, making him swallow everything gladly. Mariko, you are very tasty, my dear Fei-chan, said the brunette to a blonde with a super red face, breathing agitatedly. The brunette puts her in a more comfortable position and puts his member in the blonde's. Here I go, my dear Fei-chan, said the brunette as he puts his member in the blonde's garter and wet, making her hug him harder and harder. Seeing this, the brunette stops and asks her if she is okay and if she wants to stop, but she tells him not to continue, that is fine. Then she puts her member deeper until she reaches a wall that passes it, making the blonde mon in pain but at the same time with pleasure, and a few moments later a trickle of blood runs down her. After he stays in that position for a few minutes so that LeFei gets used to it, the brown-haired man begins to move little by little, an action that makes the blonde mon more and more as she no longer feels pain but pleasure. She let out a cry of pleasure as she felt how the chestina tree reached the depths of her being, making her feel truly good. More by favor more, quick, the blonde asked as she gradually lost herself in. I saw hearing her couldn't help but smile and began to increase the thrusts more and more. Issei-sama, keep going. I'm going to come. It was the mons that gave me pleasure, but the brown man just kept ramming her more and more. It was the big mon that the blonde gave as she communed and bathed the brown-haired member with her liquids. You've come again, my dear Fei-chan, said the brown-haired man when he saw the blonde breathing heavily with a red face, but with a smile, he arrived with satisfaction and pleasure. Yes, but this is not over yet, said the blonde, laying the brunette down and climbing on top of him. You haven't communed yet. How would a good wife be if I couldn't satisfy my husband? Said the blonde as she inserted her beloved's member into her. Making the two mon with pleasure, Issei felt how the blonde squeezed her member more, making sure it felt very good, and LeFei felt how she stuck her beloved's member in her uterus. Then the blonde starts to move her hips, making both him and her mon with pleasure. Really, in that position, he felt too good. I'm not going to leave you all the fun, commented the brunette while grabbing the blonde's hips, making the whole member enter the Issei-sama. The blonde moaned as she felt how the member hit her uterus faster and faster. Yes-sama-mas poor Faber, moaned the blonde, already lost in. Mhe vango sasma, said the blonde with difficulty as she felt all the pleasure that her husband was giving her. I'm coming too, commented the brown-haired man. Pos favor thermines nmhi interior, the blonde begged to feel the cum inside her. They were the mons of the couple. LeFei felt extremely happy when she felt Issei's semen. I could finally be Issei-sama's wife was the blonde's last thought before falling almost asleep with pleasure and exhaustion when she climaxed 3 times. The chestina tree slopes her to his side. She reflexively feels his presence clinging to him and falls asleep, hugging him on her scent with a big smile of happiness. I see seeing her like this. He only smiles as he hugs her closer to him, covers her, and falls asleep next to his wife with a big smile. What they didn't realize was that a red circular mark with the head of a dragon inside appeared on LeFei's left shoulder. Underworld, Gremory Castle. Ria's Gremory can be seen clutching her scent as if she felt something important to her being taken away from her. She whispered before falling asleep. And not only her, but the entire Gremory group, not counting Ravel, felt that someone had taken something that was extremely important to them. Human world, somewhere in England, hotel. The next morning, a brown-haired man could be seen awake, watching his beautiful wife sleep so peacefully that she had him in her arms with a big smile on her beautiful face. You seem like a happy companion, said the dragon, calling the attention of the brown-haired man. How could I not be? Commented the brown-haired man while giving a light caress to the blonde who was next to him. I thought it would hurt you more, the Gremory girls thing, that dragon said a little curiously. And that's how D-Drake was. But thanks to the great red, I'm fine, said the brown-haired man, remembering his week of training. I remember. Well, larva, before we start your training, get out all that sadness in your heart, said Great Red, a sad brown. Issei couldn't take it anymore and began to cry inconsolably while expelling much of his power, getting stronger and stronger as he remembered the loss of those people he loved. He wanted so much to go and hug them, but he knew it wasn't the right thing to do, and they made their lives and found love in another man who was not him. Those thoughts were tearing him apart. After a while, Issei calmed down, and Drake spoke to him. Comrade, you know that you are here for everything, said the dragon, trying to give his support to his friend. Yes, thank you, my friend, said the dark-haired man more calmly. To want you to remember that although they are no longer there are other females who have been waiting for you all this time, Drake commented when remembering everything the magician said a while ago. Issei recalled that Lefay told her that even though the Gremory group Isis married or dating, there are other women who have been alone waiting for their return. Well, remembering those words really cheered up a little bit that there are still some people that he loves and appreciates and would give anything for them, said the brown-haired man, already happy. Really happy, really, after seeing all the pain and tears that he had saved taken out. He feels much better and only had the thought of going for those who have waited for him and are waiting for him and leaving the Gremory group calmly because for him from that moment on he decided to forget about them. I'm glad you think that way, so come on, I'll always be with you, Theou, the dragon commented, happy with what the brown-haired man was thinking. Aha, said the brown-haired man with a smile on his face. It seems that you are already better. Well, then let's start with your training, said the great red, encouraging the brown-haired man. End of remembrance. When Issei was immersed in her thoughts, Lefay was waking up little by little. She sees the brunette who has her in his arms and remembers everything they did the night before, making the blonde blush so much that she covers her face with the sheets. Companion, your female has already woken up, said the dragon, taking out his thoughts from the CHST tree and coming to his senses. Issei sees his dear wife again, who was blushing and covering her face with the blanket. Issei, seeing this, only hashes one thought, she looks so demonic and cute. This agrees with you, mate, Drake commented when he saw that the blonde really looked very cute that way. Good morning, how my beautiful princess slept, said the brown-haired girl, drawing the blonde's attention and blushing more when she was called that way. Well, Isama and you, how did it dawn? Dawn? Asked a blushing blonde as she remembered what happened the night before. Taking into account the fact that I woke up hugging an extremely beautiful woman, I have to say that I woke up quite well, the brunette replied with a smile when he saw the blonde embarrassed even more. The brown-haired man, at one point, grabs the waist to raise it to his CHSN to face each other. The blonde, when she is in front of her beloved, looks him in the eyes and realizes that he has a look full of love and affection, making her heart start beating very fast since he is expressing so much love and affection with just one look. At that moment, she felt the happiest woman in the world, and without wasting any more time, she begins to kiss him with a lot of love and affection but also with passion and, although she does not know why. But every time she feels the lips of the brown-haired man, a desire invades her, and it did not help at all when she felt the well-formed torso exposed. And from kiss to kiss, things heated up until they ended up making love again, making the blonde man with so much pleasure that she made him feel, and the brunette could not avoid it since the blonde's body was too addictive. Her white skin, firm and perfect breasts with pink S, her wide hips, her long and seductive legs, and to finish, that beautiful face she has with those beautiful eyes and that beautiful smile, she was like a goddess among mortals. Although for the blonde it was not much different since first this one who is the man she has always loved and admired, with a very well-shaped body, very well-shaped muscleless muscles, a strong long back, a firm butt, and best of all, she still could not believe a very large and tasty member that made her feel at the climax every time she felt it inside her. After about 4 hours of many mons and comes on the part of the two of them, you can see a smiling Lefay with a heavy breath while resting on the CHSN of her beloved husband, hugging him. Lefay did not know why, but the tranquility, calm, and security that the embrace of her beloved transmitted to her was something she wanted to have for all eternity. Issei had her in his arms, and he ran his hand over the red dragon mark on her left shoulder, indicating that it only belonged to him. He didn't know why, but it made him feel very happy to have a woman like Lefay as a wife. Sif until he finally behaves like a man and not like a perverted imbecile. Sif Drake said to himself with tears when he saw that his wearer was no longer a pervert. Fei-chan, you want to go for a walk around the city, and we'll have breakfast outside while you're at it? The brown-haired man asked his beloved. Yes, if I would love Aizama, answered the blonde very excitedly. Okay, then let's go, said the brunette, kissing the blonde, who happily returned him to the bathroom. When he was about to enter, he was stopped by a very blushing blonde. Seeing her, Tuwas was surprised to see that she had a red face and was trying to say something. Samael, I can accompany you. Take a bath, said the blonde very shyly, and her cheeks were red. Issei was speechless at such a request. Shesh was so shocked that she could not speak. Once in shock, he took the hand of the blonde, who was naked, to the delight of the eye, to guide her to the bathroom to shower together. Once inside, Issei couldn't resist seeing his wife naked, so he began to kiss her passionately more and more while the blonde responded by getting more excited, since she wanted to do it again with her husband because the feeling of being his while devouring her was all pleasant and satisfying. And it is that, of course, he is already a complete dragon who, by instinct, tends to be very possessive and more so when it comes to having sex while releasing pheromones that make females more excited and want to continue having sex, also making females totally submissive to feel fully satisfied. It was the mon that the blonde gave when she felt how the brown-haired man inserted his member into her wet. "Fei-chan, you are so beautiful, you feel so good, and you pressure me so much that it makes me more aroused and thinking about making you mine at every moment," said the brunette while kissing the blonde's neck, making her be in total climax, causing her first orgasm. If I-sama make me yours please, I want to be yours only from no one else, I want to feel everything," moaned the blonde in total pleasure as she was penetrated from behind in her over and over again consecutively, making her legs begin to fail because of the sensation of pleasure she feels all over her body. But the brown-haired man holds her so that she does not fall and does not hurt herself, so he puts her in front of him so that he is looking at her while he holds her by his round and soft rear to penetrate her again, making her moan when she felt how she reached her uterus, and by reflex he wraps his legs around her waist so that for nothing in the world he takes her out of there. "If I-sama is faster, the blonde asked, screaming between moans. I see her starting to move faster and faster while sucking the blonde's breasts, making her scream harder as she feels she has reached climax again. "Fei-chan, I can't take it anymore," said the brunette, warning the blonde that he was coming, and the blonde, hearing him, began to move her hips faster and faster, making the brunette let out small moans of pleasure. It was the blonde's moan of pleasure when she felt how the brown man came inside her, causing her to also take revenge and have her second orgasm. And if it were not for the brown that was holding her, she would have already fainted from the pleasure she felt. Fei was breathing hard while her face was red, but with a big smile. Seeing her like this only smiles when she sees how beautiful she looks. After the bath, they go out to get ready and go for a walk around the city. Issei wore long dark blue pants and a plain white sleeveless walk, revealing her well-shaped pectorals and arms, while Fei wore a white dress that reached to the knees and left her shoulders uncovered, also showing her red dragon mark on her left shoulder with pride as she felt happy to see her with his beloved. They walked along a beach that was near the hotel for a few minutes after they found a nice place to have breakfast, so they left holding hands, leaving everyone, both men and women, blushing. For the women to see Issei, it was a delight for them, with his long hair tied up, a very beautiful face with eyes of each color that made him look very handsome, his well-shaped arms, and his good torso that was noticeable by the shirt, leaving the red women with their many fantasies. While for the shoulders, seeing Fei was like seeing the woman as an angel with loose blonde hair, white and thin skin, perfect breasts, wide hips, and long white legs, and with that dress she was wearing, it made her look more beautiful than she already was. Even when they saw the red dragon mark on her left shoulder, it generated a lot of intrigue, but for some reason it made her look very sassy. Of course, that thought was only from normal humans, as the supernatural people who passed by and focused all their attention on the brand could feel a tremendous, big-minded energy. Issei, realizing that there are people from the supernatural world, begins to let her aura come out, causing all those people to start trembling from the powerful aura. While they have a single thought together, Dragon, realizing this, they also think of one thing, that girl is marked by him if someone approaches her without his permission to be more than dead. It was the only thing that was going through their minds, and with that same thought, they began to move away from the place. They did not stop trembling when they felt her aura. When they had finished breakfast, Issei took his beloved to a dry park for a walk, while Fei was holding onto her husband's arm. As time went by, they went to lunch at another restaurant, and in the afternoon, they ate an ice cream that Issei bought for both of them. Fei was extremely happy to be with the brown-haired man because he treated her like a princess and was able to spend the whole day with the person she loves. Underworld, Forest. A week after the brown-haired man's wedding, an albino could be seen fighting with two beautiful girls before a certain man appeared, interrupting the fight. They had become very strong, the man said calmly, making everyone see him and fencing where he is. "Azazel, what are you doing here?" asked the albino with intrigue when he saw the fallen one. "Good morning, Azazel-sama," said the two girls at the same time. "Me, how are you girls? Although from what I see very well." I mentioned the fallen one, making them blush since the bodies of both of them are surrounded by Vali's dragon aura. "Don't bother them, Azazel, and you'd better tell me to come, since I doubt it's just a visit," said the albino, diverting the topic of the girls. "Hey haha, calm down, Vali. It just amuses me. Anyway, I came to ask you if you haven't seen Off-Eyes lately," asked the fallen one, a little worried. "Now that you mention her, I haven't heard from her for a long time," the albino replied, somewhat worried. "Okay, I just wanted to ask you that," said the fallen, not disappointed. "Are you worried that the attacks we have received have something to do with her?" asked the albino. "I am worried that she is their target. Although in the last 3 years we have received several attacks, you still do not know who it was or what they are looking for. And that is already beginning to worry the other fractions since they have tried to enter heaven 3 times, said the fallen man with great regret. In his words, he no longer has any clue as to who is causing problems in the supernatural world. The next time I see her, I'm going to tell her to be careful, although I don't know when I see her since you know that she is not so close to me. And since Hyoto left 10 years ago, she has moved away a little from all of us, said the albino, a little annoyed because he no longer had his rival to fight with. Yes, Issei was here, I wouldn't worry since I would know that she would be with him. Off-Eyes was always interested in him. That really surprised me, said the fallen man with a smile, remembering those times. Who is Issei? Maya asked the albino with great curiosity. Hyoto Issei is the other celestial dragon besides me, my rival, and my best friend. He said the latter in a low voice so that no one would hear. The boy who was a pervert but always gave everything for his friends and who saved everyone from the beast of the apocalypse, Lavany commented with great curiosity since he did not remember it very well. Aha, I wonder what would have happened if I were here, said the fallen man, laughing. I don't know, but I'm still waiting for him. Since he has to face me and know which of the two celestial dragons is more powerful, I hope that when he comes back he will be really strong, said the albino with a smile. I'd like to meet him in person, Lavany said calmly, thinking about what it would be like to have him in front of me. I'd like to too, to see if what they say is true, Maya said with some intrigue. Everything is real, I can assure you, said the fallen man to the two girls. Then he seized the wine who was with his thoughts. Volley, from what I see, you still have faith that he will return, the fallen commented doubtfully, since he did not believe that Issei would really survive that battle. Of course, they are not easy to kill, and you know it better than anyone, the albino replied with a smile, then looked the fallen man in the eyes again. From what I hear, you don't have much hope that he will return alive, said the albino doubtfully. It's not that, Volley, but that I was there when he arrived, and I also know how strong the Trihexa was, and the truth is that it's hard to believe that he's still alive, said the fallen man, somewhat sadly remembering that moment when he saved them. He's alive, and something tells me that we'll see him again, maybe sooner than we thought, said the albino with a smile. Aha, if you are right as it is, Issei is surely alive and safe. By the way, Volley, what do you three do here and with your other women? Asked the fallen man doubtfully since they are always all together. I'm training. I can barely control the dragon Lucifer driven, and I have a long way to go to control the power that Off-Eyes gave me, the albino replied, somewhat frustrated since he lacks a lot of training. Lavinia went back to the magic school that they called her, Reiken is with her family, who also called her, and Ebel is helping Yasaka with the wedding of his daughter and Kuroka's sister, answered the albino, but he noticed something in the fallen when he mentioned the wedding. Are you worried about something, Azazel? Asked the albino when he saw something strange in the attitude of the fallen man about the wedding. It's just that I'm disappointed in some people, nothing more, replied the fallen man to the albino's doubt. You're talking about the Gremory group, the albino mentioned, while the two girls who were with him were surprised to mention them. Yes, even though I sacrificed himself for them, they simply continued his life shortly after. After they swore eternal love, they changed him when he was gone, said the fallen one in a tone of disappointment and somewhat annoyed. But there are still people waiting for him, like Kuroka-chan, Lavany commented, trying to calm the fallen one. Yes, but they were the reason why Eyes became strong and why he always fights so much because the simple mind wanted them to be safe. He fought against all demons, fallen angels, beasts, gods, and dragons, and although the enemy was much stronger than him, he never gave up since he fought for them when he needed them, and now that he needs them, they abandoned him. The girls who heard that were surprised by everything he did for them. That really bothers me. When Akina was going to marry Zaston, I talked to her to convince her to wait for Eyes, but she simply ignored me and told me that she had already waited a long time and wanted to rebuild her life, said the fallen, even more annoyed than before. And for a moment, everything was silent until it was broken by a rather interesting comment. I wonder what they'll do if he comes back, Lavany commented with a somewhat somber smile. I'd like to see what face they will make, Maya said, quite interested. I don't really know, but something tells me that we will know very soon, said the albino with a look at the sky. Mundo Himano Tokyo Kyoto. Mom, how are the wedding invitations going? Pigunto Kanu is a little worried. Well, daughter, they were sent a week ago, and they are already beginning to confirm who could attend, said the older Kitsune to her daughter to reassure her. Thank you very much for helping us, Yasaka-san, the albino Nico thanked. You don't have to thank me, besides, I want everything to go well, said the eldest Kitsune. Human world, outside Japan, island. Who would have thought that really buying this island and building a house here would be so easy and simple, said the chestnut tree when he was located on a small island, which had a mansion that was not very large but not small either. The house had 3 floors, 2 on the surface and 1 underground. In the upper part are the bedrooms, which each have an individual bathroom. In the lower part are the kitchen, the dining room, a library, a cinema room, and the living room, which has a large television with different consoles around. In addition, the living room overlooks the pool at the back of the house. It also has a corridor where it has some outdoor hot springs. In the underground part are the kitchen, the dining room, a library, a cinema room, and the living room, which has a large television with different consoles around. In addition, the living room overlooks the pool at the back of the house. It also has a corridor where it has some outdoor hot springs. In the underground part is a training field with everything equipped, and finally, it also has a training field a little further away from the house. You really know how to invest, the dragon commented to his friend. commented the CHSD nut tree. Since he returned, he made all the money of the Oppai dragon and began to invest in businesses all over the world. After a little over 3 weeks, he began to create 3 hotels in different parts of the world and several restaurants with the brand The Red Dragon, having already made enough income in such a short time. Now what are you planning to do? D-Drake commented to the brown-haired man. I still haven't mastered that transformation 100% in training, and if it's true what the Trihexa said, an enemy will really appear soon, and I want to be prepared for what happens. What will you do with your females and those that will come? The dragon asked, intrigued. I'm going to train Fei Chan a little to make him stronger, and I think I'll need their help too, said the brown-haired man with a smile on his face. By the way, you already have an idea of who has the power that was stolen from the Trihexa. D-Drake was very interested. I'm not very sure, but all the clues I've been able to collect only point in one direction, said the brown-haired man quite seriously. I imagine it, said the dragon was as serious as the brown-haired one. They both said it at the same time. With the war he has against Shiva, it may be the one, but even more so if it was him, he must be stopped, since we do not know how much power he can control, the dragon said in a serious tone. The problem is that Indra is on a journey according to his subordinate. The brown-haired man commented, very worried that the god wouldn't appear. Comrade, because you don't go and talk to Shiva, maybe you can come to an agreement, D-Drake recommended. It's not a bad idea. As soon as he can, I go to visit him, said the brown-haired man with a smile. Human world, Pendragon House. After Lefei and Issei's wedding, they went on a honeymoon trip and managed to enjoy their intimacy. They are living in the CHSD at Pendragon, but now that the house is finished, it's time to move. Issei was not there at the time, so Lefei and Offais were reading some books from the main library. Fei Chan, Offais, are you here? Asked the brown-haired man entering the room. Yes, here we are, the blonde replied as she went to where the brunette was to kiss him while Offais hugged him. Nowadays, since the brown-haired man returned, Offais did not want to move away from him, and rather, the feelings he had became stronger after he returned from that dimension. Besides, the brown-haired man managed to make Offais express himself better and to store on human sentience. Offais can now speak and express himself more fluently according to his mood, but he has also had a certain feeling in his CHSD that has grown as he spends time with the brown-haired tree. Ai-sama, an invitation has arrived for Karniko-san and Kanu-san's wedding, the blonde told the brown-haired man. Issei was shocked at this news, but he saw his wife worried and smiled at her as he hugged her to reassure her. Don't worry, Fei-chan, I was already prepared for this. I just feel happy for her that she found love, said the brunette, reassuring her. Kya, it was Lefei's sound when she saw Issei lifting her by the waist. Besides, how can I be sad to have a woman as beautiful as you? Said the brunette, making the blonde blush at the comment but also happy. Issei kisses her passionately with the love act that the blonde reciprocates. When they separate, you can see a blonde with a big blush, but her face blushes even more since the look that the brown man gave her was of pure love and affection. And those beautiful eyes of a different color did not help her at all to control her blush. Issei, when he lowers the blonde, sees Offais, who is looking at him with a look that wants to say something while her cheeks are dyed a slight pink. A thought went through the brunette's head when he saw her that way. Since Offais is so cute, Kaya, it was Offais' cry at the surprise that the brown-haired man grabbed her by the waist and said, apart from her, I also have a beautiful and strong woman, said the brown-haired man to Offais while she blushed at the brown-haired man's words, making her hug him tighter while a smile adorns her face with her red cheeks. By the way, Fei-chan, when is the wedding? The brown-haired man asked curiously. In 2 weeks in Kyoto, the blonde replied calmly. Well, what do you think if we go get their dresses for the party? Commented the brunette, cheering up the girls. HAI. The 2 women replied at the same time, very happy that they could go out with their beloved. Underworld, Gremory Castle. So Kaneko and Kanu have already decided to get married. I'm so happy for them, said a redhead. Ara, Ju, I'm sure they're very excited. And you're going to go raise Osama Rias? The black-haired woman asked her best friend. Yes, also with Ravel and Yurakino. You are going to go with Zaston-san? Asked the redhead, her best friend. Most likely, since it will be a nice moment to share with him, replied the black-haired woman with her typical smile. Human world, Hyoto residence. After they went shopping, Issei took the girls to the new residence, which is on an island with a field that would protect her from anything while making her invisible. It should be said that they were amazed since the house was not like a castle, but it was big with everything you needed and a little more. Lefei was delighted to find the library, which was very large, and Denaya had too many books that she did not know since Issei traveled all over the world collecting them. On the other hand, when he entered the kitchen, he found the place where they kept all the sweets, and without thinking twice, he began to eat with a big smile. Issei was happy that she was like this since all she wanted was to see them smile. At nightfall, Issei was talking to Lefei about how she needed to train her since she explained everything she had discovered and that a new enemy would appear soon. Without thinking, she accepted and was also excited to learn new spells in Dragonian Media. The next day, you can see a blonde and a brunette training while Offais watches them from benches that were nearby under some palm trees, making the place very peaceful and refreshing. Issei was teaching him to identify the weak points of the spells, in addition to controlling his new power. Since when a dragon is very powerful and marks a female who is not of his race and does not have enough power, she will become a 20% dragon. And although Lefei is very powerful in the art of spells, she is still a human, her body is human, so when she was marked by the brown, she became part dragon. The week was spent with Lefei training in the morning and relaxing in the afternoon to be at night with his beloved, while Offeyes was always with them, and the brown-haired man thanked him mentally since, for some reason, he liked to spend time with the two girls, and they took advantage of it since very soon the other girls who were missing would begin to come. Until the wedding day of the Yakai wedding, I arrive. Human world, unknown place. Is everything ready? A very thick voice asked in the shadows. Yes, sir, everything is ready, replied a subordinate. Well, then be ready to proceed with the plan, ordered the squadron leader. Got it, sir, the subordinates confirmed at the same time. Human world, Hyoto residence. A brown-haired man in a white dress suit with a black shirt without a tie could be seen waiting for his two companions for tonight. He was in his thoughts until he heard footsteps that took him out of his thoughts to turn to the stairs to see who was coming down them, and his pleasant surprise was pleasant. There was standing in the middle of the stairs a beautiful woman with a long blue dress that adapted to her sessy figure, a simple design at the top, a lace at the neck revealing her back, and a small neckline. In addition to light makeup, she had a handbag, and to finish, she had her hair in slight braids that were still on the side, making her look splendid. It should be said that the brown-haired man was shocked by how beautiful his wife looked. Lefei, seeing this, gives a small smile with a slight blush when she sees her husband's face in that state, but blushes even more when she sees that he came out of her shock and gave her a smile, stretching his hand in her direction. You look splendid, beautiful mind, said the brown-haired man with a blush on his wife's face. You look very handsome too, said the blonde, trying to keep herself from eating her husband because of how handsome he was. At that moment, a beautiful woman of the same age as the brown-haired man is coming down, wearing a long black dress close to the body, showing off her wide hips, delegated waist, and large breasts. On the top of the dress, she had a simple design showing part of her cint and shoulders. She had her hair in a beautiful bun, showing her seductive neck. She wore light makeup and a beautiful necklace. The brunette was looking at the beautiful woman in front of him with a big blush, but he was also shocked and confused since he didn't know who the woman in front of him was. Eyes, said the woman with a blush on that beautiful face because of the way the brown-haired man looked at her. Hearing her mention her name makes me even more surprised since she could recognize the woman's voice because her aura was different. OPHIS, the CHST nut tree exclaimed in surprise. Offeyes just nods as she approaches him in a shy voice and tells him how it looks. The brown-haired man comes to his senses at the question and simply thinks, there will be a more beautiful woman. You look extremely beautiful, said the blushing brown, making Offeyes blush more, but a beautiful smile appeared on his face. I can't believe it's Offeyes, were the thoughts of the CHST nut tree. Tell me, I'm more surprised than you. Dreg spoke in the CHST nut man's mind. I didn't think Offeyes looked like that, but why do you think he looks like that, Dreg? The brown-haired man asked my companion. To be honest, I think he likes you, Dreg replied, leaving a brown-haired man blank. I can't believe it. You really believe that, said the brown-haired man, unable to believe. Look at her eyes. You can tell that she feels something for you. I always thought it was just attachment since it never crossed my mind that the Infinity Dragon would fall in love, but I see that I was wrong. Dreg finished, saying he was very surprised. Offei, why are you in that shape? I mean, you look very beautiful like this, but because you were transformed? Asked the brown-haired man, intrigued. It was my idea. Since she is going with us, I thought it would be better that way since they won't recognize her, the blonde replied happily. Right, you're absolutely right. Fei-chan, now it'll just be calling you different, said the brown-haired man, thinking until he said the name Kurumi. Offeyes was surprised by the name, as was Lefei. We can't call it Offeyes because everyone would notice, so it doesn't mean hope, said the brown-haired man, surprising the two women. Offeyes smiles adorably upon hearing it, making Issei blush to see how beautiful she looks. My name will be Saojiro Pendragon so that I don't get caught, said the brown-haired man, changing his aura and appearance. Now he had blonde hair and a less defined body, his face changed a little but not much, and his eyes remained the same. Lefei blushes when she hears that he uses her last name, although since we are married, it is natural that he can use it. Okay, with everything ready, let's have a little fun at the party, said the brown-haired man, disappearing in a magic circle with Lefei and Offeyes hugging his arms. Mundo Humano, Tokyo, Kyoto. In a large room of the castle of the leader of the Yakai, Kaneko and Kanu's wedding party was held. Rias, Aquino, Asia, Zenobia, Irina, Rasuizer, Ravel, Valeria, and Tasuka were entering with their respective partners. When they could see their friends, they went to see them and congratulate them. After a few minutes, Kuroka arrived, who, although he did not like the idea of his sister marrying another man who was not the one she had chosen, bothered him a lot. But there he was because, in spite of everything, she is still his sister. Thank you very much, girls, said the pair of Yakai, happy that their friends are there supporting them. While both men approached Yasuko to congratulate him, even Razor congratulated him as he had become more humble and calm, as well as more sociable. In another part of the room, Surzech, Grafia, Azazel, and Yasaka were talking, and they were talking calmly while enjoying the party. Vali also arrived with his wives since one of his wives, Abilia, was in charge of helping Yasaka, and out of courtesy, they were invited, although when they arrived, they stayed with the leaders talking. The party is going normally, everyone was enjoying the evening while more guests continued to arrive, until a group of 3 people arrived, calling the attention of everyone present at the party as they felt their presence was too powerful. At the entrance of the castle, you could see Lefei, Kurumi, who came from the arms of their beloved Sojiro, attracting everyone's attention, especially that of the men since they looked really beautiful. While the girls were wide-eyed and quite blushing because of how good and handsome the boy was, even the Gremmery group and even Yasaka herself were with a slight blush. And no girl knew why, since they did not know that Issei being a complete dragon releases many pheromones that make women excited just by seeing him. But a thought came to all the people, who were the companions who came with the beautiful magician, and more curiosity was given to all the people when they noticed that she came arm in arm with that man. The trio walked to where the newlyweds were once located, and they also realized that they were with the group Gremmery and Stry. "Have a beautiful evening, all present," said the blonde in the kindest way to all those present who were with the newlyweds. Note, Issei, when he is like Sojiro, will have blonde hair, so in conversations I will call him. Once those words were said, the girls blushed even more at the deep voice of the blonde, and he returned to where the newlyweds were. "I wish the best to the newlyweds and that all their dreams come true in their long life together. I congratulate the blonde," making Kaneko and Kanu blush even more, but for some reason their chsts began to hurt when they heard the words of the person in front of them. Plus, when he finished saying that sentence, they felt as if he had lost the right to something. Yasaka, along with Azazel, Surzech, Grafia, and Vali, and their wives, approached the group to find out who the guests were since they felt that the boy and the other girl who came accompanying Lefei had too powerful an aura. "Lefei, who are your companions?" asked Kuroka, who was quite curious when she saw the boy, since he looked like someone but knew who. Faced with such a question, everyone paid attention since they were extremely curious to know who the people were who accompanied the young magician. "This is going to make it fun," Didre commented in his partner's mind, while the blonde agreed with him. "Excuse me for not seeing it presented before," said the magician in an apology, looking at everyone. "His name is Sojiro Pendragon, and he is my beloved husband." When he finished saying those words, the blonde man smiled when he saw the faces of all the people who were in total shock. When did he happen? Where did he meet him? How did he meet him? Who is he? Were the questions that everyone asked themselves before such a revelation. "And she is my friend and my husband's partner. Her name is Kurumi, and as everyone could see, they are dragons." When I finished introducing them, everyone was speechless at the news, even Azazel, who had seen almost everything the world could offer. When they came out of the shock, they all introduced themselves and their respective partners to the pair of dragons. "It's a pleasure to meet everyone present," said the brown-haired man, leaning a little. We looked at everyone, but when I looked at the Gremmery group, they all felt a slight pain in their chsts, as if they failed in something or something was wrong. The brown-haired man went to where Ravel and Kuroka, who were Lefei's best friends, were and always supported her. But also because they were girls, he wanted to be by his side since they were one of the few who always waited for him and continue to wait for him. "Comrade Albion is suspicious since he can sense my presence," Diedrag said, worrying the brown-haired man. "So you are my beautiful wife's famous best friend. It really is a pleasure to meet you at the end since she always speaks very well of you," said the blonde with a smile that made both girls blush and mentally thank their friend for talking about them too. "I must add that they are really more beautiful than I imagined," said the blonde, kissing Ravel and Kuroka's hands, leaving them in total shock and with a great blush on their faces because of the blonde's words. The blonde, when he saw that they wanted to say something but the words did not come out, gave them a smile that made them blush as much as possible because of the beautiful smile he dedicated to them. And it was not helpful at all the warm look that he gave them with those beautiful eyes of different colors, making them unable to hide their blush in the presence of the people present. The Gremmery girls, for some reason, felt irritated by such a scene. Even Kanu and Kaneko felt that way, but none of them knew why. "Mate, this is not going to last long. Albio is realizing I don't think it will last long before he discovers our costume," Diedrag reported for the second time, worrying the brown-haired man more while thinking about how to solve this problem. The CHST nut returned to the leaders of the factions. "It is a pleasure to meet the great Mao Lucifer and his queen Graphia Lucifuge, as well as not to know the former ruler of the fallen angels," said the blonde while bowing respectfully while those mentioned returned it. The blonde said worriedly that Vali would keep the secret. "I imagine you're the great Hakichuyuku, Vali Lucifer, if I'm not mistaken. I've heard a lot about you," said the blonde calmly as he extended his hand to the albino. When the albino gave it to him with great curiosity, Diedrag wasted no time in communicating with Albion. "Albion, tell your wielder not to tell anyone who we really are," Diedrag said, communicating with his friend, leaving him shocked to learn that his suspicions were correct. "So you're really your Diedrag? I finally see you again," Albion commented in a happy and calm tone. "If a lot happened, I'll tell you in detail later, but now is not the time. Tell your wearer that I acted as if you had never seen each other." Diedrag finished and then cut off the communication. Albion told Vali that he was Issei and not to tell anyone and to act as if they had never met, to which Vali was really surprised. After a few seconds, Volley gave him his typical smile. I hope to be able to fight you at some point, said the albino with a smile while he was surprising everyone that since Issei has been away little by little, he has lost interest in fights and his desire to fight. At least that was until now, since right now a desire to fight again has just arisen when he feels his aura rise. I also want to fight soon, said the blonde man, returning his smile and raising his aura as well. This left everyone even more shocked than they already were, but more so the wives of the albino, who already knew the albino very well, and this for them was something new. That he has so much desire to fight is really strange. Issei walked away from a smiling Volley and his women. Now she is in front of Yasaka, looking into her eyes. She was another of the women. I always longed for me to come back for her, and now that I am here, I am not going to let them take her away from me. Meanwhile, Yasaka had a big blush that was very noticeable, even though she didn't know why, but those deep eyes and her quality look made her feel helpless. Everyone was surprised to see how Yasaka blushed since everyone knew her. She was a woman who had rejected a lot and was not intimidated by anyone, but now that woman was really blushing and very nervous in front of the man in front of her. This caused different reactions as well as amazement. It also caused jealousy. A lot of jealousy on the part of the Grimoire girls when they saw how he was flirting with Yasaka. And although they did not know why they felt that way, they could not help but feel jealous at such a scene. Kanu and Kaneko couldn't believe it since they had never seen Yasaka that way. Issei seeing her like this simply smiles even more since seeing her that way is something new for him. But really for her, it makes her look very beautiful. It's a great honor to meet the former leader of the Ikaka Yokai. I must say that today she looks very beautiful, although I think she always looks beautiful, said the blonde, kissing the kitsune's hand, making her very nervous. Yasaka, when she hears all those compliments, turns extremely red, and not only that, because even though for her the compliments are very frequent, she does not take them seriously. Until now, she did not know him because she wanted to hear the words of the person who was in front of her. Issei, seeing her in that way, simply smiles, is satisfied, and walks away so that she can calm down, returning to where Lefei and Kurumi were. All the girls felt even more irritated by the atmosphere that the two of them caused, but there were also two girls that they did not know why. Instead of feeling jealous for that scene, they felt longing and a lot of happiness, as well as tranquility, to be close to that man. And they were nothing more and nothing less than Ravel and Kuroka, who had a smile on their faces that was very hidden. After those presentations, everyone continued with the party, although for some people, there were doubts and a lot of curiosity about a certain blonde boy. As time passes and everything calms down after the entrance of the trio, they get ready to talk about trivial topics. Asia, Zenobia, and Iring were dancing with their respective boyfriends, Thelm, Liu, and Nero, in that order. Rasuizer, Riaz, Akino, Kaneko, and Kanu were talking to their respective partners and enjoying the evening. Ravel and Kuroka had Lefei in a corner, questioning her about the blonde. Kurumi-chan, do you want to dance? Asked the brown-haired man with his hand extended to a dragon who has been teaching him to dance for a long time, and this would be a very good opportunity to test everything he learned. Of course I would love to, the dragon replied very happily as she took the blonde's hand to go to the dance floor. When they were on the dance floor, they realized that there was a soft and quiet song, so the blonde brought the dragon closer to his body and put his hand on her waist, and the other shot went up to start moving from one side to the other in a very calm but at the same time elegant way. Kurumi feels the touch of the blonde blushes since she is very close to him, but after a few seconds, she relaxes and begins to follow the movement of the blonde while closing her eyes to enjoy the closeness and the aura that was rolling her from him. Are you having fun? Asked the brown-haired man softly. I'm always by your side, the dragon replied with a smile. Come on, mate, it's your chance, D-Drag said in the blonde's mind. Yes, I know, but for some reason I can't find the words, the blonde commented a little nervously. Come on, mate, you won't have another chance like this, D-Drag said, encouraging the blonde man. Commented the brown-haired man. Kurumi, the blonde called the dragon, who had her eyes serrated while enjoying the dance. Yes, was the only thing the dragon said as she raised her head to look the blonde in the eyes, making him captivated by seeing such beautiful eyes. Would you like to go out with me? The blonde asked very nervously. Kurumi, upon hearing what the blonde said, is surprised, but then he puts on a face of joy that does not go unnoticed by the blonde. She gets closer to him and tells him that she would be delighted to go out with him, to which the blonde, when he hears it, gives him a smile that makes the dragon blush a little, and they continue to enjoy the dance. In one of the corners of the large room, two blondes and a black-haired woman can be seen talking. Wherever you look at it, I don't know where you got it from, Lefei, Kuroka said, still unable to believe that one of her best friends was already married to a man who was really quite attractive to her. I met him a long time ago, he prevented me from marrying a wretch, and after spending more time with him, I fell deeply in love. That was the only answer that the magician gave, leaving a lot of doubts in her friends. Lefei, you really married him? I can't believe it. Well, at least he's someone you love, said the blonde phoenix with a certain sadness, remembering that she is being forced to marry someone she doesn't even know. Don't be like this, Ravel. The truth is that I have very good news for you, said the magician, calling the attention of the two girls. Hey, what do you mean, LeFay? The blonde phoenix asked very curiously. I've already found a way to free you from your commitment, but I still can't tell you how I can tell you that alone, the magician replied, leaving the two girls in shock. And these have, speaking of, seriously, asked the blonde phoenix, even if she could believe it, a great sign of hope. How do you destroy that, LeFay? Asked Kuroka, still in shock. I'm sorry, but at this moment it's impossible for me to tell you anything else. Just trust me, said the magician with a smile while she would say a look at the blonde who was dancing with Kurumi. Ravel was shedding tears of happiness at such news. She wanted more than ever to free herself from that commitment since she only loves a person and only with that person she wants to be. It's true what you say, Kuroka asked, still unable to believe it, since that issue was quite delicate and very difficult to solve. Yes, although I can't tell you how, I can tell you that on the same day that Ravel is going to get married, or rather, when we are at the wedding, it will happen that you will be released from the engagement. Plus you will be happy to see him at that moment, said the magician with a smile, making Ravel throw himself into hugging her and saying thank you repeatedly. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You don't know what that means to me, said the blonde phoenix, hugging her friend tightly from so much happiness. What Ravel doesn't know is that something very big is going to happen, and it will surprise not only her but also the whole supernatural world. True, Kuroka-sama, I want to introduce you to someone who wants to see her, but that will be after the party, said the magician calmly. Kuroka was surprised at what he heard and began to be curious about who it could be, so she told him that it was fine. On the other side of the party, the Gremory girls were watching the blonde at all times dance with Kurumi calmly, enjoying the contact of each one and producing jealousy for all of them. But they don't know why that jealousy and seeing it like this with another woman caused pain in their CHSDS and even more so for Rias. The brown-haired man, while dancing with Kurumi, sees everyone at the party and notices that the Gremory group is seeing him more and more, but he downplays it. At one point, something caught his attention, and that is that Sona is arguing with Sanji about something, but when he sees Sona's expressions, he realizes that it is something that bothers him a lot. I'm almost sure that the boy has not been able to mark her, and that is where the argument comes from. Surely the heiress Citri does not agree and the boy is pressuring her. D-Drake commented in the mind of the blonde, remembering what his beloved wife told him about Sona's relationship. Sanji, he's really an idiot if he keeps pressuring her. The only thing he's going to achieve is that Sona will leave him, the blonde replied somewhat angrily. The boy surely feels that he is going to lose her, that's why he wants to mark her as his own, although I don't know what complaints if that favors you, D-Drake commented, but this time with a smile on his face. But the way he's holding it, he's going to end up losing it if not already, said the blonde as he watched Sona move away from Sanji. By the way, what do you mean by that which benefits me? Asked the blonde with some doubt and confusion. Partner, you can't fool me. I've known you forever, and I can feel everything you feel. I've been able to see how you react when you're close to the girl Citri, D-Drake said, surprising the blonde. I don't know what you're talking about, said the blonde, trying to finish the subject. Nate, you don't fool me. You have always loved that girl since you met her. Maybe you don't feel something very strong like what you feel for the magician, but I can say that if you give her a chance, she can become an indispensable person for you. D-Drake commented, leaving the blonde in a great silence. Said the blonde, trying to leave the subject of Sona because, although he doesn't want to admit it, he has always felt that way for her, but since he never almost met her, he couldn't see clearly if that was love or simply appreciation. D-Drake laughed for himself, as he knew his partner and knew that if the opportunity presented itself, he would not hesitate to approach the heiress Citri. No, he can't even be one of the 5 Dragon Kings, only Albion, since we both recognize and feel each other's presence even if we don't want to, D-Drake answered in a calm and confident way. Who would have thought, said the blonde with surprise, but he could also be reassured to know that no one else besides Albion and Vali can know who they are. Aizawa enjoyed the dance he had with Kurumi again. Minutes later, something caught his attention again, and that was that he could see Tsubaki Shinra running to the balcony with tears in his eyes when he saw how Kiba and Tasuga kissed. Kiba, you're an idiot. You should consider more the feelings of the girls who love you, the blonde thought when he saw this action. You're the only person who can't say that. D-Drake mocked the blonde since he was very clueless when it came to girls. Issei remained silent in the face of such a comment by his friend since it was true and he did not know how to answer him, so it was better to remain silent. The blonde looks at Kurumi again and tells him that he needs to do something, to which Kurumi nods his head and goes to where Lefei was, while Issei takes a glass of wine that was nearby and goes to the balcony where Tsubaki ran away. Once he arrives there, he can see Tsubaki with a glass of wine in his hand as he watches the beautiful night, and tears run down his cheeks. Issei, seeing her, was heartbroken when he saw a woman as beautiful as she was in that state, so he decided to approach calmly to see if he could cheer her up a little. Because such a beautiful woman is here alone, Tsubaki heard behind her, surprising her to see who it was. Aiz walks to her and sits on the same bench as the black-haired woman, but a little far away to give her space. It's a nice night, isn't it? The brown-haired man asks while the black-haired woman's face turns red when he sees that someone saw her cry, while the blonde sees her simply smiling, although in his mind it was said that she looks very pretty when she is sad. Don't worry, sometimes we need to cry to bring out what you have inside, said the blonde, and without realizing it, a tear runs down his cheek. The black-haired woman is surprised by his words, but even more so when she sees that tear come down. I know it's none of my business, but I don't like to see a girl as beautiful as you shed tears when she can smile and look even more beautiful than you already are, said the blonde, making the black-haired woman blush even more, although she didn't understand why those words affected her so much. So if you have a problem, I can listen to you so that you can get rid of your eyes, commented the blonde, surprising the black-haired woman even more since she never thought that anyone would want to listen to her sorrows. Tsubaki, for some reason, felt that she could trust him and decided to tell him. I saw that she was very happy as she let her guard down and was able to relax a little. I'm not a person who can get along with the opposite gender. In fact, I've only been able to get along with 3 men so far in my life. The black-haired woman began to recount, making the blonde pay a lot of attention to her. One of them I was always in love with was the gentleman Gremory Kibayuyudo, said the black-haired woman with some sadness while seeing her fists with some frustration. I see seeing her like this puts his hand on her hand while giving her a smile full of support, making him calm down when he sees her. A few years ago I started to get along better with him. I thought that maybe if I continued like this I could be with him forever, but I finished, saying the black-haired woman while lowering her head sadly while treacherous tears ran down her beautiful cheeks, making the blonde feel a pain in his accent when he saw her that way. He decides to approach her and hugs her so that she can get rid of her. The black-haired woman, when she felt that she was being hugged, was going to push him away immediately. But for some strange reason that hug was full of warmth and affection, something that she had needed for a long time, so she always let herself be hugged while she was uncovered by all the pain she had saved. After a few minutes, you can see a calmer Tsubaki in the arms of a blonde, enjoying the contact and aroma that he gives off. In addition to the aura, he is so calm but at the same time so powerful that he gives off from him, making her feel safe and protected. Tsubaki, now more recovered, decides to continue telling her while she continues to hug him, since she did not want to move away from that feeling by letting herself be held in his arms, while Issei did not mind continuing to hug her. Rather, he liked having her in his arms. But it wasn't like that. When I gathered enough courage, I confessed my feelings to him, but I was rejected by him. He told me he had only seen me as a great friend, and then I realized that he was in a relationship with his friend from the Sword Project. I finished saying that to the black-haired woman, who started crying again, making her cling more to the blonde, and he brings her closer to him to reassure her. Calm down, cry, unwind, I'm here for you, for when you need me, I'll never leave your side, said the blonde, trying to reassure the black-haired woman who clung to him as if it were the last thing in her life. The blonde simply stayed there for her to reassure her, caressing her hair with affection, making her feel happy and calm. In addition to feeling protected, what I miss most about her is that she has only felt that way with one person, and that is Issei. Tell me something that happened to the other 2 men, you know, the blonde asked the black-haired woman, who was much calmer but still refused to let go of the blonde, so she answered him even while he was in her arms. One of them is the laborer and boyfriend. Well, I think the ex-boyfriend of our king Sona Citri, Saju Genshiro, and although he has become very jealous and possessive, he is still a good boy, although for me he is not what I would like as my partner. And the last one, who is he? The blonde asked again, although he already knew the answer to that question. Tsubaki gives a sad look but makes a smile when she remembers that Issei notices that expression. She moves away from the blonde a little and looks at the night sky. I haven't seen the other person in 10 years. He was a very perverted person but also funny, said the black-haired woman, smiling even more when she remembered him. Although we didn't talk much, the little we did really made me feel good and relaxed because with him I could be myself, she said, surprising the blonde, but he was more surprised to see what again since she had a beautiful smile while looking at the stars and the moonlight fell on her, showing how beautiful she was. Issei, seeing her in this way, is dumbfounded by how beautiful the woman in front of his eyes was. It's a funny thing that now that he's not there, I really like to spend more time with him, said the black-haired woman with a sad smile. But that statement made the blonde wonder something, and to get rid of the doubt, he asked her directly, tell me something. Hey, do you like him? That question made the black-haired woman blush, but when she was going to deny it, she couldn't. At that moment, she realized that she really loved the brown-haired man more than as a friend, and although when she met Issei she was in love with Kiba, she later fell in love with the brown-haired man, but she never accepted it. When Issei left, the pain she felt at losing him clouded her feelings, making her believe that she really was in love with Kiba and not with Issei. That discovery left her perplexed. She could not believe it. She had really fallen in love with him. She only had to accept it for her feelings and her whole being to be reassured. She forms that smile. She was really happy to discover that part of herself that she had hidden herself from without realizing it. The smile did not go unnoticed by the blonde, making him very curious. How curious? You know, I just realized that my mind really liked it. No, I like Hyoto Issei, said the black-haired woman with a big smile on her face. Issei, upon hearing that, was in total shock at such a revelation, since in front of him was the queen of Citri, Tsubaki Shinra, declaring her love for him, even if in an indirect way. Haha, who would have thought? 10 years sealed and you still make women fall in love. Haha, D-Drake commented, mocking his partner. I saw hearing that was going to say something, but seeing the truth, I better keep silent, making D-Drake laugh more at him. You know, I think that as long as you don't lose that faith, he'll come back and you'll see him again. Maybe it's in a long time or soon, but one thing is for sure, when he comes back, I know that he's going to look for you to be with him, said the brown-haired man once he got out of that shock, although this time the one like this would be the black-haired one. Why do you say that? The black-haired woman asked very curiously. Because if it were me, I wouldn't leave a woman as beautiful as you alone, and I would make an effort to make her happy, replied the blonde, getting up and leaving the balcony where he was with the black hair. You surprise me more and more, Comrade D-Drake commented, mocking his friend, who is lucky enough to have to form a harem or not, said the blonde with great confusion. Haha, what's next? Gabriel the Seraph or maybe Tiamat the Dragon? Drake said, laughing at his partner. Now that you know what he feels like you'll do with her, D-Drake asked a little more seriously. What I told her, as soon as I reveal myself, I'll go get her, said the blonde with great determination. Once Issei met Lefay and Kurumi again, they rushed to hug him where he barely saw him. Issei just smiled, giving Kurumi a caress that blushed from the touch but also made her very happy. He gives Lefay a kiss that this mind gladly accepts, and after a few minutes, due to a lack of air, they separate, leaving a thin thread of saliva between them and a very blushing but happy Lefay at such an act of love in front of everyone. The Grimoires girls felt so jealous when they saw how the boy kissed the magician, but they could not understand why he felt that way when a woman approached him. The party continues as normal. Sona was talking to a Tsubaki who had a face with a fresh and calm expression, much better than before. Grimoire girls are with their respective partners, even the newlyweds were with them. Azazel, Surzech, and Graphia were talking to Yasaka at a table, quietly enjoying the party. Vali was with his women, dancing with each other for as long as they enjoyed the moment. I saw this and still couldn't believe that Val, a fever and a fighting addict, were married and living quietly in the underworld. Issei was talking to Lefay while Kurumi was hugging his arm as if that alone mattered to him, as he looked like he was in his own world, feeling the blonde's aura. At that moment, a large explosion of smoke was heard on the table where Yasaka was, but before anyone could do anything, everyone realized that they were assembled in a kind of bubble. While as the smoke spread, everyone realized that there were many magicians, and the leader of them had Yasaka in a bubble next to him. Excuse the disaster, it's just that since I didn't have an invitation, I had to enter like this, commented the leader of the mages in mockery. What happened to them? Who are you? An angry Kaneko asked. What have they done to my mother? Let it go, the younger Kitsune demanded when she saw her mother, who was unconscious. Ha, calm down, little one, your mother is fine for now, replied the leader of the magicians, mocking. About who we are, very soon you will know who we are, but now I only come for her, since she is necessary for my lord's plans, said the magician calmly. Hearing that, everyone present began to try to break the bubble, but no one succeeded, not even Surzech and Vali, who hit it hard to help Yasaka. Don't make an effort to try to break that bubble, no one will succeed since it is made to withstand the attack of a god, commented the leader of the magicians, surprising everyone. Since you know, I don't know how to make an effort since it will all be in vain. Well, I am retiring since my mission is complete, said the leader trying to leave with the former Yokai leader. But before he does so, he hears a voice that makes him stop and surprises everyone with who he is. You know I can't let you leave this place and even less with her, so because we don't let it happen and you give up, maybe you can get less hurt, but if I don't, I assure you that you will regret it, said the blonde calmly but with a firm and deep voice, making everyone in the room have a shiver that runs through their bodies. And what can a rat like you do with a being as powerful as me? Said the magician, presuming that he believed that even if he was very strong, he would not be able to get out of the bubble. Truly, there are still beings in this world who don't know how to take advantage of peace, commented the blonde, beginning to raise his dragonian aura. Everyone felt that aura elevation that they were shocked by, since it was an aura that was very powerful, making everyone present begin to sweat and breathe with difficulty since the air became heavier, except for two people who were very close to the blonde. Lefay and Kurumi, when they felt that aura, began to get excited because, for them, it was a very calm aura that intoxicated them at all times, making their bodies react. What a powerful aura were Surzech's thoughts. She has a very intimidating aura. Those were the girls' thoughts. He is very powerful. Those were the thoughts of men. Wow, you have become very powerful, said the albino in a low voice as he raised his aura even stronger than before, but this time he had a feeling of struggle. His women heard him and were surprised by the aura of struggle that his husband had, and for the first time in a long time, they felt the desire to fight coming from him, making them excited by that powerful aura that his husband gives off, since they had fallen in love with that lively aura and desire to fight and protect what he loves. And what can you do? You can't even get out of that bubble, said the leader of the magicians with a smile of arrogance and confidence, although inside he was scared to death to feel that kind of aura so tremendously strong and strong. Do you think this level of barrier can stop me? Said the brown-haired man, putting his finger on the bubble. Stupid, I already told you that it is impossible to break it, said the leader confidently, until it began to crack little by little where he had his finger placed. This is nothing, said the blonde as the cracks expanded everywhere in the bubble, and immediately it broke as if it were glass. Everyone present was surprised by the ease with which he broke it. Now you will feel the real pain of touching a woman like her, said the brown-haired man, angry at having touched his beautiful kitoon. The leader of the magicians was in a trembling and cold sweat as he saw how the blonde approached him with a face that promised a lot of pain. Attack was the leader's cry for all the mages present to react and attack with their best spells, hoping to kill him. Everyone was surprised. Those attacks were very powerful, and together they could see anyone killed. The mages, seeing that their spells had impacted, were happy, thinking that they had defeated him, until they heard a voice surprising everyone present. If that's all they have, I've really been disappointed by the current level of magicians today, said the blonde, coming out of the smoke without any scratches. My dear Fei-chan, you can teach them what it really means to be a magician, said the blonde, attracting everyone's attention. Hi, replied the magician, very excited since she could practice a spell that she learned recently from her beloved husband. She stood in front of the blonde and created a huge magic circle on his red head. Dragon Blazer, the magician shouted as a huge and imposing fire dragon came out of the magic circle, attacking all the magicians. All the mages were charred, leaving only the leader of them, while the mage was very happy since the attack was very powerful and not much effort was needed. Everyone present was in shock since they never imagined that the magician was so powerful. Ravel and Kuroka were the most surprised since they knew very well the level that the magician had, or at least before. So the two of them began to wonder where Lefei had become so powerful, and only one answer came to their minds when they saw the person next to her congratulating her. What better way to become strong than one of the strongest dragons that exists? Good job, Fei-chan, after I give your reward, said the blonde, although he only said that last one so that she would listen, making her blush at such words, but he didn't say anything since she did want that reward. Well, it's time to finish with you, said the blonde again, seeing the magician, who trembled with fear. In a fraction of seconds, when no one could see it, the blonde was already in front of the magician, surprising everyone at such speed. The magician, realizing it, is frozen at such speed. Issei gives a simple blow to the magician's face, sending him a shot against a wall, causing it to go through and creating a crater in the ground where he fell, leaving the magician unconscious since he had his jaw twisted by the blow and his ribs and several organs damaged by the impact. The room is silent in the face of such an act of power. Everyone is shocked except for Volley, who, when he sees how powerful his rival has become, begins to get more and more excited. Issei returns to where Yasaka was since the magician was not even good for a warm-up. He puts his hand in the bubble that imprisoned the older kitsune, breaking it and taking Yasaka before he falls to the ground. Fei-chan, Kurumi-chan can free everyone, said the blonde to his two beautiful girls. Hi was what they said to said about freeing all the guests. When everyone was free, she ran out to see if her mom was okay, where the blonde had her in his arms, carrying her like a princess. Mother, the younger kitsune shouted worriedly when she arrived with Kaneko and Yasuko. Don't worry, she's fine, she was just fainting. If she rests one night, she'll be fine, said the blonde, reassuring everyone present. Thank you for the help, said the Mouse Urzech. Don't worry, I just did it because it's the right thing to do. Besides, I can't let them put a hand on top of her, the blonde commented with a smile. But some were confused by what he said, except for a certain mage and a certain dragon. You are really very strong to break that kind of bubble without any effort, Azazel said this time, calling everyone's attention to what he said. I went in for 10 long years in a row, isolated from the world, to protect my loved ones, said the blonde, returning to see Lefei and Kurumi, who turned red for the comment, but at the same time very happy since the blonde would do anything for them. After a training as hellish as the one I had, not being able to break a barrier of that type, it would be a misfortune for my teacher. Besides, the bubble had many fractures. One simply adds a little magic to those fractures and they will break, as you have already seen, explained the blonde, surprising everyone that he had such knowledge and, moreover, that he had such a level of handling magic. The girls, seeing the look and smile that the blonde man dedicated to the magician and the dragon, were jealous because it was not them. Well, if you allow me, I'll take Miss Yasaka to a safe place so she can rest, the blonde said to everyone, but when he sees that they are going to say something, he continues. As you have already seen, for now I am the only one who can protect her. I also imagine that the two leaders of the alliance are busy taking care of her. The others, I imagine, have matters to attend to, and for you ladies, Kano has to enjoy her honeymoon with her husband. Just like you Miss Kaneko, that leaves us with only one option, me. Therefore I will take care of her while she rests. She has my dragon's word that nothing will happen to her. Well, with that decided, I retire so that Miss Yasaka can rest, said the blonde, withdrawing while he was held by one arm by Kurumi, who was leaving with him. Fei-chan, you can stay if you like, but please don't get home too late, so I don't worry, said the blonde, watching the magician nod and leave the party. Well guys, Yasaka-sama will be fine, I can assure you, so why don't we continue with the celebration since today is a very important night, said the magician. Those present were encouraged to continue the celebration once the unconscious magician was arrested and the wall fixed, although some people had a certain blonde with green eyes in their minds. Human world, Hyoto residence. On the island of the Hyoto residence, a dimensional gap opens, and from it comes a blonde carrying a blonde and, at the same time, a black-haired woman. Off-Ice-chan, wait for me here while I place Yasaka in a room to rest, said the blonde, continuing to the second floor and placing the kitsune on the bed of a room very well decorated for her to rest in. I see how kitsune sleeps and only smiles when she sees how beautiful she looks that way. After contemplating her for a few minutes, she goes down to the living room, where Off-Ice was sitting and resting from the party. When she arrives, he sits next to her, and she hugs her. The two enjoy each other's closeness while they wait for Lefei and her other guests. Mundo Himano, Tokyo, Kyoto. Everyone was already leaving the party for the newlyweds to enjoy their night. The Gremory's girls were saying goodbye to each other and leaving. Lefei approaches Kuroka and takes her a little away from everyone so that they don't hear what she was going to tell her. Kuroka-sama, Sojiro wants to talk to you privately, so he asked me to take you, the magician said to a very surprised Kuroka. Why do you want to see me? The black-haired woman asked with great curiosity, although she later remembered how he treated her when he greeted her and blushed a little. You'll see, you'll be very surprised that you liked what you saw, said the magician, leaving an intrigued Kuroka. Come on, let's go and say goodbye so we can leave. I want to rest now, said the magician while pulling the arm of the black-haired woman. When they arrived where they were, they all congratulated the couple for the last time, but before leaving, Riaz asked Kuroka. Kuroka, you want us to take you to the underworld? Asked the redhead. I'm sorry, Riaz, but Lefei invited me to come to her house, the Nekomata answered, surprising all the girls. Ah, you're going to England then? Riaz commented calmly. No, I don't live anymore. I left my house a long time ago. Now I'm living with my husband and Kurumi somewhere else, the magician commented, leaving everyone surprised, but something in Lefei caught everyone's attention. Lefei, that mark you have on your shoulder, left, don't tell me what it is. Ravel couldn't finish saying it because the magician gave him a big smile of pride that everyone saw. Yes, that's right, this is my husband's mark, said the magician with great pride and a beautiful smile of happiness. Lefei, do you know what that means? Sona asked, very upset, since Saji keeps saying that he wants to mark her so that no one approaches her. Yes, it means that I can't be with any man who is not my husband, and I really don't mind being with someone else. I only love him, and he is the only one I want to be with. Plus he told me about the brand long before we got to that, said the magician with a smile. From what I see, you don't know, but a dragon can decide to mark his partner or not. The simple fact that they have sex does not mean that he will mark her. For my part, I did decide that he marked me since I really feel very proud and very happy to be one of his partners. I finished saying that the magician surprised everyone before the new year since they did not know. Everyone looked at Saji, and he turned his head away. Sona got a twitch in her eye because her partner, or rather, as of today, her ex-partner, had not told her such an important fact. Wait a minute, said one of his partners. Is there more? Said a doubtful Tsubaki, since she became a little interested in him. At the moment, no, I am the only one who is his current partner and cousin. But as you could see today, there is also Kurumi, who is taking things calmly, said the magician, giving a little hope to certain people. Well, if you allow us, we will leave, said the magician in greeting. Wait, Ria said to the two girls who were going to leave. What do you need? Ria-san, we want to retire to my house, the magician said calmly. Your truth is living with Sojiro-san, was the question that Akino asked. Yes, I've been living with him for almost a month or 2 months or so, the magician replied innocently. But if Kuroka goes to your house, he's going to be there. Ria said with some nervousness that she didn't know why, but something told her that she had to prevent Kuroka from going to that house. If he's there, the mage said to Riaz, all the girls hearing that. For some reason, they don't like the idea of Kuroka going. Well, if that's all, we'll leave, said the magician, disappearing in a magic circle with Kuroka by her side. Human World, Hyoto Residence. In front of the residence appears in a magic circle Lefei Kuroka, the black-haired one. When she sees the house, she is surprised because it is very beautiful, and just by seeing it, she is protected by several barriers. Come on, Kuroka-sama, he must be waiting for us, said the magician, pulling the black-haired woman inside, where she is. A blonde and a black-haired woman are on the sofa in the living room. You see, they've arrived, said the blonde calmly. I'm glad you arrived well, my dear Fei-chan, said the blonde, going to the magician to receive her and give her a tender kiss, which the magician very happily received. Kuroka, how long has it been since I saw you? Said the blonde, hugging the black hair. Kuroka feels the hug and is shocked. She didn't know how to ration, but something about it made her feel. Okay. When they separated, they could see a surprised Kuroka, and the blonde didn't know why. Ai-sama is still wearing Sojiro's disguise, said the magician, letting Issei know the reason for her reaction. Kuroka heard that name and froze. She didn't know why, but her heart began to race, thinking that maybe it was just that person. In an instant, a magic circle is created on the ground and begins to rise, changing its parascience and aura back to normal. Kuroka couldn't believe it. When she saw the person in front of her, tears began to run down her cheeks. She couldn't control them. She didn't know whether to believe that this person was really in front of her, that person who cried for him so many nights, who always wanted a hug from him, a kiss, a caress, whatever it was. She just wanted it to be there for her, and in a brittle voice, she asked, trying to believe that it was not really an illusion. Is it really you, Eyes? The Nekomata asked with a lump in her throat. She wanted me to tell her that yes, there was, that it was not an illusion, that he would never leave her again, and that he would always be with her. "If it's me, Kuroka, I'm back," the now brown man replied with open arms and his unmistakable smile. Kuroka approached very slowly, little by little afraid that she would really disappear and she was never there, but anxiety killed her, and without wasting time, she only ran into the arms of her beloved. From that shoulder that she has longed for so much, with tears in her eyes, she threw herself into his arms. Making Issei hug her tightly, Kuroka feels that warmth and affection can't take it anymore and begins to cry, desperately clinging more and more to Issei while burying her head in the chst. Kuroka at that moment only felt that it was a dream that was not true, but when she felt his arms that surrounded her and the warmth and affection that she gave off, they made her feel that it was not a dream that was real and that her loneliness was finally over. Lefei and Offeyes only smiled at such a touching scene since they knew Kuroka was not the only one who had waited for Issei all this time and for more women to open that were going to arrive. I see that Kuroka continues to cry without calming down the cheek grab, making the black-haired woman raise her face to see she meets those beautiful amber eyes with tears in them, her blushing cheeks, and those soft lips. Seeing her like this, Issei brings her closer to him and kisses her. Kuroka, feeling her lips claimed by the man she loves, lets herself be carried away by closing her eyes and feeling that kiss full of love and affection. Once they separated, leaving a thin thread of saliva, you could see a Kuroka very blushing from the act before. When she sees how Issei looks at her, she becomes redder with embarrassment and buries her face again in the chst, hugging him very tightly so as not to separate from him for fear that he will leave her alone again. Issei, seeing her like this, only smiles at how cute her beautiful kitten looks. Then he lifts her up like a princess and goes to her room to rest. "Let's go to sleep, girls, today has really been a very heavy day," commented the brown-haired man leading Kuroka to his room, followed by Lefei and Offeyes. Once in the room, you can see a sleeping brown man with long sleepwear pants without a shirt, a Lefei on his right side with two-piece pajamas, plain long sleep-ins that fit perfectly, showing his voluptuous hips and sassy legs, and a plain pink blouse that adapts to his sassy figure over her curves and firm breasts. On her left side is Offeyes with a two-piece pajama, long plain violet sleepwear pants that highlight her sassy legs and thighs, and a violet long-sleeved blouse with a neckline that shows her large breasts since she stayed with the shape she had when she was big. And Kuroka, who slept peacefully on top of the chst tree, letting himself be enveloped by the aura and heat that they gave him. Kuroka slept in a small short, a blouse with straps. It must be said that she looked sensational, seeing her good and shapely sassy legs, her excellent curves, and her perfect breasts. Issei, before falling asleep, was dumbfounded to see how sassy Kuroka had become, and it took him a long time to fall asleep. On Kuroka's side, she was happy and red, happy to see how her man reacted to seeing her like this, and red to see and feel the good and shapely torso of the brown-haired one. Human world, Hyoto Island. The night passed quietly without any problem, and in the morning, you can see a Kuroka waking up with a big smile when she sees where she has woken up since she was an enzyme from the chst of the man she has longed for and loved for 10 years. "Good morning, how did my appealing kitten wake up?" asked the brown-haired man, giving a big embrace to his appealing kitten, which she happily reciprocated with pleasure. "Better than ever, Naya," replied the black-haired woman with a big smile and a calm voice. "Come down, let's go downstairs. Breakfast must be almost ready," said the brown-haired man to get up, but Kuroka wouldn't let him. "Because so fast, Naya, since neither Lefei nor Kurumi are here, because we don't take advantage of Naya, you know how much you have missed me all this time, Naya," said the black-haired woman in a stuck TV voice, making the brunette begin to get aroused, and it didn't help at all how sassy the Nekomata was. In a moment of carelessness, Kuroka embraced the neck of the brown-haired man, and that was the cat that spills the glass. At one point, she begins to embrace Kuroka tenderly, but he becomes more and more possessive and passionate. Issei holds her by the waist and lays her down, and she casts a spell of silence in the room so that no one hears what is going to happen. While embraced, Issei ran his hand all over Kuroka's body, making her let out small moans when she felt the brown man's caresses. When they separate, he sees a blushing Kuroka who has an expression full of. Then he takes off her blouse and begins to embrace the neck, making Kuroka exist more and more. He continues to go down until he reaches her breasts, where he begins to SCK the cute pink while playing with his hands with the other. "Naya," she lets out a moan full of an excitement, feeling how the brunette devours her breasts, and at a moment where she feels that he bites her, she can't stand it anymore, and I moan, making her have her first orgasm. Issei, when separating, sees how Kuroka breathes heavily and separates from her a little to admire her a little more since such an appealing woman must be appreciated at all times. Issei smiles when she sees that as she looks at him with a big blush and accelerated breathing. "Come on, my little kitten, this is just beginning," he says, whispering in her ear and then biting her ear, making her let out a small moan of pleasure. Issei takes off her small shorts, revealing her appealing intimacy that was crowned with small black hair. The brown-haired man begins to approach and run his tongue little by little through Kuroka's, who, when he feels a loud moan, hits her. "Naya." Issei continues to do her thing, devouring the appealing and sassy Nekomata, making each moan full of until she feels how the chst man's tongue runs inside her and no longer tolerating a big moan. Kuroka is left breathing, very agitated by the great pleasure that the brown-haired man made her feel. She sees him again and tells him that she wants more. My appealing kitten, if we continue, I will mark you as mine, and you will never be able to be with anyone else, only with me again, said the brown-haired man. Since he lets himself be carried away he loses control a little and marks the woman he is with. I don't care, Naya, I just want to be you, and no one else is Naya. I've waited for you for 10 years, and now no one is going to separate me from you, Naya, he said, black-haired and in an agitated tone. The brown-haired man smiles, takes off the brief he is wearing, and shows his irked PP. When he sees it, the black-haired man is surprised by its size, and without realizing it, begins to LCK his lips. Issei places his PP in the Nekomata's wet, pushing little by little so as not to hurt her until he collided with something and had to push harder, and when he broke it, a trail of BLD came out. Hiroka clung tightly to the brunette's back as he felt the pain. Tears began to come out of his eyes, but his face was filled with a smile of happiness, knowing that now it belongs to him in body and soul to the man he loved so much. After a few minutes that Hiroka recovered from the pain, Issei began to move slowly, causing the Nekomata to moan little by little until the brown-haired woman increased more and more in speed. Naya. The Nekomata moaned as she felt how he penetrated her faster and faster. Naya. The black-haired woman moaned more and more excitedly. Issei, at every passing moment, clothed her faster, making the black-haired woman lose herself more and more in the pleasure she felt being dominated by her beloved. Naya, mas tapist, danem mas pes orfohavos, said the black-haired woman, already lost in. As you ordered, my appealing kitten, the brunette replied, and then he put her on her side while lifting her leg and inserting his entire PP into the of the black-haired woman, making her moan with complete pleasure. Nya, she masked the black-haired woman moaned more and more as she felt how the brown-haired man increased his speed. They continued like this for a few moments until the Nekomata could no longer take it anymore since the PP of her beloved reached deep inside her. Nivingo Issei gemia la palangra. I'm coming too, said the brown-haired man. Adento pas favor lo queero adento, I said how could the black-haired woman, and at one point she couldn't take it anymore. Naya. All were the mons that the two of them made when they came together. Hiroka lies on the bed with a face of satisfaction and pleasure for what he has just done, and a mark appears on his right leg with the red dragon symbol. After a few minutes have passed, the two leave the room, Hiroka with a small discomfort when walking, and they arrive at the kitchen, where Lefei and Off-Ice can be seen having breakfast quietly. But what surprises the Nekomata is that there is a second Issei preparing breakfast for those who are missing. Before you ask if it's me, it's a technique I learned. It allows me to divide my power and make an exact copy of myself, and when he returns to my body, I get all the memories and experiences that he lived, said the brunette to reassure his appealing kitten that she was in shock. Good morning, how did you sleep? Asked the magician as she received her embrace of the CHST nut trees. Good morning. So I see very well, Off-Ice said when he saw the mark that Hiroka has on his right leg while embraced the brown-haired man. Lefei, seeing it, smiles as she knows what it means, and Hiroka, seeing it, blushes as the mark has given her away. Don't worry, Hiroka-sama, I have it too. Do you remember that I already showed it at the party? Lefei said, showing the left man where his mark is. Then he saw Off-Ice again, but he couldn't see it. If you look for my brand, you won't find it because I don't have it because I still want to experience it well if what I really feel is love. Off-Ice said calmly as he continued to have breakfast, to which the black and brown-haired man sat down to have breakfast next to them. Do you know how Yasaka went on? Asked the brown-haired man. A few minutes ago, I went to see her, and she was asleep, the magician answered. After breakfast, the three girls go to take a bath while the brown-haired man goes up to Yasaka's room to see if he has woken up. When Issei arrives in the room, you can see the appealing blonde sleeping peacefully. He approaches the bed and sits on one side of it while enjoying the appealing face of the sleeping kitsune. He puts a hand on her cheek, gently caressing her appealing face. At that moment, she feels such a caress full of affection and love. She wakes up little by little, and what she first sees in her eyes is the CHST nut tree who is in front of her. I must still be asleep since I'm seeing Issei-kun, said the kitsune when she saw the brown-haired man. In fact, you are not dreaming of my appealing kitsune, since I am really here, said the brown-haired man with an amused smile. At that moment, she realizes that it is not really a dream and that, really, in front of her, she meets the man she has waited for so long, 10 long years. I, Issei-kun really, it's you? Asks the kitsune with tears in her eyes as she can't believe that he is in front of her. If it's me, I'm back, replied the brown-haired man while caressing him on the cheek to confirm that it was really him and not a dream. Yasaka still can't believe it. He was there, he was really there with her by his side. These were the thoughts that passed through his head while tears ran down his cheeks. Issei, 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 was the only thing she repeated continuously as she threw herself into his arms tightly and cried on the CHST nut tree's CH-scent. Issei, seeing her like this, simply hugs her tightly while letting her vent about everything she has put her through because of her. Here I am, my appealing kitsune, I will never leave your side again, said the brunette as he raised the blonde's face to give her an embrace full of all the love and affection he had for her. Yasaka, feeling that her lips are being claimed by the brunette, is surprised, but when she felt all the love and affection that embrace was transmitting to her, she let herself be carried away while tears ran down her cheeks from how happy she felt. After slowly separating, leaving a thin trail of saliva, he hugs her again to convey to her that he will always be there for her. And after a few long minutes, you can see a calmer Yasaka, although she is still clinging to the brown-haired man, and he is still hugging her. "How is it that you are here?" "I say, I'm glad to see you again, but how did you come out?" asks the kitsune doubtfully. "That's a story for another day because you'd better not go down for breakfast. You're only missing since the girls have already finished and now they're taking a bath. Plus I promised Kanu that I would take you home later so you know you're okay," said the brown-haired man calmly. "Wait, girls. Breakfast. Kanu, I remember being trapped in a barrier. What happened? Are you all okay? How is Kanu?" the kitsune asked, worried about everything that had happened to her. "Everyone is fine. I took care of the magicians. I rescued you and brought you here, which is the safest place for you to rest. I promised your daughter that I would take you when you wake up," said the brown man calmly, but Kitsune realized that when he mentioned his daughter, he could feel some pain and resentment. "My little girl, you have just lost the best man in the world, and even if it hurts me for you, I am not going to lose him again." When Issei was about to leave, he felt that he was pulled by the shirt. He turned around, and he could see a certain red blonde making him look deadly cute since she was playing with her fingers with her head down, her cheeks red, and her appealing eyes. The couple are surprised as they are very close to each other when she pulls him, surprising both of them. Yasaka, who is staring at the brown-haired man, is gradually getting lost in those appealing eyes of different colors, and Issei is gradually losing how appealing the kitsune really is. In this way, the kitsune gets closer and closer to the chstnut's lips until she can't take it anymore and claims his lips as her own. When the brown-haired man feels that this time it is his lips that are being claimed by the kitsune, he is in shock. But after a few seconds, he reciprocates, making the kitsune really happy, and I also cause her to start embrace him more passionately. And, wait now, Yasaka-chan, if we continue to. So this is going to end in a different way. The brown-haired man said as much as he could since he could barely take a breath from the embrace that the kitsune gave him that excited him more and more. "For me, this can end the way you want," Yasaka commented, making a certain brown-haired man surprised by such a revelation. But before he could do anything, someone interrupted them. "You'll have plenty of time for that for now, because you don't go down to breakfast, Yasaka-sama, because we'll have to go to Tokyo soon, otherwise, your daughter would worry," Lefei said, interrupting the scene. "She's right, Yasaka, because you better not wait a little," Kuroka said calmly with a smile on his face as he still remembers what he did with the brown-haired man a few minutes ago. "Lefei, Kuroka, what are you doing here, rather than here?" asked the kitsune, realizing that the place where she is does not recognize him. "You're in my house, Yasaka-chan, and with what they do here, well, Lefei is my wife, and let's say that Kuroka is my lover," said the brown-haired man, surprising the kitsune and also embarrassing the magician because she is still not used to being his wife, although she is happy every time the brown-haired man says it. And Kuroka is the same since she can finally be with the person she loves. After a few minutes, Yasaka was having breakfast, marveling at the appealing house that the chstnut tree has since it is neither too big nor too small, while the members of it accompanied her to talk about trivial topics. Until she sees a certain very appealing woman of about 26 years old with black hair and a large body, she is entering the kitchen where everyone was. This surprised Yasaka as she did not know who she was. Although she saw her at the party, she is still unknown as she felt an extremely powerful aura coming from her. "Yasaka, she is off-ice, nothing more than a change of shape to be able to be with me more comfortably. Since seeing her as a child felt strange to embrace her or be with her," said the brown-haired man when he saw that the kitsune did not know who she was. "Also because that way I can stuck you more easily," said the dragon, blushing at the brown-haired man since that appearance provoked him a lot, in addition to the fact that she looked so cute. Yasaka was surprised as she was informed that Off-Ice was a being who had no common sense and did not know what feelings were, but was reassured when Lefei told her that she has been studying with Issei, and now she shows more feelings, plus she is one of Issei's girlfriend candidate girls. Off-Ice, when he arrived, gave Issei an embrace and integrated with all of them, and that was when he told them how he lived all this time in that dimension and also that he was trained by the Trihexa. When he arrived in this dimension, he helped Lefei with his arranged marriage by marrying her, which for him he took advantage of since before they sealed him, he had feelings for her. The girls, when they heard that, were surprised, but more so Lefei since she did not know that the brown man had those feelings for her long before, but it also made her extremely happy to know that after so long, it was still important to him. He also told them that he had feelings for them and for other girls. When they heard that Kuroka and Yasaka went to embrace him because he was reciprocating their love after so many years, even if they had to share it, they were happy that he was with them. Adamas, they already knew which of those girls the brown-haired man had feelings for, and it did not bother them since they all got along well. Except for a certain Archangel and a certain Mao. Issei told her that with Off-Ice, he is just seeing what he feels. He is no longer sure if it is love or only interest or attachment, and she was also in the same situation, so they were taking things slowly. I go on to tell you that he is going to continue with the identity of Saojiro Pendragon, as he still needs to do and fix some things. In the end, Issei asked Yasaka and Kuroka if they wanted to live here, since he would like to spend time with them. The chstnut tree could not finish, as they accepted immediately as they did not want to move away from the chstnut tree again. With that topic finished, the brown-haired man told all of them to go get ready since they are going to Tokyo, so that Kanu does not worry about Yasaka in addition to collecting his things to move, then to the underworld for Kuroka to do the same. Besides that, the brown-haired man wants to go visit the Citri Academy, although he will surely go another day because he did not think he had time. To which they all went to get ready, but before she told Kuroka and Yasaka that she left them a gift in their respective rooms since although they sleep with the CHST nut tree, each one has a separate room. Some time later, Issei came downstairs already dressed up with black shoes, black dress breathe, and a blue long-sleeved shirt, revealing part of his CH scent. Then the girls got off for a while. Lefei wore a blue blouse that showed the red dragon mark. She also wore a black petticoat, revealing her sessy and well-shaped legs. Hafez wore a purple kimono to reveal his voluptuous body perfectly. Yasaka was wearing a kimono that was Issei's gift. It was yellow with a touch of silver and had simple prints showing her well-shaped curves that made her look sessy and charming, which Kitsune loved. Last but not least was Kuroka, who also carried the gift, a black kimono with silver touches and bells at the bottom. It also showed the red dragon mark on her right leg, her white and provocative shoulders, and her voluptuous neckline. It should be said that the CHST nut tree was more than frozen, since all of them looked incredibly appealing. Girls look appealing, said the brown-haired man with difficulty when he had such appealing women in front of him. The girls, when they heard the birthday, all blushed while they had a smile on their faces because, what woman does not like that the man they love does not tell them that they look appealing? Also, it did not help at all that the brown-haired man looked so devilishly handsome and sassy, and with that look and those eyes of a different color, any woman would blush. Once out of the shock produced by seeing such appealing women, the brown man changes his shape again to that of the night before, revealing the most noticeable change, the hair, which is now no longer brown but blonde. Mundo Himano, Tokyo, Kyoto. In the great palace of the yakai, you can see two appealing yakai with their husbands in the garden, spending time together. As they talked, they could feel a very powerful and familiar aura, as they had been able to feel a part of that powerful aura the night before. "You must see Saojiro-sama with my mother," said a happy Kanu as she went to receive them, although she did not know if the happiness was to see her mother or Saojiro. Meanwhile, Issei can be seen with Lefei, Hafez, Kuroka, and Yasaka entering the palace, with the latter two grabbing the CHST nut tree's arms, one on each side. When they entered the palace, they were greeted by the guards, who were surprised to see how their former leader was coming, but they still acted with respect as they felt the powerful aura that the blonde gave off. Yasaka saw where her daughters came with her husband to give them a hug. "Mother, I'm glad you're well," said the younger kitten when she saw her mother, who was not injured. "Don't worry, my little one, Saojiro-kun, protected me and took care of me very well," said the eldest Kitsune very happily as she clung more to the blonde's arm and said that both yakai have a twitch in their eyes when they hear the kun. Also, when they saw that, the two yakai in the blonde's arms felt a small pain in their CHSTS, as if they were jealous. "As I promised, Miss Kanu, here is your mother safe and sound, without any scratches," said the blonde calmly but firmly. After that, they went to an appealing room to continue talking about trivial topics, but in all the time they were talking, the two yakai did not take their eyes off the blonde. Besides, they were angry, or rather jealous, that all the girls who came with him did not want to leave his side, and it did not help to calm their anger. Or rather jealousy, that at every moment the girls embrace, the blonde man was either hugged or not, except for Hafez and Yasaka, who only hugged him. Kanika was very angry with her sister for the way she was with the blonde, and more so when, at every moment, she asked the blonde for an embrace, and he simply gave it to her with great pleasure. Already in the afternoon, the girls were a little hungry, so the blonde decided to go to a restaurant before going to the underworld. "Well, we're retiring since we have to do some things. Besides, we need to go to the underworld," said the blonde calmly, calling the attention of those present. "Why do you need to go to the underworld?" asked the younger Kitsune with great curiosity. "We need to go get Kuro-chan's things since he will move into our house," said the blonde while they gave a light caress to the aforementioned on his cheek, making it blush but accepting it since, despite everything, that girl does not like her boy to pamper her in everything he wants. Before this action, the jealousy of yakai was at its peak. They could no longer continue to see such a scene, and they were about to shout at them that they stopped, but something did not prepare them for what they heard. "Then I'm also moving with you today, I hope there are no problems," said the older Kitsune, surprising those present except for the blonde and his girls, since it was something inevitable because of what they talked about at breakfast. "Of course not, you know that you are welcome to my home, or in this case, to our home," said the blonde with a smile, highlighting the last words for everyone to hear since everyone had a face that no one believed. "But mother, you can't leave your home and even less to go live with a stranger," the minor Kitsune complained, trying to make her mother reconsider her decision, although what she really wanted was for her not to go with the blonde because when she was close to the blonde, he made her in a bad mood and very jealous. "Because you say that Kanu-chan, of course I can go with him. Besides, he is not a person I did not know since he is the person who saved me from those who wanted to kidnap me. And also since I woke up, he has worried that I lack nothing," said the older Kitsune calmly but firmly, since she knows that her real reason is because she is jealous. Despite not knowing who the blonde really is, her instinct does know, and now that she is married, she can do nothing. The younger Kitsune didn't know what to say since her mother was right, but she still had that feeling of annoyance when the blonde was surrounded by girls. I'm sorry, my little one, but because of your mistake and desperation to get married, you lost the opportunity to be with him, thought the older Kitsune when she saw her daughter, who did not agree. My little Mia, your age had already been on the throne for years as the leader of the Yaokais. Now it's your turn to take on that responsibility that I know you will do perfectly. In addition to having Kaneko-chan and your wife to support you, said the eldest Kitsune with a smile while she was in front of her daughter, while the younger Kitsune looked at the ground thinking about what her mother said. I'm sorry, my little one, but now that he's back, I'm not going to let him get away from me. It's my turn to be happy with the person I love just as you are happy with the person you chose. Although I think that when everyone knows who Saojiro is, you're going to have problems just like Kaneko-chan, thought the older Kitsune, seeing that her daughter still didn't say anything. Well, what do you think if we pick you up later, Yasaka-chan, so that you can rest a little and you can pick up your things, said the blonde, calling the attention of those present, while a certain albino and blonde yakai had an uneasiness in their chsts but could not do anything. After that moment, they all left for the underworld without Yasaka, who stayed to prepare, but not before going to a restaurant to eat something since the girls were hungry. Underworld, Castle Gremory. In the garden of Gremory Castle, you could see certain girls talking about what happened the night before, since no one could get rid of that person who left them very shocked and surprised. Well, Rias, I don't think he was a bad person. Rather, I found him very charming as well as gentlemanly, said the heiress Citri calmly while drinking tea, since the redhead had been saying that the blonde had no good intentions. How can you say that, Sona? You saw him yourself. He is someone extremely powerful. Someone like that is not a good person, commented the redhead, very irritated and angry by a certain blonde. Rias-sama, I think you are exaggerating on the subject, said the blonde phoenix, who went to visit them since she does not want to be at home, and upon arriving, she ran into Sona and her queen, who were also going to visit her since Sona did not want to see Saji and Tsubeki only wanted to accompany her king. You're going to be on his side too, Ravel? Queen Gremory asked, her tone annoyed. Lefei is one of my best friends. She trusted her judgment to choose an ideal man for her, the blonde commented, happy as she remembered what the magician told her about her husband. That comment silenced the two Gremorys since she was right. Lefei is not a woman who messes with just any man. If she is with him, it is for a reason. I agree with Ravel-san. I don't think he's a bad person. Rather, I think there's no better person than him, Queen Citri commented without realizing what she said could be taken in another way. The girls who were present were surprised at such words since she had never expressed herself like this about someone and even less about a man. Sona, for her part, said that she could not believe it since she knew her best friend and queen very well and had never expressed herself in that way of any man, and even less of someone she does not know. That really surprised her. Ravel, on the other hand, smiles and thinks about playing a little joke on his friend. Wow, Tsubaki-san, the way you say it sounds like you've fallen in love with him, said the blonde phoenix with a small mocking smile. The black-haired woman, upon hearing that comment, realizes what she said can be misinterpreted, making her blush with embarrassment and surprising the other girls present since it is the first time she was embarrassed and turned so red on a man, since not even in the presence of Yuuro Kiba did she act that way. And, I gave it. I said so, just because in the party I was able to talk with him alone, and I didn't think he was a bad person, said the black-haired Citri, trying to clear up the misunderstanding that occurred, although it doesn't help much that she got even redder every time she spoke more. Wait, you said you were alone with him. He could have done something to you or worse, kidnapped you since you don't know his intentions, said the red-haired Gremory, very upset that she doesn't like that idea at all that the two of them were alone. Laughs, don't you think you're exaggerating a little, said the heiress, Citri, trying to reassure her friend, who looked quite upset. Since yesterday's party, Rias has been in a bad mood and very upset. This is only because she does not think or does not like that any girl is near Saojiro and that everyone present, especially Sona, has already noticed. Rias, tell me something. You fell in love with Lefei's husband, was the question that the heiress Citri said, leaving not only Rias in shock but also her queen, since she was being asked the same question at this moment. Faced with that question, they were all waiting for an answer from Rias, but apart from her, Aquino looked away again as if he wanted to avoid this conversation. Of course not, since I'm going to fall in love with him. I don't even know him, and besides, soon I'll marry Ryaser, said the red hair with total firmness but some discomfort in her words that did not go unnoticed by Sona. And you, Aquino, fell in love with him, since, from what I have seen, you have not made any comment on the subject, as if you wanted to avoid talking about him, the heiress Citri commented and asked Queen Gremory. Of course not. How do you think that, Sona? Besides, I'm already happily married, Queen Gremory replied nervously in her words that Sona could detect. Then why are they trying to make Pendragon-san bad by saying that he is a bad person? Asked the heiress Citri while adjusting her glasses. It's not that, Sona, if you don't know anything about him or where he's from. Besides, his strength is not something normal, replied the redhead in a bad mood. I don't think it's bad. As I could see yesterday, Lefay is very much in love with him and he with her. He also proved to be someone very serious but at the same time very nice. Not to mention the gentlemanly, respectable way that he behaved, said the blonde phoenix with a slight blush on her cheeks that everyone could notice. Riaz and Aquino had CHs in pain that got bigger and bigger when they heard every time that he was the magician's husband or that the two were very much in love. Oh, from what I see, you hold him in high esteem when you see the way you talk about him, said Queen Citri, trying to get even with the joke that the blonde made about her now. Boo, well, me. I think he's very handsome and attractive, nothing more, replied the blonde phoenix while looking away, hiding her blush since she remembers when she met him and the way he behaved with her. He was a gentleman and very kind. Besides that, when she was close to him, she had that feeling of longing and warmth in her heart that only the brown man could awaken in her. While they were discussing that topic, Sona was paying attention to the two Gremories who were quiet, listening to the conversation. And when she saw them, she couldn't stop smiling since they were both in a bad mood and Riaz was about to explode with jealousy. You are really still the same spoiled girl as always, right, Riaz? Heiress Citri thought when she saw her friend and remembered a conversation they had very similar a long time ago where Riaz exploded with jealousy for the brown-haired man and thought about doing the same this time. Well, from what I see, Pendragon-san has two admirers, Sona said, calling everyone's attention and blushing too specifically. Although at that moment it was really three since Sona was quite interested in him since they showed many things that caught her attention, although she had not yet realized it. He, being a dragon, is going to have several wives, said the heiress Citri again, calling attention to that detail that they did not remember and overlooked. Tsubaki blushed a lot when she heard that, because despite everything, she appreciates him very handsomely and gentlemanly. In addition to still remembering the feeling of being in his arms, that feeling of warmth that he gave off was something that she really liked a lot. What Tsubaki didn't know is that Issei's having to change her appearance also changed her aura. What the black-haired Citri experienced was a minimal part of the brown-haired woman's true aura since her true aura is larger and warmer than the one she felt. The reason why Lefay and Offeyes are always close to him is because even if they are not in the arms of the brown-haired man, his aura is so large that it envelops everyone around him, making the person close to him want to be closer and not want to leave his side. So why don't you try to talk to Lefay, Tsubaki? Maybe she can get him to take you on a date, and who knows, maybe later on one of his girlfriends, said the heiress. Citri made her queen blush as much as Ria's hair, and the worst thing is that she liked that idea because, despite knowing that she is in love with Issei, being close to him made her feel as if she were with the brown-haired man she fell in love with, gentlemanly, friendly, respectable, and many more things that she could compare to each other. In fact, if it weren't for her knowing that Issei is trapped with the Trihexa, she would swear that they are the same person, since when he hugged her at that moment to comfort her, she felt as if he were hugging himself. You too, Ravel, even though you are about to get married, at first glance you can see that he is a very intelligent person and thinks things through very well before doing them. Maybe he can make you marry him instead of your fiancé, said the heiress Citri, calling the attention of the aforementioned and making the pain and the accent of certain Gremories increase. Handsome, kind, gentlemanly, powerful, and intelligent. He sounds like your dream man is not true, Sona, said Queen Citri, trying to make fun of her friend, and it seems that it worked since Sona was completely red. As for her, what attracts the most attention of a man is his intelligence, and the blonde at first glance shows that despite being handsome and attractive, he also has great intelligence. What is it? These have. Tsubaki speaking, said the heiress Citri nervously, trying to hide her blush, which she did not succeed in. That's how you like men, and more than all that, they are intelligent. I wonder what will happen if he beats you in a game of chess, Queen Citri commented, playing innocent. Sona turned redder than ever since she liked the idea a lot, and even though Sona is or was with Saji, he lacks certain things for her to fall in love completely with him, things that a certain husband of a certain magician had and a lot more. Sona bit her lower lip when she had such a thought and even more that she liked the thought, but something took her out of her thoughts, and that was nothing more and nothing less than her red-haired friend, who could no longer bear any more conversation. Enough is enough, I won't allow any of you to get close to him, neither you nor anyone else, said the redhead in a fit of jealousy, surprising everyone since the blonde has no relationship with her. And what do you intend to do to achieve such acts? Said the heiress Citri in reproach, thinking to see what her friend was going to do since she was getting tired of that childish attitude. Riaz would have her mouth, but no word came out of her since what Sona said is right. He can't do anything, but the pain and discomfort he has in his accent when he hears that women are near him doesn't like it at all. While Sona only looked at her friend carefully, she saw that she was frustrated and thought that it was time for her to stop being a spoiled child since first it was Issei and now Sojiro. Besides, if in one case you manage to prevent us from getting close, you can't do anything with Lefay since she is his wife, said heiress Citri to her friend, highlighting the last words with anger but at the same time some jealousy to know that the magician has a man like that as a husband. Rias bit her lower lip as she felt frustrated as the discomfort and anger increased in her scent, not to mention a certain Queen Gremory who was not happy at all. "Let's leave the conversation here," said the heiress Citri, calling everyone's attention, and her patience and tolerance were reaching their limits. "I have business to attend to, and besides, if we continue with the subject, we are not going to get anywhere because when you get like this, it is impossible to talk," Citri said, black-haired again. And after saying that, Sona and Tsubaki left, and Ravel left as well after analyzing the whole conversation a bit, leaving a certain Gremory duo with a strong pain in their chsts. Although she was not the only one, a certain Valkyrie and a certain trio of angelized women had a strong pain in their chsts since they met a certain dragon. Not to mention a certain Yakawi duo who were still trying to prevent certain Kitsune from going to live with certain dragons. In the first heaven, you can see a certain trio of angelized women sitting in a large room that had white furniture. They had an expression of concern and discomfort for certain events that happened the night before at their friend's party. "I don't know why, but I don't like that guy," said an orange movie in a serious tone, drawing the attention of the other two. "I don't know why, but my scent hurts as if something wasn't right," said a blonde, clutching her scent with her outside. Since she met a certain dragon, she hasn't stopped bothering her as if she had done something wrong and was paying for it. "I don't know why he had to behave that way with Miss Yasaka. Besides that, LeFay hid from us that she was married," said a blue-haired woman with some discomfort and anger, although also with some jealousy, although she had not yet realized that feeling. "What is wrong with them?" They heard a voice coming into the room. "Miss Griselda," said the trio of angels with total respect, since the person they saw enter was Gabriel's Queen of Hearts. But when they were about to answer, they realized that Gabriel was coming in as well. They immediately stood up and bowed in respect. "My lady, to whom we owe your great presence," the trio said again at the same time, since she, being a seraphim, had to be treated with total respect. Besides that, the trio admired her very much, although in recent years she has not been very well since she spends her time in her room, or when she is seen, she has an expression of a forced or feigned smile. Also, most of the time passes with an expression of total sadness. "Don't worry, girls, I'm just here because Griselda wanted me to go for a walk," said the seraphim calmly, although her expression is one of sadness. "And they're going to tell me what's wrong with you?" asked the Queen of Hearts, sitting in an armchair next to Gabriel. "Well, last night we met someone, and since that moment we haven't been able to calm down because he has a very powerful presence," the orange movie answered calmly as they sat down to continue talking. "A powerful being? Who is it?" asked the Queen of Hearts with some intrigue, while Gabriel was simply listening without paying much attention. "For the time being, you really don't know, and it's that yesterday at the party they tried to kidnap Miss Yasaka," commented the blonde, calling the attention of Seraphim and her queen. "Yasaka is fine?" Seraphim asked this time, worried that her friend had done something bad to her. Since during the time that Issei was not there, the people close to him, or in this case, the women who were in love with him, began to get along better. Even Gabriel and Seraphal began to get along better since they spent time fighting all the time. Now they console each other. "She's fine, although not thanks to us," the blue-haired woman replied with some frustration. "What do you mean?" Seraphim asked again, confused. In this way, the girls, however, told him everything that happened the night before at the party, since he took the magician's husband, until he saved Yasaka by easily defeating a magician who was supposed to be very powerful. The two blondes, when they hear the story, are very surprised, since they did not imagine that someone like that existed, although it was really true. Seraphim, when listening to that story and hearing from that person for some moment, felt how his heart beat for a moment, although he did not know why. Then they continued talking about a certain person, although this time with Gabriel, who paid a lot of attention because, for some reason, she was attracted to that person who saved her friend. City of Lilith, Underworld. We can see a certain group of people walking through the streets of the Underworld capital. Vale has really changed the Underworld. I'm going to see if I take a little time to come and visit her a little better, Issei commented on the air, who was still wearing his costume. "By the way, Kuro-chan, I realize that you work at Sona's school. How does it feel to be a teacher?" asked the blonde with some curiosity. "Naya is not bad, although the demons who are young do not stop eating me with their eyes," said the black-haired woman. She was happy when she heard how to call her and tried to make the blonde jealous. It was her surprise that she really managed to do it, since she had an unhappy expression, making the black-haired woman have a big smile. "I had waited so long for that, to be able to see the person I love jealous, to be able to make him feel jealous, and most of all, to be able to feel that jealousy really made him very happy." "Yanaya, calm down, Ice-kun. You know that I am only you, Yanaya," she said in a SNSL and provocative voice, approaching him. The blonde holds her by the waist, bringing her closer to him while planting an embrace that the blackhead gladly accepts, sending her to the world of pleasure with just an embrace. She still doesn't know how the blonde does that, but she simply wishes he didn't stop, since she spent a lot of time longing for those lips. Outside the world of the two of them, the girls who went with Issei only had a smile when they saw how the Nekomata wanted to play with the blonde, trying to tame him and provoking him. Rather, she was the one who tamed her and the one who was taming her. Also, the demons that passed by there stared at them, all with different expressions. The men with jealousy and envy, since they all knew who Kuroka was, and many tried this with her, but none succeeded. The women, on the other hand, felt great sorrow when they saw such a handsome and sassy man, and more so when he embraced the Nekomata, provoking more sorrow when he saw the embrace so full of love and passion that the blonde gave him, imagining themselves as the ones who were in his arms receiving that embrace. When the couple separated, the blonde had a big smile when he saw the face of the black-haired woman, since she was completely red, with an expression of longing and satisfaction. The blonde lets go of her and continues walking while the black-haired woman is still in the world of dreams because of that rich embrace. Kuroka-sama, I recommend you not play with Saojiro-sama because she will definitely lose at this moment, said the magician with a big smile, returning the black-haired woman to the real world. Because you say so, Fei-chan, the black-haired woman asked doubtfully, although with the previous embrace, you can get an idea. I have tried by all means to play with him in the same way at the beginning, and in all of them I lost out, either because he left me in the world of pleasure like you at this moment or because he dominated me in every way. The magician replied with a big smile while licking her lips, remembering how her husband left her after playing a few little jokes on her. The black-haired woman simply, by reflex, saw the magician in that way and licked her lips, thinking what the blonde must have done to make the magician talk about him like that and more than that to act that way. In the afternoon, we can see the blonde with his girls in the black-haired woman's apartment. She finished picking up everything so that she could move in with the blonde. Well, that's all, Naya, said the Nekomata, finishing everything up. The blonde nods and, in a magic circle, sends things home. Well, now we just have to go through Yasaka-chan and we can go to rest, said the blonde calmly. But first, I see that it's too late. What do you think if we're going to eat and then we're leaving? Recommended the blonde man, making everyone happy by accepting the invitation. Kuroka guided them through the heads of the underworld capital to a very elegant restaurant. They pass by and get the surprise that there is Heiress Citri with her queen. Wow, what a surprise it is to see them around here, said a voice calling the attention of the pair of black-haired women. And when they look at the owner of the voice, they are surprised to see who it was and even more surprised to see who she was accompanied by. Good evening, Sona-san, Tsubaki-san, said the magician very politely. Have a couple of appealing ladies have an appealing evening, said the blonde this time with total chivalry, leaving the two girls completely red. Kuroka, Lefei, how have you been? Asked the Heiress Citri after returning from shock. They simply said that later, the two girls would see the blonde and the dragon again. Pendragon-san, Kurumi-san, what a pleasant surprise to see him again, said the heiress. Citri felt a little embarrassment since being in the presence of this person. She felt nervous but not nervous that he was doing something wrong. But she wanted to leave him with a very good image of herself, although she herself does not even know why. It bothers them if we accompany them, said the blonde calmly, to which the pair of black-haired women accepted and prepared to sit down and ask for something. At the table, you could see the pair of nervous people, so Rubio thought of a way for them to calm down and enjoy dinner. I'm glad you're already better, Miss Shinra, said the blonde, calling the attention of the aforementioned, making her even more nervous, but when she sees the calm and sincere smile that the blonde gives her, she relaxes. I owe everything to you. Thank you very much for helping me at that moment, said Queen Citri calmer. Don't worry, rather, if you need something from me, just let me know and I will gladly help you, said the blonde, leaving it Tsubaki blushing but with a smile of happiness that only Sona and the blonde could see. Please call me Tsubaki, Pendragon-san, said Queen Citri with great embarrassment. She doesn't even know why she said that, she had never done that. On the other hand, Sona was surprised by what her queen just said and was even more surprised to see how nervous she was. Issei, on the other hand, simply put on a sincere smile, making Queen Citri blush a lot. It will be a pleasure, Tsubaki-san, and please call me only Saojiro, said the blonde with a smile as he saw how Queen Citri turned even redder than before. Really, for some reason, he liked to see her that way. Miss Citri, I was informed that you have an academy and Kuro-chan is one of the teachers, said the blonde, now calling the attention of the heiress Citri. Sona, hearing the suffix chan that the blonde used in the Nekomata, was very surprised to see that it had happened in just one day for the blonde to treat her so affectionately. If so, in fact she is one of the best teachers there is, said the heiress Citri, continuing the conversation. I'd like to visit him if it's not too much trouble, commented the blonde, surprising the black-haired women. You see, I specialize in trade and financing. I would like to discuss a treaty, so to speak, if I can be one of their financial contributions since I really find their idea very interesting, said the blonde, surprising the two black-haired women even more. And of course, since Kuroka had commented to the blonde that the academy is going through a very delicate economic situation since there are still many of the most important players in the world. Upper-class demons and counselors who do not agree with the ideology of that academy, since this would affect its status and funding. In this way the academy was very well supported in the civil sphere, but not in politics, making the academy have very little funding and, at the same time, causing the academy to close its doors little by little, destroying the long-awaited dream that Sona had. Issei, knowing this, immediately wanted to help her, so he was looking for a way to talk to her, and what better time than this? Since Issei owns different hotels and restaurants around the world, his funds are really very large, so much so that they could equal that of a Mao, because he expands more and more, making his funds grow since Issei had planned to start a family and he did not want his children to lack anything. In the same way that his wife lacked nothing, or in this case, wives, since he had a very long life to live and needed a lot of funds. The blonde thanked the Trihexa for teaching him not only to fight but also that he passed on his knowledge that he has acquired throughout his life, because although he cannot get out of that dimension, he can see what happens in the world on some occasions. In addition to that, a beast that has lived hundreds of thousands of years must have at least a general knowledge of all the stuff. On the other hand, for Sona, she was in total shock. She could not believe it. For years, she was looking for financial support to be able to make the academy a respectable place because, although she fulfilled her dream of making it come true is very different, and for that, she needed a financial contribution. Of course, I would love to have you as support, but nevertheless, you must know that the academy is not in a very good financial situation and has many debts, and if you invest, it must be a large sum so that it does not close its doors and you do not lose your money, said Sona, who is already recovering. In a serious tone, since although she wanted to say that if she had to inform her of the bad state of this, it was really very bad. Because despite the fact that Sona has kept it open with her funds and the little help of her sister, since she is a Mao, she cannot associate with a company since it would be favoritism and would look very bad in the political sector. Sona really didn't know that, making her dream come crashing down and she couldn't do anything. After that, the problems she had with Saji didn't make her feel better. She really wanted Sojiro's help, but she knew that he had to contribute a large sum, and she really didn't think he had it, but she was pleasantly surprised to hear the answer. Don't worry, I'll contribute everything you need. You just tell me what you need or how much you need, and I'll give it to you, said the blonde calmly, leaving Sona and Tsubaki in total shock. They didn't believe that this was happening. He was really going to support his academy. I'll go visit her in a few days and talk more properly about the subject and the dealings, said the blonde calmly, getting up from the table with the other girls since they had already finished eating and paid the bill while they were talking and were about to leave. The girls leave the restaurant, and the blonde approaches Sona and tells her, I will not let your dream be destroyed since it is your dream, and I will help you keep it your dream. See you soon. Miss Sona, Miss Tsubaki, the blonde finished saying to go out to where the girls were waiting for him, leaving a couple of blackheads speechless. But the most affected of all that was Sona, and those words that the blonde said to her were the same ones that a certain brunette said to her when no one supported her in her dream outside of her entourage. I remember, Sona was in a box alone, sitting on a bench that was there since they were at a party in the underworld of young demons. She was really sad and frustrated, as several demons and counselors had mocked Dream very cruelly. Don't worry, don't get like that because it's what they want, a voice was heard behind the black-haired Citri. When she looked back at the origin of the voice, she was surprised to see Issei coming to sit next to her. You'd better leave right now, I'm not in the mood, said the black-haired woman in a hostile tone. She really didn't want anyone to see her like that. Don't worry, sometimes it's better to vent to someone than alone, said the blonde sitting next to the heiress, Citri. Besides, you shouldn't get like that because it's what they want. They want to destroy your dream because it would be affected by them, the brown-haired man commented calmly. And what do you want me to do? They have a lot of influence and have the power to destroy my dream, said the black-haired woman, quite frustrated at not knowing what to do. Don't worry, if no one supports you, I'll help you, said the brown-haired man, drawing the attention of the black hair. I will not let your dream be destroyed since it is your dream, and I will help you to keep it your dream, said the brown-haired man while giving a smile that gave confidence to the black-haired girl, making her smile and thanking her for her great support. End of remembrance. Sona was surprised to hear those same words that before gave her confidence, and now that she hears them again, they give her the confidence to get up again, this time with more strength. You know something, Tsubaki, said the heiress Citri, drawing the attention of the aforementioned one. Do you remember what you told me this morning at Ria's house, about my perfect man? Said the heiress Citri, surprising the black-haired woman when she knew what you meant. You mean you, said Queen Citri, leaving the sentence halfway. Yes, I think Pendragon is quite an interesting person, heiress Citri said with a big smile. It's been a few days since Yasaka and Kuroka came to live in my house. I really enjoy their company a lot. Well, who wouldn't enjoy being with two appealing women? My relationship with my dear wife Fei-chan is going wonderfully, and sometimes I can't believe that she is really my wife. She makes me feel like the luckiest man in the world. With Off-Ice, everything goes slowly but well. We have already gone out a couple of times, and I enjoy being with her so much that I really already want her to be my girlfriend, so I arranged a thing to tell her to be my girlfriend tonight on our date. I hope everything goes well for me. Human World, Hyoto Island. Hyoto Issei was not there that day, as he was researching the whereabouts of a certain Hindu god and had to make a general review of how his business was working. That lets us see all the girls in the room except for Off-Ice talking quietly because they got along very well and enjoyed the time of girls they had since before each one had no one to talk to about these issues. Like Kuroka because they always chased her and she had no friends outside of Lafa, but she was almost never with her. Hisaka, because she had to govern a fraction, did not have time to have friends, and the few she had, she could not spend time with them because she was governing. Lefei because her parents were very strict in her studies and never let her have friends, and the closest thing to that was Kuroka, but she almost never saw her. In this way, no girl had ever had what is really called a true friend until now that they are together and enjoy their time together, getting to know each other better and talking about trivial things. I need to talk to you about something, said a voice entering the room. Everyone saw again that it was Issei who was coming in and sitting next to Lefei. Of course you need Issei-sama, said the magician with great curiosity, although not only she is like this, but the other two girls too. Since although they get along very well with the dragon, that she asks to talk about a specific topic is very strange. As you know, tonight I'll go out with eyes, said the dragon, encouraging everyone to nod. Well, there is something you don't know about dragons, and that is that when a thoroughbred dragon, so to speak, is given to the male for the first time, he will enter a state of heat since the female releases a special pheromone for that occasion, said the dragon calmly, surprising the others shocked by that unknown detail. That's why Issei hasn't claimed me as his wife, because the moment I do, I will enter a state of heat that, to be honest, I don't know if I could control, said the dragon. This time a little nervous while a shiver runs down her spine, imagining her and a certain brown man at that moment doing not very holy things, so that just thinking about it starts to get excited. That's why I need your help, the dragon committed, seeing the girls, who were still in shock. What do you need us to do, Naya? Asked the Nekomata, waiting for her to digest those magic words. I need you to help me calm him down when the time comes, the dragon replied with a smile, seeing how the magician turned red with embarrassment, and a certain Nekomata and Kitsune only else seeked their lips in excitement at the thought. As you may already know, Issei is an extremely powerful being, and the more powerful he is, the greater the state of heat will be, said the excited dragon with a certain blush. The girls at this point were already too excited at the thought of a certain brown tree devouring them until they couldn't. Isaka, I'll ask you once and for all, since you're the only one who hasn't been marked by the two of them, because if you help me, Issei won't be able to help but mark you unconsciously. And you know that once marked, it will be forever, said the dragon, drawing the attention of the aforementioned. Although sincerely, she doesn't even have to think of an answer since she already knows it. Don't worry, Issei-chan, I'll help you. Besides, Issei-kun is the only man I want to be with. I've waited a long time for him, and now that he's with him, I'm not going to let him go. Besides, I've been wanting him to mark me for a long time to shut up a certain duo of women who don't stop showing off their brands and saying with all their pride that they are Issei-kun's women, said the Kitsune, seeing Lefei and Kuroka, who were looking the other way as if they didn't hear what the Kitsune said. Issei only smiled, and she was really grateful to see the brown-haired man meet because, thanks to him, she experienced many things, such as what it is to have a friend, and seeing them talking and laughing made her feel good in addition to being able to see what true love is. Well, now that it's decided, I'm going to tell you something. I've been arranging a special room for when Issei has more women since I don't think we all fit in his bed, said the dragon, calling everyone's attention and making everyone agree with her since the brown-haired man still has to go for the others. Follow me, I'm going to show you, said the dragon, standing up and heading to the second floor, followed by the other girls. As you know, they all have a private room, although we don't really use them much. We have it for our personal belongings, and I built this house with quite a few rooms of different sizes. When I was exploring the house, I found this room that was quite large, and that's when I came up with the idea of remodeling it. When he opened the door, the girls were quite surprised, for the room was really nothing except for the floor, which looked very strange and fluffy, but on the walls were painted all the fractions known. It was a wonder to behold. When I found this room, I asked Issei, who had painted the walls. He told me that since they represent the world where we live, I chose this room and planted a mattress on the floor, said the dragon, leaving the other girls in shock. When the girls entered the room, they were really surprised. The floor was all fluffy and soft, and it seems that the room is conditioned since it has an exact temperature. As you can see in this room, more than 15 people fit perfectly without any problem. The floor has the softest mattress I know. With my power, I was able to insulate the room and accommodate the temperature properly. In other words, this room is made so that Issei can sleep with more than 2 women since there is enough space and nothing is needed with the temperature. If a woman enters without clothes, you will feel neither cold nor hot. In other words, this room is made to give pleasure. The girls, when they heard everything Issei said, especially the last part, formed a big, perverted smile. Except for a certain magician who was already in the dream world with her face completely red for imagining everything that was going to happen in this room from here on out. Human world, somewhere in Japan, unknown place. A cross-legged person can be seen sitting near a waterfall as if they were meditating. Why do I owe such a pleasant visit? Asked the person sitting in the cast still without moving. Since it's strong to find you, I've been looking for you for 2 days, said the person who had flown in. Well, here I am, but you haven't answered my question about what I owe your visit, said the person sitting in the cast. I've come to talk and propose an agreement that I think will help you a lot, said the person who had spoken in a serious voice. And what is that agreement you want to make with me? Said the person with his eyes already open in a serious voice. An enemy has acquired a very dangerous power, and I need all the help I can get, said the person who arrived very seriously. What does this enemy have to do with me? You know that I am not going to get involved in world affairs, so I am not interested in what you have to say, said the person who was in the cast about to leave. Even if that enemy is Indra, said the person who flew in a serious voice, stopping the person who was about to leave. Before you continue talking about the subject, tell me something. How is it that you are still alive, Securite? Said the person at the waterfall in a serious voice, looking at the now identified Issei. In short, the Trihexa was being controlled by a device implanted by the imbecile Rizvim. When I released it, I trained myself and didn't kill myself for being a dragon. Then, with the help of Offais-chan, they opened a portal to this world, and here I am. Shiva, said the brown-haired man, calmly surprising the now identified Shiva. Now the important thing was that when Rizvim wanted to separate the mind from the body of the Trihexa, he received help since the process needed someone who had a very great power, said the brown-haired man, seeing how Shiva was paying a lot of attention to him. That person who helped Rizvim was the god Hinduism Indra, but the problem was that when he helped him, he snatched a part of the power of the Trihexa to merge with it and thus become a supreme being, said the brown-haired man very seriously, leaving the god of destruction Shiva in silence. You should already see that Indra is not on his land and that lately in the supernatural world he is mobilizing a lot. Indra is beginning to move, and we have to start moving too if we want to have him, said the brown-haired man, asking for help from the god of destruction, Shiva. Shiva was just keeping quiet, analyzing everything. If it was really like that, this was going to get much more complicated. I'll help you well since the situation warrants it. Tell me what you have planned, Shiva asked the brown-haired man. Unfortunately, Indra's whereabouts are unknown to me. To stop him, I have been looking for him, but I have not succeeded, so I plan to decrease his strength little by little so that he does not suspect, so that when he shows himself, he does not have so much power. The problem is that he is not alone, said the brown-haired man, calling Shiva's attention. You mean, someone is helping him, Shiva said contemptuously, because if it was like that, things were going to get very bad. Yes, but not at will. I still don't know how he did it, but he has controlled the gods Brahma and Vishnu because, when I went to investigate it, I found out that they had changed and had sworn eternal loyalty to Indra. The brown-haired man said that he surprised Shiva since they would never do such acts, and even less to betray him. When the time comes, I want you to take care of freeing them while I arrest Indra, said the brown-haired man seriously, while Shiva raised an eyebrow. You really think you can stop a god? Shiva said with much doubt. Issei only let out a small laugh as he increased his aura and power to a really high level, leaving the god of destruction surprised as that power can give him a good fight. That's a part of the power I possess now. I don't know if I could defeat Indra if he uses the power he stole from the Trihexa, but at least I'll leave him very weak so that you finish the job once he's freed the other two gods he controlled, said the brown-haired man with a smile, while Shiva returned the same smile. Well, I'll start moving with my followers. I'll also investigate to see if I discover something, and I'll communicate it to you in the same way. You too, if you know something, inform me, Shiva said to the brown-haired man, who only nodded, then Shiva disappeared. I thought I'd have to fight him, said the brown-haired man, leaving the tension behind. What did it matter if you fought? If you used all your power, you could defeat him, Didrag said calmly to his wielder. The problem is that in doing so, I would have to explain everything, and I really don't want to. It's too soon. Besides, this appealing place would not be left of it, said the brown-haired man to his friend. At that, Issei creates a circle and also disappears from the place. Human world, Hyoto Island, night. We can see a brown-haired man in the living room waiting for one of his partners who were going out to dinner, and the brown-haired man decided that tonight he would go to confession, hoping that everything would go as he had planned. The brown-haired man was dressed in black shoes, black dress breathe, and a 3/4-length burgundy shirt. He really looked extremely handsome in the eyes of any woman who saw him, and more than a certain trio of girls who were with him, who did not stop drooling because of how handsome and sassy he looked. At that moment, an appealing woman was going down the stairs wearing shoes with not very high heels and a long, plain dress close to her body that perfectly showed her appealing figure. At the top, she showed her sassy shoulders since she had her hair tied in an appealing bun, making her look really appealing. The brown-haired man, when he saw her and realized that he was lost in her unique beauty, really had to say that Offais was an appealing woman. How do I look? Asked the dragon with her red cheeks, since he was brown and could not stop seeing her. When the brown-haired man heard it, he came back to him again, simply with a smile that made Offais herself redder than before, and it didn't help that the brown-haired man really looked very handsome and sassy. You look appealing, said the brown-haired man with a tone full of love and affection that made the girls' hearts begin to beat, but more so that of the dragon. Since Issei always spoke to them in that way, with all the affection and love that he could give them, every time they hear him speak in that way, their hearts begin to race when they remember that all that love and affection is theirs and no one can take it away from them. Once everyone calmed down a little, the girls said goodbye to the couple who left in a magic circle, and they began to prepare for now and the night because if Offais manages to get the brown man to mark her, tonight will become the best night. For the moment for all of them. Human world. A brown-haired man and a black-haired woman can be seen calmly walking hand in hand through the streets of the appealing city of France, attracting the attention of all the people who passed by, as the women were blushing from seeing Issei and the men were drooling from seeing Offais. But yet they ignored all the looks they received and only concentrated on themselves. They walked a little since the night was appealing, so they took advantage of that to walk around a little and enjoy each other's presence. After having walked a little, they arrived at a restaurant that had an appealing view of the entire city. They proceeded to order something while talking about trivial topics, enjoying the conversation. On Issei's side, she was like in the clouds. Despite all the time she was alone, she did not dislike it, but she did not compare now to being accompanied by the Brown. His simple presence made her feel calm and happy, and even more so when he embraced her with that passion and love that he felt towards her. On Issei's part, he was really enjoying his candle in the presence of Issei, since he liked to be with her very much, talk quietly, enjoy their time together, and see her smile. It made him feel very happy, but more than anything, what he loved was embrace those appealing lips that the black-haired woman had, and he didn't know why, but whenever he tried Issei's lips, this simple mind wanted to keep trying them. After an appealing evening on the part of the two, they left the restaurant and went to a viewpoint to appreciate the appealing night a little more. When they arrived, Issei hugged Issei from behind, and she hugged him, and they stayed enjoying each other's closeness. At that moment, the brown-haired man thinks that it is the best time to continue with his plan, so he stands in front of the dragon and tells her, "Issei," the brown man tried to say, but he was very nervous and a little afraid. But when he saw that the dragon had a certain illusion and longing in his eyes, he gathered his courage and decided, "Issei, I want to say that you are an important part of my life. You have been through difficult times. You have helped me to return from the dimensional gap when I should have died. You helped me to return from that dimension in which I was trapped. But the most important thing is that in all the time I was trapped, you never stopped believing in me, and you kept waiting for me no matter how much time passed. You continued to love me no matter what they said about me," said the brown-haired man to bring the dragon closer, who had a lump in her throat. Issei caressed the dragon's cheek with love while she held the hand that caressed her with so much love that a tear ran down her cheek as she felt the intimate contact, showing how special and how close she was to him. "In all this time that you have been by my side, you have managed to enter the depths of my heart, and you have managed to make me love you with all my being. And now here, right now, I want to tell you that I love you, Issei. I love you so much that I would not want to lose you. I love you so much that I always want to have you by my side, and mainly, I love you and I want you by my side for all eternity," said the brown-haired man, getting rid of all the feelings he has kept all this time. Issei couldn't take it anymore. She was crying. She was crying because she felt all the affection and love. She expressed every word that the brown tree wanted. She was crying with happiness. Then Issei kneeled down while looking at Issei and showing him an appealing wedding ring. "Issei, you give me the great honor of being my wife," said the brown-haired man with a big smile. Issei was shocked by so many years of silence, of loneliness, and so much time alone. She had not even been interested in starting a family, if sometimes it was only possible to have a baby, but all that changed when she met the person who was in charge of her. That person who changed her, who taught her what love is, and who gave her for the first time the dream of having a family by his side. With those thoughts, he made a decision. "Issei, I was always alone, I was always silent. People have always deceived me and used me for their benefit. I never had anyone who cared about me without thinking about their own interests. Until you asked me to be your friend," said the dragon with a big, quality smile as tears continued to run down her cheeks. "After returning to the dimensional gap, I began to live with you. You always strive to make me comfortable and happy. For the first time, I experienced what the feelings were, and then the Trihexa happened. That was how, for the first time, I felt fear that something bad would happen to you, fear that you would leave me, fear of not seeing you again. I didn't want something bad, but it happened. For 10 years, I couldn't see or feel you, and for 10 years, I felt alone again. They were the longest 10 years I've lived, and I don't want to live another day if it's not with you, Issei, for I love you. I accept to be your wife, I agree to be with you for all eternity," the dragon finished, saying that she did not stop crying when she saw how the brown-haired man put the ring on her finger. "I love you," was what the brown-haired man said before embraced her with all his love. "I love you too," was what the dragon said when they separated to breathe and continued with their embrace. From one moment to the next, Issei begins to embrace him more and more passionately, making the brown-haired man more and more excited. The embrace reached a point where it was no longer a passionate embrace but an embrace full of love, which made the two of them more and more excited. Issei began to embrace Issei's neck little by little, causing her to let out small moans of pleasure. At a moment, Issei regains what little consciousness he has left and teleports to the house with the chestnut tree, specifically to the special room, because he knew that this was going to be a long night, a very long and pleasant night. Human world, Hyoto Island. You can see a couple arriving in a magic circle. They immediately enter the special room, leaving their shoes outside. In the room where the entire floor is a mattress, we can see a certain couple embrace with great passion. Issei goes down little by little until she reaches the neck of Issei and begins to embrace him and bite him small while his hands run all over her body, making Issei not stand it anymore and letting out small moans. Issei, yes. If you touch me, that's how I am. You'll drive me crazy. Crazy, 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 said the dragon between small mons. Issei, despite simply listening, ignored her as she wanted to appreciate and feel every part of the dragon's appealing body. So little by little she took off her dress, leaving her simply in dark purple underwear with golden lace. The brown-haired man, seeing this, stayed appreciating her for a few moments, admiring that appealing figure, and in an unconscious movement, the brown-haired man licked his lips. Issei, seeing him, simply let out a small laugh when he saw how excited his partner was. He really liked to see everything he provoked in him. You want all this, eyes, said the dragon as she ran her hands all over her body, while Issei followed her hands with her gaze as if he were hypnotized. If you want everything you see, then come for her, my love, since all this is yours. Yours. The Dragon's TV mind said again, making the brown-haired man can't take it anymore and start embrace Issei's whole body, causing her to get excited while she let out small moans when she felt how the brown-haired man embraced and nibbled on her body. She really loved that feeling. Issei removes the garment that covered her breasts to start embrace and SCK them, causing Issei to let out moans of pleasure. If it continues all like this, eyes, said the dragon as she felt how the brown-haired man sucked one breast while playing with the other. The dragon moaned with pleasure when she felt how the brunette bit one of her that was standing. They were like this for a few minutes. Issei was constantly going over her breast and biting her making Issei moan with pleasure when she felt it. Issei begins to go down her body little by little, embrace Issei's body until she reaches her intimacy, at which point Issei feels the touch and becomes more excited. He begins to embrace the legs near the dragon's intimacy, making her despair with each embrace because she cannot feel that part claimed by the brown-haired man. The brown-haired man, seeing that his dragon was already desperate, decides to do what she wants so much. Then he takes off her last garment and begins to embrace her lips, making the dragon sin a great moan of pleasure. I did that. That feels wonderful. He moaned with pleasure as he felt how the brown lip felt his intimacy. Yes, eyes. If you don't stop, the dragon said between moans when she felt how the brunette took small bites on her CLTRS, making it squirm with pleasure. The brown-haired man, seeing her in that way, inserted one of his fingers into the dragon's, making her open her eyes wide, and hit a strong grip of pleasure. Her mind was going completely, and in pleasure were dominating her. Then Eyes puts a second finger into the dragon's and begins to move it inside, making her moan even louder when she feels the touch of a second finger. Eyes, yes. You keep going like this, you can't take it anymore, he said, almost losing himself in pleasure. Then don't resist my appealing dragon and let yourself go, said the brunette while SCK and could the dragon's CLTRS while moving his fingers faster, making Issei's hold longer. IT was the moan that the dragon gave when she couldn't take it anymore and came in the face of the brown-haired man, making it possible to taste the essence of her beloved. Delicious, you are very sweet, my appealing Issei, said the brown-haired man, moving away from her a little to appreciate her, as he was with a look of satisfaction as he tried to catch his breath a little. You're ready for the next round, you know that if we start, there's no turning back, my appealing Issei's chan. The brown-haired man asked in the dragon's ear, making a shiver run down his spine as he felt the CHST nut trees breathing. Yes, I have already waited for a millennium for this moment, and you are the only person I want to be with, the dragon replied with great completion and a certain in her words. Issei, once he confirmed it, took off the top of his clothes, revealing his well-shaped body, letting Issei enjoy the view that the brown tree gives him. You like what you see, said the brown-haired man with a playful smile when he saw that Issei only nodded his head. Then Issei took off the bottom part, leaving him only in boxers and revealing something large that was hidden under that garment. Off-Eyes, seeing it could only swallow up the anxiety, and when the brown-haired man took it off, revealing his irked PP, Off-Eyes only opened his eyes like a plate and Issei kept his lips unconsciously. The brown-haired man put his PP at the entrance of Off-Eyes, which was already quite dilated as her essence continued to come out. The brown-haired man sees her again to confirm one last time, to which she only nods, then the brown-haired man begins to put it in little by little, making the dragon let out small moans of pain. Once I hit that stop, the brown man tells her to relax, making the dragon relax. Then the brown man pushes harder, breaking the stop, making the dragon release a flurry of pain as tears run down her cheeks and BLD comes out of her. Issei hugs and embraces her to distract her from the pain, while he stays still to get her used to his size. After having passed a few minutes and seeing how Off-Eyes begins to move his hips, the brown-haired man begins to make some soft and slow movements, making Off-Eyes release small moans of pleasure, but also Issei since Off-Eyes was squeezing him a lot, making him feel even more pleasure. More. Eyes, give me more, the dragon said with pleasure and in her words, while the brown-haired man increased his move more and more. If it continues like this, the dragon moaned as she felt how the brown man penetrated her faster and faster, making her get excited every time. Off-Eyes-chan, you're all tight. How rich, said the brown-haired man as he felt how Off-Eyes squeezed his member more and more when he penetrated her. Eyes thought that if she continued like this, she was going to come faster, so she thought of penetrating her deeper, making Off-Eyes have eyes like a saucer when she felt how her beloved's PP hit her udders, making her moan with pleasure every time and telling her not to stop to continue since in each move he was sending her to the world of pleasure and every moment that passed was lost in it. The dragon said how she could sense her beloved was hitting a very sensitive part for her, making her first orgasm form more and more. Hearing her like this really excited her, so she increased her clothes even more, making the dragon moan louder with pleasure. She didn't want it to stop, she wanted to continue, but her body was contracting more and more, preparing for her first orgasm. It was the last thing that was heard before Off-Eyes had his first orgasm and bathed the brunette's PP with his fluidos. At that moment, neither of them noticed a dragon-shaped mark forming on Off-Eyes' right leg. Issei takes his PP out of his beloved's tight and wet to be able to admire her since she was staring blankly and her body gave small astoundments of pleasure. Issei saw her like this, he did not know why, but he became even more excited and Issei kept his lips without caring that Off-Eyes saw him. Although she already knew the reason for her expression since she was going into heat as she was a pure dragon, which makes the pheromones that she releases in her first time excite the male more. Off-Eyes is where he could do it out, and he gets on all fours since he still wanted more and says to the brown-haired one, "This isn't over, we're just beginning," she said as she moved her butt from side to side, making the brown-haired man throw himself at her without wasting time and penetrate her again, reaching her udders. Was the moan that the dragon let out when she felt how her beloved penetrated her new mind. She was really liking that sanction very much. Issei began to penetrate her faster and faster, making her let out a moan full of pleasure. The brown man, every time he penetrated her, liked him more and more. Off-Eyes squeezed his PP so much, making the pleasure greater and greater. The brown-haired man pinches his beloved's S, making the dragon let out an even bigger moan. Really the wise brown to touch to STMLT his body more and more, causing the dragon to drop his head down, losing himself in pleasure. In addition to that, now in that position, he could feel even more the PP of his beloved. And after a few minutes, Off-Eyes was already lost in pleasure. She just wanted this moment not to end, but her body said something else as she again began to counterattack, preparing for her second orgasm. Issei, when he feels the body of his beloved contract, increases the speed to finish it at 2. Off-Eyes, when he feels the increase in move, begins to moan more and faster until the brown-haired man can no longer take it anymore. Off-Eye, I'm coming, said the brown-haired man. Adiento avinti aden, said the dragon, who was already losing pleasure. Then the CHST nut tree came inside Off-Eyes. It was Off-Eyes' moan when she felt how her belly was carried away by something hot and thick, which caused her to reach her own orgasm and also come. Off-Eyes fell almost fainting from pleasure. She could hardly feel her legs anymore, but there was no end since she felt how they turned her upside down, and then she felt how something was introduced again into her, making her release a moan of pleasure. Off-Eyes looked down and saw that her beloved had penetrated again, and she saw how he began to move, making her let out moans faster and faster as they penetrated her. She was thinking that it would be hers tomorrow, but when she felt how her beloved's PP hit her udders, making her scream of pleasure, she sent all that thought to the devil and dedicated herself to enjoying tonight with her beloved. In this way, they spent a few hours doing it non-stop until Off-Eyes couldn't take it anymore and fainted, of course, with a smile on his appealing face since he had come 5 times and the brown man 3. But there was a problem, and that is that he was still very aroused, and it showed it because his PP was still irked. SHG, and now what do? I don't want to bother Off-Ice, since I see that he can do more, said the brown-haired man who was sitting cursing under his breath, but as if some deity or some divine being heard him. He could feel something soft on his back while hands hugged him by the neck, then he felt something soft on each side of his arms, and finally he felt how two hands were massaging his irked PP. Issei turns around a little and realizes that the one who hugged him was his dear wife Faye, and who was massaging his PP were Kuroka and Yasaka, who couldn't stop licking their lips when they saw the brunette's PP and also saw how he left Off-Ice in that state of unconscious pleasure. It looks like you have a problem, Naya, said the Nekomata sensually. I think we can help you with this little problem, said the kitsune this time while massaging the brunette's PP faster and faster. Issei begins to get even more aroused than she already was since her beloved girlfriend and wife were pleasuring her with their hands while they were naked. And that's where a thought flashed through his head. Tonight I don't think I'll sleep, he thought when he saw his girls, who were all excited, and just by looking at them, they wanted to end up like Off-Ice, so Issei wasted no time and started. Issei begins to embrace the magician while, with one of her hands, massaging and pinching Kuroka's breast, while with the other, she begins to STMLT Yasaka since she thought that she was going to do the next one because she has not been able to have this opportunity. The three girls let out small moans as they felt the contact of the brown-haired man more and more. Yasaka was already very aroused to feel how the brown-haired man played with her. She shuddered every time he passed his hand over her and moaned loudly when she felt her beloved insert his fingers inside her. Kuroka was massaging the brunette's PP faster and faster than he was, as his beloved, knowing that he has a sensitive body, was taking advantage of this, making him more excited. On the other hand, Faye was simply embrace her, but the embrace was so passionate and possessive that it was turning her on more and more. Issei holds Yasaka and makes her SCK his PP, making her gladly accept, starting to give them small embrace that made the brunette's body shudder a little. After playing a little with her beloved boyfriend, Kitsune begins to put the PP in her mouth, tasting it little by little, making her like the knowledge she had every time, causing her to start SCK it faster and more possessively. While I place Faye to the side and start playing with her cute, making her moan a little with pleasure. And for Kuroka, Issei lowered his hand down her back, bringing her closer to him to start SCK and biting her while his hand was massaging her firm and soft butt, making her start moaning with pleasure. Issei couldn't hold on long anymore as the kitsune was SCK'd in a way that was too pleasurable. Yasa-chan, I'm coming, was what the CHSD nut said when he felt that the kitsune increased speed since she wanted to taste the CHSD nut tree's milk. Then the CHSD nut tree couldn't take it anymore and came and toined the mouth of the kitsune, who had a smile of satisfaction on her face as she LCK'd her lips and said it was delicious. Issei sets aside the girls for a moment to put the kitsune to bed and start SCK her and playing with her, making her moan with pleasure. While the other two girls gave each other pleasure since Kuroka was embraced the magician while with one hand he massaged her breasts. And with the other her, and Faye was in the same way making the two girls release small groans. The girls were very excited to see how the kitsune wallowed with pleasure when she felt the brown devour her. Eyes kun, continue, said the kitsune with total pleasure in her words, until she felt how the brown-haired man put his tongue inside her, making her eyes look like saucers, and screamed with pleasure. Yes. The kitsune screamed with pleasure when she felt how the CHSD nut tree's tongue moved inside her, making her body counterspin and getting ready, surprising the kitsune that in such a short time her beloved had excited her to such an extent that she was already going to. It was the mon that the kitsune let out when she could no longer bear the orgasm and let it come out in the mouth of the brown-haired man who only swallowed everything with pleasure. Delicious, you are very tasty, my appealing kitsune, the brown-haired man said to the sound while he bit it a little, taking out a small mon of pleasure and the almost fainting kitsune that breathed with difficulty. Since she had never had an orgasm in that way, she still felt how her body had slight spasms of pleasure. Issei moved away from her a bit while there would be the kitsune's legs, to which she did not object and rather entangled her legs in the CHSD nut tree's waist. You're ready, my appealing kitsune, because I assure you that tomorrow I don't think you'll be able to get up, said the brown-haired man to his beloved, making a shiver run down his spine as he LCK'd his lip with just the idea of how he was going to enjoy that night. And he places his PP at the entrance of the kitsunes and begins to rub, making her more excited, and for a moment he penetrates her, letting the kitsune let out a mon of pleasure. Then she proceeded to move faster and faster, causing both of them to let out mons since Yasaka felt how pleasure invaded her as she felt how her beloved penetrated her faster and faster, and the brown because he felt like Yasaka, despite having had a daughter, her was very wet and narrow, giving her pleasure with each move he gave her. The other two girls were already too excited to hear the mons that the kitsune made when they penetrated her. It was so much excitement that they began to crawl to where the brown man was, hoping that it would make them feel good since their s were all wet with excitement. Issei, when he sees his other two loved ones approaching with the longing that they want pleasure, he just smiles and pulls them to him, putting Kuroka of 4 to be his to start SCK her that is all wet, while with Fei, he begins to put his fingers in her that was all wet from excitement, a sign that he wants pleasure. When the two girls felt the touch of the CHST tree, they let out a big moan of pleasure. After a few minutes, we can see 3 girls who did not stop moaning, mainly one who was the kitsune, who continued to moan with great pleasure when she felt how her beloved penetrated her until she felt how the walls of Yasaka squeezed her, making her understand that she was going to reach her orgasm. Then Issei increased the move to come too, making the kitsune moan louder until she couldn't take it anymore. And she came making the brown one also come, producing that the kitsune long her orgasm when she felt how the semen of her beloved filled her inside. After the two of them came, Issei took out his PP from Yasaka, making her lie on the bed, breathing very heavily from the experience that the brown-haired man was showing her. Kuroka, who was on all fours, was moaning when she felt how the brown man SCK and bit her. One point, she stopped feeling it, and then she felt how something got inside her, making her moan loudly with pleasure. When she looked back, she saw that the brown man had penetrated her and was starting to move. Then he saw to the side that the kitsune was almost fainting with pleasure while something came out of her legs, and then he understood that it was his turn to be claimed by the CHST nut tree. Issei began to move little by little as she loved her appealing kitten's body. For being so sensitive, just the simple rose made her feel excited. He began to penetrate her faster and faster, feeling how the Nekomata's wet tightened it, motivating him to increase his speed, making the Nekomata moan faster and louder. Although she was not the only one, since she also increased the movement of her fingers that she had in the magician's, making her moan with pleasure as well. The girls felt complete pleasure at one point. Issei, with his free hand, held the Nekomata's hip and penetrated her deeper, touching her udders. Kuroka felt that he could only do one thing, moan with complete pleasure. Her mind was clouding as she felt how in each move the PP of her beloved hit her udders until she could no longer and lost herself in pleasure. Issei nu paris, akuiru mas The Nekomata asked between mons, already lost in pleasure, her body was too sensitive, and the brunette's PP was hitting her in the most sensitive part she had. I saw that hearing that increased the speed further, making the Nekomata moan even faster and louder with pleasure, but a moan makes him look next to her. Was the moan that the magician gave when she reached orgasm. The brown-haired man takes out his fingers little by little, showing that they were soaked in the magician's noises. Fei, feeling how her husband gradually pulled out his fingers, let out a small moan of pleasure until she felt them outside and lay down on the bed to catch her breath. The magician sees that Issei puts his hand to her mouth and with his tongue, SCK his fingers, tasting his wife's fluids, making the magician blush with embarrassment. Delicious, as sweet as ever, my appealing Fei-Chan, said the brown-haired man, seeking his fingers while the magician looked at him with great embarrassment. Although with a smile, because even if he did not admit it, she liked that part of Issei and liked to see how he tasted her whole body. Issei let Fei rest and concentrated on the Nekomata, who, when she began again with the move, moaned again with pleasure and satisfaction. The Nekomata moaned as she felt how the brown-haired man increased speed. Her whole body began to contract, she couldn't take it anymore. Her beloved's PP was hitting her deep inside them. Then she felt like something thick and hot flooded her belly, making her reach orgasm. The brunette began to pull out his PP little by little, making Kuroka feel a slight pleasure and let out a small moan. He groaned as he felt how the brown-haired man took out his PP, making it fall on the bed, very tired but with a smile on his face. Issei let her appealing kitten rest and went to where Fei was already waiting for him with open arms. She already wanted to feel hers, totally hers. That feeling that the brown man produced in her when he owned her was something that she loved, and although she was very embarrassed, she wanted to feel that way. He begins to enter as if little by little into the delicious of his beloved wife, making small moans that were like music for the brown. He continued to the bottom, where the magician moaned loudly. Without wasting time, he began to move up and down, making the magician's body also move, as well as her breasts, which did not stop moving with each move he gave the magician. Issei didn't know why, but he loved his wife's whole body, every part and every inch of him loved it, and every time he moaned, it turned him on more. Issei thought that it was probably because it was with the first woman he was with, but the truth is that he didn't really know and just wanted to enjoy his moment with his beloved wife. The magician moaned as she felt how the brown-haired man increased his speed, giving him that pleasure he likes so much. Issei bends down a little to start SCK one of her breasts, to which the magician feels this and lets out another moan of pleasure, making her grab her husband's head to bring it closer to her saint so that it would continue and not stop while she was penetrated. Lefay was in complete pleasure, that sensation of being penetrated into her udders, that sensation of feeling the hands of her beloved running over her legs and body, that sensation of feeling how her beloved husband dominated her, making her feel in complete pleasure, fascinated her. She loved it, she loved being his, she was fascinated by the fact that he made her his. Ah yes, more, Issei-sama, please more, she moaned as she felt her husband bite her, causing a discharge to run through her body, dilating her and squeezing the brunette's PP, making her increase even more speed from the sensation. Lefay felt her body contract, stopping for her orgasm, and Issei also felt that she was coming, so with one last move, she stopped letting all her essence come out. The magician moaned as she felt her husband coming inside her. The sensation was fascinating, it was pleasurable, she loved the feeling how her husband made her feel that way, and with a loud mon, she came to. Saw her that way, and she loved it. She began little by little to take her PP out of the magician, making her let out a slight moan of pleasure when she felt the soft rose of her. The brown-haired man separates from her a little, realizes that he is still very excited, and then he sees Yasaka again, who is face down and already more recovered and awake. He passes his gaze over the kitsune's naked body and stares at her very round and firm butt, making the brown-haired man slowly get to her. Yasaka was already calm, she felt very good after that moment with her beloved, but something in her wanted more to see how Ice turned out. She wanted to be like this, she wanted to be unconscious of pleasure, but her thoughts were interrupted when she let out a moan of pleasure since she felt like someone was SCK her lower part when she realized it was her beloved, and when she saw his irked PP, she only smiled and LCK'd her lip. It seems that after all, you are going to leave me unconscious of pleasure, thought the kitsune when she felt how the brunette put his fingers in her, making her release small moans of pleasure, while she felt how he also embraced her buttocks, making her relax for the pleasure she felt, and unconsciously open her legs, even being face down, so that the brunette would continue and not stop while releasing small grunts. I'll moan the kitsune as she felt how the brown-haired man increased the speed of her fingers and how he LCKS her butt. She was already prepared for anything if the brown-haired man decided to claim her for that place, she would not prevent him because, although she was somewhat afraid because no one had ever done it, she also felt excited to know how she feels. Then she felt how the brunette took his fingers out of her and felt how something was at the entrance of her butt. She saw again that Issei was rubbing his irked PP at the entrance of her butt. Yasaka only swallowed a little and lifted her buttocks more, implying that she would not stop him. Issei, seeing that Yasaka lifted his butt, only LCK'd at his lips and began to push little by little, making the two moan. Issei because it was very tight and felt free, and Yasaka because he felt a slight pain but also a certain pleasure. When it penetrates it, all the listeners listen as the kitsune lets out moans of pain that turn into pleasure as she makes a movement. Yasaka didn't know why, but with just a few movements, her mind was already getting lost in pleasure, and her body was already contracting for an orgasm. Eyes mass, don't stop, please. The kitsune moaned with pleasure as she felt how the brunette penetrated her buttocks, making her feel a really big pleasure. She felt that at that moment she was going to come, her body contracted more and more. And at one point she felt how they grabbed her waist and stopped making her hit with pleasure when she felt how her beloved's PP measured more in her, and that was when she couldn't take it anymore. It was the mon that hit me, and I couldn't stand his orgasm anymore, leaving her very tired and with agitated breathing. But she felt how he moved up and down, and she realized that the brunette still had her waist and his PP was still in her buttocks. Issei began to move up and down, making the kitsune jump small, giving her pleasure as she felt how her beloved's PP was penetrating her every time. And from the same excitement she felt, she began to move her hips, also giving her beloved and herself even more pleasure. Ah yes, how rich, the more I want more, moaned the kitsune, moving her hips faster and faster while they both moaned with pleasure. Yasaka turns to embrace the brown-haired man while he squeezes the S of the kitsune without stopping to move her hips, making her feel complete pleasure since she could not think in fact, she could no longer think, her body moved only by inertia or pleasure. Eyes puts her back to bed to give her a few last moves since she was about to come, and from what she could see, she also moved faster and faster, making the kitsune mon non-stop with pleasure until she didn't put any more and the two came. It was kitsune's mon when she felt how the brown tree was making her also take revenge, causing her body to have small spasms of pleasure and fall unconscious with a big smile. Issei pulls his pee out of the cute and round butt of the kitsune that was already unconscious in front of her upside down with her tail and ears already visible. At one point, he feels someone hug him from behind, begins to mstrbt, and hears someone say something in his ear. "You're going to do that to me too?" asked the voice with a touch of sensuality that the brown-haired man identified as his beloved wife. "If you want, we can try," my friend Fei-chan wanted. The brown-haired man answered to turn and give him an embrace full of passion, which the magician accepted immediately. At one point, she felt like the brown-haired man was massaging her soft and firm butt, causing him to let out small moans of pleasure, making the brown-haired man even more excited. Fei separated from her beloved and got on all fours while moving her butt from side to summon her husband to come for her, who was already anxious. Issei, seeing this, only approached and began to LCK the entrance of his wife's butt, making her give small moans of pleasure when she felt her husband's tongue. With his butt a little lubricated, the brown-haired man begins to put in little by little, making Fei let out small moans of pain but also a certain pleasure. When he penetrated her all, he stayed still so that she could assimilate the size and recover since he saw how the magician was breathing a little agitated. After a few minutes, the magician begins to move her hips by herself, making her let out small moans, and then the brown-haired man, seeing that the magician had already recovered, begins to move them at a calm but pleasant speed. "Ah yes, Sama, more, please, I want more," said the magician with great embarrassment, but with luxuria and pleasure in her words. Issei only increases the speed to make his dear wife feel good. "Ah yes, the magician moaned as she felt how she was penetrated faster and faster. The magician felt her body contracting more and more. It was incredible how quickly her orgasm was forming. Then she felt how someone lifted her by the waist and put her in the same position as the kitsune minutes before making her moan even louder as she felt how her husband's pee reached deeper. But it didn't end there since the brunette began to move her from above down, making each move the brunette's pee go deeper inside, causing the magician to moan more and that his body cannot take it anymore. The magician groaned when she could no longer hold the orgasm and moaned louder again when she felt her husband coming too. But when the magician thought that there was an end, she was wrong because the brown-haired man turned her, making her face in front of him, and at a moment where she felt that he lifted her up a little only to feel others like something new was going to enter her. Shesh was very sensitive to everything that had been commemed until now. Issei, without giving time to anything, began to move, making the magician's body move up and down along with her breasts that followed the movement of it. Isama, yes, don't stop," said the magician while moaning with pleasure since having her very sensitive produced more pleasure than before. Although her body can no longer take it and only the pleasure that the brown man made her feel moved by it. Issei continued to move faster and faster as he felt how his wife was pushing him deeper and deeper, making the sensation quite satisfying. Then he felt how the magician's body contracted again, indicating that he was going to come again, and what better time since he was also going to come. Then, in a quick movement, the brown-haired man lays the magician down and gives her a move, hitting her udders to release all her essence. Fei, feeling how the CHSD nut tree was coming inside them, let out a loud moan of pleasure so that she also saw it coming. Once the two came, Fei gave him a smile full of love and satisfaction, and then he fell unconscious with pleasure with a smile on his face. After gradually taking the pee out of his wife's, he sits down to look around and enjoys the view since the naked body of Off-Ice, who was dominated, or so he thought, rested a little away from them. Let us appreciate her appealing body and charming face. Yasaka, who was closest to them, was just by looking at her, she was deeply asleep, surely from fatigue. Issei could appreciate how appealing her face is with her kitsune ears and the sessy body, letting her have a unique beauty with her kitsune tail. In addition to that, she could see a certain mark on her right breast. Kuroko was not far behind since, with her cat-like ears and tails, they made her look appealing and charming, and her well-shaped and sessy body left more than one with their mouths open, appreciating her beauty. Fei was not far behind since, with her appealing face, they made her look like an angel, and even more so when she was asleep to highlight her beauty. And her body was not less than any of the previous ones since she had a body enviable for women and desired for men, and her well-shaped legs. Her soft and firm buttocks and in those big and firm breasts made her a really appealing woman. Issei, seeing his wife already asleep, was about to sleep even with his irked pee, but after a few seconds of having closed his eyes, he opened them again only to see Off-Eyes on top of him while he was gradually putting his pee in her, which gave him small stunnings, stmltng his pee more and more. In addition to seeing how Kuroko came crawling towards him with eyes of longing and a smile of, "The night is not over, I can still give you a lot of pleasure," said the dragon as she began to move to let out small moans of pleasure. "Don't forget me, Naya," said the Nekomara within her words, getting closer and closer, to which Issei only smiled as he still wanted to continue. tonight. And with that thought, the brown-haired man held the Nekomata and put his butt on her face to start SCK her, making her release moans of pleasure, while Off-Ice continued to be penetrated by the brown-haired man, making her also let out moans of pleasure. In this way, they continued until neither of the two girls could take it anymore since Issei, being such a powerful pure dragon, could still continue, but seeing them all asleep brings them closer to him so that they can all sleep together. The next morning, we can see a brown-haired man who is waking up little by little, who, when he sees around him, only smiles, and all his girls' area are hugging him with a big smile. Come on girls, it's already daylight, we have to get up, said the brown-haired man so that girls would begin to wake up little by little. Good morning, my appealing princesses, said Nuva. Put the chestnut tree in so that everyone finishes waking up. Good morning, eyes, said the dragon, giving an embrace full of love and affection to her beloved husband. Good morning, eyes Sama, said the magician, Hao immediately kissed her good morning. Good morning, Naya, said the Nekomata with a big smile, and then she embraced her beloved with a lot of love and good morning, eyes Kun, said the kitsune with an appealing smile, Hao immediately kissed him with a lot of passion and affection. Come on, girls, go get dressed and go down to breakfast. I'm going to go prepare breakfast, said the brown-haired man with a smile. Because you don't like to see us like this, said the dragon in an SNSL voice, running the chestnut's hand over his chsen, making him excited to see what everyone could see as his little friend began to get up. The girls, when they see this, begin to LCK their lips, remembering everything that happened last night. But then they realize that none of them feel their legs, and they realize that if they do it again, they will not get up for a week except for a certain magician who had other thoughts. So the remaining 3 girls try to stand up to get out, but none of them succeed. Well, Faye, seeing this only smiles since it seems that it is the first time for them that he leaves them in that state. Faye-chan, what are you laughing at, Naya? The Nekomata asked very curiously. It's just that I'm a little amused by how they try to use their legs and they can't, the magician answered, making the others confused. Because you can, the kitsune asked with a lot of doubt, which the magician only denied. No, I can't either, but remember that it's me, I've been with Ai-sama the longest, so it's not the first time I've ended up like this, said the magician while unconsciously LCKing her lips, remembering all those times they had their time as a couple. Which they all now understood since the magician was not the first time, so she had a way to help them. Faye approached them and said a small spell, making all of them have mobility in their legs again, and immediately they continued to leave there because although they wanted to continue, if they stayed, they did not know when they were going to leave that place, and they all had to do something. When they all came out, only the brunette and the magician remained, to which she gave him a last embrace to start leaving the room, moving her hips to make the brunette see them and look at her cute, soft, and firm butt, making him excited. Faye, seeing this, only smiled and left the room, leaving a brown-haired man excited. After a few minutes, we can see Issei finished making breakfast, and at the same time, they all begin to go down already dressed, although a certain magician comes down with a short showing her sassy legs and a blouse with straps showing part of her chsen, making the brunette get excited again. Once he serves breakfast to all of them, he goes to sit down, but he sees that his wife is in the place she always sits, and seeing that she does not want to move, he simply lifts her up, sits down, and sits his dear wife on his lap. To which the magician turns red with embarrassment but does not say anything, nor does she get up since she liked to be like this. The others only smile at such an amusing scene when they see Faye eating breakfast with her face red with shame sitting on the chestnut tree's legs. After finishing breakfast, they start talking about trivial topics, although a certain magician was doing other things since she was still sitting on the chestnut man's legs and he was caressing her legs, making the magician leave, getting excited little by little. Okay girls, you have something planned for today, asked the brown-haired man calmly as he continued caressing the magician's legs, turning her on more and making the other girls just let out a small laugh since the brown-haired man was playing with the magician. I'm going to visit my daughter to start instructing her on how to govern the yokai, the kitsune replied with a smile on her face. I have to go to work as a teacher at the Citri Naya Academy, said the Nekomata with a smile as she saw how Faye squirmed when she felt the caresses of the chestnut tree. I'm going to go to Kuroka, who asked me for help teaching history. I already have a little knowledge of all the history of the world, said the dragon calmly. And, I go where? Ravel-chan. What? That invited me to her house, said the magician, all excited by the caresses that the brown-haired man gave her on her legs. Issei only smiled at seeing his wife like that since this was revenge from now when she turned him on in the room. Well, I'll go with Kuro-chan and Off-Ice-chan to the academy to talk to Sona about the treaties we discussed earlier, since my finances are wonderful. I can invest in the academy without any problem, said the brown-haired man calmly, and then he bit the magician's ear, making her let out a small moan that made the brown-haired man smile. First, I'll go with Yasa-chan and leave him in the Yakai capital to see how things have been, mainly to see how the two of them are doing, which I see lately not very well with my presence, said the brown-haired man, seeing the kitsune, who is simply smiling. How do you think they will be fine if, because they are Yakai, their senses are very sharp and they tell them that you are very dangerous because of the great power you have. But at the same time they say that they should approach you because you are the person they once loved or loved, said the kitsune with an amused smile, although the last word gave her some confusion. Do you really think they still love me after everything they did? I mean, they forgot about me, got engaged, and finally married the person they love. Do you think that when they know who I am, they will come and tell me we love you? Asked the brown-haired man with great intrigue. The kitsune only raises her shoulders as a sign that she doesn't really know. I know my daughter very well, and I know that when she knows who you are, or rather who you have followed all this time, she will enter into an internal struggle that can destroy her marriage if she cannot control her, said the kitsune, knowing what her daughter is like and how she would act when she knew how to see her. I think so too. I know my sister very well, and you know that you are extremely important to her. Knowing who you are will also have an internal struggle, and her marriage may come to an end, said the Nekomata this time, letting her point of view be seen. They don't think they are very calm about what could happen to their sister and daughter, the brown-haired man asked curiously when he saw the two Yakai very relaxed. They are already great, Naya, as much as I and Yasaka are not going to be with them forever, Naya, said the Nekomata, making the kitsune agree with her. Besides, even if it hurts me a lot, they have to face the decision they made. Just as we made the decision to wait for you, they made the decision not to do it and get married, said the kitsune, to which the Nekomata agrees. The risk was too great for those of us who waited for you, since the risk was that you would never come back and we would be left alone. They took the safest option of forgetting you and going on with their lives as if you had never existed, Issei said, giving her point of view, to which the three girls agreed. Although for me I didn't care about being alone since I only loved, I love and will continue to love Issei-sama, said the magician, already sitting in a chair, because she could no longer bear the caresses of the CHST nut tree without making love to him. He was brown when he heard that it made his CH feel warm, and he just gave a smile to his appealing girls and told them that thank you for loving him and that he loves them too, to which they all blushed at his words, but they all had a big smile on their faces full of happiness. Well, going back to the previous topic, after leaving Yasa-chan, I'm going to go with Fei-chan to greet Ravel-chan to see how he is, said the brown-haired man, to which the magician happily accepted, since she imagined her friend's face arriving with her husband. While I leave them, Kuro-chan, please inform Sona that I'm going to visit her to talk about the agreements. I finished saying the brown, which the Nekomata does with a smile. And now that I remember, Yasa-chan, please, if you see Abilia, Villy's wife, tell her where we live, said the brown-haired man calmly, to which she nodded. Well, then let's get ready, and your Fei-chan, do me a favor and change those clothes because I'm not going to let you go out that way, said the brown-haired man with some discomfort as he left the dining room, leaving his girls behind with a smile and a magician with a big smile on her face. I like it when he gets that overprotective, the magician said in a mocking way, saying that she liked to see her husband in that facet. What woman doesn't like that since Issei-kun, despite being overprotective, doesn't exaggerate, and it's only like that when it's necessary, said the kitsune with an amused smile. That way he shows us how much he loves us since he always takes care of us, Issei said with a quality smile, to which the others nodded. Well, we'd better get ready, Issei-chan, because it's getting late, Naya, said the Nekomata, making the dragon nod, and they all began to leave the dining room to get ready. Human world, Japan, capital Yakai. We can see how three people appear in front of the palace of the Yakai and are about to enter. When the guards saw them, they were in total shock as their former leader had a big smile and a red mark with a dragon's head on his right CH, which everyone already knew meant this, and they were able to confirm it when they saw the kite's big smile, to which everyone, by pure reflection, could only see the now blonde walking next to the two girls who accompanied him calmly without caring about anything. All the guards had only one thought. Mrs. Kanu-sama and Kaneko-sama are not going to like this at all the guards thought when they saw how the three people entered the palace. Once inside the palace, the three of them set out to look for Kanu, but they could not find them. Saojiro-kun, could you raise your aura a little more to know that we are here? Asked the kitsune, who no longer wanted to look for them. To which the blonde just nodded and raised his aura a little more to let himself know that he was there. Minutes later, a door opens, and the trio of Yaukais comes out. Mother, it's good that you came, said the younger kitsune, scorching her mother next to the younger Nekomata. But they realized something that made them feel a strong pain in their CH, since the two Yaukai could clearly see the mark on her CH, that when they remembered the one the magician has, they realized that it was the same. Then they both separated from her and saw the blonde again with some anger and discomfort that everyone could see. Mother, it's that mark you have on your CH, said the youngest kitsune, wishing it wasn't the same mark that Lefei has on her left shoulder. Well, a lot of things happened lately, said the older kitsune with a blush, remembering all the things that happened the night before. But a certain blush did not go unnoticed by the girls, making them hold their CHSTs tightly as if they were preparing for what is coming. And well, Saojiro-kun is a fantastic and very romantic man, so I started dating him some time ago and now I'm one of his girlfriends, said the older Kitsune with a smile. Although the two yokai knew that this mark appears not only when dating a few times but when the dragon makes his partner his own, marking her as his own. The girls began to hurt their chsts and began to breathe heavily. They really did not know why they felt that way when the subject was about blonde, but they did not like them in the least. But mother, how could you do something like that, said the younger Kitsune with a lot of pain in her words, starting to have crystal clear eyes threatening to come out of a tear. He already has a wife and even more so he has another woman who is his girlfriend, said the Nekomata, thinking that Kurumi is his girlfriend without knowing that Kuroka was already his girlfriend too. That doesn't matter, you already know, and I also know that he, being a dragon, is going to have more than one woman. In my real mind that doesn't bother me and I only care that he loves me, said the older Kitsune in a serious tone. How can you be with a person like that? Is it true that it doesn't bother you that he already has two women? Said the youngest Kitsune on the verge of really crying. She wanted no woman to approach the blonde, and seeing how he surrounds himself with appealing women hurts him a lot, even more so when one of them is his mother. In fact, with Kuroka-chan we are already a painting, said the eldest Kitsune, surprising the pair of yokai even more. Issei is with him too, the younger Nekomata asked, unable to believe it, to which she only received a nod from the older Kitsune. Well, it couldn't be helped, since we both live with him, said the eldest Kitsune, implying that Kuroka is already the blonde's girlfriend and that she also lives with him. While all this was going on, Yasuko, Kanu and Kaniko's husband, was only very surprised by two things, one by the news that the blonde has 4 wives and one was his former leader and the other was his wife's older sister. The other to see the state of their wives, since they were very upset to the point of crying. He thought it was because they didn't want someone like Yasaka-sama to be with someone like the blonde one. But all those thoughts were interrupted when she saw how Kaniko fainted, since knowing that her sister was with the blonde and that she lived under the same roof was too much for her. Plus the internal struggle she could not take anymore and collapse. Everyone ran to help her to see if she was okay. The blonde arrived where she, with a little magic of help from Lefei, came to the conclusion that she was perfect. She only fainted from the shock before. To which Yasuko took her to her room to rest, followed by Kanu, who was not very well either and wanted to rest too. Don't you think you were very them, Yasa-chan, said the blonde as he saw how they left the room. On the contrary, I'm being very gentle with them, and I'm preparing them right away, said the older Kitsune, hugging the blonde, to which he responded with the hug. She loves being in his arms. It made her feel safe and happy. That's why she hugged the blonde at all times, to which he never refused any of them. Yasaka-sama is right, Saojiro-sama. See how they react just knowing that we live with you now. Imagine when they know who you are. How they will get to know that the person they love so much has always been in front of them and that same person went to their wedding, the magician commented, making the blonde stay silent since everything the magician said was right. After a small talk, the blonde and magician say goodbye to the Kitsune to go to the underworld and visit a certain phoenix. But before leaving, the Kitsune throws herself into the arms of her beloved to give him a big embrace, to what he reciprocates with a passionate embrace, surprising those who passed by and the guards who were in the room when they saw such an act. They no longer expected that they were really a couple. The couple separated, leaving a small trickle of saliva and a blushing Kitsune seeking their lips from such an embrace, and with a blush on her face showing how appealing she was. The blonde, seeing like this, embrace her again, which she did not oppose, and to enjoy more I wrap his arms around the blonde's neck and he around the waist of the Kitsune, enjoying the touch of each other. While those who saw that were red-faced, although some female yokai who saw them had a trickle of BLD running down their noses when they saw that scene and thought that they were the ones embraced the blonde. And the magician only smiled because that scene was very tender, since she didn't feel jealousy or any negative feelings about it. That is because as all girls have a strong relationship with the others, there are no problems, in addition to the fact that each of them at some point have had or have NTMT moments with the blonde, as in the case of her this morning. Once the couple separated, you can see a smile on their faces and a very blushed blonde as they looked into each other's eyes. I love you, said the blonde, to return to the magician and leave the Kitsune with a smile, while a warm feeling in her scent was formed by those words full of love and affection that the blonde told her. It really made her happy to be with her beloved, and that was the feeling she had waited for 10 long years, and now that she had him, she was not going to let him go for anything in the world. The Kitsune watched for a few seconds where the blonde had gone and with a smile went to where her daughters were resting to see how they were doing. Underworld, Lilith City, Citri Academy. At the academy we can see Sona Citri reviewing some documents with a lot of concern and extras. Is something wrong, Sona? Asked the newcomer Tsubaki with concern when she saw her king and best friend with that kind of expression that only indicates bad news. Well, all these papers that you see are debts that we have. Really, if this continues like this I will have to close the academia, said the heiress Citri with great concern and sad that her dream is being destroyed with every moment that passes and she can do nothing. Are they really bad? I mean, the debt is really so big? Queen Citri asked with a lot of concern. Yes, we are behind with the bank. The bills are late and there are even some that the sums are very large because they cannot pay on time, said the heiress Citri with a voice of sad sum. I don't know what I'm going to do anymore. We just keep accumulating debts and debts. The income is no longer enough for everything. The bank doesn't want to give us a loan and there is only money to pay for basic expenses," said the heiress Citri in a desperate voice and worrying her queen a lot since the dream that cost her king so much was being destroyed by people who just want more power. "If only we had the income to cancel those debts and a little more to increase the performance of the academy, we could get out of all this. We could even improve more and have income since the civil part supports us very well. But the political part, by not letting us get out of these debts, we are going to have to close the academy for an indefinite period of time," said the heiress Citri, thinking that it would already be a thought of the possibility to close the doors of his academy and with it his dream. "Wow, Naya, things are really bad, Naya," said a voice that caught the attention of the two black-haired women, making them turn to look at the door to observe a Nekomata and a dragon at the door. "Kiroka, what a surprise to see you here. I thought you were in class," said the heiress Citri calmly with a smile on her face, since Kiroka is one of the few people who have supported her and has been helping her with everything she could do, making her earn the friendship, trust, and gratitude of her and her queen. "Well, I put them to prepare a small presentation on the proper use of the rating game, Naya, to make them remember a little what they should already know, Anjaya," replied the Nekomata calmly as she approached with a "Kurumi where the black hairs are." Well, I didn't come to talk to you, Naya, about that, but I come to tell you two things, Naya," said the Nekomata, making Sona pay more attention to her and telling her to continue. "The first is that, as you will notice here, it is Kurumi, the fiancé of Saojiro, Naya," said the Nekomata, surprising the two black-haired girls, to which they only looked back at the dragon, who smiled, showing them the engagement ring, making both black-haired feel a certain jealousy as it is not them. But they were immediately surprised by that thought, and even more so by feeling jealous of a person they knew not long ago. These thoughts were immediately taken out to listen to Kiroka, although she had an inner smile since with her genjutsu she realized the state of both, to which she made a mental note in her head of talking to a certain brown boyfriend of hers. "Well, she came to help me for a while in the Naya story part, since I don't have much knowledge, and she, being a dragon, has a lot since she has lived for much longer." "Naya," the Nekomata commented, making the heiress Citri agree with her and telling her that she has her permission to help her in whatever it was. "The second thing I came to tell you is that I leave the sentence in the air to see how her friend was getting nervous, so she decided to continue. Saojiro, Naya told me that she will come to visit you later, Naya." The Nekomata dropped the bombshell with a smile, since the two black-haired women were in shock, and with her senjutsu she could feel that they were both nervous and very, very deep down they were excited to be able to see the blonde. Kiroka had a big smile, and a couple of black-haired women would soon fall to the charms of his dragon. Meanwhile, Kurumi also realized that they had certain feelings for the blonde, although she did not know if it was really love, but if so, she knew that the blonde would have more girls, and she preferred that they were known, and what better option. The heir Citri with her queen, who have always been present around her fiancé. "I am informed that you are coming to talk, Naya, about future financial contributions," said the Nekomata, shocking the two black-haired women and surprising Sona a lot, since she remembered their conversation in the restaurant that he will be her financial support, but she also remembered the last thing he said to her before leaving. "I remember. I will not let your dream be destroyed because it is your dream, and I will help you keep it your dream. See you soon, Miss Sona, Miss Tsubaki." End of remembrance. Sona, remembering that last one, her cheeks blushed, but she immediately hid her blush since she didn't want anyone to see her that way. Although later she thought that why would she behave that way if she barely knows the blonde and they have only exchanged words once or twice to fall in love with him, or yes. Sona shook her head to remove those thoughts and see that Kiroka was looking at them with a smile that said many things and all had to do with a certain blonde. "Thank you very much for informing me, Kiroka. You can leave," said the heiress Citri, very nervous and blushing because of the smile that the Nekomata had. Kiroka said goodbye, went to her class to continue with her day accompanied by the dragon. Sona, after the Nekomata left, was still very blushing. She saw her queen and friend again to see nothing more than she was the same as her, red and nervous. Sona sighed a little and calmed down a little. "Tsubaki, could you please inform the others of our guest so that they don't do anything when he arrives," said the heiress Citri, drawing her queen from her blush, who immediately went out, but stopped at the door and turned to where her friend is. "What will you do with Saji?" Queen Citri asked with great curiosity, to which the heiress tensed for a moment as she understood her friend's question. Since Saji is going to feel jealous that he is so close to Sona, and even more so when he has started to show interest in the blonde. "Nothing. He has to understand that he and I are nothing outside the relationship of MSTR and servant," the heiress Citri replied seriously, to which her queen will understand perfectly and will go out to inform all the Citri nobility, leaving a thoughtful Sona. Underworld, Castle Phoenix. We can see how he appears in a pair of blondes outside the Phoenix mansion. "Wow, this place hasn't changed at all since I left," the blonde commented when he saw the Phoenix castle that hadn't changed. The couple set out to enter and walked through the appealing garden until they reached the entrance of the castle. But when they arrived, they saw a scene that made a certain blonde very angry, and this was that Ravel Phoenix could be seen trying to get away from the sake of a young man that LaFay identified as the fiancé of the Phoenix and heir to the Barbados clan. "I already told you that I don't want to go out with you, so let me go," the blonde Phoenix complained angrily and trying to get out of the way of her hands. "Come on, don't be like that. If you come, I assure you that you will enjoy it," said the heir Barbados with a sadistic and perverse smile. "I said no, so let me go. I don't want to date someone like your idiot," blonde Phoenix claimed. Come on, very soon we are going to get married and we have to get along, and once married we are going to enjoy our time together very much, said the heir Barbados with a smile while Issei king his lips, making the phoenix feel disgusted just by seeing him, while a small tear of frustration came out of her at not being able to do anything. Ravel tried to get away from the fight with much more force when he saw that the heir Barbados was trying to embrace him. She didn't want to, she just wanted her lips to belong to a single person and not someone like him. Please, Issei-sama, help me, thought the blonde phoenix, closing her eyes when she saw that her lips were going to be claimed by someone who was not her beloved. At that moment, as if her wish was fulfilled, she was saved by a certain blonde who had an angry expression as he let out his killer instinct and aura. The blonde, when he saw that the blonde phoenix was going to be embraced, got very angry, and at one point he appeared in front of her, releasing the beam, and with a kick sent the young Barbados flying, who crashed into some trees, causing them to break due to the strong blow. Ravel, who had her eyes closed, felt how someone was hugging her, but instead of wanting to get away, she clung to the person who had her in her arms, since she could feel the delicacy and softness of the hug, in addition to the love and affection she felt when she was hugged by that person. The blonde phoenix opened her eyes little by little to see who was holding her, and great was her surprise to see a certain blonde who had her in his arms. When she realized, she blushed a lot, but instead of moving away from him she clung much more to him, since the aura he gave off made her feel calm and relaxed, and also reminds her of a certain brown tree, making her less want to move away from him. The blonde feels that the blonde phoenix clings to him more. He reflexively hugs her tighter but without hurting her to calm down, making the blonde phoenix blush more when she feels the closeness, but still continued to hug him. "Diamen, you know who I am," said the young Barbados, coming out among the trees with multiple wounds and BLD all over his body. "I don't give a shit who the hell you are," said the blonde angrily, making his killer instinct and his aura increase more, causing the young Barbados to begin to tremble with fear because of the great power and instinct that the blonde gives off. "I am the heir to House Barbados," said the young man, trying to use his family to intimidate the blonde. "I don't give a shit if you're Lucifer himself. If you do something against her again, I swear that not even hell itself will protect you from my fury," said the blonde with great anger, while his eyes of each color became like those of a reptile, making the young Barbados begin to tremble more. "Now take my eyes off, and if I see you again I will show you that my words are not simply words," said the blonde to the young Barbados, who did not take a second when he left immediately. Ravel, seeing this, clung more to the blonde. He didn't know why, but he didn't want to get away from him no matter what. He just wanted to feel safe and protected. Since he lost the brown man, he hasn't been able to feel that way, at least until now. In the blonde's arms he could relax, knowing that nothing in the world could harm him. "Thank you," said the blonde in whispers, now calmer and with a smile on her face. The blonde man only smiles when he hears her mind as he returns his aura to normal. "It seems that we arrived just in time," commented a voice that took the blonde phoenix out of her world, to go back to see who she was, and surprised that it was the magician who was smiling at her. "I see you like being in my husband's arms," the magician commented with a mischievous smile, making the blonde phoenix realize that she still had the blonde very well gripped. When she realized, she blushed her mind, but she also realized that the blonde had her hugging, making her blush even more, but even so she still did not want to let him go. Ravel was very embarrassed and very blushing, but even so, and knowing that it was wrong, she still didn't want to leave him. She still wanted to feel that feeling of warmth and tranquility that he transmitted. The magician, seeing this, only smiles, since she knew that she was thinking and feeling the blonde phoenix, since just by being close to the blonde she could transmit security and tranquility, something that she has not been able to feel for 10 years now. "Just by seeing you I can tell you that tranquility and security you feel I had not felt in years, and you only felt it when in the past Issei-sama hugged you." Well, it is not surprising that she feels that way, since you are really hugging the only person you love and who can make you feel that way. The magician thought with a smile of happiness that her friend feels that way. After hugging the blonde for a long time, the blonde phoenix walks away from him, even with her red face or a look of sadness when she moves away from blonde that did not go unnoticed by either of the other two blondes. "Sorry for that behavior, I don't know what happened to me," said the blonde phoenix, trying to hide her blush and embarrassment, to which she could not, since the two blondes noticed it, and for a certain blonde seeing her in that state made her look too pretty. "Don't worry, Ravel-chan, you know that you are my friend and I am not going to be angry for having my husband hugged, besides that he is not either, right?" the magician said with a smile, to which the blonde only confirmed with a smile, causing the blonde phoenix to calm down, knowing that she was angry. "I would rather like to be able to pamper you, Miss Phoenix, since being close to a woman as appealing as you is really a gift," said the blonde, to embrace the hand of the blonde phoenix, making her not stand such words and such an act, causing her to faint from the shame she felt. The blonde holds her so that she does not fall and can hit herself, while Issei had an amused smile when she sees what her husband does to women. The trio of blondes moved to some benches that were under some trees that were perfect for resting. When the magician arrived, she sat next to her husband, leaning on his shoulder for more comfort, while the blonde phoenix laid her on the bench with her head on the blonde's legs for more comfort while she did his appealing hair. But after a few minutes even being passed out, the blonde phoenix went on to what made the blonde feel how his heart was breaking. And this was that the two blondes saw how the blonde phoenix was crying while saying in a soft voice and full of pain, eyes. This was because when the brunette was with her, he always did her hair in the same way blonde does. Which causes the blonde phoenix to feel sad for never being able to be with her beloved again. The blonde seeing her like this felt like complete trash when he saw all the damage and suffering that the blonde phoenix had gone ahead through. Here I am, Richan, I will always be here to take care of you and love you, the blonde said to the blonde phoenix with a lot of love and tranquilly. Why, while wiping her tears ravel. When he hears this, he calms down and feels a great peace and tranquilly that invades him, making him sleep peacefully again, but this time with a sincere smile on his face that he had not shown in years. Forgive me, Richan, forgive me for all the suffering I have made you go through, the blonde thought when he saw her that way, while he continued to caress her hair, which caused a tear to run down his cheek. The magician seeing him like this burned him while wiping his tear. It's not your fault, it's something that had to happen, said the magician, trying to reassure her husband since it hurt her to see him in that state. But that has already happened, it was something that could not be avoided. Now you are here with me, with her, and with all of us, and it goes without saying that both me and the others have made us extremely happy, said the magician with a lot of love and affection in her words. The blonde man heard everything his wife told him. He smiled at him since he could feel all those feelings that she expressed in her words and burned, promising himself in that moment that he will always take care of them and love them with all his being. No matter what happens, he will always be there for them and will never leave them alone, since they are the light that illuminates their day. Thank you, Fei-chan, was the only thing he said before embrace her with love, to which the magician gladly accepted that embrace. The two blondes, who were next to each other, had Lefea leaning against her beloved while the blonde phoenix continued to rest on the blonde's legs. Since it had been years since she had rested so calmly and relaxed, she always felt that she was missing something, and that something was the presence of the man she loved so much. Although not only that, but also his aura when she was surrounded by her and his warmth when she felt his arms hugging her were things that she missed. A few hours passed, and the blonde phoenix was already waking up from her sleep and somehow managing to fall asleep after so long of not being able to sleep peacefully and relaxed. They were the sounds that the blonde phoenix made when she woke up little by little. When she opened them and saw the blonde who did her hair and who was on his legs, she blushed strongly and immediately separated from him, although, being honest with herself, somehow she did not want to get away from him. In fact, she wanted them to continue stroking her hair. The blonde phoenix tried to say something, but she failed olympically because of how nervous she was. Her heart beat fiercely from how sorry she was. She imagined the blonde all the time stroking her hair while she slept peacefully on her legs. With that thought, she blushed even more, and her heart beat faster since she, for some reason, like the thought. Don't worry, Ravel-chan, he was just taking care of you, said the magician with a smile, trying to calm her friend down since she was very serviced. The blonde phoenix, after a few moments, returned to her usual attitude, although her blush did not go away, and a certain blonde had a smile when he could see her in that nervous way since she seemed very pretty. Well, since he's fine, I'm going to retire since I have some business to attend to, said the blonde when remembering that he still had to go talk to Sona. The blonde phoenix wanted to tell him to stay at least a little longer to be thankful for what happened before, or that was what she thought, since the reality was very different, because what she really wanted was to feel this tranquilly in peace again when being close to him. The blonde, when he saw that the blonde phoenix wanted to do something, beat him to it since he could imagine what he was going to say to him. If you like, Miss Ravel, I'll come another time when I have more time and we can spend a quiet afternoon, but for now that would be impossible since I have business to attend to, said the blonde phoenix with a smile, to which the blonde phoenix nodded her head as she understood that he was really busy and she was also happy since he promised to spend an afternoon with her. The blonde was happy that he visited her and blushed with embarrassment, and the magician, when she saw him, had a smile that said that later she would like to bother her friend. He said goodbye to the magician with a big embrace full of love and affection, which she gladly accepted. The blonde phoenix blushed when she saw this, but deep down she felt jealous of her friend because just by seeing it, he loved her very much, and that could be shown just by seeing that embrace full of love. When the blonde separated from his wife, he approached the blonde phoenix. When she saw him approaching, she tensed a little and became nervous. The blonde, seeing her like this, took a little space while he took her hand to embrace her. When the blonde felt the embrace on her hand, I wish it was so much that it was on her lips and to be able to feel that great affection and appreciation in that embrace. I hope to see such an appealing lady again another time. And if you need anything from me, just contact Fei Chan, and I'll be there for you, said the blonde as he disappeared in a magic circle while leaving a very blushing blonde. Fei Chan, he can really help me with my engagement, said the blonde phoenix without taking her eyes off the place where the blonde disappeared. The magician, hearing that, simply smiled when she saw her best friend in that way since she had a big blush mark on her face. Of course, if Ravel-chan, that is indisputable, although you will have to wait until the wedding day. In fact, you are going to go to the wedding but you will not get married since to cancel your engagement is a bit complicated but not impossible, and he almost has everything ready, said the magician with a big smile, making the blonde phoenix feel calmer. In fact, if you have a problem like your so-called fiancé from today on, let me know, and he will be there for you today, the magician said again calmly. The blonde phoenix sees her again, smiles at her, and tells her that, thanks to what she only said being nothing. They immediately go to the mansion to spend time together and talk about certain topics, as they always do, only this time the blonde phoenix had a big smile of happiness on her face. In Formundo, capital de Lilith, Academia Citri. Wow, this place really needs a lot of help, said the blonde with concern, who was now at the entrance of the Citri Academy. From what it looks like, those demons have not left it easy for the heiress Citri, Didrag said when he saw the state of the academy because, although it was very well maintained and presented, it could be seen that it lacks many things due to a lack of funds, such as its own fields of practice. Answered the blonde, a little worried and annoyed, worried that everything Sona has done to keep the place open and annoyed to see the greed of the demons of the upper class. Issei prepared to enter the educational grounds while increasing his aura to warn that he was there since he did not want to alert someone and that they attack him for thinking that he is an enemy. Enemy. So he waited at the entrance of the academy for someone to come to show him the way. Minutes before the blonde arrived. We could see all the Citri nobility in the director's office receiving some instructions. Finally, I ask you to treat him well, since it depends on him that this academy remains open, so I don't have to say how important it is for me that this business is done effectively, said the heiress Citri in a commanding way, although they could tell that they also had a feeling of supplication. The heiress saw her pawn Saji again, who was paying attention to her because even though they ended a relationship, he still had to respect his king. But despite that, he had some anger and disgust that dragon that appeared at the party of the yokai came here. And even more so now, since she did not want her to approach her king, who still had feelings for her and was thinking again of conquering her. Saji, of all those who are here, you are the one who worries me the most that he will do something stupid, said the heiress Citri in a direct and serious way. As she has always been since no one has been able to take away that coldness and they believe that no one ever succeeds. When the pawn Citri was going to say something to defend himself because, despite everything, that was no way to talk to him in such a harsh way. Even knowing that he is his king, he thought it was because she was still angry with him for what happened with their relationship and was getting even, but Sona stopped to continue. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it for any of the reasons you're thinking about right now, said the heiress Citri, calling everyone's attention and surprising Saji that wasn't the reason, so he kept quiet to see what the reason was. It's because I have knowledge about the dragon race, said the heiress Citri, indicating that everything she was going to say was true. You being a dragon, or in this case a dragon king, even if you don't have the title. But I understand that dragons don't like another of their kind to enter their territory without invitation. And you can say that the academy is your territory. And maybe it bothers you that another dragon enters, so I ask you right away to control yourself because I don't want problems with him. It was clear. Citri finished surprising everyone, leaving a very surprised Saji, but he immediately understood and nodded his head. At the moment that Sona was going to continue speaking, he felt a powerful aura that was very familiar, mainly to Queen Citri, since she was the one who had been closest to him at the party of the yokai, and he was able to recognize her aura faster. It seems that Sona has already arrived, Queen Citri informed, to which everyone understood that this powerful aura was that of the blonde dragon. The heiress Citri took a deep breath to calm herself down, as she was very nervous and still did not know why. Tsubaki, could you go for him, please? The heiress Citri asked her queen, who accepted immediately and went to receive him. At the entrance, we can see a blonde waiting for someone to come and receive him. And he did not have to wait long as he could see Queen Citri heading towards him. But what a pleasant surprise to be received by such an appealing lady, said the blonde while bowing a little in greeting, while Queen Citri blushed at the feast and began to get a little nervous. Good afternoon, Pendragon-sama, it's an honor to have you here, Queen Citri said formally, trying to hide her blush and nervousness, which she could not achieve since the blonde could notice it perfectly. Please, Miss Shinra, let's leave the formalities, since I don't like them if the situation doesn't warrant it. And although this is an important matter, I'd like to be able to talk if she does, the blonde expressed calmly. Besides, I'd like to call her Tsubaki like the last time we met if it's not too much of a nuisance, said the blonde, to which the black-haired woman blushed and said that there was no problem. After that greeting, the two prepared to enter the academy and thus went to the address where they were waiting. I'm glad Tsubaki-san is already better. She is really more appealing with a smile on her appealing face than a tear on her, said the blonde with a smile as they continued on their way, to which the black-haired woman blushed quite a lot when she heard that say that. I don't think that she has a beautiful face. Which face, which I think is normal. Normal. Normal, Saojiro-san, Queen Citri, said with her face completely red. How can you say that if you are one of the most appealing women I have ever seen in my life? Said the blonde with total sincerity. Sincerity, to which the black-haired woman blushed even more when she heard him as her heart began to beat rapidly. Please, Saojiro-san, I don't say that. Besides, if you say it that way, it seems that you are flirting with me and you are married, said Queen Citri, trying not to say anything else because she did not know how to act since she had never been complimented by her way of being so serious. Even though I have a wife and I love her as much as you, she knows that. Being a dragon, I can have more than one wife, and she does not bother her in the least since she knows that I will always love her like the others. The blonde husband gives a smile, and in a quick movement, he places Queen Citri on a wall without her being able to move. The black-haired woman was quite surprised to see how she was cornered so easily. But her surprise vanished when she realized that the blonde was centimeters from her face and mainly from her lips, making her heart start beating like crazy while her face turned red. Besides, you can't blame me for flirting with you since it's your fault for being such an appealing and charming woman, said the blonde as he ran one hand over the black-haired woman's waist while the other did her hair, and his face got closer and closer to the black-haired woman's lips. Tsubaki was in total shock. She did not know what to do or how to act in this situation, although when a man approached her without her consent, she immediately pushed him away. But with the blonde in front of her, she felt helpless. The fact that he cornered her like that while he hugged her by the waist closer to him and felt his hand in her hair made her feel somehow okay. But when she saw him coming close to her lips, her heart began to beat much faster than before, as if she wanted to taste those lips. The blonde had an inner smile when he saw her in such a SBMSSV way. Even though she has a very strong attitude, he knew that she has always wanted to be treated in such an aggressive but also affectionate way. Since she is not a MSCSD who likes to be beaten or anything like that, but what she likes is that a man makes her feel like a woman in every sense. For that same reason, she fell in love with Kiba since he was very gentlemanly, making her feel good. But now she had a different thought, since being in a situation like the one she was in at that moment. She realized that what she really wanted was a man who was a gentleman to treat her with respect and affection, but also aggressive, to make her feel like a woman, like in that moment where the blonde was totally SBMSSV. The blonde passed from his lips to his ear and whispered to him, "We'd better leave because they're waiting for us," said the blonde calmly, to which the black-haired woman was disappointed because, for some reason, she wanted the blonde to continue. Issei. Seeing Queen Citri with a look that expressed disappointment, approached her and whispered again, "Although if this appealing lady gives me the great honor, I would love to invite her to dinner this weekend, just the two of us," commented the blonde, to which the black-haired woman as if by inertia nodded her head while her cheeks were all flushed. The blonde released her but first embraced her cheek, to which the black-haired woman was surprised while blushing more than before. The blonde gave him a warm smile, and the two went in the direction where they were waiting for him, although this time there was a Tsubaki with her face completely red because of what just happened a few moments ago. When they arrived in the room, Queen Citri knocked on the door and received a go-ahead. ahead, 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 ahead. When she opened it, all the Citri nobility were in total shock as they saw Queen Citri with a big blush on her face and a blonde with a smile that said that he was the one to blame for that blush. On the other hand, Sona did not know what to do or what to say in that situation since she was curious about what happened so that the queen would look so SBMSSV and ashamed. The blonde, when he saw that no one was saying anything, decided that the best thing to do would be to start to calm the atmosphere. It's good to see you again, Miss Citri, said the blonde politely, taking everyone out of their shock and paying attention again to the person who had spoken. It's good to see him again, Pendragon-san, said the heiress Citri with a calm smile, to which the Theth nobility were shocked again to see their king smiling. Sona proceeded to first introduce his nobility, to which he greeted everyone with a handshake 44444 for the men and an embrace 44444 for the women. Although when he arrived at a certain couple of girls, he simply greeted them from a distance, to which everyone found that action strange. Excuse me, Pendragon-san, would you be so kind as to tell me because you greeted the two of them differently than the others? Asked the heiress Citri, thinking that they had done something wrong before or that he had resentment towards them for some reason. Please just tell me, Sojiro, Miss Citri, I don't like formalities, and about them, well, it's very simple, said the blonde, to which everyone paid attention, mainly the two girls, since they were Momo and Raruko and her boyfriend Saji, who also paid attention, because if he disrespected them, he would see her with him. They are already marked by a dragon, in other words, words, and I hope you don't get angry, ladies. But it can be said that when they are marked by a dragon, they become his. In other words, no one of our race can approach them if it is not with the permission of the owner of that mark, said the blonde calmly, to which everyone was surprised that he realized and reassured the two girls and her boyfriend. If it's a nuisance, how is it that you realized that they are marked? Asked the heiress Citri with a lot of curiosity since the brand was split under her clothes. Simple, maybe for another race that is not ours they cannot notice it, but for us it is very easy since that mark is to take care of women. In fact, any race can notice it if they pay attention since they give off a little of the dragon aura of the dragon that marked them through the mark, answered the blonde while leaving everyone quiet since they had not noticed that little detail. Not even Saji that he was a dragon or a demon. The blonde man saw the labor Citri again and said quietly, from what I see, you must be Saji, the Citri pawn who carries the Dragon King Vivitria and also the owner of the marks of the two young ladies, said the blonde, to which the pawn Citri nodded with a serious look, thinking that he could do something against them. Would you really calm down? Dragons can be many things, but we have our pride, and we will never find our race if there is not a very strong reason involved. Besides, we respect the partners of other dragons, said the blonde with a serious countenance since, despite being his friend, Issei also developed a certain pride for his race by being so long with the Trihexa. The people present were surprised by those words, even Saji, since he never thought that he would give him something like that. Besides that, he did not know that detail, and the blonde could see that not only the nobility did not know something as basic as that, but neither did the pawn Citro. From what I see, I didn't really know that. It's an offense that you don't know something as basic as that. So I order you as the candidate for the fourth dragon god to inform yourself from today on of everything that has to do with our race either through the dragon that is sealed in you or to go to the lands of Tannen and tell them to teach you, because even if you are part demon it does not mean that you only have to study the laws and culture of the demon, since being half dragon you also have to study our laws and culture. If you do not comply I will be in the painful need to expel you from our race, said the blonde in a very serious way while increasing his aura to confirm that it is not a joke but an order. Those present now, if they were in total shock, could not believe that in front of them is a candidate for Dragon God, but when they felt his aura and the show of power that he showed at the party of the Yokai, there was no doubt. That is where they realized that with the person who is in front of them, you do not play with them, you can say that they are in front of one of the most important beings, powerful of the world, because if he is really a candidate for God Dragon, it must be for something. Although a certain Queen Citri was blushing and staring at the blonde man, since the demonstration of power and authority excited him for some reason. And that is not to mention how kind and respectful he can be. In the eyes of Queen Citri, it could be said that he was a prefect man. On Sona's part, she simply looked at the blonde, all calmly, although on his face you could notice a certain tint of red, and that is that what woman would not like a strong man. And adding how kind and affectionate he is with his women, made him an almost perfect man, since she would like to see his intelligence. But even so, she now felt jealous of a certain blonde magician for having a man like him. On the other hand, Saji was with his eyes open for two reasons. The first is because his dragon was telling him not to do something stupid in front of him for anything in the world, since he could see that he was serious. And if it were true, he would have to show respect to him as a dragon god candidate. And the other is because he could feel the powerful aura emanating from him. Saji nodded in confirmation, to which the blonde stopped expelling his aura, letting the atmosphere calm down and return to normal. I hope that next time we see each other, you have at least the basics of our laws and culture in mind, and once and for all, also teach the young ladies present here a little of the same, because, although they are not dragons, it would not be bad for them to know even a little about their partner, said the blonde, to which the Pawn Citri nodded along with his two wives. Well, it seems that we have deviated from the fear of what my visit is due to. What do you think if we start with our conversation, Miss Citri? Said the blonde, already calmer, leaving behind what has just happened in the past. Of course, please take a seat and also call me Sona, nothing more, said the heiress Citri with a small smile, which only the blonde could appreciate and smile at. It will be a pleasure, Sona-san, said the blonde, sitting in an armchair while Sona was in another in front of him, his nobility behind her, and a small table in the middle of the two. Underworld, City of Lilith, Citri Academy. We can see all the Citri nobility behind their king, who was about to talk to a certain blonde man. I'd like to ask you 2 questions before talking about the main topic, said the heiress Citri calmly, to which the blonde gave her a signal to continue. Is it true that you are a candidate for Dragon God? Asked the heiress Citri with considerable interest, since if it were true, the person in front of her would be like an Offis in power. That's right, I have been named a candidate for Dragon God by the 3 Dragon Gods, and I am just trying to meet the requirements to be named the 4th Dragon God. The blonde replied calmly, surprising everyone, but they also realized that he did not say what the requirements were, so they thought they had to be secret. Well, now my other question is to go back to the subject. Why do you want to help us? Heiress Citri asked, resuming her serious manner. For 2 reasons, because I want to and because I promised someone, the blonde replied seriously. What do you mean you promised it to someone? Asked the heiress Citri, quite interested. 10 years ago, I met a person who told me many things about you in general, not only those who are here but about all the people with whom he interacted, said the blonde, surprising everyone since they knew who he was talking about. From what I see you have already noticed. That's right, 10 years ago I met Hyoto Issei when he went to train with the former Dragon King Tiaman. There I met him, and we became good friends. It was at that moment that he told me many things about you and told me that one day if he was not there, I would support you in everything I could, said the blonde, leaving everyone silenced by such information. The blonde sees that Sona had a sad look and that she was going to say something, but he goes ahead and answers the question he was going to ask her. Don't worry, I'm 100% sure that he's still alive. In fact, it's more certain that he's already looking for a way out of that dimension. After all, it's not easy to kill him, said the blonde with a smile, to which everyone was surprised by his words, but after a few moments, they also smiled, since he was right. Well, if those are your doubts, Sona-san, I'd like to start with the main topic, said the blonde, to which the heiress Citri nodded, and they began to talk about the academy. Underworld, Agrias facilities. How interesting everything you have told me, Surzech, but I have a doubt where he has been all this time, said a red-haired man with great interest. Really, I don't know. We couldn't ask him much because when he saved Yasaka, he went with her. Later, we knew that he arrived with her in perfect condition. They even did a checkup to see if he had her under control, but nothing appeared. It's as if the real mind only took care of her and then returned her already recovered, said the now identified Surzech Lucifer, informing his friend. Well, it may be a possibility since Yasaka was not a former leader of the Yokai for nothing, not just anyone can match her power. Besides, if he is with the magician Pendragon, I imagine it is because he really loves her since mind control does not work in high-level magicians unless in her, who is one of the best when it comes to magic, said the red-haired man analyzing the situation. Ajuka, you really think we can trust him? Said the redhead with a lot of doubts. Well, you don't know if we don't treat him more. He shows that he is not an enemy, plus he helped save Yasaka. From what you tell me, his power is very great. He can fight with us, so my advice will be better to have him as an ally since a force like his would be of help to us and more now, said the now identified Ajuka Beelzebub in a serious way for the last time. You talk about the attacks that are happening throughout the supernatural world, the redhead asked seriously. Yes, also, for some reason, there is a lot of movement in the supernatural world, and without counting that not long ago Shiva began to move too. It seems that something really bad is happening that makes the god of destruction mobilize, said the red-haired man in a very serious way. I've also noticed that, and I've talked to Azazel, Miguel, and Odin about the subject. Plus Yasaka is also informed of the matter. We're preparing in case it happens to the serious one, the redhead mentioned seriously. For now, it will be better to prepare ourselves and the dragon because we do not test it to see if its strength is really what it appears to be. Besides, I am very curious about the subject, said the red-haired man with a look of curiosity because of the rumors he has heard. Curious about what? The redhead asked very curiously. Lately it has been mentioned among the dragons that someone was named a candidate for dragon god, and I am really very curious who he is. But listening to you, it may be that boy they are talking about, the green-haired man answered calmly, surprising the redhead. How do you know all that? The redhead asked when he heard nothing about the subject. Well, it wasn't very difficult. Nothing more than Tiamat helped me with some things a few days ago, and he told me about it. Believe me, I was really surprised when he told me and how much I wanted to meet him. Let's see if he's really strong, the red-haired man answered again, calmly surprising the redhead even more. Too bad no one knows who he is since he says that he has not yet formally introduced himself to his race. But I think it could be that boy, said the green-haired man, looking back at the redhead who was in front of him. Sirzech, why don't you communicate with him and tell him that if he can make a demonstration of power and I tell Tiamat to be his opponent, if it is true that he is a candidate, he can defeat Tiamat. But if we don't know that it is not him, besides that, Tiamat does not stop saying that he wants to meet the one who is a candidate, said the green-haired man, calling the attention of a redhead since that idea is not bad. It's a very good idea, but it will take time since we don't know where she lives, but very soon it will be my sister's wedding. I imagine that Lefay Pendragon will attend, and if she does too, since he is her husband, at that moment it would be perfect to ask her, announced the redhead, to which the green-haired man nodded. Underworld, Lilith City, Citri Academy. From what I see, the situation is really bad, said a blonde after hearing all the debts and loans they owe since the heiress Citri had to inform him of everything to see how much they could fix. Bad is little. I don't know how this woman can keep this academy running, Deidre commented in the blonde's mind. Yes, as you can see, the situation is very bad. In fact, I was seriously thinking about closing the school. I had no way to recover without a provider, said the heiress Citri sadly, since the situation was really very bad. The blonde looked at the empty room only with Sona and her queen since the others had to continue with their duties. He focused his gaze on both black hairs and really felt how it hurt him to see them that way, mainly Sona since this was her dream. The good thing is that I have the income to fix all his problems, thought the blonde, thinking that everything would more or less work out. Well, Sona-san, I've already clarified all the bad points because we didn't sign the contract, the blonde commented with a calm smile. That comment surprised the black-haired women since they did not expect that he would really accept to be their supplier since the sum he has to invest is not small at all and the profits would be seen in the long term. Are you sure you want to sign? Asked the heiress Citri with great doubt, although deep down she really wanted to believe that he really accepted. Of course I do, as I said before, this is your dream, I'm not going to let someone destroy it, the blonde confirmed as he signed a contract and gave him a smile full of understanding and support. Sona at that moment could not bear it, and tears began to come out of her eyes. Although this time they were not of frustration as in previous years, this time they were of happiness to know that someone was really helping her. And without thinking twice, she threw herself into hugging him while saying thank you and repetitively clinging to him more and more. Sona did not know why she took that sudden action since she is not like that, although she thought that surely it was because this person was like her favorite brown tree, who always supported her and helped her in everything she could when she needed it most. The blonde, seeing the heiress Citri in that way, simply hugged her, snuggling her in his arms while comforting her, to which the black-haired woman clung more to him as if by inertia when she felt his arms surrounding her, since for some reason his presence reassured her. Although she was not really the only one who needed to be comforted since Queen Citri was also crying with happiness knowing that all the effort they made so far had paid off. The blonde also saw her that way and extended his hand, to which she took her and drew her to him to hug her in the same way as Sona. After a few very long minutes, we can see a blonde sitting down who was still hugging a couple of blackheads who were calmer, although none of them had let go of him yet. When the heiress Citri calmed down, she walked away from the blonde with her face completely red with shame. While the other black-haired woman didn't want to move away from the blonde since she felt so comfortable feeling his arms on her and his aura was so calm and relaxing. She hadn't felt like this since a certain brunette hadn't hugged her again, but with all her strength, she moved away from the blonde while her face turned red with embarrassment. So I see that they are already well, commented the blonde, to which the black-haired women nodded with great embarrassment. Well, I still have a little time. Sona-san would like to play a game. I've been told it's very good, said the blonde, pointing to a chessboard that was on the table, to which the heiress Citri smiled and thought that this was the best time to try it. Of course, I would love to play, Citri said to the heiress, although his real motive was to see the blonde's intellect. The blonde and the black-haired woman began to play. What neither of the two black-haired Citri expected was that from the beginning, the blonde would correlate with Sona, making sure that she could not make her moves and leaving her cornered. Tsubaki watched the game with great amazement that the blonde was smart enough to leave his king cornered, and what amazed her the most was that after a few movements, the blonde said something that left the two black-haired Citri amazed. Jakemate was the only thing the blonde said, leaving the blackheads in total shock, mainly the heiress Citri, who still couldn't believe that she could beat him so easily. That was a very good game, Sona-san, that I really enjoyed, said the black-haired man with a smile, but the heiress Citri, when she saw him, was more surprised since that smile was not one of arrogance or superiority but of fun since he really enjoyed playing with her. Would you give me a rematch? Sona asked. It wasn't that she was a bad loser or anything, but for some reason she really wanted to beat the blonde. Of course, no, said the blonde, to which they played another game. In the afternoon, the weddings ended at the Citri Academy, and the Citri nobility went along with Kuroka and Kurumi to see how everything had turned out. But when they entered the room, they were surprised as Queen Citri was sitting on the legs of a blonde while she was completely blushing. On the other side of the table was a Sona with a face of total frustration and a bit of jealousy when she saw her friend where she was sitting. When everyone got closer, they saw that the blonde and the heiress Citri were in the middle of a chess game, but what surprised them was that their king was losing. Kuroka had a mischievous smile just like Kurumi, and they approached the blonde and hugged him from behind. Naya, it looks like you're having fun, Naya, said the Nekomata, drawing the attention of the blonde and the two black-haired citrus. And a lot from what you can see, said the dragon this time while seeing Queen Citri with a smile who was getting redder than before. Then she tried to separate herself from the blonde, but he did not let her. Where are you going, Tsubaki-san? The game is not over yet, and you have to comply with your punishment, said the blonde who held Queen Citri, making her turn redder than before. Punishment? The dragon asked with great doubt, while the Citri nobility remained silent to listen and understand the situation. I played a game with Tsubaki-san, but we said that if I lost, she could ask me for anything, and if I won, she had to sit on my lap until I left the academy. And as you can see, I won, said the blonde in amused materia, to which Queen Citri was dying of embarrassment. But that Naya, instead of being a punishment, is a Naya reward, said the Nekomata with an amused and malicious smile. That's true because, from what you can see, she's enjoying it, right? The dragon asked what Queen Citri didn't know what to do since she was really enjoying sitting on the blonde's legs and even more so when she had her in her arms while playing with her king, but she couldn't say it was too embarrassed. Everyone was silent, waiting for Queen Citri's answer that never came, and then she blushed more at not being able to deny it, making a certain Nekomata and a certain dragon smile maliciously. Kuroka, in a quick movement, stole an embrace from the blonde while everyone was staring at her. When he felt the lips of his beloved kitten, the embrace followed, since he does not deny an embrace to any of his girlfriends, wives, or fiancées. When they separated, leaving a slight trickle of saliva, the only ones they could see were the two black-haired Citri, leaving them extremely blushing, and even more so when they saw the Nekomata licking her lip as if she had enjoyed that embrace. Then, in a quick move, they stole another embrace, but this time it was from the dragon, leaving everyone in total shock. When they separated, they left a trickle of saliva, and again, only the black-haired Citri could see. Kurumi cut her lip, savoring the previous embrace. Then she saw the two black-haired women who were staring at them as if they were asking if they could embrace him, to which the Nekomata and the dragon smiled even more maliciously. Kurumi moved behind Queen Citri and whispered in her ear, where only she and heiress Citri could hear, while Issei turned his attention back to the game. You really want to try those lips, said the dragon, to which Queen Citri opened her eyes in surprise at the words. Then it was the turn of the Nekomata, who went after the heiress Citri and, in the same way, whispered in her ear where only she and her queen could hear. You really want to feel those lips against yours, said the Nekomata, to which the heiress Citri opened her eyes at her friend's words. You wish you could feel such a satisfying sensation, said the dragon in Queen Citri's ear. You want me to embrace you and make you feel that you are alive with just one embrace, said the Nekomata in the ear of the heiress Citri. You want him to embrace you and make you feel like a woman with just one embrace, said the dragon in Queen Citri's ear. You know that if you want, you can do it, said the Nekomata, while her smile grew at the sight of the black-haired women, who were more and more anxious. And we're not going to stop it, said the dragon as her smile grew more and more. Really, being with the girls for so long was causing her to become more naughty. You just have to go and claim those lips, said the Nekomata, to which the heiress Citri was already almost at her limit. And he will show you what a real man is, said the dragon, tempting the black-haired citrus. Jakemate, said the blonde, taking the blackheads out of his trance since he was still playing with Sona, although she was more than distracting in that game. Embrace him, it's his time, said the Nekomata, tempting the black-haired women even more. Since he won, give him his prize, said the dragon, to which Queen Citri was already at her limit, and before she lost control of herself, she ran out of the room with her face completely red, saying to excuse her that she had something to do. And she was not the only one, as the heiress Citri also ran out of the room, saying that she had to confirm something important and be excused. When they came out, both Kurumi and Kuroka had a smile from ear to ear because of what just happened, so they gave their boyfriend or fiancé another embrace, said goodbye to the Citri nobility, saying that they would visit them again, and disappeared in a magic circle. While the Citri nobility were still in total shock, they hadn't even moved an inch, trying to process everything that had just happened. They first enter the room, and the first thing they see is that their queen, who was supposed to be unflappable and didn't interact with any man, was sitting on her legs with a man who can be said to be unknown while blushing and embarrassed. Then they see their king, who was also blushing with an expression of frustration and a bit of jealousy. While I saw the blonde and queen, I played chess at the same time. The next thing they saw was that the Nekomata and the dragon embraced the blonde and then whispered something to their king and queen, making them blush more and so nervous that they had to run away because of the embarrassment they had after the blonde beat his king in the best game she managed. Yes, no one understood anything about what was going on, and only someone had a thought in their head after seeing their king like that. I'm not going to let you take Sona-sama from my side, thought the blonde pawn Citri with an expression that didn't show happiness. Human world, Hyoto Mansion. Girls, what did they tell Sona and Tsubaki to act that way? Was what the brunette said when he saw his two appealing women dying of laughter. Don't worry, he wasn't bad at all, said the dragon, already calmer. Really, being with the other girls was affecting her since she behaved more naturally, and you could see that she enjoyed life more. We were just confirming something, Naya, said the Nekomata after laughing at what happened to the black-haired citrus. When the brown-haired man was going to say something, he saw a magic circle that appeared at the entrance, showing Isaka with a calm smile. She really enjoyed being at home, and more so when the person she loves received her with an embrace. Welcome, my appealing Kitsune, said the blonde as he embraced his girlfriend, which she gladly accepted since she was getting addicted to those lips that she liked so much. While Issei appeared from a door that led to the library. I see that you are welcome, said the magician calmly, going to go and embrace her husband, to which he also embraced her. She loved embrace her husband. It was an indisputable feeling when he embraced her, and more so if it was passionately. How did it go in the academy? The magician asked with great curiosity. Well, although the academy was really bad, I think that with Sona's help we can take it to the top. Since her ideas and plans were very good, she just needed the money that I am going to provide her, the brown-haired man answered simply. But from what I see, that's not the only thing that happened, said the Kitsune while watching how Kuroka and Offeyes couldn't stop laughing. The two girls told Isaka and Issei everything that happened when they arrived when the classes were over, and they couldn't help but have a malicious smile since they had no problem that another girl was interested in their boyfriend, fiancé, or husband for the simple fact that they had already seen and proved that even if he has more wives, he will never stop loving them and will dedicate themselves to them at the same time as everyone else. By the way, Aiz-kun, today I ran into Abelia-chan, and I told her where we are living, and she told me that she would tell Vali since he wanted to come to see you and have a duel, said the Kitsune with a smile. Thank you, Yasa-chan, the blonde thanked as he gave him an embrace, to which Kitsune only smiled and returned the embrace, but this time he passed his hands over his neck to deepen the embrace further. And there is not one for us, Naya, said the Nekomata after they finished the embrace so that the brown-haired man would continue with her and then with Offeyes and Issei. What do you think if we go to bathe in the hot springs and have a little fun before going to bed? Said the brown-haired man with a smile, which the girls understood and could only smile with, and the five of them went in the direction of the hot springs. The first to enter was the brunette, who was relaxing while waiting for his dear girls, who did not have to wait long as they were entering, making the brunette unable to take his eyes off them since they entered totally naked without a towel. You enjoy what you see, said the Kitsune in a SNSL way when she saw her beloved, who did not take his eyes off her while his PP got harder and harder, making the girls feel proud of themselves when they see what they provoke in their beloved. You would blame me if it were like that. After all, each of you is appealing, and your bodies, even though they are different, each one has a body too sexy for the eyes of any man, said the brunette, still without taking his eyes off the girls, appreciating every part of them, making the girls blush and feel just for the words of their beloved while his heart beat faster and faster. But despite that, they felt very happy because, even though their boyfriend has seen them naked, he still appreciates their bodies whenever he can, making them feel happy to be attractive to their beloved and proud of what they produce in their beloved. The girls, without wasting time, entered the water all under the gaze of the brown man, who still did not take his eyes off. They approached him little by little with a look of. When they arrived, two landed on his sides while the other two occupied part of the CHST enjoying his body heat, until they could no longer stand it when they saw the CHST PP totally irked, making them want to feel it inside them. Issei began to embrace him on the lips that were on the side, while Kuroka, who was on the other side, was embrace his neck. Isaka and Offeyes were not far behind while one hand was passed over their well-shaped torso, making them get aroused each time, while the other hand massaged the CHST PP, making it harder and harder. The brown-haired man was not far behind. With his two hands, he massaged the breasts of Kuroka and Issei, while with Isaka and Offeyes as they were each sitting on their legs, he began to rub his legs into their ass, making them all let out small moans of pleasure, making the brown-haired man more aroused since he loved to hear them moan with pleasure. Who wants to be the first? Asked the brown-haired man when he saw that they all wanted to start their game. I want to be the first, said the dragon as she climbed on the chasm of the CHST tree and put the head of her PP at the entrance of her while the others watched as little by little she was getting in, making the dragon let out small moans of pleasure and the other girls becoming more excited. Ah, yes, I love it, Offeyes moaned when he felt the brunette's PP reach the depths of his being, while the brown-haired man let out a small moan as he felt how Offeyes squeezed him more and more. The CHST nut began to move, making Issei make small jumps as she was penetrated, and she moaned with pleasure as she felt how the CHST nut penetrated her faster and faster. Issei saw the other girls and realized that they also wanted to feel that way, so in a quick movement, he pulled his wife closer and put 2 fingers in her, making her moan with pleasure when she felt how her husband played with her. Then, with the other hand, he also attracted closer to the Nekomata and repeated the same, making her moan with pleasure, but the blonde began to play more and more with his CLTRS, making the Nekomata more excited and moan more and more. Hisaka did not want to be left behind, so she approached her boyfriend and put her breasts in his face, to which the brunette did not take long to start SCK them and biting the S of the kitsune, making her moan and her body tense with pleasure. It seems that yokai are very sensitive in their breasts and ears, thought the brown-haired man as he remembered how Kuroka writhed with pleasure when I bit one of his ears. Issei moaned more and more as he felt how the brown-haired man increased his speed faster and faster. Almost nu opai recess, the dragon said between mons as she lost herself in pleasure more and more until she couldn't take it anymore. AHHH was the mon of pleasure that the dragon let out when she felt how the CHST nut tree came inside her without warning, making her come too. Then 2 other mons were heard that were from Lefei and Kuroka, who had also communed when they couldn't stand it anymore when the brown-haired man played with their S. They were the slight mons that the dragon let out as she was gradually taking out the still irked PP of the brown tree inside her, enjoying every moment of it. When she took it out, the brown-haired man gave her a very passionate embrace, but with a lot of love, to which she did not refuse and returned the embrace. When they separated, Issei sat on the water's edge, resting a little while the others enjoyed themselves and took their turns, then went to the room and did it until she couldn't take it anymore. The brunette couldn't say anything when he felt that Lefei had moved in front of him and already had his PP at the entrance of her while passing it over her lips, causing him to let out small mons. "This time I'm going, Ai-sama," was the last thing the magician said before starting to mon when she felt how her husband's big PP entered little by little into her. Issei let out a mon as he felt his husband squeeze him more and more, enjoying the sensation. The magician groaned when she felt that the brunette's PP reached the bottom, and in the same way as before, Issei began to move, making the magician make small jumps where they were penetrating her, making her mon with pleasure when she felt how her udders was kicking with each PNTRTN. If I want more, the magician asked between Gemio as she felt how they penetrated her faster and faster, and while the magician moaned as she was penetrated, Hisaka groaned as she felt how the brown-haired man played with her, just like Kuroka, who moaned every time since the brown-haired man was also biting her appealing brushed S of the Nekomata. The mage and the kitsune groaned as they felt that they were coming after Issei turned them on more and more. But it didn't end there since the magician was squeezing his PP so much that he stopped, put the magician on the floor, and began to penetrate her faster and faster, making the magician mon more and more with pleasure. "Si Ai-sama mas pas favor nuo peri," the magician said. She was already losing herself in the pleasure of how good it felt to be penetrated by her husband. AHHH, the magician groaned as she felt how the CHST nut tree came inside her, making her come for the second time. Kuroka, even though the girls watered themselves, didn't since she had come not long ago, and although her boyfriend was masturbating her while SCK her breasts, she could still hold on a little longer and enjoy her boyfriend turning her on more. Lefei took his PP out of her to walk to where Off-Ice was and regain strength for later, and at this moment her body had small astoundments of pleasure for what just happened, and more when she felt little, or SQR a little of the brown man's SMN, and of course, as always, when she was walking, she moved her butt from side to side, making Issei appreciate it in all its radiance and become more excited. The next one was Hisaka, but instead of sitting on top of him, she got doggy, and while moving her soft and round butt from one side to the other, she said to the brunette, "I want it inside my butt." Aiz-kun said the kitsune, to which the brown-haired man did not hesitate for a minute to get behind her and start putting his PP in his girlfriend's butt, making her let out a mon when she felt her butt penetrated. Issei began to move little by little, increasing her speed and making the kitsune mon louder and louder with pleasure. While all that was seen by a Kuroka who was getting more turban and wondering what it felt like since she was the only one that the brunette hadn't penetrated her from behind. "Amas Aiz-kun mas no paris," the kitsune asked between mons. She really loved to be penetrated by her butt since the last night she experienced it made her feel that she was in a world full of pleasure. Kuroka masturbated faster and faster than she was, and Issei, seeing her like that, took her by the arm and pulled her to him to plan to embrace while continuing to penetrate the kitsune, who did not stop moaning. Then there were no warnings. The brown-haired man inserted 2 fingers into the nekomatas, making her let out a dull moan of pleasure. Issei embraced her again while he was masturbating her faster and faster, making her release muffled moans from the embrace that the brown-haired man was giving her. The nekomata put her arms around her boyfriend's neck, indicating him not to stop and to continue to what he did not stop. Asii mas were the mons of pleasure of the kitsune, who had not stopped being penetrated by the chst nut tree. Ahhh, the kitsune groaned as she felt the brunette come on her butt while she also communed from pleasure. The kitsune crawled into the water to recover a bit since the brown-haired man knew how to please a woman, mainly making her feel like one. The Nekomata, seeing that it was her turn, became the same as the kitsune since she wanted to experience the pleasure that her yokai friend felt. Issei approached her while penetrating her little by little, letting her moan with pleasure and pain as she felt her boyfriend's pee-pee make its way into her butt. And it is that Issei could not stop since the Nekomata was squeezing him so much that he liked it more and more, and that without taking away the fact of the good round and soft butt of the Nekomata. If Issei was in paradise, although not only him since the Nekomata, when the pain calmed down, she only felt small spaces of pleasure running through her body every time the brown penetrated her more. Naya. The Nekomata moaned with pleasure when she was penetrated. It was really a new level of pleasure, and she was liking it. Nya. Kuroka kept moaning with pleasure, and with every passing moment, he was getting more and more lost in pleasure. Naya mas, Issei Naya mas. The Nekomata asked between moans, to which the brown-haired man increased the speed, making Kuroka moan louder. The brown-haired man felt how his girlfriend's whole body was contracting and thought that she was about to come, so he increased his speed even more to be able to come with her. Nya. Kuroka was breathing heavily, though he had a smile on his face that said he loved it. The brunette, in a movement, holds her by the waist, puts her standing in front of him, and without warning, penetrates her again, but this time in her, making her let out a great moan of pleasure when she feels how her boyfriend's pee-pee would have passed through her until it reached her udders while arching his back. Kuroka reflexively jumped up and down to wrap herself around the chestinat man's waist with her legs and hands around her neck, to which Issei grabbed her by his buttocks so that she wouldn't fall off while she still had the pee-pee in her. Well, girls, what do you think if we are still in the room? Said the brown-haired man with a smile as he left the hot springs naked in the direction of the special room while carrying a Kuroka in his arms who did not stop moaning with each step that the brown-haired man took as he felt how the pee-pee moved inside his. The girls didn't hesitate for a moment and followed their beloved to the special room, as this would be a long night full of pleasure. Underworld, city of Agrias. Hey, so there's where he lives, commented an albino who was spending time with his wives. That's Vali-kun, Abelia said in a tone of confirmation. We are going to visit the Secretary, Lavinia asked while she had her husband in her arms. I want to see how much he has improved, and I want to see when I have improved, said the albino with a. All of his wives smiled at seeing him that way. Well, since tomorrow you're most likely going to fight, what do you think if we encourage you a little tonight? Raken said with a smile of, while the others looked at him in the same way to which the albino could only smile. What they want is for me not to sleep all night, right? Said the albino in a serious tone, to which the girls were a little discouraged because they thought he didn't want to be with them. Kaya, Maya and Abelia squealed as she felt her husband run his hands through her, RSNG them. But since it's your request, how am I going to deny myself? The albino finished saying, to which his wife had a big smile and began to enjoy the night with their beloved. That night, neither of the two heavenly dragons could sleep, as they were all night with the people they love. Human world, Hyoto Mansion. It was already 9 in the morning, and we can see a brown-haired man and his loved ones having breakfast quietly while they had a big smile because, although they hardly slept, they spent one of the best nights of their lives again, and as far as you can see, it will not be the last. After a while, they went down to the dining room to have breakfast, where a clone of the chestinat tree already had breakfast prepared for them. They really appreciated that he was so detailed in preparing breakfast since he prepared what each one liked. It's good that today is Saturday and I don't have to go to work, Naya, said the Nekomata happily since her body hurt a little from everything that happened last night, although that doesn't take away from the big smile she has. I agree with you. Kanu told me that today she was going to spend time with her husband since lately they haven't been very well, so I have the day off, said the kitsune with the same smile as the Nekomata. Right yesterday, Shiren called me to confirm if I was really living here, and after telling him that he was angry with me, he told me that his husband had problems, said the Nekomata calmly. I imagine it's because of the last one that Issei went since Yoshiko-san didn't seem very happy with how his wives acted in front of him, the magician commented calmly and with a smile of pure satisfaction. Well, I hope you fix your problems since I'm not going to get involved in your relationship, said the brown-haired man calmly. I would like to know what happens if they end their marriage and want to be with you when they already know your identity. Will you give them a chance to be with you again or will you reject them? Asked a thoughtful off-eyes, although she also had the same smile of satisfaction as the other girls. The other girls, when they heard the question, looked at the brown-haired man again because they were interested in knowing that answer, but their doubts were cleared up when he was shaking his head in denial. No, they decided to continue with their lives just like the other girls. Even if they want to be with me again, I don't want to, said the brown-haired man seriously, making his point clear. I don't want to be with a woman who forgot when I wasn't there, and when I appeared, they came back to me as if nothing had happened. And even more so if they are already married, said the brown-haired man again, making his point even clearer. The girls nodded as a sign that they understood and promised themselves never to move away from the brown tree for fear of losing him, and even more so as not to hurt them since in all those words they could notice a slight trace of sadness. And they came to the conclusion that even though he no longer loves them, he is still very hurt. Issei, I'm no one to say who you should be with or not, but I'd like you to know something about someone, since this person, even though he's with someone, wasn't precisely because she wanted to, but because she wanted to help someone, the magician commented, calling the attention not only of the brunette but of the other girls. Issei was surprised, so he gave her a signal to continue, to which she nodded and continued with what she wanted to say. Yesterday, when I spoke with Ravel-chan, he told me certain things that really surprised me and clarified my doubts, since she told me that for some time before you appear, Irina-san had been having problems with her boyfriend, said the magician, but when she saw that the brown-haired man was going to say something, she went forward. Please let me finish, Ai-sama, and then you can say everything you want, the magician asked, to which the brown-haired man fell silent and let her continue with her story. When all the girls in the BGMI group started dating different men, there were 3 of them who were not with anyone. One of them for a different reason than the other 2, and this can be confirmed by them too, said the magician, stating that the other girls present had knowledge as well. Irina was one of us, a person who was waiting for Ai-sama to be with him. But something happened, and it was that Asia-san and Zinovia-san fell in love with some angels, but being demons. It was very difficult to be with them, said the magician, to which the others already understood where she was going to go and really hoped that the brown-haired man would take this into consideration. Then it happened that they were angelized, but after they were demons, they did not have a good relationship with the angels after all. That's where they came up with something that to this day perhaps they have not realized. And that was that they damaged Irina-san in a very serious way, mentioned the magician, calling the attention of those present since they did not know all the details. When they wanted to meet him, they used Irina-san as a means to start a relationship. The problem is that there were 3 of them and they were 2, said the magician, to which the brown-haired man already had an idea of where it was all going. Being angels, it was in their nature not to leave anyone out since they were best friends. The problem is that they wanted too much to be with them and cornered Irina to an alley where she could not leave. And it was that they threatened Irina-san that how is it possible that she does not help them by being with the other, that if they were really not friends, and many more things that I am not going to mention. But the point is that Irina-san, being an angel for longer, her nature is to be gentle and kind, more so if these are the friends who have been with her for so long. And at this point Irina-san unconsciously closed her heart on the subject of Ai-sama. Accepting the proposal of her friends, I finished saying the magician to what the Chestina was in his own thoughts, and the girls not so much since they understood something that they had not understood for a long time. That's why she started acting that way, Yasaka said thoughtfully, since he did have knowledge of the subject but not completely. But with those words, he called the attention of the brown-haired man since he did not understand what he meant. Maybe you haven't noticed it because you haven't talked to her face to face, but Irina-san is no longer the same as before. They are separate, but she is not. When you were close, they gave off an aura of joy, happiness, and tranquility, but after that event happened, she gave off an aura of sadness and depression, even though she is always with a smile. Inside, it's not like that, but the real problem is that she still hasn't realized the detail. Since that moment, Ravel-chan and I have noticed that she and her boyfriend have never gotten along. Even though it seems that they are very much in love, Irina is not, but for fear of losing her most precious friends. She has all those feelings and has not realized her state, said the magician, implying that the reincarnated angel still loves him and is the only one who loves him. Despite the time, Irina was very good friends with her and Ravel since she was the one who spent the most time with him, of all the girls who were waiting for Issei. I'm not going to say that you forgive Irina-san and let her be with you because even though she loves you, she let herself be influenced. Although her motives are noble, you can say that she forgot you, but I only ask you to take her into account if something happens in her relationship since before her relationship was bad. Now it is worse with your Aparicio since it seems that with your aura she has awakened those feelings that she had before he locked them up. The magician said again to the brown-haired man since she did want Irina to be forgiven, but she is not the one who has to decide that issue. Now I understand why I felt that when we were at the Nekomata party, Didrag commented in the Chestina tree's mind. What do you mean? Asked the brown-haired man, very interested in his mind, to his friend. When we were at the party, I felt something strange about her, as if something was sealed in her, and her aura, although very slight, was murky, as if something was not right with her. Didrag commented in a serious tone. The brown tree claimed, to which the dragon simply replied. What I wanted me to tell you, hey, your friend, it's different from before. She has something that is enraged in her heart. You really think you would believe me? Didrag said with some mockery and sincerity to the brown-haired man who was thinking and came to the conclusion that he was right. I'm going to take into consideration your words, Fei-chan, if at some point she wants to come back to me, but nevertheless, I'm not going to forgive her that easily since she wants to or does not change me in a certain way. But I'm going to take her into account for the simple reason that she is and was my best friend, and that's the only reason why I still have feelings for her since these are stronger than the ones that I once had for Rias. As she is my first friend, she is the only one who can say in simple words, I can forgive her, but everything will depend on how she acts from now on. The brown-haired man said seriously and clearly what the girls nodded in a serious way. But all of them were happy inside that at least he was going to take her into account since it seems that only they can feel the sadness that surrounds her, not like the other girls who are surrounded by happiness. When the magician was going to say something, they felt a very strong aura, but all of them could recognize her, and more so the brown. He went to the room with his girls, who were behind him, and when they arrived, they found nothing more and nothing less than the white dragon Vali Lucifer with his girlfriend. "Oh Vali, what a pleasant surprise to have you see you after so long," said the brown-haired man with a smile as his aura increased as the albino continued to increase his. "Hayoto Issei, we will finally see each other again," said the albino without lowering his aura. The two shook hands as they stared into each other's eyes with the intention of fighting, but after a few moments, they stopped expelling their auras and returned to normal while both had a smile on their faces. "To what do I owe your pleasant visit, old friend?" said the brown-haired man calmly as he smiled, and they took their seats in the armchairs of the living rooms with their wives. "Well, since the party of the Yokai, I wanted to know several things, but mainly, I wanted to know how much you have improved," said the albino calmly while smiling next to his wife. "Then, since you are here, I can clarify all your doubts. But first," said the brown-haired man, looking at his friends' wives with a smile. "Why don't you introduce me to your wives, Vali?" said the brown-haired man mockingly when he said wives, since the albino always said that he was not interested in women. The albino could only look the other way since he knew what his rival or friend was talking about. "Well, girls, why don't you show up?" said the albino calmly, although they had a smile that was happy and satisfying, which the girls of the CHST Nut Man understood to be because they also had it. "My name is Maya, a high-class demon and wife of Vali Khan," said the silver movie with a serious expression but also with a smile on her face. "My name is Lavani, I'm a mage and Vali Khan's wife," said the former member of Cow's Bride Show, a little nervous that the brown-haired man recognized her. "You're a former member of Cow's Bride Show, right?" asked the brown-haired man when he recognized her since at some point he fought with her. The blonde tensed up a little at what the brunette heard but felt how Vali held her hand, reassuring her, but this action did not go unnoticed by the brunette, who could only smile at that scene since he could never imagine his friend comforting and supporting a woman. "Don't worry, I won't do anything. Besides, you are Vali's wife, and with that, she fully trusted you. You don't have to be nervous," the brunette commented to comfort the blonde, to which she could only smile with happiness that Sekryute does not see her as an enemy. "Besides, seeing how you are comforted and supported by Vali is something never really seen. You have him very much in love to do such acts," said the brown-haired man with a malicious smile, while the aforementioned blushed with embarrassment. While Issei laughed inside, he could die in peace. He had seen Vali blush, that was a rarity of nature. "My name is Lavinia, they are an upper-class mage and Vali Khan's first wife," said the mage while raising her CH proudly, to which the brown-haired man recognized her as the only woman who could make Vali come back from a fight. "My name is Raken, I'm an upper-class demon of the Belfigure House and Vali's wife," said the black-haired woman calmly. "My name is Abilia, I am a Yokai and Vali's wife," said the Yokai with a smile. "Nice to meet you at last. Although you know who I am, I will introduce myself. My name is Hayoto Issei, the current Sekryute and candidate for Dragon God," said the brown-haired man with a smile, to which those present were surprised, even his girls, since that detail was not only known by off-eyes. She was calm. Vali heard that and was very surprised since, being a dragon, he was informed about a Dragon God candidate but never thought that he was his rival. On the part of Albion, who was listening to everything, he was speechless at such a surprise that he could not believe what he just heard. The host of his rival is a candidate for Dragon God, not even D-Drag, and he at his best had that opportunity. Issei just stared at them, waiting for everyone to process what he heard, but since Off-Eyes was not in that state, he took advantage of the situation and sat on the CHST Nut Man's legs, to which he left her and rather hugged her and brought her closer to him for the comfort of the dragon, who allowed herself to be pampered by her fiancé. When everyone recovered from the news, everyone had different thoughts. Vali had a smile as his opponent overtook him again, but he was happy that he was a worthy opponent. The albino's wives were very surprised since not everyone has that title, and although he does not yet have it, he is already a candidate for it. The girls of Issei were all very surprised but at the same time happy that their beloved is so powerful and decided to support him to fulfill his dream that he had told them. They remembered when the brown-haired man told them that he had two dreams. The first was to obtain a worthy title for his friend D-Drag, and the second was to have a family with the people he loves. The girls, when they heard that, thought that about the first dream they were going to help him get it, but about the second, they didn't want to help him, they wanted to live that dream with him and start a family with the man they love. From what I see, they are already better off the news, so now, Vali, you can ask me anything you want, and I will try to clarify your doubts," said the brown-haired man calmly while caressing the head of Off-Eyes, who was sitting on his legs with her head leaning on his CH, letting himself be pampered by his beloved. "Well, first tell me how you are still alive," asked the albino. "When I was HRNSS, I began to fight with the Trihexa. Logically, I could hardly face it with my most powerful armor, but after a while, I discovered that I had an artifact in my head very well hidden. I asked myself what it was, and then I destroyed it. When that happened, the Trihexa fell into a state of deep sleep. That way, I survived," answered the brown-haired man calmly, although everyone was very surprised, even more than his girls, who didn't know anything about it. "What was that artifact?" the albino asked with great interest. "What D-Drag and I investigated was an artifact that could control the mind," the brown-haired man answered, surprising everyone even more. "Remember that the Trihexa had a separate mind and body, that's why it was so easy to control it. When I destroyed it, its mind returned to its body and was safe not to be in the callus, in the deep sleep," the brown-haired man answered the question that Vali was going to ask. He woke up from his sleep, the albino asked very seriously. Yes was the only thing the brown-haired man answered. How come he didn't kill you? Said the albino now in a more serious way, since that was something that Trihexa could do very easily. The other people only listened to the conversation, even Issei, who wanted to know why. I really don't know very well. After that battle, I was very tired. When I woke up, I was floating in nothingness. I thought I had died, but after talking to Trihexa, I realized that he was still alive. Answered the brown-haired man, seeing everyone who saw him as very interested. When I realized I had the Trihexa staring at me, when I was ready to fight again, I asked him why he didn't kill me, and he replied that he found it interesting since he could feel the forces of Issei and great red in me, so he decided to train me. The CHST-net continued in a calm way, to which everyone was surprised and more surprised to know that the CHST-net was trained by a dragon god. How did you get out of that dimension? Asked the albino, already clarifying his greatest doubts. With the circle of the Trihexa, by making it where I am and with the help of Fei-chan to create it and Issei-chan to activate it, they were able to teleport me to this dimension. Then you must have become very strong, right? The albino said with a lot of longing to fight, to which the brown-haired man simply smiled, letting out much of his aura, leaving everyone impressed. This will be very entertaining, said the albino with a big smile of longing to fight. The days passed, and the appointment of a certain Queen, Issei, arrived. It is worth mentioning that the brown-haired man was very excited since he really wanted to see the black-haired woman happy, although on the other hand, Queen Issei was dying of nerves since she had never gone out on a date. Well, girls, I'm saying goodbye, you'll be back later, I think, said the brown-haired man, saying goodbye to his wives to go pick up his appointment. The girls embraced him goodbye and wished him good luck. The brunette nodded and left, leaving the girls happy and calm. Underworld, City, and Lilith. The CHST-net appeared in front of a fairly modern building. She proceeded to enter and look for the room of the king and Queen Issei, since they had lived together since Sona separated or broke up with Sanji. When he arrived, he knocked on the door, and the one who opened it was the heiress Issei, who, when she saw him, gave them a blush because of how good the blonde looked. Good night, Sona-san, Tsubaki-san is here, said the blonde with a smile, blushing even more at the heiress Issei. The brown-haired man was wearing white dress shoes with black breathe, a cream-colored long-sleeved shirt, and a black jacket that looked too handsome, in Sona's words. The blonde saw the heiress. Heiress. Issei looked at who was wearing jeans to the body, showing her vats and her waist, and a simple blouse with straps, letting him see her shoulders. The blonde smiled more at such a sight since she looked very cute. She looks very appealing tonight, Sona-san, said the blonde with a smile, to which the heiress Issei came to her senses and blushed even more. She still didn't understand how the blonde's words made her feel so nervous and blush. She didn't understand how he could pass his defense without her noticing. The heiress Issei let it go, and seconds later, Queen Issei appeared wearing a appealing evening dress that highlighted her body, making her look appealing in secret. Wow, you look splendid, said the blonde, appreciating how appealing the woman looked in front of him. Queen Issei blushed fiercely, letting her see even more beauty than she already was, and on Sona's part, on the other hand, she felt jealous of not being her, although it was not her, and she felt jealous. She never wished evil on her friend, in fact, she is also very happy for her. The blonde extended his hand to what she is a little shy about. When Queen Issei took the hand, the blonde brought her closer to him at one point, leaving them both centimeters away from embrace and making her blush much more than before. The blonde approached her little by little, making Queen Issei think that he was going to embrace her and hoping that it was really like that. The blonde embraced her on the cheek but whispered in her ear, where only she could hear. I hope it doesn't bother you, but today I'm determined to try those appealing lips you have, the blonde whispered to Queen Issei, who blushed much more for what she said and was hoping that moment would come as soon as possible. Well, Sona-san, we're leaving, said the blonde man who held Queen Issei by the waist with one hand and the other held her hand. The heiress Issei, with a smile, said goodbye to them, letting Sona immerse herself in her thoughts and having a faint thought of asking the blonde to take her on a date later. Sona, realizing what she thought, blushed a lot, but for some reason she couldn't deny that it didn't sound bad at all. On an appealing night, you can see a blonde and a black-haired man who were walking, talking about trivial topics. These were Hyoto Issei, better known as Sojiro Pendragon, and next to him was an appealing woman identified as Tsubaki Shinra. Well, what do you think if we go to dinner? Said the blonde, to which the black-haired woman nodded a little nervously since she didn't know how to behave because she had never had a date. Don't worry, you don't have to be so stiff, you just have to be yourself and enjoy the night, recommended the blonde when he saw the black-haired woman, who was very nervous. It's just that I don't know how to behave in these circumstances. Since I've never had a date, I think I can spoil or embarrass you, the black-haired woman declared, embarrassed and a little sad. The blonde stopped immediately as they were passing through a appealing park in one of the cities of Japan, and he put himself in front of the black-haired woman, who became nervous at the sudden act. Listen to me, was the only thing the blonde said in a firm voice, to which the black-haired woman shuddered at the tone of the voice. You are a appealing and charming woman, no one can deny that, said the blonde with a smile. The black-haired woman blushed a lot when she heard him because, when she heard him, she could notice the affection in the words, and the smile of the blonde made her blush even more. You're never going to embarrass me, and I'm never going to feel ashamed to have you by my side, said the blonde. To which the black-haired woman blushed so much that her whole face was red, but she had a smile on her face that did not go unnoticed by the blonde, thinking she looked charming. The black-haired woman was really happy that the blonde thought of her that way. I'd like to see you more with that smile on your face that makes you look charming than with that sad look I had before, so please don't change it. I'd love to see you smile, said the black-haired man, making sure that the black-haired woman made all her effort not to faint from the embarrassment she had when she heard the blonde's words, although a big smile formed on her face from how happy she was. Well, that's how I like it. What do you think if we leave now? Commented on the blonde. When he saw the black-haired woman, she had a smile, and when she heard the recommendation, she gladly accepted it since she wanted to spend as much time as possible with him. When they arrived at the restaurant, they went to their table, which had an appealing view of the entire appealing night city that was bathed in the lights of the same, assuring that the view was wonderful. What an appealing sight, said the black-haired woman with amazement at the sight she had. But there's something more appealing than the view, said the blonde calmly, calling the attention of the black-haired woman who saw him again. What is it? The black-haired woman asked with interest. Well, I'm seeing her right now, said the blonde with a smile while he didn't take his eyes off her, who, when he understood, blushed furiously. The blonde man, seeing her in that way, only smiles when he sees her, just as he liked to see her blushing, and even more so knowing that she is so serious in everything she does. On the part of the black-haired woman, she was very nervous. She did not know how the blonde could put her in that way, how every word she said affected her so much, and mainly, she did not know how the blonde passed his defense in that way. After that conversation, they set out to order and have dinner in a quiet way while talking about trivial topics and enjoying the company of the other, mainly the black-haired woman, who since the brown-haired man left has always felt lonely, at least until now since the blonde for some reason reminded her of her brunette, making her feel calm and comfortable with his presence. After dinner, they went for a walk in an appealing park that was nearby. The atmosphere had a comfortable silence, and they were silent, and they were just enjoying each other's company. Thank you, was the only thing the black-haired woman said, to which the blonde saw her in a way that he didn't understand. Thank you for this wonderful date, I'm really enjoying it a lot, said the black-haired woman with a small smile that did not go unnoticed by the blonde, who only smiled. Excuse me if I take your time, the black-haired woman apologized, to which the blonde sighed for that way of insecurity that Queen Citri had. He thought it was due to the emotional damage caused by the blonde gremmery, so the blonde thought of a way to give her back that security that the black-haired woman had before. You know you don't have to apologize, said the blonde, putting himself in front of the black-haired woman. You are a great woman, you are appealing, and you don't have to apologize to me for anything since being with a woman like you is more like a gift, said the blonde calmly, to which the black-haired woman blushed at his words. And even more so when it embarrasses you the way you are now, it makes you look really charming, I praised the blonde, to which the black-haired woman is more embarrassed while her blush increases. My Tsubaki-san, I know you feel insecure because of the experience you went through with the gremmery gentleman, said the blonde as he moved closer to her, who tensed when the gremmery gentleman was mentioned. I know it was strong for you, and even more so for being your first love, said the blonde. Being closer to the black-haired woman, who tensed much more because of the blonde's words. Every word he said hurt his heart, and his eyes crystallized while he had his eyes on the ground. The blonde caressed her cheeks, and he made her look into his eyes. Eyes. When she saw it, she surprised him so much since he was looking at her with a love and affection that she had never experienced, and that made her heart beat faster and faster. Now I want you to listen to me and pay close attention to me, because I want you to get my words down very well, said the blonde as he approached the lips of the black-haired woman, who, when she realized it, also approached his. You are a very appealing and sassy woman, said the blonde while his lips barely touched those of the black-haired woman that little Rose also felt. Your appealing face and appealing body, not to mention your way of being, make you an extremely charming woman, said the blonde as he embraced the blackhead again, but this time a little more. So please don't underestimate yourself, since I like to see that confident woman that you are, said the blonde, lightly embraced the black-haired woman, who was lost by the sensation of her lips rubbing against the blonde's while her heart beat faster and faster for each word he said to her, making sure that she should keep each of those words. So please don't cry and better smile because that way it makes you look how appealing you are, said the blonde, pinking the lips of the black-haired woman again. And it makes me realize how much I like you, the blonde finished saying, to which he immediately embraced the black-haired woman, who did not oppose and rather hugged him by the neck while tears came out of her eyes, but these were tears of happiness for the appealing words that the blonde had told her that reached her heart. The blonde man sees her hugging her by the waist, bringing her closer to him, and enjoying the contact between their bodies. The embrace was calm but passionate. Neither of them wanted to move away from the other by holding him tighter by her hug and assuring that the blonde would stick more to him. But after a few seconds, they had to separate to take a breath, making sure that each one looked into each other's eyes. The blonde man, when he saw her, could not believe how appealing she looked. That's where he was even more convinced that Tsubaki was a very appealing woman with an appealing face, appealing eyes, and an appealing smile. On the part of the black-haired woman, she felt strange. She didn't know what it was or even when she was close to the blonde. Gremory felt that way, but being close to the blonde in front of her, she felt strange, as if nothing in the world mattered but him. As if being with him she could relax and calm down, as if he were going to take care of her and protect her from everything. And that's where, for the first time, the black-haired woman discovered what it feels like to be truly in love, what it feels like to completely trust a person who knows that they will take care of you and protect you no matter what. The black-haired woman embraced the blonde again, to which he did not refuse and returned the embrace, and the black-haired woman, seeing that the blonde did not reject her, became really happy, and that night the black-haired woman knew what love really is. After an embrace session in which the black-haired woman did not want to stop and the blonde mind gladly did not resist, rather sometimes he caressed the body of the black-haired woman, making sure that she let out slight moans because of the blonde's caresses. Both separated and prepared to go home since it was very late. The black-haired woman was holding on to the blonde's arm, which did not bother her. Rather, she liked it since that way she could be closer to her. But that scene did not last long, as the black-haired woman remembered something that made her return to harsh reality. "Tell me something that's going to happen to me now?" the black-haired woman asked in a somewhat sad way. "What do you mean?" asked the blonde, somewhat confused. "Well, you have girlfriends, fiancés, even a wife who will say about you when they know about me or when they see me what they will say about me," said the black-haired woman sadly, thinking that she could not be with the blonde ever again. "I think you're thinking about that a lot," said the blonde in a somewhat amused way, to which the black-haired woman put on a confused expression. "Do you really think I'd come on a date hidden from them?" said the blonde, referring to the fact that the black-haired woman didn't know what to say because she thought that maybe. "You don't have to think about that. Besides, I don't hide anything from them. In fact, they were the ones who told me to ask you on a date. And before going to see you, they wished me luck and that it went well," said the blonde, calmly surprising the black-haired woman by the way the girls were. "Tsubaki-san, the fact that I have several girlfriends, fiancés, or wives by my side does not mean that I do not love them or that I do not trust them. I love each of them equally." But at the Tsubaki-san, the fact that I have several girlfriends, fiancés, or wives by my side does not mean that I do not love them or that I do not trust them. I love each of them equally but at the same time differently. For example, Fei-chan is my wife. I love her because of the way she is so determined and affectionate. I love Kuroka, who is my girlfriend, for her way of being so playful and mischievous. Kurumi, who is my fiancé, for her curiosity and sincerity. And each one of them I love and trust fully. The black-haired woman wanted to feel that love. She wanted someone to talk about her in the same way that she expressed the love and affection that he has for her. For the first time in his entire life, Tsubaki Shinra was jealous of the blonde's women. He was jealous that they had someone who loved them so much, and he was mainly jealous that he was not one of them. The blonde, as if he knew what the black-haired man was thinking, decided to take the next step now that he believed it was the perfect time. Su-chan, the blonde called the black-haired woman, who came to her senses and blushed at the way he called her but also felt very happy. "Each of them has entrusted me with their whole heart, and I have given a piece of my heart to them. They happily accepted that piece of my heart because they knew that I couldn't give everything because they were not going to be the only ones," said the blonde calmly, to which the black-haired woman paid a lot of attention. "But despite knowing that they are not the only ones, they still accepted, and I happily accepted them because each of them, I love them very much. So now I ask you the question I once asked them," said the blonde, to which the black-haired woman felt her heart beat strongly. "Tsubaki Shinra, I can't give you all my heart because there are other people important to me, but if you accept this piece of him, I promise to love you and protect you for all eternity and ensure that you never lack anything. So I ask you to. You would like to be one of my girlfriends," said the blonde with all the love and affection he had, expressing his most sincere request, assuring that the black-haired woman be in a state of shock. The black-haired woman, after coming back to her senses, was going to accept, but an image of a brunette came to her mind, and she stopped immediately. She didn't know why, but she felt as if she was betraying him. She loved him and could even say that she was in love with him because of the way he was with her, but she was also in love with the blonde who was in front of her. She didn't know what to do, although she didn't know what to do. It was annoying to share the blonde since his girls knew them and knew that they could get along very well, but the image of the brown man did not make her accept their request because she felt bad about the brown man, so she took one. The blonde remained silent while patiently waiting for the black-haired woman's response. The real mind wanted her to accept and reveal who she was, but mainly because she did not want anyone to be with her, since he had fallen in love with her, and tonight he had realized it. Then he saw the black-haired woman, who was looking at him with a serious look. "I want to tell you that I'm in love with you, so in this way I want to tell you that thank you for offering me a place by your side, but I can't accept," said the sad black-haired woman. It really hurt her to reject him, but she decided it was better to wait for the brunette since she realized that her feelings for him were stronger than for the blonde. The blonde, when he heard the answer, was quite depressed. He really wanted to see that smile every day, but it seems that he will not be able to. I can know the reason, because if you say that you are in love with me but you do not accept to be with me, there must be a very important reason, said the blonde in a calm but also sad way. Hi, it may sound crazy, but I'm also in love with another person, and it's not Yudo-san, it's another person that I haven't seen for a long time. But I realized that when I was with him, I was really happy, and although I had a great time by your side, I felt that I was betraying him. For that reason, I can't accept your request because, even though I'm in love with you, I'm even more in love with him. Sorry, I finished saying the black-haired woman, to which the blonde felt terrible since there was someone so important to the black hair, which caused the blonde's heart to hurt a lot. I can know the name of a man so lucky to have you so in love, the blonde asked calmly. You already know him, or you did, commented the black-haired woman, intriguing the blonde. She no longer knew who he could be. It's Issei, the black-haired woman finished saying when she saw that the blonde didn't know who he was. When the blonde heard that name, his eyes opened as wide as they could because of the great surprise, and his heart began to beat while a heat ran through his body, knowing that a woman as wonderful as Tsubaki was so in love with him. The blonde was really happy, so much so that he wanted to embrace the black hair. I can ask you one last question, the blonde asked calmly, although inside he was really happy. The black-haired woman nodded and asked him what his question was. Because you're in love with him, the blonde asked in a very curious way. Well, it may sound a little silly and childish, but Issei-san was always there when I needed him. He always fought for us all to be well. He sacrificed himself so that peace would reign. But more than anything, it's because he always had a good time by his side, the black-haired woman replied with a smile while the blonde only listened. Being with him, I could always be myself. He always made me smile, and although he was a pervert, he always saw that everyone was well. I realized that I was in love with him when we spoke last time on the balcony, since I realized that there was no better man in the world than him. And even though he is not here, I know that he is still alive, and one day I will see him again, and I hope that when that time comes I can tell him. I love you, the black-haired woman finished saying with a smile as she looked at the sky. She felt calm and happy to get rid of all that she had in her heart, mainly that word that had been holding her back so much. While the blonde was in a sea of thoughts, tears ran down his cheeks. He couldn't believe everything he had heard from the black-haired woman. His heart was happy but also sad, happy that she thought that way of him and sad for everything that happened to the black-haired woman. Wow, I never imagined she was so in love, Drake commented in the blonde's mind. Neither do I. I'm sad to know all the pain he's been enduring, the blonde commented in his mind. But that's over, now that you're here. It would be better if you did everything possible to make your females happy, Drake recommended it in his mind to his friend. You're right, now that I'm here, I'll make sure they're never sad again, said the blonde with determination. With that determination, the blonde made a decision. I'm glad you think that way of my Tsu-chan, I hear the black-haired woman who had been looking at the night sky while she was in her own thoughts. The black-haired woman, hearing what he said, saw him again with an expression that she didn't understand anything. The blonde smiled at the black-haired woman's expression, moved away from her a little, and repeated it again. I'm glad you think that way about me, since I'm in love with you too, said the blonde, but the black-haired woman didn't understand. Then she saw how a magic circle formed the blonde's head and descended on the assertion that it revealed his true identity and his true aura. When the circle disappeared, the black-haired woman could see a brown-haired man, still with eyes of a different color and with the same suit as the blonde one, but with a more worked body. The black-haired woman couldn't believe who was in front of her. She blushed a lot to be able to identify him immediately since the brown-haired man had changed for the better, much better, in Kuroka's words. His calm expression, his mature look, his handsome face, and his well-shaped body, I could see him in several places where his clothes were tight, making them blush even more. Is Issei really you? Said the black-haired woman with a blush on her face, still not believing that it was really him, and although his aura was the same, she still couldn't believe it. That's right, I'm back, Tsu-chan, and I'm back to meet. He couldn't finish as he was tackled by the black-haired woman, who threw herself to hug him tightly while tears fell from his appealing face. The chestnut tree had almost fallen to the ground. He rolled her up in his arms, giving her a big hug full of love and understanding. The black-haired woman, feeling scorched by the brown, buries her head in his chestnut while hugging him tightly, as if she wanted to tell him never to leave. Is it really you? Isn't that an illusion? The black-haired woman said she was very happy that the brown-haired man was really him and not an illusion of her mind or someone transformed into him. The brown man only increased his aura a little and covered the black-haired woman with it, making sure that when she felt it, she felt that peace and tranquility that she once felt a long time ago. It's really you, confirmed the black-haired woman as tears came out of her appealing eyes. The brown-haired man sees her like this and wipes her tears very delicately, then embraced the black-haired woman, making her surprised for a few seconds. But when he feels that the embrace was more and more passionate, he lets himself be carried away by the sensation, letting the brown-haired man do what he wants. After a few minutes of very, very passionate embrace, the brunette stops embrace the black-haired woman, leaving her with a big blush and wanting to want more. The black-haired woman noticed his condition but did not know how the brown-haired man left her that way with just a few embrace, and even thought that if he continued like this, they would end up doing something else, although in her words, it was not going to bother him since he is the person she loves and he also loves her. But her blush intensified as she realized what she had said about him recently. The color rose on her face as her embarrassment peaked, as you could tell she had proposed to him. The brown-haired man seeing her like this could not help but smile because seeing the black-haired woman in that state made her look extremely pretty, and he, unable to resist, embraced the black-haired woman again, which she did not resist. "I imagine you're like this because of what you told me recently, right?" She wanted to confirm the brown, to which the black-haired woman was more embarrassed when she was discovered, wishing that the earth would swallow her. The brown-haired man smiled at her again, leaving the black-haired woman perplexed by the action. "Don't worry, because seeing you like this makes you look extremely appealing. Besides, as I said before, I am also in love with you, and I would like to know, now that you know who I am, would you like to be my girlfriend? I would really love to be able to see that appealing smile you have every day," said the brown-haired man, moving away from her a little, leaving the black-haired woman still very blushing at the brunette's words but also happy. She didn't even have to think about it. Being in love with two men who she thought were different but turned out to be the same person was something she never imagined. But she was also happy because that way her heart never betrayed her by falling in love with another man, but she fell in love with him again. "Yes, Issei-kun, I would love to be your girlfriend and be by your side for the rest of my life," said the black-haired woman with an appealing smile, leaving the brown-haired man extremely happy and very much in love, since that was the smile he liked so much. The couple stayed in the park where they were for a few more moments to talk about some things off the subject of how he managed to get out, since the brown-haired man told him that he would explain more calmly later. "But Issei-kun, if you came back because you didn't reveal your true identity, you must already know that there are many people who are waiting for you, mainly Sarafal-sama," asked the black-haired woman with great curiosity, although the image of her king also came to her since lately she has realized that she is thinking a lot about the CHST tree. In addition to that, she was one of those who suffered the most when he was trapped in that dimension. "I know, the other girls told me when I came back, but even though it hurts me a lot to see Sira-chan like that, I still can't. In fact, there are few people who know my true identity," said the blonde in a sad way as he changed again in case someone passed by and recognized him. "But why Issei-kun?" the black-haired woman questioned, since what the blonde was doing didn't make sense to her. "You should have noticed by now, but the supernatural world has been in a lot of movement lately," said the blonde, to which he earned a nod from the black-haired woman in confirmation that he did know that. "That's because a certain Hindu god wants to start a war, but the problem is that he was able to obtain a very dangerous power that, if he manages to develop or control it, the world will have a crisis like the Trihexa again," declared the blonde, leaving the black-haired woman very surprised and thoughtful. "Indra," she said, as if analyzing the situation and gathering all the information she has had thanks to Sarafal telling Sona when she is present. The blonde nods with his head, leaving the black-haired woman even more perplexed than before. "That's why Shiva-sama has been moving lately," said the black-haired woman now, more surprised, asserting that the brown-haired man nodded, confirming her theories. "But I don't understand what that has to do with you revealing your identity," the black-haired woman asked with a lot of doubt. "I am working with Shiva to eliminate a large part of the army that Indra is hiding, so that when he manages to MSTR the power that he has required, he will attack the supernatural world," said the blonde in a serious way, surprising the black-haired woman. "If I reveal myself now, Indra will hide his army even more, asserting that our mission is even more difficult than before since now, as things are for Shiva and me, we are having a strong time finding these camps," continued the blonde, to which the black-haired woman paid maximum attention since it was a very important issue. "But it won't be for long since very soon I'm going to reveal myself, and I have the perfect event for the news to spread quickly," said the blonde with a calm smile, imagining a certain event for a certain blonde with pigtails. "But if you reveal yourself, what you said a moment ago won't happen," the black-haired woman asked, a little confused, since despite being very intelligent, all the information she learned today she has not been able to process. "It's because if I reveal myself now, that's what's going to happen. But Shiva and I have already eliminated many camps so that Indra's strength decreases enough. We will only destroy a few more, and I will reveal myself," said the blonde calmly. "When I reveal myself, I will communicate with the world about what is happening. That way, we will force Indra to leave, but when he comes out and realizes that his forces are very reduced, he will begin to look for people to increase his army. That way, you can infiltrate us and know what he is planning, in addition to knowing his exact location to launch an attack and having him before his plans or do it," said the blonde, surprising the black-haired woman with the complicated and detailed plan that the blonde had just explained to her, although she knew that this was only above her since she realized that the plan was also very complicated and difficult at many points, such as who was going to infiltrate since they had to be beings that Indra never suspected. They were talking like this for a few minutes, but the blonde got tired of the subject and decided to change it since he wanted to enjoy the company of the black-haired woman, to which she delightedly went with the flow. They were that way for a long time, enjoying each other's company and talking about trivial topics, making sure that the blackhead felt very comfortable and happy being next to the person she loved. "It's a little late if I take you home. I don't want Sona to worry and think that I have thrown something at you," said the blonde calmly, which the black-haired woman accepted. "Although I don't mind you doing something to me, I'd rather like you to do everything to me," thought the black-haired woman, who blushed immediately for such a thought she had. Although in her mind there is still the true image of the blonde making him blush more, because even though he looked excellent like Sojiro, she looked much better with her real appearance, since her real body had an excellent body that made her blush just thinking about it, and a face that was too handsome. The couple teleported near the house of the black-haired woman to be able to walk a little more together since the night was perfect. "Well, Su-chan, here we are. I had a great time with your presents, so I hope to go out with you again," said the blonde, to which the delighted blackhead accepted. "By the way, I'm going to tell Kuroka to tell you where I live so you can visit me," the blonde finished saying, to which the black-haired woman nodded and threw herself into his arms alone to give him a big embrace that the blonde accepted and returned. When the blonde left, the black-haired woman entered her house with a big smile and went to her room to rest. But what she did not realize was that there was another blackhead behind the door of her room who had heard the whole conversation, assuming that she had her feelings confused. When the blonde arrived at his house, he was greeted by his loved ones asking how it went, and he told them everything that had happened, making them very happy because everything went well. The days passed normally, and the girls continued with their responsibilities happily because when they finished, they passed with their beloved. And whenever he could, he took them on dates either to dance, to eat, or simply to take a walk to enjoy the moment. On Vali's part, it was the same. He was not very romantic, and his girls knew that, so they accepted and loved it. But after spending so much time with the brown-haired man training and seeing how he and his girls interacted, he was filled with doubt. The albino asked him why he always treated them too, or why he always took them on dates, since he was affectionate with his wives but not so much, and sometimes they went out. To which he had that doubt since the brown-haired man dedicated all his free time to them. The brown-haired man, hearing that, simply laughed a little and replied that it was because of them. They are the most important thing in his life. And as he was so busy with the company he created and with the hunting of Indra's subjects, he did not have much free time besides the different separate businesses, as in the case of the Citri Academy. He also told her that it was also because he wanted to see them always happy, since there was nothing that made him happier than seeing them smile. "That's why I dedicate all my time to them. They deserve that and much more." Very simple. He has Maya as a wife, who, being from the Antia fraction, had her properties and businesses taken away until Vali married and obtained them by managing them. Lavinia is a high-class magician. She was the secretary of the magician Mephisto, so she has several businesses with different companies that Vali now manages. Raken, the demon of the Belfigure house, said that upon his marriage, his parents gave him some land in the human world that is now administered by Vali. The albino, when he heard the reasons, had to agree with him, and from that moment on, he became more romantic with them, showing them that they were the most important thing for him, making them feel extremely happy and mainly loved, because although they felt that the albino loved them, they had never felt it so much. That is why they thanked the brown-haired man for influencing their albino so much, although not only them. Since by being with the CHST Nut girls for so long, they developed a very strong friendship, so much that they were influenced by how perverted they were. On the part of a certain queen, Citri, whenever she could, she went to the CHST Nut to visit him, and sometimes they went out asserting that their relationship was stronger and stronger, although not to the point of reaching a night with him. Sona was another different case from her queen, since the brown-haired man went to the academy whenever he could to see how things were going. Although he always took the opportunity to have a talk with the heiress Citri, who always enjoyed it, and sometimes they played chess, leaving the black-haired woman with some defeats, although sometimes she beat him. In addition, the brown-haired man took advantage of some occasions to make the heiress Citri blush, asserting that their relationship with friends was getting stronger and stronger. On the part of the girls in the occult club, none of them knew that the blonde had more girls, thinking that he only had two. Kaneko and Kanu had a fight or two with their husband, and although they always resolved them, there was always that uncomfortable atmosphere, assuming that their relationship is unknown for the future. Ross continued with her husband going out sometimes and enjoying their time together, but since the blonde appeared, their relationship remains the same and well, but a feeling began to form in her, since she always has that feeling that this was not what she wanted. Ravel, since the blonde had defended her, everything had gone better since her fiancé no longer bothered her, although sometimes it was the exception. Only a call to a certain blonde magician was missing, and the blonde came to defend her, making sure that she felt extremely happy, although her parents did not have that same feeling, mainly her mother. Riaz and Aquino continued their relationships normally, although they always had a feeling of pain in their hearts, in addition to having more than one argument with the Queen and King Citri because they were very close to the blonde. On the part of the angelic trio, everything was perfect for the three of them. For now, heaven, first heaven. We can see a brunette who was going to meet her friends and her boyfriend, but when she arrived at the place, he was not there. Girls have seen Nero-kun, the brunette asked, to which the other girls only shook their heads. The brunette went to look for her boyfriend all over the sky, but she did not find him anywhere. When she was going to go look for him again, she met Griselda. Irina-san, Lord Miguel is looking for you, the Queen of Hearts told the brunette, to which she immediately went to look for him. Heaven, sixth heaven. The CHST-nut had come to the home of the Seraphim to look for its lord. Irina, it's good that you're coming. I'd like to ask you something, said the leader of heaven calmly, to which the brunette happily accepted to serve her lord. I need you to go to Grigori so that you can give Azazel some evidence from an investigation, said the leader of heaven, which the CHST-nut immediately accepted and went to fulfill her duty. How do you think he rations when he realizes it? Asked Seraphim Raphael, who was next to him. I don't know, but I hope it is the best way, replied the leader of heaven to one of his brothers. Miguel, why hasn't Nero fallen, or why isn't he punished? Raphael asked, quite interested. That's very simple, it's because he hasn't committed any sin, replied the leader of heaven calmly. Despite what he has done, he never did it because he wanted to or because of bad intentions, but because he didn't want to hurt Irina. His feelings and heart were never there. He was always with her because he didn't want to hurt her heart, and he simply wanted her to be happy, but it seems that he can no longer hide what he feels for the other girl, said the leader of heaven with an expression of sadness. In Fermundo, Grigori, a CHST-nut can be seen entering the Grigori facility. Excuse me, I've come on behalf of Lord Miguel. He sent me to look for the former ruler Azazel to give him some documents, said the CHST-nut to the fallen who were guarding the entrance to the facilities. Of course, go ahead, Mr. Azazel. He is in the research laboratory on the 3rd floor. I inform the fallen, to which the brunette is grateful and goes in search of him. After a few minutes, the CHST-nut finds the former ruler. Yo, Irina, what are you doing in these places? Asked the fallen man, although he already knew, since Miguel and he agreed so that she would not continue to deceive herself. Lord Miguel sent me to give you these documents for your investigation, the CHST-nut replied, to which he took them, looked at them, and thanked him for bringing them. The CHST-nut was about to leave, but before that, Azazel stopped it. Ah, Irina, before you leave, Penemy told me that if she saw you, she would inform you to go to her since she had to say something to you, said the fallen man, to which the brunette did not find it strange since she has a very good relationship with the cotter. He asked her where she was and told her she was in her room, resting. The CHST-nut went in search of him, leaving the fallen man with a serious expression. I hope you're okay after this, thought the fallen man, going back to his work since he couldn't do anything about what he was going to weigh. The brunette was going around the girls' rooms looking for the cotter, but someone shouted a name. When she was going through a room, her heart began to beat quickly while a pain began to form in her CH-cent, and this was because the name they shouted was that of her boyfriend. Irina was left static, not knowing what to do since the sounds coming from that same room were of a woman singing. The brunette came closer and closer to the door as she opened it little by little, while her heart beat rapidly and the pain in her CH-cent intensified more and more until she gathered all the courage and opened the door, and what she found hurt her so much that she did not know what to do. In the room were her boyfriend, Nero, and a girl having a sec. Irina began to shed tears as she felt something inside her heart break. When the couple noticed the brunette, the angel did not know what to do. He knew that moment would come, but he did not want it to be that way. Irina, the angel tried to say as he stretched out his hand in the direction of the brunette, but it immediately came and ran away. Irina, please wait. The angel called the brunette, but she ignored him and left. The angel did not know what to do, he was left doing nothing. He fell when he understood what the situation was, and he hugged the angel to console him since he did not know what he could do. Human world, Ku City. We can see a brunette who was running aimlessly in the rain. Tears ran down her appealing eyes while her heart hurt more and more, but the strange thing was that her heart didn't hurt because of what she had seen before. But at that moment she felt like something broke, and that was the place where she had sealed all the feelings she had for a certain brunette. Pain, sadness, suffering, loneliness, and betrayal were some of the feelings that were tormenting her heart at that moment when she regained those feelings that she once had, like that person who was everything to her. I felt pain when I lost it, and I couldn't do anything to remedy it. Sadness at not having him by her side. Suffering when they want to see it with all their heart but can't no matter what they can do. Loneliness because she didn't have that person who always supported her and always made her smile. Betrayal by being with another man who was not only himself because of his weakness. These were the feelings that were invading the CHST-nut's heart, making her feel pain worse than death. In another part of the city, there is a brown-haired man spending time with his parents since he had come to visit them, but at one point his expression became serious as his parents worried that something bad had happened. Everything is fine, son? Asked the mother, very worried. Yes, mother, everything is fine. I only felt someone I knew nearby, said the brown-haired man, to which his parents calmed down. Well, father, mother, I like talking to you, but I have to go now, said the brown-haired man, saying goodbye to his parents to go to where he felt a certain CHST nut stop. In the cemetery of Ku, there was a CHST nut standing in front of a grave. He approached it little by little, not knowing why it came there since she just wanted to run until the pain in her heart stopped. He started hugging from that grave when he felt that the pain in his heart was getting bigger with each passing moment, and tears ran down his cheeks non-stop since that tombstone had the name of his best friend and his first and only love. A little behind her, in a silent way, appeared the brown tree, already transformed into Sojiro. He did not care if it was raining, so he approached her little by little without her noticing until he was close enough to hear what she was saying, but nothing prepared him for what he saw and heard. In front of him was his best friend and perhaps his first love, crying inconsolably as she hugged the grave where he was supposed to be buried. His heart began to hurt to see her in such a shattered way, but what really hurt him was what she was saying. Forgive me, Issei, please forgive me for failing you. I just wanted to be happy by your side, but I forgot you, and I went with another man, said the brunette with all the pain in her heart. I know I don't deserve you, and I know you deserve better than me, but please forgive me for not being able to live without you, said the brunette while she continued crying inconsolably. I don't want to remember you, what I want is to see you, wake up with you every morning, and be able to live by your side. I want to be with you in good times and bad, and mainly, I want you here to tell you that I love you and that you are and always will be the only person I love, said the brunette with a broken voice. While the blonde was behind her with tears, he ran down his face when he heard everything that the brunette was saying so sincerely. I wish I could reflect myself in your gaze once. I would like to be able to feel your arms when they hug me, and mainly, I would like to know if you can forgive me, said the brunette as the pain grew with each passing moment. I want to see you, I want to love you and never leave your side, said the brunette, crying inconsolably. And I want to see you ask for forgiveness with all my heart for failing you. Please forgive me, the brunette finished saying as he looked at the sky and let out all the pain through his tears. At that moment, it was not Irina who was crying, but her heart. When she felt empty and alone, when she did not feel that companion by her side, her heart was crying inconsolably for the lack of her companion. The blonde, when he saw her like this, couldn't take it anymore and approached her while he took off the transformation, scorched her by the back, and said in a whisper to the brunette, I forgive you, while tears ran down her cheeks. The brunette, feeling the hug and hearing those words that she wanted to hear so much, cries harder while she clings to the arms that are around her since she can feel that the person who was scorching her and telling her that was the person she needed so much at that moment. I love you, was the last thing the brunette said before fainting, since with the scorching, her body was able to relax and collapse. The brown-haired man held her so that she would not be silent and brought her closer to him to see her face. You have become an appealing woman, my dear Irina, he said while caressing the face of the unconscious brunette. As appealing as an angel, the brown-haired man finished saying as he pulled a strand of the brunette's appealing face away. The brown-haired man, seeing her like this, began to hurt, and tears ran down his cheek as they were lost in the endless rain that fell. Diedreg remained silent at this scene for the entire moment because he didn't know what to say, but he knew that that was all the pain she had kept in her heart for 10 years. Diedreg, it's really right what I'm doing to you, the brown-haired man asked doubtfully as he saw how the rain fell on the CHST-nut's appealing face. I don't know, I can only tell you that people have to live with the mistakes they make so that one day they can simply overcome them and move on. Diedreg replied calmly, but also seriously. Issei falls silent upon hearing his friend's words, and after a few minutes, he gets up with the CHST nut in his arms and leaves in a magic circle. Human World, Hyoto Mansion. At the entrance of the mansion, there is a CHST nut tree with an unconscious CHST nut in his arms, totally wet. When he arrives, the girls go to greet him but are surprised to see their beloved totally wet and the brunette unconscious in his arms, so they rush to see if something bad happened. Ai-sama, what happened? Did something happen to Irina? Asked the magician, worried that something had already happened and even more so when she saw her friend unconscious. I don't really know, either. I found her in the Ku cemetery in the rain, where I'm supposed to know, as soon as I arrived, and she fainted apparently from mental exhaustion. Hiro-chan, Fei-chan, please give him a hot bath so he doesn't get sick and then find a room for him to rest, asked the brown-haired man, to which all the aforementioned nod and take the unconscious Irina, while the CHST nut tree goes up to his room, where he has his clothes, to go take a bath and change. A little later in the night, we can see a brunette resting in a room where the CHST nut was with his girls. Fei-chan, the bed is big enough for someone else to sleep. Please stay with her tonight in case she wakes up so that the first thing she sees is someone she knows, the brown-haired man asked, to which Maga nodded and went to change to sleep with her. Yasa-chan, I'm going to tell Miguel that Irina is with me, but most likely he won't trust me. Come with me so that Miguel can trust you, said the brown-haired man, to which the Kitsu nods and goes with the brown-haired man to the living room to call the leader of heaven. Heaven, sixth heaven. They have already found some clues about her, the leader of heaven asked his brothers. No, the last time they saw her was in Grigori when she was leaving, heading for the human world, but we can't trace where she was teleported. Uriel replied as they gave their guards clues to start a great search since the sky was worried when the CHST nut disappeared from the sky system. Miguel Oni Ai-sama, they haven't found Irina-san yet, asked Seraphin Gabriel, entering the room. No, and the most worrying thing is that we can't track her through the father system, the leader of heaven replied to his sister. But just as Gabriel was about to say something, Raphael came running, entering the room and surprising everyone with his sudden entrance. Miguel, someone tries to communicate with us, the seraph informed them, but when they saw that it was nothing important, they all went back to their business. If it's not about Irina, I don't have time to attend to her, said the leader of heaven, returning to do what he was doing before. But the person who communicated with us is not any of the known fractions. We don't even have him in the communication system. And he doesn't know how he could communicate with us, the seraph finished, surprising all those present, especially Miguel and Gabriel. Communicate with him immediately, said the leader of the sky in a serious way, to which the seraph nods, creating a magic circle where a rather elegant blonde appears. Gabriel, as soon as he saw it, began to beat rapidly for no reason. Who are you, and how could you communicate with heaven? Said the leader of heaven in a calm but also serious way. What manners the leader of heaven has. But well, I'm not surprised that you don't know me, but I'm sure you've already heard of me, said the blonde in the magic circle calmly. All the seraphim were paying attention to the conversation with great care and distrust of the person who appeared in the circle, except for a certain seraphim who could not take his eyes off him for some reason, as his heart did not stop beating at the sight of the unknown person in the magic circle. I will introduce myself, my name is Sojiro Pendragon. When the blonde finished saying that, he surprised the audience a lot, especially Miguel, since Azazel told him that this person was extremely strong-minded and it was better to have him as a friend than to have him as an enemy. Indeed, I have already heard from you, Pendragon-san. I would like to know what your call is for, asked the leader of heaven calmly and with great curiosity. Well, not much. A few hours ago, I found one of your angels fainting because of the location where I was, so I took the audacity to take him with me to see if he had any injuries. But I found that he was simply fainting from mental exhaustion, and at this moment he is at home resting. I finished saying the brown-haired one, surprising everyone present and thinking that maybe he is the angel they have been looking for. The angel's name is Irina Shido. Right now he's sleeping and recovering from his mental exhaustion, said the blonde, reassuring everyone that she was fine. As I know, he is fine, said the leader of heaven with some distrust. I imagine you wouldn't trust me, but it wasn't surprising since I'm just a stranger, but I think you can trust this person's word. I finished saying the blonde so that a silhouette of an appealing woman with kitsune ears and a tail appears next to the blonde. When he appeared, everyone was surprised since they did not expect that this person would meet the blonde. Hello Miguel, said the former leader of the Yokai to the leader of the sky with total nature, while the latter was mute since that took him by surprise. Isaka, what are you doing? The leader of heaven asked quite curiously once he had recovered from the surprise. That doesn't matter. On the contrary, you don't have to worry about Irina. She's in good hands. When she fully recovers, I'll send her back to heaven, said the kitsune calmly. Miguel did not look for the subject anymore and left it aside. Besides, with Yasaka, he can rest assured that nothing bad will happen to Irina. Okay, thank you very much, Yasaka, and also you, Pendragon-san, for taking care of her, said the leader of heaven with total sincerity. But if it's not too much trouble, you could tell me where she is since the father system can't track her. It's as if she has disappeared from this world, said the leader of heaven quite curiously since he thought that his father's system may be failing. I'm sorry, but I prefer that my home remain a secret. About the system, you don't have to worry since it works perfectly. It's just that the place where my home is covered with several very powerful magic shields. That's why the sky system can't track it, because it makes the signal scatter when it hits the barrier. He clarified the blonde calmly, but he was also surprised that the blonde hit such a powerful barrier. Miguel wanted to ask about this barrier, but he realized that the blonde was not going to say anything more, so with a sigh of relief that his angel was okay, he let it pass. Well, I'm saying goodbye since I just wanted to tell you this, said the blonde, leaving, but before disappearing, he could see Gabriel, who was a little distant from Miguel, and realized that he did not stop looking at him. It seems that her heart already knows who I really am, but her mind doesn't, thought the blonde when he saw that she didn't take her eyes off him. We'll see you very soon, said the blonde, moving his lips so that only the seraphim could understand him before disappearing. The whole room was quiet after the blonde cut off communication. They were very surprised by everything they found out today, but the most surprised was a certain seraphim who could not take his eyes off the blonde since he appeared. His heart didn't stop beating when he saw it, but when he understood those last words, his heart raced much more, as if he wanted that moment to come as soon as possible. After a few minutes in that state, everyone came to their senses and got ready to do their respective tasks while Gabriel left the room since he needed to think about why he had such a strange feeling in his heart. Human world, Hyoto Mansion. I never thought things would turn out that way, said the brown-haired man after having finished talking to Miguel a while ago. I never thought Irina would react that way when she recovered from those feelings, thought the brown-haired man, very worried about the health of the CHST nut since, in spite of everything, he still loved her very much. He also had to think about everything she said. The brown-haired man sighed again, put those thoughts aside for the moment, and focused on what was going on around him as he had off eyes between his laps lying on his CH cent while on each side he had Yasaka and Kuroka lying on him. The CHST nut tree could not stop smiling, as he was very happy to have people who loved him so much and supported him so much. It was really a unique sight, as the three girls were deep asleep, making them look more appealing than they already were. After appreciating how appealing his appealing girls looked, he created 2 clones of himself. One picked up Yasaka, who, when she felt that she had been picked up, clung to the clone of the CHST nut tree. She could feel that it was her beloved, making it smile. The other picked up Kuroka, who, when she felt that she had been picked up, was waking up, but the clone of the CHST nut caressed her on her head, making sure that she let out several purrs and went back to sleep. This brought a smile to the brown-haired native when he saw how chided his appealing kitten was, but he still loved that facet of her. Finally, the original brown-haired man lifted off eyes carefully, but she woke up. "Don't worry, let's go to sleep now," said the brown-haired man calmly, to which the dragon, upon learning that her beloved picked her up, gave her a small embrace to fall asleep again in his arms as if there was no place more like and quiet in the world. The brown-haired man smiled at how tender his dragon looked and couldn't help but give her another embrace. Although she was asleep, she returned it. Then he went on to give one to the other girls, and after they felt that they were embraced, a smile formed on their faces. Then they went to the room to rest and see what awaited them the next day. 11. You'll only be mine. On a quiet morning, we can see a brunette waking up in a room that she does not know. What happened? The CHST nut said to herself, trying to remember the last thing that happened. At that moment, she remembers everything that happened at that time, from the betrayal of her now ex-boyfriend to when she was in the rain and how someone hugged her. She hugged herself as she remembered the warmth and love that had that hug and those words that she needed so much at that moment. And although she knew that it was impossible for it to be him, she still had the hope that she could see him again. Once he recovered his memories, he sat on the bed and looked around. The bed was quite big and comfortable, and the room was not very big but not small either. It had decorations, along with some bedside tables on each side of the bed and a nice closet. It also had 2 doors. He imagined that one was the bathroom in the room. He got out of bed and realized that he didn't have the same clothes he wore last time, and that worried him that something had been done to him. After a few minutes of checking his body with determination, he realized that nothing had happened to him. In fact, he felt very good after the break. He prepared to leave the room to find that it was on the 2nd floor. He observed his surroundings and marveled at how appealing the house was. I walk up the stairs and go down to the 1st floor. His eyes opened since the place was really big but also very appealing. He heard some voices coming from the next room and went to investigate, preparing in case he had to fight. When she opened the door, she was surprised because she saw her friends talking quietly while they were having breakfast. That surprised the brunette a lot. The girls heard the door and looked to see who was there. "Oh, Irina, how are you? How do you feel?" the magician asked in a worried tone as she went to see where her friend was. "Lefay, what are you doing here?" the CHST nut asked very curiously. The magician only gave him a smile of understanding. "You're in our house, Irina," the magician replied calmly, asking the brunette to open her eyes in surprise. "Now tell me, how do you feel?" "You're fine," the magician asked again calmly. "Yes, I'm fine now," the brunette replied with a smile. The magician breathed a sigh of relief and offered the brunette to sit with them, which she accepted, and served her something for breakfast. "If this is your house, it means that it is also Saojiro-san's house, right?" the brunette asked with great curiosity, to which Maga only nodded. "Then why are you here?" asked the brunette even more curiously, since she knew that Lefay and Kurumi had a feeling, but seeing Asaka and Kuroka here surprised her a lot. The girls just smiled in a funny way. "We are Saojiro-kun's girlfriends," said the kitsune calmly, making sure that the brunette would be surprised by such a revelation. "Hey," that was the only thing the CHST nut could say. The girls saw her and let out a small giggle. "But how, I say when?" I asked the brunette in surprise. "Well, it wasn't very difficult. After he saved me at my daughter's party, we got to know each other a little, and after a while, here I am," Kitsune answered calmly but with a smile that expressed how happy she was to be with him. "Oh, not also Naya. After the party, I talked about some topics with him, and after a while, we started dating Naya and getting to know each other better, and here I have Naya." Answer. This time, the Nekomata answered with a smile of love and affection. "I am now his fiancé, and we are thinking of getting married soon," the dragon replied calmly. She had always appreciated the CHST nut since she was always taught some things by the CHST nut tree before the CHST nut tree was trapped. The brunette is speechless. Her brain could not understand when all this happened and at what time, but then she remembered that she stopped being interested in what was happening around her to only be with her ex-boyfriend. When she remembered that, she became very depressed, mainly because she had stopped being with Lefay and Ravel, who had become her best friends, in addition to the fact that she was also very close friends with Yasaka, Hiroka, Off-Ice, and some other girls. But she became even more depressed when she remembered that she had forgotten the person she loved and appreciated so much in this world. She had forgotten about her one and only first love. Tears ran down her cheeks as she remembered that again. The girls realized that the brunette became very depressed and immediately realized why, since they remembered that the brunette had forgotten the CHST nut tree. And although they did not know what happened to her yesterday when she arrived with her beloved, they did realize that her feelings for him had opened. What she was experiencing right now was the pain of having forgotten the most important person in her life. The girls stood up and hugged her to let her know she had their full support. At that moment when they burned her to console her, the brunette knew that she did not deserve it. She had forgotten about them. She had forgotten about her dear friends. She had forgotten the man she loved with all her being. And although she knew that she did not deserve it, she could not help but let go of all that pain that her heart had that moment that her dear friends made her understand that he was there for her. The morning passed quietly while they consoled the CHST nut. "Forgive me, girls, for everything that has happened. Forgive me for forgetting you, and keep me away from you," said the brunette with total sincerity while tears ran down her cheeks. "I know I don't deserve it, but I'd like to be your friend again," the brunette said again in a broken voice, since she really missed the time she spent with them in the past. The girls, seeing the brunette with her head down while tears came out of her eyes and she asked for forgiveness, could not take it anymore, and they hugged her tighter than before. "We don't have to forgive you anything," said the magician calmly. "Since you haven't done anything wrong, Naya," said the Nekomata with a smile. "You don't have to ask if you can be our friend," said the dragon softly. "Because you are already and always will be our friend," the kitsune finished saying. The brunette, when she heard them say all that, could not help crying in the embrace of her dear friends, but this time it was not of sadness but of happiness to have friends like them. The morning passed, quietly talking to each other and spending time together. The brunette felt so happy to be with them. She couldn't remember when was the last time she felt so happy and calm. "By the way, Fei-chan, you have a very appealing house." "Well, I better say they have a very appealing house," the brunette corrected when he remembered that the four of them live here. "Thank you, Irina-chan, although the house was built and fixed by my husband when it was just the two of us," the magician informed, to which the brunette was surprised by that detail since she thought that if a man tidied up a house, he would be more masculine. But he was surprised, as the actual house was very appealing and very cozy. "He told me that he had made it not only for himself but for the people who would live with him, and knowing that he was already married to me, he did it thinking of a way that I and his future wives would like to live," the magician reported again in a calm way. "And come on, it looks very good on you, Naya, since I don't even want to leave here." "Naya," said the Nekomata with a smile as she remembered everything that the house had: hot springs, jacuzzi, video games, a rest room, a swimming pool, training rooms, in addition to the fact that the house itself was very cozy and gave her that feeling that she never had until now of a home. "In fact, the house is very cozy. It has everything you need. In fact, it has more than that," Kitsune commented, as she had a feeling of comfort and tranquility since before she could not relax with all her duties. It's not surprising since Sojiro thought not only that his future wives would have a quiet and relaxing place but also a cozy one. "That's why he has more than one need since he wanted to joke with us, so to speak," said the dragon with a smile on her face as she remembered how a place had never made her feel so comfortable. "It really sounds like a great place to live," said the brunette, quite surprised. The brunette, when listening to her friends, felt a little jealous because, even though she lived in heaven, she never felt that this was her home. In addition, although she felt that the sky was calm, it did not transmit the same tranquility and comfort that being in this place transmits to her. "You can't imagine it. This house is more than it seems," Kitsune commented with a smile on her face. "Mainly the last room on the second floor, Naya," said the Nekomata in a whisper, but the brunette managed to hear her but said nothing. "It's really an appealing place. I imagine it's very relaxing to live here," said the brunette calmly. "You can't even imagine it," the girls thought at the same time as they remembered how much fun they had and relaxed in the special room with their beloved Christmas tree. "Fei-chan, you said that future wives, you already knew that he would not have you alone?" asked the brunette with constant curiosity. "Well, as you already know, he is a dragon, so it was not a surprise if he had more than one wife, although I am glad that they are people I know," said the magician, looking again at the other girls, who returned their gaze with a smile. "And they don't mind sharing it?" the brunette asked again, quite interested. "No, he treats us all equally," said the dragon with a smile when she remembered that the brown man always treats them with the same affection and love. "In fact, he treats us better than ever," said the kitsune, remembering all the appointments, details, and treatments that the CHST nut has made for them. "And you know that although more Naya are going to come, he is going to treat us all equally, Naya," the Nekomata commented when remembering that when the girls increased, the brown-haired never neglected them. In fact, he was more aware of them. Even now that he is forming a relationship with Tsubaki, he has never neglected them and has only treated them with love and affection. "What do you mean that more are going to come?" asked the brunette very curiously. "Well, there are more girls who are in love with him. In fact, at this time, he has been forming a new relationship with that girl," said the kitsune calmly, as if it were nothing. "And that doesn't bother you?" asked the brunette again, incredulous at what she was hearing. "Why would we be Naya?" the Nekomata replied with a smile on her face, as she felt a slight trace of jealousy in the aura of the CHST nut. "He has always treated us with a lot of love, and since another person is in love with him, we would like him to feel the happiness we feel," said the kitsune with a smile since she also felt that slight trace of jealousy in the aura of the CHST nut. Irina couldn't believe it that they allow him to hang out with other girls, but then she remembered that before she was in a similar situation with the brunette and the Gremory girls, so she couldn't say anything, but for some reason, when she knew that he was with other girls, she was a little bothered by the brunette. The brunette was going to say something, but she heard someone trying to enter the room and went to see who it was, along with the other girls who were in front of her. Irina was surprised to see that it was Vali and his wife. Hello Vali, hello girls. I greet the girls of the CHSD nut, except for Irina, who was very surprised to see the albino and his wives here. The aforementioned returned the greeting. He can't be found, the albino asked calmly. No, Sojiro-sama went out in the morning to attend to some business of the company, the magician reported with a smile. But the albino and his wives were surprised that she called him that when he was at home. Then they saw the brunette and understood everything. Well, if he arrives, they tell him that I will be downstairs training, said the albino, to which the girls nodded, and the albino left. What were the girls doing? Meyer asked the girls about the CHSD nut tree. We were thinking of showing Irina the house. They want to accompany us, said the magician calmly, to which the albino's wives nodded happily. Even though they have come many times, they still do not know the house in its entirety. The girls went to tour the house, showing the brunette and the albino's wives the house, or at least the parts that she did not know, such as the hot springs and the library. On Irina's part, she was delighted that the house was really very appealing and had everything to make it very comfortable. Right now they were in the back where the pool was, and he could see a training ground not far from it with different obstacles, in addition to the fact that he also saw the sea. And there he realized that he was on an island, the sound of the waves, and the natural environment since he had a small forest. In addition to the atmosphere of peace and tranquility that the place gave off, it was also very intoxicating. Fei-chan, how is it that the atmosphere inside is cool if you are on an island? Asked the brunette with great curiosity. The albino's wives also saw the magician again since they were curious. It's not very difficult. Sojiro-sama has a lot of knowledge about magic that even I didn't know because, for me, it was, how to say it, useless, the magician replied with a smile. The house is covered by reflective spells that reflect the heat, in addition to the fact that inside it is covered by several spells of cooling and normal temperature. That way the house stays cool, the magician finished saying, surprising the brunette and the albino girls. That's why I said they were useless for me since I concentrate on defense or attack spells. In addition to some barrier and healing spells, I left this type of magic out, said the magician with an expression of embarrassment. Lavinia and Lavany, who were the magicians, didn't say anything to him because they also left that magic so useful and small. Apart from that magic, he also dominates very powerful magic, as is the case of the barrier that surrounds the training areas that was covered by several very powerful spells and the barrier that surrounds the entire island, making sure that it is impenetrable and undetectable. And although I helped him, he was the one who really did all the work, the magician finished, saying with great pride that she was very skilled at magic. The albino magicians were drooling over that information since, as magicians, their knowledge was the most important thing. Fei-chan, you can do it too? Lavinia asked very curiously. No, well, at least not yet, since he's just starting to teach me magic, the magician answered. Shape magic? Lavany asked with great curiosity, although not only her, they all saw the magician, even the girls of the CHSD nut tree, since the CHSD nut, although he has been training them all, trained them in different areas. Form magic is a sub-area of transformation magic, but this is more complicated since what it does is mold a spell, giving it shape and an increase in power. For example, if I throw a fire, when it hits an area or enemy, the fire expands, burning everything little by little. Instead, I do throw a fire and I give it together with form magic the way I want. For example, a game dragon where the magic has a potentiate, and when it hits, it burns or rather destroys only the area of impact. While the two magicians of the albino were with little stars in their eyes, they kneeled in front of her, and as if she were a deity, they told her, "Oh Lady Pendragon, Lefei-sama, please teach us your knowledge," said the pair of magicians in unison, making them all have a drop on the back of their necks for such a scene. I'm sorry girls, I can't since I still don't control it. In fact, I have a long way to go to control it. Sojiro-sama told me that this magic has 4 levels, and I'm only at level 3, said the magician, making the girls depressed about it. If you want, I'll talk to him to see if he can teach you, the magician said again, to which the girls threw themselves into hugging the magician while tears came out of her eyes. And she said many times, "Thank you, Lefei-sama," making everyone grow even more gout on the back of their necks when they saw that scene. Irina, who heard everything, was surprised, as she never thought that the blonde was so powerful and intelligent, so she noticed. She looked at the whole area and had to admit that the place was very appealing. Isaka was going to say to come into the room, but they heard a voice behind her. So here they were. It seemed strange not to find them, said a voice from behind the girls, to which they all turned and found a blonde who looked at them with a smile. The blonde's girls went to receive him, and he received them with an embrace each, making sure that they smiled and accepted the embrace gladly. All this was seen by a brunette, who felt some discomfort when she saw that scene. Hello girls, the blonde greeted the albino's wives, to which they returned the greeting. Oh, I see you're fine now, Miss Irina, said the blonde when he saw the brunette. If it's all thanks to you, thank you very much for helping me and sorry for the inconvenience I've caused you, said the brunette. Remembering that the girls had told them that the blonde had helped her, he brought her home to rest and recover. You don't have to worry, I also talked to Miguel about you being at my house, and although he didn't know where it was located, he was reassured to know that Yasa-chan was also there, so you can stay as long as you want. I just ask you not to reveal his location, said the blonde calmly, to which the brunette thanked him for the gesture and thought that he would stay one more day since he liked the calm of this place as well as the feeling of tranquility and home that it transmits to him. By the way, they were doing here, asked the blonde with great curiosity. We were showing the house to Irina and the girls since they didn't know at all, said the kitsune with a smile while hugging the blonde since the aura he gives off always helps her relax. By the way, Saojiro-sama, Lavinia, and Lavany were asking me if you could teach them the magician in the same way that you are teaching me, said the magician, remembering what happened a few moments ago. The blonde returns to see the aforementioned, who were waiting for his answer. For me, there is no problem, you just have to know that these magics are very dangerous, and it takes a lot of practice and dedication, said the blonde in a serious way. The magicians nodded as a sign that they would commit. Even Fei-chan, with his intellect and wit, has cost him a lot, and in almost a few months of strong training, he has barely passed to level 3, the blonde said again in a serious way. It's so difficult, Lavany asked when she learned that even though she and Lefei are on the same level, knowing that it costs her friend and rival so much means that it is very complicated. Magic itself is already very difficult, you only control a small part of everything that magic means, said the blonde, smiling calmly and surprising everyone, mainly the magicians who saw Lefei again, to which she nodded in response that it was true. Since Saojiro-sama is training me, I have realized that those words are very true since we magicians only use very superficial spells. For example, we do fire magic with the intention of burning but not destroying, water magic with the intention of damaging but not piercing, air magic with the intention of hurting but not cutting, and more than that, that which would only be on the offensive, explained the magician, remembering everything she has learned with her beloved husband until now. Very well done, my dear Fei-chan, you have really paid attention, said the blonde, congratulating his beloved wife, while the girls remained silent before that explanation and realized that it was true. Easy Trihexa, a creature that has lived from the beginning and can use magic, would find it very easy for him to teach what true magic is and its true essence. You have to know that magic is a branch of life that is extremely ancient and extensive. With it, one can do almost anything, said the blonde while creating 3 magic circles, and from them came small elemental dragons of water, fire, and air. The albino's wives next to the brunette were shocked to see those little dragons flying as if they had a life of their own. Then the blonde sent them to the sky, and they began to fight where water beats fire, fire beats wind, and wind beats water, ending in a triple tie. The albino's wives were in shock, apparently mainly the 2 magicians who realized that the world was bigger than they thought. Please allow us to be yours, they said in unison in a serious way since today they were shown that they still had a long way to go. They were also excited to learn more about what they love so much, magic. The blonde smiled in approval and told them that they would teach him everything he knew, making them jump with excitement. Now this is my first lesson, and I want it to be recorded very well, said the blonde in a serious way, making sure that everyone pays attention to them. You never stop learning, even if you are a teacher or wise, you always have to keep studying because you always learn something new, said the blonde, to which everyone recorded those words unconsciously. Listen, because you don't ask for help too, said the kitsune, drawing the attention of the albino's 3 wives. Although it may not seem like he has a lot of knowledge of Naya, Yasaka and I have helped us enormously with our Senjutsu Naya, the Nekomata continued, remembering how he taught her to predict the enemy's movements as well as tracking, improving senses, and being able to feel the emotions in a person's aura. The girls thought about it for a few moments, as they were not very sure. It's better that I ask him to train you, especially now since Volley is training properly. His power surpasses the one before, making you unable to help him when he needs it, making you stay behind. Also, he cannot train with you now since his training is very different from before and from what you need, said the dragon, seeing the albino's wives, to which they nodded when they heard that and immediately went to ask the blonde for help since they did not want to be a hindrance to their beloved, but rather they wanted to help him in everything they could. You should also go and ask for help, Irina, said the dragon again, seeing the brunette, who was surprised by what she said. I can see that your body is out of shape. It seems that in recent years you have not trained properly mentally. You need help if you don't want to be left behind since all of us train by adapting our minds so as not to be a hindrance later on, said the dragon in a very serious way. I feel that the brunette is depressed when she knows the truth because she was with her ex-boyfriend. She did not train herself properly. In fact, most of the time, he did not even train. But he can't help me with my magic since I'm an angel and I specialize in the handling of light, Irina said, remembering that detail. Pay more attention, said the dragon, seeing where the blonde was. The brunette also turned to see the blonde and was surprised to see that he had created 3 other dragons, one of ice and another of darkness, and the one that surprised her the most was the one of light. Light is also a branch of magic. The angels, being beings of this magic, have a better way to handle this element, but not only can they handle it, but with a lot of practice, it can also be handled. I finished saying the dragon to the brunette. She was very surprised, and after thinking about it a little, she went to ask the blonde for help since she really wanted to be strong and also to know why he had that strange feeling around the blonde. In this way, the blonde helped the albino's wife and the brunette improve by making them stronger both physically and in their respective areas, whether it is magic, senjutsu, light management, or their demonic powers. Also, as time went by, he helped Vali in his training to improve. There, he realized why Vali told him that he was a genius since, with only a few months, he was able to train his body as it should be by perfectly managing his dragon powers, making him feel more comfortable than before. He is now training his balance breaker. He also trained his wives, making them stronger and stronger. Sometimes he trained since he still had a lot to perfect. In addition to that, at this time, together with Shiva, they destroyed several camps of Indra's army, making phase 2 of the plan start very soon. During this time, he was also training with Arena, making her see him differently than before and instilling a little confidence in him. In addition, when he went to train, he stayed some time at his house, making sure that he got along better with the other girls as well as those of the blonde and the albino. The blonde had also told her not to digest where her house was located, which she accepted. When she returned to heaven after that accident, so to speak, she was received by her Lord Miguel, assuring that she should be reassured knowing that nothing had happened to her. She also realized that her friends did not care about her because she was with her boyfriend, which is where she realized that what she said, Kurumi, in one of their conversations, was true. I remember, it's okay to fall in love, it's okay to spend time with that person you love, but it's okay to obsess in a way that you don't know what's going on around you because that relationship will only end in failure. The dragon said seriously while looking at the brunette, who was surprised by her words. You became obsessed with the one you called boyfriend without realizing that you were losing your true friends, those who really care about you, said the dragon, pointing to everyone, but mainly to Lefei, who was in front of her. In addition, you forgot to properly release your body, making it clumsy and slow to be with someone who was not for you. We are in love with our loved one. It can be said that without him we do not want to live, but even so, we pay attention to what surrounds us to be prepared if something happens that harms it. In this way, we train since we want to protect the person we love, or at least to be by her side when difficulties come, the dragon continued to say. Another clear example of true love is in front of you as well, said the dragon, pointing to the albino's wives. They are in love with their beloved, but even so, they train strong to be with him and not be a hindrance in difficulties, but rather to help him when he needs it. And they are attentive around him to know if he needs to be protected, if something is stalking him or threatening him, the dragon finished saying. End of remembrance. She realized that she was mowing down and thanked Kurumi for opening her eyes at the moment they talked. In addition to that, now that her heart has her feelings for her beloved Chestina, she focuses only on training to be ready when the time comes to see him again and not disappoint him because when he returns, he will be very powerful and she wants to be by his side to support him. Also at that time, Issei became closer to Queen Citri. One day, the black-haired Citri went to visit her beloved brunette. When he arrived at the house, he realized that there was no one, so he investigated a little to see if he could find someone, but he still couldn't. He thought there was no one, so he prepared to leave, but he heard sounds coming from the back side of the house, more accurately from the training ground in the back. She was about to go investigate, but when the color came, it rose to her cheeks as she could see her beloved Chestina shirtless while having a small duel with the albino. The black-haired woman was left static without being able to move since she had a fixed gaze, appreciating every inch of the shaped body of her beloved while the sweat ran down her well-turned torso. Yes, the black-haired woman was getting aroused every moment that passed, until the brunette noticed her making the small fight stop. The albino, seeing the black-haired man, told the brunette to leave the endurance fight until today, to which he went where the black-haired woman was, while the albino knew that training was a little more. The black-haired woman, when she saw the brunette who was approaching, blushed more while she saw how the sweat ran down her well-shaped scent and continued to her well-shaped abdomen. The black-haired woman was getting excited every moment that the brown-haired man approached, and knowing that today he was just coming to spend a little time with the brown-haired man, I never imagined running into such a view. I'm sorry if I made you wait, Su-chan, it's because the training took a little longer, said the brown-haired man with a smile to which the black-haired woman could only shake her head. When she saw how demonically sassy she looked like that, she had to bite her lip so as not to throw herself on top of him and make her his. Allow me a few minutes, I'll take a bath to get rid of the sweat and go down, said the brown-haired man calmly, to which the black-haired woman could only nod her head. The brown-haired man went to his room to take a bath, while the black-haired woman stayed in the living room waiting for him, but she was too excited to be seated. In fact, she was too excited to be calm. The image of seeing the brown-haired man like this turned her on a lot, so she made a decision and went to the room where the brown-haired man was. Since today was a perfect time, she knew that the girls went shopping together with the albino girls. Vali was training away from the house, which left the two of them alone, although she didn't mind that the other girls were there if she wanted her first time to be special, just him and her. The brown-haired man finished bathing and came out with nothing else but a towel at the bottom. But he was surprised when he saw the black-haired woman sitting on her bed with a strong blush while watching him in detail, making her breathe heavily because of how excited she was. The brown-haired man was surprised to see her like this. She really looked too pretty, but with his heightened senses, he could perceive a smell that was very familiar to him, since it was the smell of an excited woman. "What are you doing here, Su-chan?" said the brown-haired man with a smile, holding on to the innocent. "Hey, and, well," the black-haired woman was trying to say something, but seeing the brown-haired man like that, she couldn't conjure up words. "Su-chan, my face is up," said the brown-haired man with an innocent voice, since the black-haired woman was looking him up and down until his gaze stopped the towel as he saw a lump forming. When the black-haired woman heard those words, her face blushed to such a degree that she was completely red. "Too, and, I'd better go. I'm coming," said the black-haired woman, trying to leave, but the brunette holds her hand and pulls her to him, leaving her face to face. The black-haired woman, being so close to the brown, began to feel how heat invaded her all over her body, mainly in her lower part. And when he ran his hand over the chest nut torso, that heat intensified. The brown-haired man hugged her around the waist, sticking her closer to him while, with the other hand, he made her look at him. "You don't know how appealing you look like this," said the brunette when he saw the black-haired woman, who blushed even more. Queen Citri didn't know why, but it turned him on when he treated her like that, as she felt that he was so domineering but at the same time so delicate when he touched her. The brunette was approaching her bed next to her, and she did not even resist. Issei laid her down in the center of the bed while bringing his lips close to hers until he embraced her. It was an embrace full of longing and passion that the blackhead felt, making her more excited with each passing moment. When they separate, you can see a blackhead completely red but with a look of longing, and Issei, seeing her like this, embraced her passionately again, saying that the black-haired woman rolled her arms around the neck to deepen the embrace further, while the brown-haired man ran his hands over the entire body of the black-haired woman, making her shudder when she felt the touch, until he ran his hand over his legs, causing it to let out a small amount of excitement that made the brown-haired man excited. "You're sure of this? You know what?" He couldn't finish as the black-haired woman embraced him passionately again. "I only want to be you, so make me you now." The black-haired woman spoke with longing but also with a tone of supplication. "Set aside from today, you will only be mine and no one else's," said the brown-haired man as he embraced her again, but this time with more passion than before. The blonde was taking off her blouse, revealing her large and firm breasts next to a dark blue BR. "Ah," he let out a small mumble as he felt the brown-haired man embrace his neck while one hand passed over his legs and the other over his chest. As if she wanted to record her figure with her touch, making the black-haired woman happy but also more excited since, with touch, she felt how the brunette wanted to make her his. He wanted to make love to her and not only sex. The brunette who removed the BR made sure that the breasts of the blackhead were exposed, making her blush when she saw how the brunette looked at them. "Don't look at them," said the black-haired woman with great embarrassment as she covered her hair, but the brown-haired man took his hands off her hands to see them again. "You don't have to be ashamed since they are very cute," said the brown-haired man, making the black-haired woman blush and letting the brown-haired man do what he wanted. He wasted no time and began to embrace the breasts of the black-haired woman, making her release small mons. Then he approached those who began to SCK and hit them with small bites while his hands ran over the legs of the black-haired woman, making her more and more excited than she was. The brown-haired man, in a quick movement, was able to remove the skirt she was wearing, while the brown-haired man continued to devour her breasts while SCK and biting. One hand played with the other while the other hand passed it all over her body, making the black-haired woman mad with pleasure, until his hand passed it through his intimacy, assuming that it would be the eyes when he felt the touch in the most private part of it. And with a high movement, he began to move his hand, massaging the black-haired woman over her clothes, while he took small bites of the black-haired woman, making sure that a current passed through her body, making her mon with complete pleasure. The brown-haired man separates from the black-haired woman's chest while he bends down more and more until he reaches her and removes the last garment she had. The black-haired woman blushes when she sees the black-haired man who was looking at her but does not say anything to her since he was somehow turning her on. "It seems that someone is getting more excited," said the black-haired man when he saw how the black-haired woman's got wetter and wetter. The black-haired woman blushed furiously with embarrassment but still didn't say anything. The brunette makes her LCK, making the blackhead mad when she feels it. It seems that you are very sensitive here," the brown-haired man said with a smile before starting to SCK the black-haired woman's, making her eyes talk like saucers while she began to mon with total pleasure. The black-haired woman puts her hands on the brown-haired man's head so that he does not stop, as he is feeling how his orgasm was formed. "Ah, Issei, the black-haired woman said in total pleasure as she felt how her organs were formed at every moment, while the black-haired man did not stop at work. "Oh," she groaned when she felt that the black-haired man put his tongue inside her, and when she couldn't take it anymore, she came into the chestnut's mouth, claiming that he brought everything with him. Delicious," said the brown-haired man with a smile as he saw how the black-haired woman breathed agitatedly. "But you know something," said the brunette, drawing the attention of the black-haired woman, who could only see him again while recovering from the first orgasm of her life. "I still want more," she said with a smile, and she immediately began to SCK the black-haired woman's hair again. She could only start eating again when she felt that the brown man had SCK her more eagerly than before. "Issei, still waiting for you. I'm very, very feeling." she said between mons to the black-haired man, trying to stop the brown-haired man, but her body was betraying her because instead of wanting to remove the brown-haired man, she held him so that he would continue and not stop, until she couldn't take it anymore and let herself be pampered by the brown-haired man since she really wanted him to continue. Yes, don't stop, Issei, said the black-haired woman with total longing in her words while she felt how the orgasm was forming inside her again. The brunette put his tongue again inside the black-haired woman's, making her back arch when she felt that pleasure. The black-haired woman did not stop moaning as she felt how the CHST man's tongue explored her inside, and he had nothing she could do, although she really did not want to stop. Yes, he groaned when he could no longer take it anymore and had his second orgasm, saying that the brown-haired man was delighted to receive his award. You have a very addictive taste, you knew it, Su-chan, said the brown-haired man while seeking his lip, to which the black-haired woman only blushed at his words, but she was also very proud of those. The black-haired woman sat near her, and she took off the towel, revealing her strong and erect PP. The black-haired woman, when she saw it, could only open her eyes as much as she could because of her size, but unconsciously, she held her lips, and little by little, she became brown with some shyness. The brunette attracted her to him, assuring her that she had more confidence. He made it to his PP while the black-haired woman did not resist and, with one hand, held him as she got closer and closer to him. Tsubaki was not sure what to do, but the brown man caressed her cheek gently, making her cheer up, and began to give her small tastes so that the brown man felt her tongue relax for the small pleasure. The black-haired woman gradually became more animated by ensuring that she tasted more and more of the brunette's PP. Although it is very big, it has a rich aroma and a delicious flavor, thought the black-haired woman before putting the brunette's PP in her mouth and starting to SCK it little by little, increasing the rhythm more and more. The blonde moaned when he felt how the black-haired woman SCK his PP, and when she heard him, she began to increase her speed. She didn't know why, but every time she liked the taste, it had more. She did not stop making the brown-haired man sing for pleasure. She is getting aroused every moment, making her start to sing from her juices. This did not go unnoticed by the brown-haired man, and with his hand, he brought it closer to the black-haired woman's, playing with her CLTRS. When she felt the brown man's hand, she couldn't help but moan, even with her PP, the brown one inside her mouth, while hers became more humid. Let's see who comes first, said the brown-haired man, to which he immediately put a finger in the black-haired woman's, making her have to take the PP that she was liking so much out of her mouth to moan for pleasure. The brown-haired man began to move his finger, exploring this one and grabbing her with pleasure. But immediately she puts the brunette's PP in her mouth and starts SCK it with more longing. The smell was something that she was loving at all times, the brunette feeling that lets out a moan of pleasure. And they continued like this for a moment until the black-haired woman made a movement and made the brown-haired man's hand come out. He raised an eyebrow at the action. She just smiles and puts her in the CHST nut's mouth. I'm almost here, I don't think you want to waste anything, right? Said the black-haired woman in a SDuck TV voice, to which this only mind smiles and begins to SCK her, making her start moaning. Yes, I love it, said the black-haired woman before starting to SCK the brunette's PP again. She felt how her orgasm was getting closer to each moment, then she began to SCK the PP faster. The brown-haired man couldn't take it anymore and came from the black-haired woman's mouth, making sure that she would get everything stuck. A few moments later, she came into the CHST nut's mouth, making sure that he swallowed everything again. You are really very rich, Su-chan, said the brown-haired man with a smile, sitting on the bed. The black-haired woman also sits with a big blush at the brunette's words while savoring her lips, as she also liked the taste of the brown-haired rather too much. The brown-haired man approaches and begins to embrace passionately what she did not oppose, and she also begins to embrace him with passion and longing. Ready for the next thing, she said in a whisper, to which the black-haired woman only nodded her head. The brown-haired man brings his PP close to the black-haired woman and pushes her little by little, making her release her pain. The brown-haired man arrives at a stop that, with a little force, breaks it, causing the black-haired woman to let out a cry of pain as tears came out of her appealing eyes. Issei stayed away so that she could get used to his size while he embraced her with love and passion, and his hands played with her breasts, making her forget the pain and feel pleasure. After a few minutes, the black-haired woman begins to move, making her feel great pleasure with just a slight movement. The brown-haired man, when he feels the movement, also begins to move and makes it begin to release a slight sense of pleasure. More, moaned the black-haired woman, to which the brown-haired man increased his speed and made her moan more and more. Yes, I want more, the black-haired woman asked between moans, to which the brown-haired man could only smile at how appealing Queen Citri saw in that state. In a quick movement, the brunette penetrates her completely since he has not yet put his entire PP in her. The black-haired woman, feeling how her beloved's PP hit her uterus, could only let out a great deal of pleasure. If mass is, I want mass. The black-haired woman moaned as she felt how the brown man increased, and in each move, he hit her uterus, making it squeeze her with pleasure. The brown-haired man, feeling how the black-haired woman squeezed him, increased the pace even more to enjoy the pleasure since the walls of the room were all human, making sure that his PP slipped easily, producing a pleasant sensation for both of them. Every moment that passed, the black-haired woman did not stop smiling at the pleasure she felt. She had never experienced anything like it. Her mind was getting lost with every PNTRTN that the black hair had felt, and she was getting closer and closer to her orgasm. The brown-haired man held the black-haired woman and put her on her side while lifting one leg of her, and in one fell swoop, he penetrated the black-haired woman again, making her let out a big moan of pleasure. And so she continued consecutively while the black-haired woman lost herself in her mind faster in pleasure because, in that position, she could feel how the PP of her beloved reached deeper and deeper inside her, asserting that she felt great pleasure. The brown-haired man felt how the black-haired woman's body began to contract. Then he increased his speed while pinching her ass, making her let out big moans while her mind was lost and her body contracted. Issei and he couldn't finish saying when he couldn't take it anymore and came bathing the brown-haired man's PP. The black-haired woman was lying in bed, barely conscious, since her body had slightly more pleasure from the great orgasm she had. Then she felt like they turned her around, they put her on all fours, and the last thing she felt before starting to cry was that her beloved penetrated her again. But this time she felt how the brunette's PP reached the deepest part of her, hitting her tender point, making her moan uncontrollably. She gets into it since with each PNTRTN she felt how the PP hit that sensitive point, making her whole body have slight astonishments as her orgasm begins to form a new mind. Issei, spec, wait and, I'm going to, see, come, said the black-haired woman between months since she couldn't stand the pleasure anymore. The black-haired woman groaned when she couldn't stand it anymore and came again. But this time the brown-haired man didn't matter to her and continued to penetrate the black-haired woman, making sure that despite having watered herself, she was still moaning. Her mind was already clouded by the great pleasure she felt, since her beloved did not give her time to recover, making her body very sensitive to touch. And if we count that he kept penetrating her and hitting her sensitive point, her mind could not take it anymore, and she got lost, making her now only moan for pleasure. Mas quito mas pasfavos moaned the black-haired woman in total pleasure. Her body did not stop giving astonishment to the fact that in each one of them the PP was squeezed by her beloved, and when he felt that pleasure, he increased the speed even more. See mass, said Queen Citri, lost in pleasure. The brown-haired man felt a new mind as his beloved's body contracted again, and this only mind smiled as he was also about to come. In this way, he increased the speed even more, making the black-haired woman scream with pleasure. She moaned loudly when she felt how something hot filled her inside. When she felt it, she also couldn't stand it anymore and came. The brunette gradually pulled his PP out of the black-haired woman's, claiming that she would stir up small amounts of pleasure since her body is extremely sensitive after coming 5 times. The black-haired woman fell face down, totally unconscious from the great pleasure she had just experienced. The brown-haired man, seeing her, could only smile since his seed was coming out of her. He approached her and gave her an embrace full of love. When she felt him only smile, the brunette continued to embrace her while continuing down her shoulder and his back until he reached her appealing and firm buttocks, which gave her an embrace and a caress, making her release a moan unconsciously since she was still faint. He just smiles and runs his hand over her left leg, where there is now a red mark with the head of a dragon. Issei smiles at the sight of her, shelters the black-haired woman so that she can rest, and casts a spell on her so that she can walk later because he was sure she would not be able to. The brown-haired man leaves the room with a pair of breathe only and a shirt in hand, but not before seeing his appealing wife resting peacefully on her bed with a big smile. He goes down to the kitchen, where he grabs some cold soft drinks, and goes to the living room to rest while he sees what's interesting on TV. After a while, an albino arrives who had finished training and had gone to the bathroom to cool off, where he only had breathe on since he had a shirt in his hand showing his now somewhat marked body. The CHST nut tree hands him a soft drink, and when he receives it, he sits next to him to rest. Well, how is the training going? The brown-haired man asked calmly. By improving, I can use the balance breaker more easily, although the power that Issei has given me I can't control, the albino replied with some annoyance since he is having a strong time controlling that power. Don't worry, you need to focus on just one thing. Keep training with the breaker balance until you can handle it perfectly, and then we will focus on controlling that power since you need to have it under control before training with the Dragon Lucifer drive, said the brown-haired, to which the albino could only sigh, although he did not complain since the results he is having are what he has always wanted. Don't rush volley, you've already made great progress, and now you have MSTR great power, even I can feel that my power has grown. Albion commented calmly. And that's nothing, wait until you can transform into a dragon, since it feels like you have a new mind in one's body, Drag commented, encouraging the two of them. In fact, Drag is right, because for that, our minds connect, making what I feel he also feels, although the aura is still mine alone and not Drag's, said the brown-haired man, confirming his friend's words. Connection of minds, Albion said with some doubt. The process is very difficult and tedious, but the results are great. Although I can take out the dragon force at once, being able to become a dragon is a unique experience. You will also need it if you want to achieve that transformation since you need perfect control and balance, which can only be obtained by transforming into a complete dragon. We still have a long way to go to get there, said the albino calmly, since he did not want to rush things. I estimate that in maybe 2 years or a year and a half, they may be trying to transform into a dragon. Dreg said analytically. It took me a little more than a year to reach your level, 2.5 years to be able to control the power of Off-Eyes and my Dragon Infinity Drive, and finally almost 2 years to MSTR my Dragon Transformation, said the brown-haired man, thinking of the suffering he had gone through called training. And the Dragon Force, how much do I take you? Asked the albino curiously. I have an MSTR that. For the other 5, I was training my swordsmanship, magical manipulation, basic knowledge of the world, strategies, and some other things. Sometimes I trained with my Dragon Force, but it wasn't very often, so I could only activate it for such a short time, and it spent so much energy because I hadn't been able to balance it correctly. At that moment, when the albino and the brown-haired man were talking, the girls who were shopping arrived. The girls, upon entering, blush fiercely as their loved ones show their naked torsos. On the part of the girls of the CHST knot, they blushed as much as they could not see the good and shapely torso of their beloved, making them excited just by seeing him. On the part of the albino girls, they were super blushing since before the albino was as sassy and attractive as he was, but now with that body that is more and more marked, he turned them on more and more. The 2 boys didn't know why they looked at them like that until they remembered that they were shirtless, so they put it on before they were D at that moment. The girls, after calming down, stayed talking until the albino left with his wives, leaving the brown-haired man alone with his beloveds. How did it go, girls? Asked the brown-haired man as he embraced each of them. Well, nothing out of the ordinary if you ask, said the kitsune, gladly receiving her embrace. And you, Eyes, how did you spend it? Said the dragon with a smile. She could already detect the aroma of a certain black-haired citri in her beloved. I can't hide anything from you, right, Off-Eyes-chan, said the brown-haired man with a smile, to which the aforementioned smiled back. I was training with Volley in the afternoon, and then Su-chan arrived. One thing came to another, and now let's say that she is peacefully sleeping in my bed with a big smile, said the brown-haired man with a smile. The other 3 girls were surprised by that event because, although they knew that moment would come, they did not think it would be soon. I don't think Tsubaki will be able to walk for a long time, said the Nekomata with a malicious smile. I cast a spell on her so that the sensation would pass quickly and she can walk when she wakes up, but I don't know if she will be able to walk much, said the brown-haired innocently, to which the girls let out a small giggle since the first time each of them could not walk if it were not for LeFei. For today, I won't be able to sleep with you because I wouldn't like her to wake up at night and know that I'm not with her, so I'll spend the night with her and then reward you, said the brown-haired man with a mischievous smile, which the girls understood perfectly afterwards. They trembled slightly with excitement at the way the chocolate was going to reward them. And after a quiet night, they all went to sleep, where the brown-haired man went to bed with a certain black-haired citri, who, when she felt how close, clung to him in a hug and continued sleeping with a smile when she felt that the brown-haired man was hugging her. 12. The Wedding of Ria's Gremory. After a night of complete pleasure and happiness for the black-haired girl, she is waking up with a big smile on her face. When she looks everywhere and realizes that it was her beloved's room, she remembers everything that happened the day before, making her blush, but still with a smile on her face since she had never felt as alive as she does now. While sitting on the bed and looking for her clothes, she notices a red mark on the head of a dragon. She sees it and cannot help but touch it, while a smile forms on her face and great happiness invades her. Now it's just you now, thought the black-haired woman, very happy to be able to be with the person she loves. Then he goes back to get his clothes, but remembers that yesterday at the event, the brown-haired man wet them since he was wet because he was freshly bathed. Then she sees a CHST nut shirt on the bed and thinks that her beloved has left it while her Roma has dried. The black-haired woman wears it, and although it was too big, it was perfect since it reached almost to her knees. She left the room and went to the first floor. She heard voices in the kitchen and went to see who it was, but out of nowhere she felt someone scorching her from behind. Kaya! The black-haired woman shouted when she felt the goal, but she was reassured to know that it was her beloved brown-haired man. You sounded so appealing, said the brunette in the ear of the black-haired woman while he was holding her. The black-haired woman blushed quite a lot when she heard him. You look so appealing when you blush. Walking like this makes me want to take you back to my room and make mine all day, said the brown-haired man in a full voice as he had a hand on her leg. Tsubaki, when she heard him say those words, blushed a lot, but she also got excited, and she felt the touch so soft and delicate that she really wanted me to take her to her room and make her own. Unfortunately, today I'm a little busy, but don't worry, when we see each other again, I'll make you mine again and again until you can't take it anymore, said the brunette to her ear while giving her a light bite, making her let out a slight moan. The brown-haired man let go of her, and after embrace her, which she did not resist, he took her to the kitchen where the others were. When the brunette arrives, he gives them all a good morning embrace, and they happily accept it. Then they all see the black-haired woman again with a malicious smile, and she blushes a lot when she sees them since they knew what that smile was due to. It's good to have you with us, Tsubaki-san, said the magician calmly, to which the black-haired woman calmed down a little and returned the greeting. And tell me how Naya was, asked the Nekomata with a mischievous smile, making the colors rise again to the black hair. I can only say that it was the best thing that ever happened to me, the black-haired woman replied with all the shame in the world. The younger ones only smiled at the comment, while the brown woman thought it was better not to say anything. They all sat down to have breakfast, but the brunette pulled the black-haired woman and sat her on his legs, making her blush, but he didn't say anything or get up since he really liked being teased by the person he loves. The girls saw that scene and let out a small laugh when they saw the black-haired woman so embarrassed. After that scene, the days passed normally. That same morning, the black-haired woman went home, but not before an embrace from a beloved, assuring that when her king arrived, he asked her why she was so happy, to which she only showed him the mark, making the heiress Citri feel some jealousy. In those days, the brown-haired man helped the albino's wives improve their skills. He also helped Irina a lot by transforming into Sojiro, making her trust him a little more since she felt something strange when she was close to him. He also took care of his chain of hotels and restaurants as he managed to expand again into South America, making him really happy since he needed a lot of income for the future and more when his girls went shopping as they sacrificed their wallets. He visited the Citri Academy to see how things were going for the heiress. Citri was happy for his visit, as she always liked his presence, and her queen received him with a big embrace that left all the nobility in shock at such a scene. The girls continued in their duties, and Lefei was in charge of helping the brown-haired man with some things with his company. Hiroka and Offey's at the academy, the latter since Sona had hired her to teach history material, which she gladly accepted since she found it very funny. Isaka helped her daughter with the duties of a ruler while she got used to the position, although she always looked at the mark on her right breast with discomfort. Tsubaki continued to help her dear friend at the academy, although sometimes she went to her beloved to spend the night. Everything was peaceful and tranquil for our CHSD tree. For the moment, since he knew that when Indra showed himself, the problems were going to come, he wanted to enjoy the days quietly with his loved ones. Sama, while I was visiting Ravel-chan, they gave me an invitation, said the magician who came to the house to warn her dear husband about this. The CHSD tree seemed strange to her, and when she received the letter that her wife gave her, she sat next to him on the sofa, where they were, since she was also very curious. When they opened the letter, they were surprised since it was an invitation to the wedding of none other than Razor Phoenix and Ria's Gremory. The magician saw her beloved again, as she knew that in the past he avoided this wedding and thought that seeing her old love would not feel well. The brown-haired man noticed his wife's look of concern, so he only smiled while he gave her a caress on the head that the magician liked so much and he embraced to reassure her. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. The feeling I once had for her is now just a memory of my past, and the only important thing for me is you, and you are my present and my future, said the brown-haired man with a smile of understanding and love. The magician, upon hearing those words from her beloved, felt a tear of happiness come down her appealing eyes before throwing herself into hugging and embraced the love of her life for those appealing words. It seems that this wedding will be very entertaining, thought the brown-haired man in a funny way before starting to embrace the magician with love. When she feels that love, she intensifies the embrace more than love, they go on to passion, and from passion to passion, and from one moment to the next, we can see the couple embrace with longing and the brown-haired man embraced the magician while his hands ran over each part of her body, making her let out a slight embrace while the magician was taking off the chubby-haired man's shirt. And from one moment to the next, we can see how, in the living room of the house, a brown man sits on the sofa without a shirt while having his beloved wife on his legs while SCK and biting her, making her let out small moments of pleasure. And so they went on for a while until the magician couldn't take it anymore and came wetting the CHSD man's breath, who, when he saw him, blushed with shame for not being able to control himself. The brown-haired man, seeing her like this, only smiled at how appealing his wife looked. He really felt very lucky to have a woman like Lefei by his side. It seems that someone needs punishment, said the brown-haired man with a mischievous smile, to which the magician blushed when she heard him. Issei lifts the magician a little, just enough to pull down his breath and boxers, leaving his irked PP in full view of the magician, who could only LCK her lips unconsciously. You're prepared for your punishment, said the brown-haired man with a mischievous smile. The magician let out a moan of pleasure since the brunette did not let her say anything when he had penetrated her, making her let out a moan while she arched when she felt the PP of her beloved inside her. The brown-haired man could only smile when he saw his wife's face full of pleasure, since when he walked around with a petticoat, he congratulated him on his ability to penetrate her since he only had to move his inner blunt to one side. The magician began to make small jumps, making her begin to cry when she felt how the brunette hit her udders. The magician groaned when she felt that the brown man held her by the waist penetrated her harder. The magician said between mons, to which the brunette increased speed since the magician's was squeezing him, making him feel great pleasure. The brown-haired man continued to increase speed by making the magician make big jumps and be penetrated further inside. The magician moaned with pleasure when she felt how her beloved's PP hit her udders and her most sensitive part, making her feel small spaces of pleasure all over her body. The brown-haired man began to SCK and bite the magician's ass, making her feel more pleasure, and reflexively opened the CHSD tree's head to bring him closer to her so that he would continue and not stop. The magician said as she felt the CHSD tree come inside her, causing her to take revenge too. The magician fell surrendered in the arms of her beloved, breathing agitatively, to which her beloved held her so that she would not be silent. "What do you think if we continue this in our room?" said the brown-haired man in the magician's ear before giving her a small bite, to which the magician lets out a slight moan and nods his head as he wants to continue until he can't take it anymore. The brunette picks her up and takes her to his special room to continue with his act of love. They were later joined by the other girls. Even Tsubaki arrived and followed her actor until the next day, where each one ended up with a big smile full of satisfaction. The days passed, and the long-awaited moment arrived, Ria's Gremory's big wedding. The CHST nut tree was waiting for his loved ones at the bottom. Oops, this image does not follow our content guidelines. To continue publishing, please remove it or upload a different image. The girls, after a while, came downstairs, leaving the brunette in shock since she looked appealing in the dresses. Isaka's clothing. Oops, this image does not follow our content guidelines. To continue publishing, please remove it or upload a different image. La vestimenta de Kuroka. Lafay's clothing. Afei's clothing. The girls blushed at the brunette's words, although after they saw him, they blushed even more since he really looked very handsome and shy as he was dressed. "They look appealing," was the only thing the brown-haired man said about seeing how appealing his appealing girls looked. The girls blushed a lot when they heard it, while a smile formed on their appealing faces. "We're leaving," the brown-haired man said again calmly after coming to. The girls nodded after coming to their senses to leave with their beloved shape-shifting brown tree so that no one would recognize him. "Let's have fun tonight," the blonde finished saying before disappearing in a magic circle with his beloved girls. Underworld, Gremory Castle. In the castle of the Gremory family, the great wedding of the Gremory heiress, Ria's Gremory, along with the third son of the Phoenix House, Razor Phoenix, was taking place. The atmosphere was quite cheerful. Many people had come for this great event. Zenobia and Asia along with their respective boyfriends, Kaneko and Kanu with their husbands, who were already getting along better since the brown-haired man did not go to visit them again. Kiba and his fiancée Tasuka, Akino and his fiancée Zaston, Rasuizer with her husband, Gaspar with his wife Valeria. There were also some heirs, together with the leaders of their houses, such as Agers, Bale, Citri, Barbados, and a few others. There were 3 of the 4 Maois Adjuka, Surzech, along with his queen Grafia and Serafal, although the latter had a sad look. Vali was also there with his wife, Irina, who was talking to Ravel, and they became good friends again. Tsubaki was next to the heiress Citri and her entire entourage, waiting for her boyfriend. She wore a appealing dress that left her shoulders exposed and her sassy legs attracting the attention of several of the guys present. But she also showed a red mark with the head of a dragon on her left leg, and everyone who saw her wondered what that mark was. Tsubaki's clothing. Everyone was in their respective places for the wedding to begin. "How happy I feel that Ria's one-sama is getting married, although for some reason I feel uncomfortable," Asia said with a smile on her face. "I hope you are very happy," Zenevia commented with the same smile. "Although I also feel something similar to you, Asia," as if this had already happened before, Akino said while trying to remember. Me too 100 that I'm forgetting something," Kaneko commented this time. "No wonder they feel that way." A voice was heard behind them, and when they turned, it was Ravel, who was next to Irina. "What do you mean, Ravel?" Akino asked very curiously. "They feel that way because this same scenario had already happened in the passage when Rias and my brother were going to get married and Ai's-sama came to prevent her," Ravel said in a serious way, leaving the Gremory's girls in shock since he was right. "How curious, isn't it?" Irina said this time, calling the attention of the girls. "Even though I wasn't there at the time, it's ironic because after everything Ai's-kun did, things will end this way," the brunette continued calmly but with some sadness in his voice. The Gremory girls, after hearing the name of the man they loved so much, lowered their heads and said nothing more. But one sound attracted the attention of everyone in the room, as they felt a very powerful aura coming in. Everyone saw again to be surprised as a certain blonde man was entering all his splendor with 4 appealing women. The men who were in the place could not take their eyes off the girls who came with the blonde since they were simply appealing minds. While girls saw the blonde with a big blush on his face, with their eyes, they devoured him since he looked too handsome and sassy in the words of the girls. And that was no exception for the Gremory group, who saw him with a big blush. Even Irina and Ravel could not help but blush, as they had to admit that he was very handsome and shy, but as he was dressed today, it was impossible not to see. There was even a moment when they saw him with. This left more than a few speechless, and those who were at the wedding were surprised since before there were only 2 girls who accompanied the blonde, but now there are 4. They were even more surprised to know who the other 2 were since they never thought that the appealing former leader of the Yaokai and the shy Nekomata were with the blonde. Tsubaki saw what was coming and asked Sona for permission since, despite everything, she is still his king, to which she gave a sigh and left her beloved boyfriend outside. The blonde, when he saw the black-haired Citri go, could only smile while a small blush rose to his face as his appealing girlfriend looked appealing. "You look appealing," said the blonde, to which the black-haired woman blushed but smiled happily since she had dressed up just for him. "Thank you, you look very handsome too," the black-haired woman commented with a big blush since her boyfriend looked extremely handsome. Everyone seeing the interaction between Queen Citri and the newcomer was surprised, but everyone was shocked when they saw Queen Citri embrace the blonde. That was too shocking for everyone since the blonde did not come with a picture of an appealing woman but with 5. But when they separated, they saw that Queen Citri greeted the girls who came with the blonde, but that was where they could notice all of them had the same mark that Queen Citri had on her left leg. And with that, they came to the conclusion that the blonde had a relationship with the 5 girls. This left more than one surprised, while others were dying of jealousy since there was Kuroka, one of the most coveted women in the underworld, and surprised because there was also the former leader of the Yokai Yasaka, who was extremely appealing, and the magician, who was extremely appealing. The blonde ignored all the looks, mainly those of the Gremory group who saw him with some distrust, except for Ravel, who was calm, although inside he was somewhat jealous of not being her, but she did not realize that, and Irina, who was calm. So the other person they mentioned was Tsubaki-san, the CHSD whispered, although they could all hear it. What do you mean by the other person? Blonde Phoenix asked very curiously. Well, I get along very well with them, and once we were talking about a certain subject, they told me that Saojiro-san was forming another relationship, but they didn't want to tell me who it was with. I informed the brunette, to which everyone was surprised. Irina, you already knew that he had 4 girlfriends and that he was formed by a Quitten, Aquino asked with great surprise. Well, technically, it's a wife, a fiancé, and 3 girlfriends, the brunette answered, downplaying the subject. This surprised all the Gremory girls since they did not know that the brunette talked to the blonde girls, and although they used to talk to each other, now they no longer do so because they never see each other, or that was what the Gremory group thought since the reality was that the blonde girls did not care about them in the least. The blonde, because of his enhanced senses, could hear the conversation of the Gremorys, but he downplayed it, and when he saw that the girls had finished greeting each other, they went to sit in their respective places, all around her beloved. After a while in which everything calmed down, the wedding began, where the groom first appeared at the altar, and after a few minutes, Riaz appeared in her wedding dress. The blonde girls stared at their beloved to see if he was okay since they knew about their past, but they were reassured when they saw that he gave them a calm smile, telling them that he was perfectly fine. And in fact, it was. He didn't know why, but he didn't feel hatred or jealousy when he saw the person he once loved so much and gave his life to marry someone else. That's when he realized that he didn't care what Riaz did. The blonde thought that it was surely because of the way they forgot him since they forgot him so quickly that he did it too, but he wondered how it was that he forgot her so quickly. And it was there that he was surprised by the conclusion he reached since he realized that he never really loved Riaz and that the only thing he felt for her was an obsession and gratitude for saving him from the dead. Since he never felt that comfort and that love that he feels when he is with his girls, that feeling of tranquility they give him when they are by his side, and that love that he feels for them grows more and more as time goes by. When he realized that truth, he could only smile because he realized how naive and immature he was on the step. Although he was grateful that things happened like this, he was able to be with people that the real mind loves and cherishes with all his heart. Riaz, who was at the altar, could see the blonde smile for a moment while looking at her, but for some strange reason, when she saw him, she felt a strong pain in her CH, as if she had already totally lost something. The wedding continued as normal, although Riaz had some discomfort with the ceremony ending, and everyone went to the room to congratulate the bride and groom. Riaz Sama, congratulations, Asia congratulated with a smile on her face. I hope you are very happy, Riaz, Aquino said this time. The girls were complimenting Riaz, while her boyfriends, fiancés, and husbands were complimenting Razor. The Citri group was also there, with some young demons wishing them many congratulations. At that moment, the blonde approaches his girls, who could not help but attract attention since the girls looked appealing and secret, while the blonde looked handsome and secret. Miss Gremory, I come before you to wish you a happy marriage and a life full of happiness, said the blonde with a smile, but for some reason the redhead was getting a lot of pain in her CH when she saw that smile. She didn't know why those words hurt her so much, and she didn't understand why that smile gave her a feeling of abandonment and loneliness, as if she had already lost something that she could no longer recover definitively. Thank you very much, Mr. Pendragon, said the redhead with a forced smile that did not go unnoticed by the blonde and his girls. Training their senses helped them a lot, mainly for Kuroka and Yasaka, who could feel all the tornado of feelings that the redhead felt at that moment. They both looked at each other and smiled mischievously. They immediately stood on each side of the blonde and hugged him, making sure that the redhead's smile was forced more for some reason. I wish you to be happy with your husband, Naya, just as we will be happy with our future husband, Naya, said the Nekomata with a blush before embraced the blonde, making sure that the forced smile was noticed by everyone present who was around. The blonde girls were very curious about the actions of the 2 yokai, but then with their senses, they could perceive the jealousy, sadness, confusion, and many more feelings in the redhead, and they realized that Riaz, even though she does not know that the one in front of her is the person she once loved and gave her life for, does. The girls had a mischievous smile when they saw the actions of the 2 yokais but decided not to do anything since they didn't know how long the redhead could hold on before she broke. Thank you, Kuroka, for it. I appreciate it very much, and also that you are very happy with your future husband, said the redhead as best she could since she did not want to pronounce the last words. I wish you the best in your marriage and that you have a happy life together, said this time the Kitsune, who also embraced the blonde, making the redhead no longer smile. "Thank you, Yasaka-sama, I thank you very much," said the redhead politely, although her face did not express the happiness of before. The girls who were around did not know what to do since they were only giving their happiness, but for some reason those congratulations expressed something else. The Gremory group was totally silent. They didn't know why, but it bothered them quite a bit to see the two yokai hugging and embrace the blonde. Ravel and Irina were simply watching the events, although, for some reason, they felt a little jealous when they saw how they embraced the blonde. Kanu and Kaneko felt that pain in their hearts again when they saw how their sister or mother embraced the blonde. It had been a long time since they hadn't seen the blonde in quite some time, but seeing him now here and embrace with his sister or mother, that pain appeared again, but this time stronger. "Mother, please don't do that," said the younger Kitsune, trying to get her mother away from the blonde a little, although what she really wanted was for him to move away from the blonde completely. "What's up, daughter? I'm just expressing my congratulations while I show my boyfriend how much I love him," said the Kitsune while hugging the blonde more and embrace him again. When the Gremory group saw this, they had a twitch in their eye since they didn't like the feeling of seeing them embrace at all. The blonde saw that the redhead couldn't take it anymore, so he retreated with his girls to their respective tables after their girls wished him happiness, although the redhead didn't like the smiles they all had at all. After calming down, the party began with the bride and groom dancing, then the couple exchanged with different couples. The blonde was watching the dance, and an idea occurred to him. "I'm coming, girls, I'm going to say goodbye to Rias," said the blonde, to which everyone did not understand what he meant, but then they heard that it was the last dance and understood what he meant. While Rias was dancing with her cousin, he spun around and ended up in the arms of another man, but when she felt that scorching, her heart began to beat quickly as she recognized that same feeling of warmth and protection that they provided. She immediately began to remember all the good times she had spent with the person who gave her those sensations with his aura. She was so immersed in her memories and sensations that she didn't realize who she was, nor did she realize that she was dancing with her eyes closed since she simply wanted to continue feeling that warmth and affection that she felt when her beloved brown tree burned her. The blonde girls watched as the redhead danced with her beloved, but instead of feeling jealous, they were smiling. Even Tsubaki had a calm smile that made them look more appealing than they already are. That was because her beloved was giving the redhead a memory of what she had lost. He was making her feel the love and affection that he once had for her. He was giving her the last and best dance of her life. And why they were smiling was because they could feel that love and that affection that she gave off from her beloved. But they smiled even more since all that love was not for the redhead but for them. The blonde mind was only making the redhead feel a part of that love and that affection through his aura, since all those feelings were only for his girls. When they felt it, they smiled because they felt how that aura surrounded them completely, intoxicating them with love. When the song ended, the redhead opened her eyes, immediately returned to reality, and was surprised at the person she was dancing with. It was the only thing she said, in disbelief that the blonde could make her feel that way. He returned his gaze with a smile. "This dance represented the last one for the two of us," said the blonde in the ear of the redhead, who did not understand what he meant. But as soon as he told him that, he went to where the girls he loved so much were. The girls of the Gremory group, together with Kanu, Ravel, and Irina, were watching the blonde dance with the redhead a moment ago, and they were surprised since they could feel the affection and love that the blonde gave off. It was as if they were the ones who were burned by those arms that made them feel calm and protected but also loved. But what they didn't realize is that the blonde sent a small aura so that they would also feel what Rias was feeling at that moment, since he wanted them to overcome or rather feel what she felt, since that was the last feeling they were going to have from him, in the sense of a certain blonde phoenix and a certain brunette who did it so that they would remember that feeling and make them understand that their beloved was still alive. And they didn't realize that the blonde's aura was surrounding them. When Irina and Ravel felt that sensation tear down their cheeks, they remembered when the brown-haired man hugged them to take care of them or protect them. They also felt the love that he transmitted to both of them with just a hug or a smile. They secretly smiled as their hearts beat fast as they remembered those special moments for them. They simply let themselves be enveloped by that warm and calm feeling that was full of love until the song stopped. On the part of the group Gremory, together with Kanu, they felt great joy and peace when they remembered and felt that same feeling that gave when they were next to their beloved brown tree, but then they saw their boyfriends, fiancés, or husbands who were by their sides, and their hearts began to hurt a lot, knowing that they had forgotten the person who had loved them and had given so much for them, and they simply changed it. That's where they noticed the words that everyone once said to them in different conversations. "I remember, Hue pasa si eyes kun vuelve, Dijo Yasaka sus hijas." What will he say when he comes back and finds that you are with someone? Sona said this to her friends. What happened to the feelings they had for Hyoto Issei? Grisla asked the reincarnated angels. End of remembrance. When they remembered those conversations, a pain invaded the hearts of each of them, and they wondered, "I will be able to face Ai-san, Kun, and Senpai if I see him again and be able to be with him." They all thought at the same time, since once they swore eternal love to him, but after that incident they simply forgot about him and went on with their lives. On the other hand, the blonde arrived where his girls were, and they received him with a smile and an embrace since they were still surrounded by the blonde's aura. The party continued normally, although a certain redhead, along with her entourage, had to make a fake smile because, after the dance, their mood was not very good. The girls went to greet different people, as in the case of Kuroka, who went to check on her sister and talk a little. Isaka went to greet the Maoist, but when she saw Serafall giving her a fake smile, she was going to ask what was wrong, but she immediately remembered why, and better, she went to talk to her daughter since her beloved had said that he was going to do something to lift her spirits. Lefei went to talk to Irina and Ravel since the three of them were happy to be so close again, except for Off-Eyes, who stayed with her beloved since she really doesn't care about the party, nor any of those who were there, only the girls she is always with and her beloved fiancé, and Tsubaki went to where her king was to talk to her since she was alone. Issei took advantage of the moment and was talking to Off-Eyes. At some times they laughed, at others they embraced, and in some cases they got lost in each other's gaze. This was what Off-Eyes liked so much, that feeling of affection when she talks to him, that love when he embraces her, and that feeling of tranquility and warmth, along with that immense love that his gaze gives off when he sees her. The feeling was so great that she didn't know what to do, but one thing was certain: she was never going to leave the man in front of her since she was completely in love. No, rather, she was madly in love with this person who has given her and shown her so much in life, and she, not knowing what to do, simply decided to always be by her side for all eternity. This scene was seen by the Gremory group, including Kanu and Kaneko, who were talking to their sister or mother, making them jealous. On the part of the blonde girls, they only smiled, and each of them had their NTMT moment with their beloved, so they did not bother, nor did they get jealous to see that scene, they simply smiled. After that talk, Lefei, together with Irina and Ravel, took Kurumi, the blonde. When he saw this, he took advantage of it and went to greet his old friends. He located Kiba talking to his girlfriend, so he decided to go greet him. At first, the blonde Gremory was on guard in case he tried to do something since he did not trust him, but then he relaxed a little because, after talking to him for a while, somehow he felt comfortable since he seemed to him to be a good guy, calm and kind, and they had many things in common. Besides that, the blonde touched on topics that the blonde Gremory was interested in. They talked about different topics in addition to the fact that the blonde Gremory introduced him to his fiancée since they were thinking of getting married. The blonde congratulated them, and after talking to the happy couple for a while, he went to look for someone else. And after a while, he found him in a corner with his girlfriend. He smiled a little since he could see that his friend Gasper was already more mature, but it was also evident that he still did not get over being around many people. The blonde approached slowly so as not to scare the vampire and his girlfriend. The vampire, when he sees the blonde, is scared, as he still remembers how powerful he is from what happened at his friend Kaneko's wedding. The blonde greets the vampire couple, but the two tense up, something that the blonde realizes, so he moves away a little and tries to talk to them again with a smile. When they see the blonde smile, they relax a little and return the greeting. The blonde, when he sees this, smiles internally since he knows that both vampires are very suspicious of unknown people, both because of the things they have experienced, as in the case of discrimination against their race. Once this step is taken, the blonde begins to talk calmly with the pair of vampires, to which they calm down as the talk passes since they saw that he was not as bad as they thought. After a while, the vampire tells her that he was going to marry her, although he wants to follow in the footsteps of his senpai, which causes a smile in the blonde and a pinch from Valeria. The blonde man sees this and realizes that she does not want to share it with anyone, or at least for now. A little later, he says goodbye to both of them with a smile, which they return as he leaves. The blonde walked and was able to locate his girls talking to other people, but his gaze passed over a girl who was sitting away from everyone with a sad expression. She was the Mao Serafall Leviathan. When he saw the blonde in that state, the blonde CHN began to hurt at that moment, and he decided that it was time to lift his spirits, although he regretted not being able to tell him who he was, at least for now. He walked until he was close to her and raised his aura a little to be noticed, to which the Mao immediately turned to see who it was and immediately put herself on guard. The blonde, when he saw her, was surprised and wondered if everyone saw him as an enemy or something like that since all the people had their guards up when he was or passed by him. "Oh, calm down. I just want to chat a little," said the blonde, raising his hands as a sign to calm down. The pigtailed Mao looked at him carefully and realized that she had 2 glasses of champagne in her hands, to which she came to the conclusion that he did not come with bad intentions, but she still did not let her guard down. "Thank you, but at that moment I want to be alone," the Mao said politely, but the blonde could feel the loneliness and sadness in those words. "I know it's not important to me, but I see that something keeps you sad. Can you tell me why?" the blonde asked as he moved a little closer to her, although he already knew the reason for her sadness. "Thank you for your concern, but I'm fine, so please, I'd like to be alone," said the Mao without looking at his face. The blonde Sai knew it was going to be difficult, but he didn't think so much. He thought that surely, with what had happened to him, she had closed herself off from people for fear of losing them. "I'm sure we'll start off on the wrong foot. Maybe you already know who I am, but I'll introduce myself to my name in Saojiro Pendragon," said the blonde polite, but the Mao simply ignored him. She wasn't in the mood to deal with anyone. Today she came to the party just out of respect for the Gremory family. The blonde didn't get upset, as he knew something like this was going to happen, so he thought of a way for her to talk to cheer her up a little. "You know, I've heard a lot about you from Sona-san," said the blonde, to which the Mao at that moment stopped her ear to hear better what the blonde was saying. Issei realized that, and a smile appeared on his face. Lately, I've been going to the Citri Academy a lot to talk about different topics with her, the blonde said again while smiling as he saw that the Mao was paying attention. From there, she has told me a lot about her dear sister, said the blonde, to which the Mao turned to see him since he was with his back to him. Seriously? The Mao asked, very interested, since in spite of everything, her dear Sotan always made her happy with his presence, and that she talked about her with someone who was logically going to interest her. Of course, because I would lie to you, you could ask her, since we are good friends, the blonde replied with a smile. At that moment, the Mao lowered her guard a little when she heard that he was a friend of her beloved sister, and the blonde could realize it. She told me that lately you are not yourself, that's why I wanted to come and talk to you a little if it doesn't bother you, the blonde commented calmly, to which she just stretched out her hand like that. The blonde smiled at that, handed her the glass of champagne he had for her, and sat down next to her. Where do you know Sotan from? The Mao asked calmly, but the blonde could perceive a little happiness in his words. Well, I don't know if you knew, but I'm the boyfriend of your queen Tsubaki, the blonde replied, surprising the Mao since she hadn't paid attention to everything that had happened at the entrance. Seriously? She asked doubtfully, since she couldn't believe it. She knew that the queen of her Sotan was in love with the blonde Gremory, but then she realized that he broke her heart, so she thought that surely she would not be with anyone again, at least for a long time. I guess it's strong to believe because of Yuuro-san, right? The blonde said, to which he surprised the Mao by reading his thoughts. I don't know if you know, but Kuroka is one of my dear girlfriends. As you must already know, she works at the academy, so once she asked me if I could help Sona-san with the problems she had, which I clearly accepted and became a partner with her, said the blonde, to which the Mao was looking at him with wide eyes since his Sotan had told him that surely he had to close the academy due to several problems, mainly financial. At that moment, she felt helpless not to be able to help her dear sister since, being Mao, she had certain restrictions, and seeing how some selfish people destroyed her dream was destroying her. But one day she arrived very happy because she told her that someone had helped her, and now things were improving little by little. That really made her extremely happy, and she thanked the person who gave her a hand when no one wanted to. Now she was in charge of that person who had helped her, and the worst thing is that she acted so coldly with the only person who helped her dear sister. Don't worry, you don't have to say anything, I understand, you didn't know that, so you don't have to apologize. The blonde came forward to say as he saw how the Mao lowered his guard when he knew that detail, since he knew that whoever helped his sister was as if they were helping her. The pigtailed Mao was embarrassed to be discovered so easily. The blonde only smiled when he saw her act like this and thought about how cute she looked. After I became a partner with her, also a very good friend, as well as with Su-chan, one thing came to another, and we ended up dating, said the blonde with a calm smile. The Mao only laughed slightly at the explanation being so little detailed, so she thought it was a bit funny how the blonde acted by making him giggle. Which the blonde, when he saw her, could only smile internally while he delighted in how appealing the Mao looked with a smile because, despite the years, she is still just as appealing, even more appealing than before. The Mao realized that the blonde was looking at her. When she saw him again, she could see the blonde giving her a warm look with a sincere smile. The Mao with pigtails saw that expression, and her face blushed, and that surprised her, how someone like him with a simple look could make her blush in such a way. The blonde and the Mao were talking calmly, making the two of them laugh on some occasions. The Mao gradually became a little more confident, and she felt happy for years that she had not felt so happy since that moment. When he remembered that moment, the Mao became depressed again, to which the blonde immediately realized why, since it was quite obvious. You know, I met Issei, said the blonde, to which the Mao immediately looked at him again with surprise. I knew him a long time ago, in fact, we became very good friends, the blonde continued, to which the pigtailed Mao became even more depressed when she remembered what the blonde realized. You know, you shouldn't wear it like that, said the blonde, drawing the attention of the Mao with pigtails. You know him too, and you should know that he wouldn't like to see you like this, said the blonde, to which the Mao was surprised by his words. He would like to see you smile and be yourself. He would like to see that wonderful woman that you are the same cheerful and spoiled girl that he likes so much, said the blonde with a smile, while the pigtailed Mao could not help but be surprised by his words since, at that moment, she remembered again what he had showered on her when he went to save her. I remember. You know what I think? I think you are a wonderful woman with your way of being so active, cheerful, and pampered. I think any man would love to have a woman like that so he can pamper her as much as he wants while he observes how appealing you are when you see those appealing violet eyes, the brown-haired Mao said while caressing her cheek affectionately. End of remembrance. Issei, Serafal said as he remembered those words, and a smile formed on his face. Besides, I don't think that when she comes for you, she would like to find that Serafal is so full and lively and not a sad and depressed Serafal, don't you think so? Said the blonde with a smile, to which the Mao got a lump in his throat to hear that. Do you really think he's coming for me? Asked the pigtailed Mao in a tone of supplication and hope, causing a lump to form in the blonde's throat. I don't think so, that's for sure, said the blonde man, to which a smile adorned the appealing face of the Mao. Would you like to dance with me? Asked the blonde while extending a hand in his direction, as he wanted to distract the Mao and give her a little fun. The Mao, when she heard him, was surprised, but after thinking about it for a moment, she had no reason to say no. He was so good to her, and you can trust him since he helped his dear sister. She could not find something to refuse. I'd love to, the Mao confirmed with a smile on her face. The Mao took the blonde's hand, and he smiled. He took the appealing Mao to the center of the dance floor, and they began to dance under the gaze of everyone present. The guests were surprised and delighted to see that scene, surprised to see the Mao dancing with a smile on her face, and delighted to see the couple dancing as the dance they were expressing was a very fine but calm dance with fluid movements, making the guests mesmerized by the appealing dance they were witnessing. It was so great that the people who were also dancing stopped and watched the wonderful dance. Although some people had different thoughts, the Gremories who were watching that scene had pain in their chsts. While they were invaded by jealousy and anger, they only wanted no one to approach the blonde, but that was not the case since every moment that happened with one of their girls made them want to go and claim him. Rasuizer was with her husband, and while watching that appealing dance, her heart began to beat, and her gaze saw that scene with great longing, as if she wanted to be the one who was performing that dance but with someone else. Her husband, who was next to her, could see that expression of longing in her gaze. She already had that expression several times, as if she wanted someone to be here, or rather, as if someone came for her, but she did not know what she was or who she was. He could only smile because he did know what that look of longing meant, or rather, he knew to whom that look of longing was dedicated, but despite knowing it, he never got angry or complained to her since he knew that she did not realize it. Ravel and Irina were appreciating that appealing moment, as no one could deny that the dance they were watching had no other word but beauty. Although, for some reason, the blonde phoenix and the brunette seemed to see their beloved brunette instead of the blonde, who was dancing with the Mao in pigtails. On Sona's part, she was very happy and grateful to the blonde because she could see her sister again as she is. She thanked him mentally. The other blonde girl saw that with a big smile since they could appreciate a appealing dance. But what had them with that smile was to see Sarah fall with that smile so happy and full of a new mind since they all knew that she had not smiled that way since she lost the brown-haired man. He's really amazing, said the kitsune, happy that her dear friend Seraphol regained her smile. Even without him revealing himself to her, he can make her smile again, the kitsune said again, to which the others nodded. Well, it was known Naya that since he returned, he has always been tormented by the state of Seraphol and Gabriel Naya, said the Nekomata, to which they all agreed. By the way, does anyone know how Penemu continued on the subject? I haven't seen her again, asked the kitsune, worried about her friend. I talked to Irina-san about that recently. She told me that she has been a little sad lately and has longed for the feelings she felt back then, the magician replied calmly. I don't think I can find it in another Naya man since he is the only one capable of transmitting that feeling of tranquility and protection with just a Naya hug, commented the Naya. Penemu was confused since no man has ever made her feel protected or loved, because she is a Kea and her way of seducing men makes them think that she already has experience in that field, commented the dragon without taking her eyes off the dance, while that comment caught the attention of the other girls. They approach her without knowing that she is inexperienced in what it is about that subject, and her way of being stuck TV is only a mask to hide. For that same reason, she is confused since he was able to see who she really is and give her those things that she longed for so much but that were also unknown to her. Love and protection, said the magician, understanding what she meant. The dragon only nodded in confirmation. The other girls were surprised. They had never noticed the detail in their friend falling. How do you know all that? Asked the kitsune, quite interested since she hadn't realized that. That's because she's like me, the dragon replied with a calm smile, but the others still didn't understand. At first, I also felt confused because he gave me something that I didn't know, but he saw in me that I unconsciously longed for that, said the dragon, looking back at the other girls. He gave me love, said the dragon with a smile full of love that was addressing her beloved fiancé. The girls were surprised by what they had just heard. Penemu was confused because she has been given what she wants so much, whether consciously or unconsciously. Unfortunately, that is something that only she can solve since it is something that she has to decide whether to accept that which is unknown to her or put aside that feeling and continue her life as it is now. Of course, the dragon. The girls only hoped that they could accept it if she didn't live a life without love. In the dance, we can see the pigtailed Mao with a big smile while dancing with the blonde man, while he gave her a smile. The song ended and the couple stopped, and at the end of the dance, the applause was not long in coming, so the Mao was embarrassed and the blonde smiled for it. You look really appealing that way and more when you smile, so please always remember to be yourself since you don't know when he will come for you. It may even be that he is already watching you, said the blonde in the ear of the Mao, making her surprised to hear that, but when she was going to ask, the blonde began to move away, and when she was going to follow him, she saw that someone hugged her, and he realized that it was his sister to whom she returned happily. The Mao sees the blonde a little away from her and is surprised to see that he turns around a little and winks at her while giving him a smile. Seeing that, the Mao's heart began to beat rapidly as she blushed. Although she was able to occupy it because of her sister's burning, she wondered what that feeling was. The blonde arrived where his beloved girls were with a smile that received him with the embrace full of love. It seems that everything went well for you, said the kitsune with a smile, to which the blonde gives her a smile. Although for a while I thought about telling her who I really was, in the end I didn't do it because this was not the place, nor was it the time for her to know, said the blonde calmly. 13. Hyoto Issei's fiancé. The party was going smoothly after that appealing dance, although the Gremory group always had great discomfort in their hearts. The blonde took his girls to dance each one after the other, leaving everyone amazed by the dance, and with the help of his beloved Tsubaki, he was able to get Sona out to dance. It is not necessary to say that she was completely red with embarrassment, but she was still smiling since being with the blonde gave her a feeling of conformity and tranquility. I've told you once that you look appealing when you blush, said the blonde as he continued dancing with the heiress Citri. When she heard him, she blushed quite a lot with embarrassment. She still didn't know how the blonde could make her feel, so with just a few simple words, it would affect her so much. Thank you, said the heiress Citri with some embarrassment and awkwardness that made her look even more appealing than before. The blonde, seeing her like this, saw his smile grow, and while they danced, he made Sona completely attached to him, to which the heiress Citri, when she felt the blonde's well-shaped body, blushed furiously. She wanted to get away, but the blonde didn't give her many options, making her put up with her embarrassment and continue as if nothing was happening, although that wasn't quite the case. Because while people only saw a fine, calm, and elegant dance, if you look closely, you can see how the heiress Citri was completely red since she was touching the well-defined body of the blonde. And if we add that, the blonde moved his hand, caressing her waist and part of the back, making the heiress Citri a little excited by the delicate touch. But despite that, she didn't do anything to push him away or stop him, because even though the blonde was giving her body a little caress, it was more as if he was appreciating the appealing body she had, asserting that the heiress Citri feels partly excited but also happy and proud since he was appreciating her body as if it were something unique. And it is that the heiress Citri had a body that, for some reason, the blonde loved. She did not have much but not little if she was not perfect. Appealing breasts, a defined waist, appealing, round buttocks, and long, sassy legs, and if we had added that calm face but embarrassed by anything, made her look extremely appealing and unique. And that was what the blonde liked about a woman who was unique, because each of them had something unique that made the blonde lose himself in his beauty. As in the case of LeFay, that way of being so appealing and affectionate when she looks at him with those appealing eyes is something that the blonde cannot resist, and she knows it since she does it several times to get what she wants. There is also Kuroka, who, when she is all chinito, takes out those cute cat ears and tails, making the brunette can't stand it anymore. Another example is Tsubaki, who fascinated him when she was embarrassed, but when she was also smiling, he couldn't stand how appealing she looked. And so it is for Yasaka or Off-Eyes that each one had something unique that made the blonde not be able to resist them, and just like LeFay, the two of them, together with Kuroka, knew it and did it to get what they wanted. Sona, you are so appealing in every sense of the word, he said in Sona's ear in an SDUK-TV voice, and then bit her ear, making her bite her lip so as not to let out a slight moan. If it was another man, even if it was Saji, she had already put him in his place, but when the blonde did it, she didn't want him to stop, she wanted him to continue. She loved how the blonde caressed her body even over her dress. She was fascinated by how he appreciated her body with the touch of his hand, and mainly, she loved being so close to the blonde to be able to feel her body next to his. Although sometimes his heart hurts because he cannot be with him, which did not go unnoticed by the blonde, and he promised to find out the reason for his change of mood. But while he was enjoying the dance with Sona, he could see a certain brunette heading for the balcony with a sad look, which he had to go to see what was wrong. Fortunately, the song ended. It was a pleasure to dance with such an appealing lady. I hope you will allow me another dance later, said the blonde with a smile, to which the heiress Citri only nodded since she could not speak because of how excited and embarrassed she was since that dance for everyone was calm and fine. But for her it was like an RTC dance where the blonde excited her without touching any NTMT part of her alone mind with the touch of his hand. And he wondered what it would feel like if they were really naked, and he ran all over his body. Immediately, the color rose to his face, and he left the track covertly before continuing with that thought or before he did something he shouldn't do, or at least not in that place. But what she didn't notice is that the blonde's girls all noticed the dance and every move that the blonde made with the heiress Citri, making them have a mischievous smile, even Queen Citri, who couldn't help but pass the moment to make fun of her king a little. The blonde went to where he saw the brunette while the blonde's girls arrived, where the heiress Citri was drinking water to calm down. How was the dance, Sona? Asked the kitsune with a mocking smile, while the others surrounded her. Well, replied the heiress Citri, trying to hide her blush. Something could not make them all smile. I see you enjoyed it a lot, Naya, the Nekomata commented with the same smile. What are you talking about, Kuroka? The heiress Citri asked nervously. All of us could see that appealing dance, Sona, we didn't miss any detail, said Queen Citri this time in a suggestive tone that made her king blush more than before. Well, and, aye, the heiress Citri tried to say, but the words did not come out of her mouth. I imagine you liked what you felt when he touched you, right? Said the dragon with a mischievous smile, making the black-haired woman unable to say anything as she blushed even more. And you also liked what you felt, that body also worked, said the Nekomata, making the heiress Citri blush furiously when she felt her good body. The girls, seeing her like this, only smiled and left the subject as they saw that the heiress Citri was about to faint from embarrassment. In another part of the party, a blonde man was approaching a brunette who was on a balcony looking at the appealing night. "Because the look is so sad," the brunette said, hearing a voice coming behind him. He immediately turned around and was surprised to see the blonde man walking in his direction. "Q, what to do here?" I asked the brunette a little nervously, since lately she has felt strange being close to him and more if they are alone. "I saw you walking here, so I was wondering if you feel bad or if something had happened to you," said the blonde, reaching to the brunette and staying next to her, to which, when she saw him so close, she became nervous again. "Because every time he's close to me, my heart beats," the brunette thought, very worried that she was already in love with the blonde. "Are you okay?" the blonde asked worriedly. "Well, I'm fine. I just wanted to get some fresh air," said the brunette, trying to finish the subject. "You can't fool me, you can tell in your eyes that something is happening," blonde said calmly, to which the brunette jumped when she heard him. "My look?" the brunette asked, somewhat doubtful and thinking that it was so obvious. "Your look reflects great sadness and concern," replied the blonde, looking into the brunette's eyes as she opened them in surprise. But when she saw the blonde's eyes for a moment, she got lost in those appealing eyes of a different color, and for a second, he could see his beloved brown-haired man standing where the blonde was. He immediately closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the blonde was again with a worried face. "It's just that I'm worried about something," said the brunette, already giving up on not being able to hide her concern and sadness. "I can know the reason for your concern," said the blonde. He was blonde. He was also worried. He had already forgiven the brunette, so he worried if something happened to her. "Well, I was thinking about everything that has happened since Issei left and what I did to him," said the brunette with a sad face, while the blonde only listened. "I forgot about him, and I was with someone else," he tried to say the brunette while tears began to run down his face. "I'm afraid that when he comes back, he hates me and doesn't want to be with me," said the brunette while crying lightly. "I love Issei more than my own life. I would give anything for him, but I don't know what I would do if he hated me for cheating on him," said the brunette, who was crying with her head down. "But you weren't aware of that," said the blonde while feeling how his heart began to hurt to see her like this. Since he heard everything the brunette said in the cemetery, his love for her has increased so much that he would be on par with the other girls. "But it's not an excuse. After all, I deceived him, either because of my weakness or for another reason. I deceived him." She couldn't finish since she felt someone hug her. When she raised her head a little, she saw that it was the blonde one. Her heart began to beat rapidly, and while she blushed a little, she wanted to get away from him. She wanted to get him away from her, but although her arms were on her scent, she didn't have the strength to push him away. And as she felt his arms embrace her, she felt safe and protective, making her thoughts of just now go away and her soul, which was tormented by those thoughts, calm and relax. The blonde felt how the brunette's body had relaxed completely. He was worrying a lot since he didn't think she had those thoughts, although that explains why she has acted so strangely since that time in the cemetery. He reached the conclusion that perhaps today he had reached his limit and had to take out all the pain that his heart was keeping. He hugged her tighter, bringing her closer to him, and he felt how she did not resist and only allowed herself to be pampered in that moment of need. "Don't think that, you weren't aware of that, and even if your heart and soul feel that you deceived him, I can tell you with total certainty that he will forgive you because the love you feel for him is too great for him not to forgive you," whispered the blonde to the brunette's ear, who, when she heard him, hid her head in the blonde's scent while clinging more to him as if I wish he didn't leave. "Irina, don't torture yourself with those thoughts. I can assure you that he loves you as you love him. For that reason, he will forgive you because you are and always will be his first love," the blonde said again, to which he heard how the brunette cried again, but this time it was not like before, but he felt happy to see those words that she needed so much. "Thank you," she said, and although her heart was beating fast, she didn't care because now she could feel calm and at peace with herself. "Always remember that Issei loves you and always will no matter what happens," said the blonde again while hugging the brunette tighter, making sure that she would lose herself in the quality and calm feeling she was feeling. They stayed like this for a few minutes until they separated, and the brunette still had tears in her appealing eyes. The blonde wiped his tears while the brunette left him, since she could feel his love and affection when he wiped her tears. "You shouldn't cry because that doesn't let you see how appealing you are and how appealing your eyes are," said the blonde while caressing her cheek and finishing wiping her tears. The brunette blushed at the words as she felt her heart beat rapidly. "It's better to see you with a smile because it reflects how appealing you are," said the blonde again, making the brunette blush more but also making her smile. And she nodded her head for a moment as a sign of confirmation while giving her a sincere smile. Although her cheeks were a little red, the blonde, when he saw her, could not take his eyes off how appealing the brunette looked. "You have really become an appealing woman, my appealing angel," thought the blonde as he smiled back. The two went back inside to enjoy what was left of the party, but they were surprised as there were a lot of people gathered. The blonde immediately went to see what was happening since he heard Ravel arguing with another man, and the brunette followed him behind him. When he arrived, he could see Ravel feeling embraced by LaFay while his girls were by his side. In front of them was Ravel's fiancé, and next to him were Ravel's parents. He immediately understood the situation, but it made him a little angry to see the Gremory group supporting the heir of the Barbados house. Irina immediately went to support her friends, which caused a smile of satisfaction on the blonde's face, while the Gremory group was surprised to see Irina hug Ravel next to Lefay. Irina, what to do? Zenobia said a little angrily, seeing how her friend turned her back on them. What do you think I'm doing to support my friend? Said the brunette firmly, surprising the Gremory girls. Irina, he is Ravel's fiancé. He is a very good and handsome man. He is the only one suitable to be Ravel's husband, Aquino said, trying to make the brunette come to her senses. That's something you can't decide, the brunette replied seriously. Irina, you have no authority on this issue, said the red-haired Gremory in a serious tone, since they supported the heiress Barbados, since, for them, he was perfect to be with their friend Ravel. Not as an angel but as a friend, and since Ravel is my friend, she has my full support, she said seriously, making the blonde girls proud of the brunette, while the blonde phoenix was happy to have such good friends. On the other hand, the blonde was happy about what the brunette said, but he was behind the people observing the situation around him, and he did not like what he saw. Most of the nobles supported the heir Barbados. The Maoists, although they have to be neutral, knew that Sirzich supported the heir and Sirichan supported Ravel, but she at this moment cannot do anything. Besides, you don't have authority on this matter either, said the heiress Citri seriously, making everyone surprised and realizing that she was on the side of the blonde phoenix. The redhead wanted to say something, but she couldn't because it was true and she thought it was better to stay quiet. Ravel, why don't you want to marry him? He's a great man, he can give you everything you need, Razor said calmly. He didn't know why his sister acted like that, if for him the heir Barbados was the most suitable for his dear sister. I'm not going to marry someone I don't love, much less someone as conceited, arrogant as him, said the blonde phoenix seriously. Girl, take care of your vocabulary, Lady Barbados said in a serious and cold tone. Excuse me, ma'am, but that's the whole truth, replied the blonde phoenix in the same tone. Come with me, your place is with me, with your husband, said the heir Barbados angrily. You will never be my husband, and I will never be with you. My place is next to someone else, and that person is not you, said the blonde phoenix seriously, while the heir Barbados could no longer contain his anger. You come with me whether you like it or not, said the heir Barbados, going to where the blonde phoenix was and holding her hand to take it, but before he even touched her, someone grabbed his wrist. I think the lady said she's not interested in you, said a serious voice that froze the BLD of everyone present. The heir Barbados saw him again with an angry expression, since several times this guy had ruined his plans. But when he was going to say something, the blonde expelled his aura, making him start sweating with fear, and not only him, but all those present who were on the side of the heir Barbados. And at one point, a crack was heard. The blonde had broken his wrist, causing him to scream in pain, surprising everyone with the ease with which he did it. I'm sorry, I don't control my own strength, said the blonde in an emotionless voice as he let go of the heir Barbados, who threw himself on the ground, holding his wrist since the blonde broke it in several parts, making the pain much greater. Everyone felt a chill down their spines when they heard him say those emotionless words. Immediately, the heir's parents went to see his wound. Someone else wants to be too smart, the blonde said again with an emotionless voice, making everyone take a step back unconsciously because of the fear they had. Diamen, I'm going to kill you for doing that to my son, said the leader of the Barbados house, throwing himself into an impulse of rage. The blonde, when he saw him, raised his power more since, as the leader of a house, his power was not small. Although it was not so great to get serious, he did not want to underestimate him. Immediately everyone felt the increase in power and then saw how the blonde stopped the leader's punch with one hand as if it were nothing. Immediately, the blonde gave him a strong blow in the stomach, making him fall to his knees and spitting BLD. Without any mercy, he raised his foot and kicked him with an axe that left the leader buried on the ground. Everyone was amazed by his demonstration of power. In just 2 moves, he defeated the leader of the house. With that power, you come before me, said the blonde with the same emotionless voice, leaving everyone in shock. A little behind him was Vali and his wives. They were supporting the blonde phoenix, although the albino never dealt with her if he knew that she was one of his friend's wives, so logically, he was going to defend her if something happened. The albino was smiling. He had already been able to see some of the blonde's power, and seeing how that leader threw himself into reaping, he could not help but smile when he saw such a suicidal act. On the part of Sona and her entourage, they were surprised since they had never seen the power of the blonde, at least until now, and they could not help but be surprised by the tremendous power he had since he beat a house leader as if he were anything. With Ravel, she had a little blush because of the way the blonde defended her, and more so knowing that he would go so far to knock out a house leader for her. The blonde girls smiled at their beloved's act, which was to be expected since a dragon is very possessive of his women and will not let anything bad happen to them. What do you want with my daughter? Lady Phoenix asked again in a serious tone. I don't want anything from her, she's just under my protection, and anyone who wants to hurt her will have to deal with me. The blonde was happy in a serious way, expelling a little of his aura that he had already kept terrifying everything. You can't do whatever you want, she's already engaged to someone, and no one can change that, Lady Phoenix said seriously, although inside she was terrified of the enormous power that the person had in front of her. The blonde phoenix became depressed upon hearing that, since it doesn't matter that she will always have to marry him. Exactly, she was already engaged to someone, if I remember correctly. You were the one who formed the engagement, said the blonde, calling the attention of everyone present, mainly the blonde phoenix and her mother, who did not know what she was talking about. That's a lie, I haven't betrothed my daughter to anyone else. But when she was going to continue, she remembered a certain chestnut tree. It seems that he already remembered. That's how Lady Phoenix is. Ravel Phoenix is engaged to Hayato Issei. The blonde said it in a serious and loud way for everyone to hear. When he said that name was forgotten by everyone, they were quite surprised, while other people lowered their heads when remembering that name. While the blonde phoenix was hearing that name, her heart began to hurt as she could not see him again, although she still had the hope of seeing him one day. He's already dead. It means the engagement is over, Lady Phoenix said seriously after recovering from that little shock. I would like to know how it is that you are so sure that he is dead, said the blonde in a serious way. People who heard that paid attention to the conversation. It's logical. That beast has surely already killed him, Lady Phoenix replied while feeling that something was wrong with the person in front of her. First he died at the hands of a fallen angel. He came back to life. Then he died defending the underworld. He came back from the dead. He was left in a deep coma after defeating the evil dragons in the war against Chaos Bridestow. But he woke up. Now he is trapped in that dimension with the Trihexa. As you are so sure that he will not return, or rather, how are you so sure that he is still in that dimension? How were they sure that Hayato Issei was still trapped in that dimension? Was the question that everyone was asking. What do you mean? Lady Phoenix asked doubtfully. Hayato Issei may have already left that dimension, and why doesn't he show himself? It would be because he is recovering from his injuries with the Trihexa, said the blonde with a smile. Behind him, his girls, along with Vali and their wives, had an amused smile when they heard what the blonde said. He has already given up on being dead more than 3 times, which stops him from coming back this time. The only difference is that this time he is taking longer, or maybe he is already here, and he is disguised as someone else seeing what each of his loved ones is doing, said the blonde with a big smile when he saw everyone in total shock, and a great silence occurred in the place. Even Serzech said nothing, and Azazel only remained silent all the time, but the latter made him think a lot since it was true. While Irina, Ravel, and Seraphal heard what the blonde said, their hearts began to beat strongly while their longing to see their beloved Brown became stronger. But on the other hand, the Gremory group was in strong pain in their CHSTS when they learned of this great possibility. He may even be watching this right now. He may have come to witness the wedding of the person who once swore eternal love to him, said the blonde, but this time seeing Rias, who had his breathing accelerated when he heard that, and his heart hurt every moment more. Everyone present saw her again without knowing what to do or what to say about this issue. The blonde turned to Lady Phoenix as he stood next to Blonde Phoenix and took her hand to take her to Lady Phoenix's front. All of this was seen by everyone present, even the family of the Barbados house, who had already woken up but were still on the ground due to the damage caused by the blonde. The blonde Phoenix did not put up any resistance since she fully trusted the blonde. Something very strange, she no longer knew him so much. Lady Phoenix, I'm here next to your daughter and in front of you to tell her something and that the guests tonight witness my words, said the blonde seriously. While Lady Phoenix was calm and serious on the outside, on the inside, she was really afraid of having the blonde so close because he gave off a powerful aura. Reconsider the engagement between this appealing lady and the BSDRD who is lying there since she is the right and king that you yourself signed. She is Hayato Issei's fiancé, said the blonde seriously, while the blonde Phoenix wanted to cry with joy since she realized that the blonde knows something about her beloved brunette. But her happiness increased when she said that she was Hayato Issei's fiancé since she had a dream of marrying and starting a family with her beloved brunette. Those present were silently listening to what he was saying. Even the Mao and Azazel didn't say anything, and they also realized that the blonde knew something about the brown hair that they didn't. The pigtailed Mao was really happy because, from what she understood, her beloved chestnut tree was alive and well today. The Gremories were about to cry because, from what they saw, their former beloved Brown was alive, but they could no longer be with him because they had other people by their side. The pain in their hearts was killing them. Lady Phoenix, this is not a threat, but I don't think Hayato Issei will like to see his fiancé married to another man when he comes back. And I assure you that I didn't want to see what a dragon does when someone tries to separate him from his women, said the blonde seriously as he let out a little of his aura, terrifying everyone, mainly Lady Phoenix, who was in front of him. So you better think about what you're going to do from now on, and I hope you make the right decision, the blonde finished, saying to go to where his girls were next to the blonde Phoenix, who had a big smile of happiness, but the two stopped at the head of the Barbados family. As for you, it's better that you forget the engagement, and so that they can see that I show them my face, this commitment is null and void since she had an engagement long before. So her house will not lose prestige if they decide to end this engagement, he finished saying to get to where his girls were, who received him with a smile. Now I see that there is nothing that needs my attention, so I am leaving for today, said the blonde, returning to see all the guests. I wish you a happy life together, Mr. and Mrs. Gremory, said the blonde, leaning a little as he looked where the newlyweds were. Razor was silent, looking at him and nothing else, while Rias, when he heard those words, felt a strong pain in his CH. His heart was hurting a lot. Fei-chan, stay a little longer and make sure nothing happens to Ravel. If something happens, call me immediately, the blonde whispered to the magician, to which she nodded, and after embrace his beloved wives and his girlfriend Citri, he left with his girls and behind him Vali and his wives, who went home. The entire room was silent, none of them said anything as they were all processing what just happened, although some people had a smile on their faces. Azazel, because he found all that very interesting, and even more so the power that the blonde showed a moment ago. Irina, Ravel, and Seraphal because they could tell that their beloved was still alive and safe. Tsubaki, because her boyfriend was really overprotective of his women, but that was something she loved. Sona had a confused smile because if Issei is really alive and healthy, she needed to clarify her feelings since she had feelings for the brown tree, but she also had feelings for Saojiro. She did not want to be confused, so she decided to clarify what she feels for both of them. Human world, Hyoto Mansion. You think that with that, they will leave Ravel alone, said the dragon with great curiosity, although she already knew the answer. The blonde shook his head in denial. No, today I have humiliated the Barbados family, so they will surely want revenge, and what better revenge than marrying Ravel with his son, said the brunette while resting in an armchair, and his girls were by his side. Then what are you planning to do, Naya? Naya, asked the Nekomata, interested in her friend's future. For the moment, nothing. If Lady Phoenix really decides to marry Ravel-chan, either because she wants to or because of the Barbados house, I'm going to intervene. But this time in a more efficient way, the brown-haired man replied to his girls, quite curious but also a little worried about what his beloved CHST nut is going to do. Don't worry, girls, it's not dangerous at all. I'm just going to have to be able to implement the plan I had created when I found out about Ravel-chan's wedding, said the blonde with a smile to his beloved. The night was normally spent by the brown-haired man waiting for his beloved wife to go to sleep with the other girls who were also waiting for her. And when he came back, they all got ready to sleep after a good bath, or that was what they had planned since in the embrace of good night. A certain magician was excited by the embrace, making sure that the girls, when they saw them embrace like this, also got excited. The brunette, who saw this, only smiled and told them to come closer to him. Clearly, they did not hesitate or delay in starting a night full of pleasure for our dear CHST nut and his beloved girls. The next morning, we can see a brunette waking up next to his beloved girls, who, when he saw them, could not help but smile since they were also appealing. Who knew things would end like this? Drake said it in a mocking tone. Haha, said the blonde as he caressed the heads of some sleeping Lefei and Yasaka who were on his sides, making when they felt the caress, they clung more to the brown while their smiles did not leave their appealing faces. Although they are not all, Drake said, remembering that point. If I have to go for Sira-chan, Irina-chan, and Ravel-chan, the brown-haired man commented as he saw his girls still asleep. And what will you do with the Seraphim, the goat, the vampire, and the Valkyrie? Drake asked curiously. The brown-haired replied thoughtfully. Almenhilda has always seemed to me to be a very appealing woman, so it may be that I think I can reciprocate her feelings, said the brown-haired man with a smile as he remembered how appealing Almenhilda was in the past and wondered if she became even more appealing than before, said the blonde with a smile when he remembered the albino. No, but you realized it, Drake commented seriously. Yes, for some reason, I could feel that her heart is in conflict, but she doesn't realize it. I can say with complete confidence that she was like this long before you first appeared. It's as if Drake couldn't finish, as the brown-haired man beat him to it. If I long for or miss something or someone, the brown-haired man finished saying, and Drake nodded. The two of them kept thinking about that subject until the brown-haired man remembered something. By the way, Drake, what do you think of what Fei-chan told us last night? I remember. The brown-haired man and his beloveds were waiting for the magician in the living room while they spent a few moments together until, after a few hours, the magician appeared in a magic circle. How did it all end, Fei-chan? Asked the brown-haired man, receiving the magician with an embrace that she happily received. Well, Isama, there was no problem, the magician replied while giving her beloved husband another embrace. Now that I remember, Lucifer-sama said to contact him, since he wanted to talk about something important, said the magician, remembering what the Mao told her. You don't know what it was for? Asked the brown-haired man with great curiosity. He told me that he wanted to ask you if you would accept a duel with someone named Tiamat. The magician answered calmly, although the brown-haired man was surprised when he heard that name. Thank you very much, Fei-chan. Now let's rest, said the brown-haired man, going with his girls to the bathroom and then to sleep. End of remembrance. Tiamat, the dragon of karma and chaos, is one of the dragon kings and the most powerful, Drake said seriously. If I remember correctly, you had problems with her. It's not true, said the brown-haired man, remembering a conversation he had with his friend once. Yes, she's killed many of my covers when she senses my aura, Drake replied, downplaying the subject. You don't know why? The brown-haired man asked, rather curious. I think it's because I once asked her for her treasure for the fight against Albion, but in the fight, the Tessa broke, and since that moment, she has hated me to the bone. Drake replied, remembering that moment. You don't think that if I confront her, she will notice your presence because of my aura? The brown-haired man asked seriously. You don't have to worry since you controlled your dragon power. Now you give off your same aura but with the same essence as before and not mine. For that you will have to enter balance breaker. Drake answered calmly, to which the brown-haired man was surprised by that fact. Then it wouldn't be bad to fight her, said the brown-haired man, a little excited. There should be no problems as long as you don't use boosted gear. Even if things get ugly, you can enter your perfect dragon mode since that transformation is due to your power and not mine. Drake mine, Drake commented calmly. Said the brown-haired man excitedly, because even though he doesn't like to fight very much, he needs strong opponents to be able to measure his strength and see what level he is at. We'd better talk later, your females are waking up. Drake warned the brown-haired man. The brown-haired man saw his girls again and realized that they were already waking up. Good morning, my appealing girls, said the brown-haired man, who immediately embraced each one except Lefay, who was still asleep. The girls, when they felt his lips claimed, did not oppose and rather returned the embrace. How did the most appealing women in the world wake up? The brown-haired man asked, to which they all replied with a big smile, good. The girls snuggled up next to the man they love again since they all had the day off that day, so they wanted to spend it with their man. Girls, what do you think if we stay in bed for today? Asked the brown-haired man, to which the girls loved the idea and stayed lying next to their beloved. I'm going to call Tsubaki Naya to come and spend the day with us, since she also has the right to spend the day with her boyfriend Naya, said the Nekomata, to which they all nodded and called Queen Citri, whom she happily accepted. After a few moments, you can hear the magician waking up with a big smile, and of course, since she was the one who started the night of pleasure, she was also the one who ended it. Good morning, said the magician, still half asleep. Good morning, said the girls, still without leaving the brown tree and without saying anything since they were all naked and sleeping in the special room since the night was very busy. Good morning, Fei-chan, said the blonde, who then embraced the magician who was next to him. The magician, when she felt the embrace from her beloved husband, put her arms around his neck to deepen the embrace further. But from one moment to the next, the embrace intensified more and more, making both the brunette and the blonde get aroused. And that was seen by everyone since the brunette was also naked and they could see how his PP became strong again after a night of pleasure. The girls saw him and Issei his lips as they became more and more excited. The magician wasted no time and climbed on top of the brunette, while his PP was gradually inserted into the magician's, making her release a slight sense of pleasure that made the other girls excited when they heard it. The magician began to move while the brown-haired man embraced and SCK one of her breasts while playing with the other, making the magician start singing louder and louder. Ah, Issama, make me yours, all yours, ah, said the magician, all excited as she was penetrated by the CHStina tree. At one point, the brunette grabbed the magician's waist and penetrated her, reaching the bottom of her, where the magician, when she felt it, was full of pleasure. The brunette laid her down and began to penetrate her faster and faster, making her moan faster and louder as she felt how her beloved husband reached her udders. Ah, more, I want more, don't stop Issama, the magician said, full of pleasure, while the brunette increased speed and began to play and bite her, making him more excited and starting to sing louder. The brunette felt the magician's body begin to contract, a sign that her orgasm was coming, when he felt that he had left her CH-scent and gone to her neck, where he began to embrace her passionately. The magician, when she felt the embrace on her neck, could not take it anymore, and in a moan full of joy, she let out her orgasm when she could no longer hold on since her most sensitive point was her neck. The brown-haired man separated from her a little and saw that his beloved wife was breathing heavily, although on her face she had a big smile full of satisfaction. But the end is not immediately. His beloved wife turned him around and put her on all fours, where the magician did not even put up any resistance because even if she did not digest it, she still wanted more. And immediately she felt how her beloved husband penetrated her butt while he caressed him lightly. She said nothing and only let out a moan full of pleasure when she felt that she was being penetrated. Then she felt how the brown-haired man increased the pace, making her immediately lose herself in pleasure and begin to sing louder with each move he gave her. The brunette holds her and lifts her up to sit on her back even without taking his PP out of her buttocks, making it sink deeper and causing the magician to sing louder with pleasure. The brunette began to move, making her make small jumps, and her breaths followed the rhythm. Issei begins to play with her breasts, pulling and pinching her ass while embrace her most sensitive point, her neck. When the magician felt all that, her mind immediately clouded, and her mind moaned with pleasure while her body gave great astonishment at the great pleasure she felt. She gave a big moan full of pleasure when she felt how the brown man came inside her buttocks, and immediately she came too, making them fall on the bed with her body, which gave astonishments of pleasure while her smile did not go on her face. The brown-haired man turned her around and gave her an embrace, to which she could barely respond since her whole body did not respond to the pleasure that her beloved husband gave her. But she immediately had to move away from the embrace to let out a moan since the brown-haired man penetrated her again through her, which, having been watered twice, is too sensitive. The mage moaned louder and louder as her body no longer responded, but she could still feel the great pleasure when she was penetrated, as her body was too sensitive, making her feel much more pleasure than before. The other girls were just watching hypnotized minds without realizing that theirs were totally soaked with how aroused they were to see how their beloved made the magician his over and over again. They became even more aroused when the brunette came back inside the magician's, making her fall unconscious of all the pleasure. Issei, who was the closest to him, felt how he pulled her foot, and she didn't even resist, since she really wanted her beloved fiancé to make her his over and over again, as he did with his friend Lefay. The dragon groaned when she felt her fiancé's PP reach her udders in one fell swoop because of how wet she was. More eyes, dame, more the dragon moaned when she felt how the CHST net increased the pace more and more. 2. I also want you to make me yours, only yours, the dragon asked between mons, full of pleasure as she felt how her fiancé hit her udders over and over again every time he penetrated her. The brunette began to caress her breasts, which were the most sensitive part of the dragon, apart from her, meaning that when he feels the caresses, he cannot bear much and takes revenge by bathing his fiancé's PP. But this didn't stop him anymore. It excited him more and increased his speed, making it impossible for Issei not to moan with pleasure since his body was sensitive from his orgasm. The other two yokai girls who were watching their beloved boyfriend make the dragon over and over again became even more excited, so much so that their tails began to wag from side to side as a sign that they wanted to, not realizing that theirs were soaked with how aroused they were. A few hours passed until a black-haired woman arrived at the house with a dress that tied her knees and straps, making her look really appealing. The black-haired Citri was surprised not to see anyone in the living room or kitchen and immediately thought that they were surely in the special room and went to see them. She was surprised to see that 3 of her 4 friends were unconscious with a big smile on their faces while something white came out of their ass and butt. And her other faint, Yasaka, was moaning with pleasure as she was penetrated over and over again by her beloved until she couldn't take it anymore when she felt something hot in her belly that made her reach her 3rd orgasm, falling unconscious for pleasure. Tsubaki, who had witnessed everything, was there without saying anything, with her eyes wide open when she felt that she was pulled, that she fell on the mattress with her eyes closed. When she opened them, she saw that her beloved boyfriend was on top of her. How appealing you look today, Su-chan, although you always are, said the brown-haired man with a smile. The black-haired woman blushed furiously when she heard her beloved saying those words, but when she was about to say something, he embraced her, shutting her up immediately. The black-haired woman was surprised by the embrace since it was a passionate embrace, but it also transmitted a great deal of love to her. She felt how the brown-haired man caressed her breasts over the dress, making her let out a slight mutter. The brunette kept going down to her, where she moaned from the touch but did nothing to walk away. After all, she was well aroused by her boyfriend to make the other girls his, so she also wanted the brunette to make her his own over and over again. The black-haired woman gets soaked quickly when she feels how the brunette caresses her entire body over and over again, her neck, her breasts, her face, her waist, and mainly her legs, making her ours faster since her legs are her sensitive points. The brown-haired man immediately bared when he felt how wet she was, so she didn't even resist. She let out a mumble when she felt how her boyfriend penetrated her little by little until he reached the depths of her. Issei, make me yours, only yours, the black-haired woman asked between mons, to which the brunette embraced the black-haired woman while playing with her breasts, and continued penetrating her, making the black-haired woman let out muffled mons from the embrace of her beloved. The brown-haired man separated from her to start SCK and biting the brown-haired woman's S, making her mad more and more because of how aroused she was and the pleasure she was feeling. More, I want more, don't stop, said the black-haired woman between mons while she felt how the brown-haired man penetrated her faster and faster while hitting her udders, generating small astonishments of pleasure and causing the orgasm to form little by little. But the brown-haired man, when he felt how his beloved's body contracted, began to caress her legs, making the orgasm form faster and making her bite her lip for the great pleasure she felt. Until her beloved pinched her, making her unable to take it anymore, she would come. When she came, the black-haired woman was breathing heavily, but a smile formed on her face. She said again when she felt that the brown man had penetrated her again, which, being sensitive, made her feel even more pleasure than before. The brown-haired man took her and put her on her side while holding one leg and climbing on his shoulder. In that way, he began to penetrate her mind again faster than before, making her moan even more. She couldn't say anything because of the pleasure she felt since her beloved was hitting her most sensitive point inside her. The black-haired man was already losing in. She couldn't last long as she was hit successively at her most sensitive point. Issei began to ram her faster, and he could feel how she was almost coming. The black-haired woman felt the change in speed and moaned louder than before when she felt it. But then she began to feel more and more aroused, and she realized that the brown-haired man began to embrace her leg, making her orgasm form again. But she could not hold it long when she felt how her beloved came inside her, making her also come and fall faint with pleasure. When the brown-haired man was going to rest, he felt someone hugging him. He realized that it was his beloved wife, and with just her look, he could see that she still wanted more. Then he could see how Kuroka came in his direction, crawling while moving his hips from side to side with his cat's ears and tail out and a look full of longing. The brown-haired man could only smile and immediately attracted Kuroka to penetrate her in one go, causing her to let out a moan of pleasure. After he held Lefei to lie next to Kuroka and began to mstrbte her with his fingers while he continued to penetrate the nekomata, the two girls mingled with pleasure next to each other. They approached and embraced while he massaged each other's breasts, while the brunette continued to penetrate one and mstrbte the other. The embrace between the two was so passionate that Lefei climbed on top of Kuroka to continue embrace even more. Issei, when she saw that she could only smile, immediately took her PP out of Kuroka's and penetrated Lefei's, making her let out a big moan of pleasure as she felt how her husband penetrated her until he hit her with his udders. Kuroka, seeing her like this, could only smile and immediately began to embrace the magician's neck, making her more excited, and began to squeeze her. When the brown-haired man felt it, he increased his speed even more to enjoy the sensation since he felt a lot of pleasure when his wife's cute squeezed him. The magician paid madly for the pleasure they were giving him. It was so much that he could not take it anymore. Echi came. The brown-haired man felt how the magician was making him come and making the orgasm last even longer. When she finished, the magician fell on top of the nekomata, exhausted by the great pleasure of making the nekomata smile. "You look so cute like this, Fei-chan, and to think that when we met we would end up like this," said the nekomata with a smile. The magician, hearing only mind, smiled at him in the same way as she did and embraced the nekomata again, to which she embraced him back. While they embraced, the magician let out a dull moan when she felt her husband take his PP out of her, causing her to let out light, muffled moans since Kuroka would not let go of the embrace and she did not resist. Naya. For a moment, the nekomata let out a moan of pleasure when she felt that her mind was penetrated again. Naya, Naya. The nekomata moaned with pleasure as she felt how the brown tree penetrated her and hit her most sensitive point, making an expression of pleasure that Lefei was seeing since she was following her enzyme. "You're so appealing, Kuroka-sama, now let me give you pleasure," said the magician, starting to SCK and biting Kuroka's cat ears, making him open his eyes in surprise and start moaning louder than before. The brown-haired man, seeing this, only smiles and starts caressing Kuroka's cat tail, making him mumble louder with pleasure. The nekomata was in complete joy. She felt like her orgasm was forming and began to squeeze her to be able to hold on as long as she could, but she couldn't since her beloved's PP was hitting her most sensitive part. In addition, the nekomata had a big smile on her face. "You are really very appealing, Kuroka-sama," said the magician, unable to resist embrace the nekomata again. Who did resist? The brunette pulled his PP out of Kuroka's, causing his seed to come out of her and be confused with the one that came out of the magician's. Issei moved away from them to rest a little and could see how Issei and Yasaka approached him with intentions of wanting more. He also saw how Tsubaki woke up, and a thought crossed his mind. "I think we'll have a long day full of pleasure today," said the brown-haired man, going to where the black-haired woman was and piercing her buttocks, making her let out a moan of pleasure. The brunette continued to penetrate her, making her not resist and let out a moans of pleasure. Then he took the kitsune and began to mstrbte her with his hand, putting his fingers in and out of her, making her release moans of pleasure. He had also pulled off ice to start inserting 2 fingers into her, and immediately, when he felt them, he let out a moan of pleasure, and he began to SCK and bite the dragons, making her moan louder than before for pleasure. The dragon hugs him tightly by the head so that he does not stop and continues SCK and biting his S, which the dragon could not hold for long and came after letting out a great moan of pleasure. But the brown-haired man kept putting his fingers in and out of the dragons, making her feel even more pleasure since her body was sensitive from all the times she had come. The brunette returned to where Yasaka was, who continued to mutter when he felt how his beloved explored her with his fingers. He immediately began to SCK and bite her, making her let out more moans of pleasure. The 3 girls did not stop moaning with pleasure. Tsubaki had already come once twice while her beloved continued to penetrate her butt, making her feel in total joy. Off-Ice had already come into her fiancé's hand 3 times, and he still didn't care about that, making the dragon not stop moaning with pleasure. Yasaka had already come twice, but like Off-Ice, her beloved continued to explore her with his hand, wishing it would not continue like this and not stop. "HHH," the black-haired woman said when she felt the brown-haired man come, making her come again. The black-haired woman was silent, breathing heavily, but with a big smile of satisfaction and pleasure. He immediately laid Yasaka down on his side and penetrated her, causing her to let out a great deal of pleasure. The CHST nut began to penetrate her quickly, while the kitsune asked for more and more since the CHST nut in that position was hitting her most sensitive point, making her feel in complete joy. Off-Eyes was not far behind, as she did not stop crying because her beloved fiancé was exploring her with his fingers while SCK and biting her. With his free hand, he massaged and pinched the other, making the dragon enter a state of complete joy for the great pleasure she felt. His mind was blank, and his body was unresponsive. The 2 girls were completely lost in pleasure. The brunette felt how Kitsune's was squeezing him, so he increased the speed, making Yasaka moan even louder for pleasure. The kitsune screamed with pleasure when she could no longer hold it and came next to the brunette, making the orgasm last even longer. She moaned again when she felt the brunette take his PP out of her, making her have astonishments of pleasure since her body was too sensitive for all the times she had sold herself. The brown-haired man laid the dragon down and penetrated her in one go, making her let out a great moan of complete pleasure. The brown-haired man began to penetrate her, making the dragon's body also move involuntarily from the great pleasure she felt since her body was too sensitive. Issei couldn't hold on long and came again, but the brown-haired man didn't stop. He kept penetrating her, making the dragon moan in complete joy. Her body was extremely sensitive, and any little thing she felt being penetrated over and over again was something she couldn't handle one day. In fact, she couldn't even think. Her eyes were blank while her tongue was out, and she said between moans that she wanted to. The brunette continued to penetrate the dragon, who only moaned non-stop until he couldn't take it anymore, and came into the dragon's, to which she also came and squeezed her to feel more pleasure. The brunette, who felt how his fiancée squeezed him, put his pee-pee deeper to enjoy himself more. When Issei felt how she put her pee-pee deeper into her, only she could smile because of the great pleasure she was feeling. The two of them came enjoying the pleasant sensation, and when the dragon loosened her and the brunette's pee-pee came out, she was totally knocked out by tremendous pleasure. The brown-haired man could only smile when he saw his beloved fiancée in that state. Then he felt how two people hugged him and realized that they were Kuroka and Lefei, who had already recovered some breath. "Now it's all about us," said the pair of great friends at the same time, to which the brown-haired man only gave them a smile and was ready to give them what they wanted so much.